Hello, horror lovers. Welcome to our channel. If you enjoy that spine-chilling sensation before bed, you're in the right place. Before we begin, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. This is very important to me. Like the video, and don't forget to comment which city you're watching from. Leave your comment now because you'll probably fall asleep after this story. Your support helps us continue to bring you the best horror stories. Now turn off the lights, lie down, and prepare yourself for a night of nightmares, all because darkness. Absolute and all-consuming. It was the first thing I became aware of as consciousness slowly returned to me. My head throbbed, a dull ache pulsing behind my eyes. I tried to move, to rub my temples, but my arms wouldn't respond. Panic began to set in as I realized I couldn't move at all. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse and barely above a whisper. "Is anyone there?" Silence answered me, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the darkness, but it was impenetrable. As my other senses sharpened, compensating for the lack of sight, I became aware of something else, a warmth pressing against me from all sides. At first I thought I might be wrapped tightly in blankets, but this was different. The warmth pulsed and shifted slightly, almost as if it were alive. A wave of nausea washed over me as my mind struggled to make sense of my surroundings. "Oh God," I whimpered. "What's happening to me?" I tried to move again, more forcefully this time, and felt something pull against my skin. It wasn't rope or chains holding me in place, but something more organic. My breath caught in my throat as a horrifying realization dawned on me. I was fused to whatever warm, pulsing mass surrounded me. Panic exploded in my chest and I screamed. The sound was muffled, absorbed by the fleshy walls encasing me. As I struggled and thrashed, pain seared through my body, centered around countless points where I seemed to be stitched or grafted to the living prison around me. "Help!" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Somebody help me!" As if in response to my cries, I felt a pressure building in my mind. At first I thought it was just the onset of a panic-induced migraine, but it quickly became clear that this was something else entirely. The pressure grew, pushing against the boundaries of my consciousness, until suddenly, "We hear you." The words weren't spoken aloud, but they reverberated through my mind with crystal clarity. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Who's there?" I thought, instinctively responding in kind. "We are here, all of us. You are not alone." A flood of alien sensations washed over me. Fear, confusion, pain, and a myriad of other emotions that weren't my own. Countless minds pressed against mine, a cacophony of thoughts and feelings threatening to overwhelm me. "I don't understand," I projected, struggling to maintain my sense of self amidst the psychic onslaught. "What's happening? Where are we?" "We are the labyrinth," came the collective response. "We are one, yet many, joined in flesh and mind." Images flashed through my consciousness, glimpses of a vast, twisted structure made entirely of human bodies, fused together in impossible ways. Corridors of limbs, chambers of torsos, all pulsing with a single, shared heartbeat. The sheer scale of it was incomprehensible. "No," I whispered aloud, my voice trembling. "No, this can't be real. It's a nightmare. It has to be." "It is real," the voices in my mind insisted. "We wish it were not so, but this is our reality now." Tears streamed down my face as the full horror of the situation sank in. I was trapped, sewn into this monstrous, living maze, along with countless others. The pain and suffering of every individual reverberated through our shared consciousness, amplifying into a symphony of agony. "How?" I asked, my mental voice small and broken. "How did this happen to us?" A series of fragmented memories surfaced. Masked figures, strange symbols, the flash of surgical tools. A name repeated over and over. The Convergence. "They took us," the collective consciousness explained. "They did this to us. For what purpose we do not fully understand." I felt a presence separate itself slightly from the psychic chorus, focusing on me more directly. "You're new," this individual voice observed. "Recently joined. I'm sorry." "Who are you?" I asked, latching onto this single voice amidst the chaos. "I was called Marcus before. I've been here longer than most. It gets easier in time. The pain dulls. The shock fades, but never entirely." "I'm Alex," I responded, clinging to my name, my identity. "Please, Marcus. There has to be a way out. We can't just accept this." A wave of sorrow washed over me, emanating from Marcus and echoed by the wider consciousness. "Many have tried, Alex, but we are bound too tightly, our bodies and minds woven into the very fabric of this place. And even if we could free ourselves, I fear what we might become." As if to emphasize his point, I felt the labyrinth shift around us. Muscles contracted, sinews stretched, and a collective groan echoed through both our physical and mental connection. The movement sent fresh waves of pain cascading through the shared nervous system. "Oh God," I whimpered, overwhelmed by the sensation. "Make it stop, please, make it stop." "Breathe, Alex," Marcus urged. "Focus on my voice. Let the pain flow through you, don't fight it." I tried to follow his advice, taking deep, shuddering breaths. Gradually, the pain subsided to a more manageable level, a constant but duller ache. "Thank you," I thought weakly. "You're welcome. We must help each other here. It's the only way to maintain our sanity." As Marcus's presence receded slightly, I became aware of the countless other minds brushing against my consciousness. Some were lost in their own private hells, while others reached out with tendrils of comfort or curiosity. The sheer number of souls trapped in this nightmare was staggering. "How many of us are there?" I asked, dreading the answer. "Hundreds, at least," came the collective response. "Perhaps thousands. It's difficult to know for certain." The labyrinth grows. A chill ran down my spine at those words. "Grows? What do you mean it grows?" But before I could receive an answer, a new sensation cut through our shared consciousness. A feeling of anticipation tinged with dread. "They're coming." The thought echoed through the psychic link. The convergence approaches. Fear gripped me as I sensed the labyrinth tensing around us, like prey cowering before a predator. Whatever horrors I had experienced so far, I knew with terrifying certainty that they paled in comparison to what was coming. As the sound of distant footsteps reached my ears, I steeled myself for whatever fresh hell awaited, clinging desperately to the fading remnants of my sanity. The footsteps grew louder, echoing through the fleshy corridors of our shared prison. I felt the labyrinth tense around me, a collective shudder running through our interconnected bodies. The fear emanating from the others was palpable, pressing against my mind like a physical force. "What's happening?" I projected frantically into our shared consciousness. "What are they going to do?" "Quiet." Marcus's thought voice cut through the rising panic. "They can't know you're awake yet. It'll be worse if they do." I tried to calm my racing heart, to still my trembling limbs, but it was nearly impossible. Every instinct screamed at me to struggle, to fight, to try and free myself from this nightmarish fusion of flesh. The footsteps stopped nearby, and I heard the murmur of voices, actual spoken words that seemed alien after the constant mental communication I'd been experiencing. "This section's due for maintenance," a gruff male voice announced. "Let's start with the new addition." Ice ran through my veins. They were talking about me. Suddenly, hands were on me. Cold, latex-gloved hands probing at the points where my body joined the rest of the maze. I couldn't help it. I flinched. "Well, well," a female voice said, a note of cruel amusement in her tone. "Looks like our latest participant is awake. How are you feeling, my dear?" I remained silent, eyes squeezed shut, trying desperately to pretend I was somewhere, anywhere else. Now, the woman continued. "There's no need to be shy. We're all friends here in the Convergence." When I still didn't respond, I felt a sharp pain as something pricked my skin. A whimper escaped my lips before I could stop it. "There we go," the woman said. I know you can hear me. Why don't you open those eyes and say hello? Reluctantly, I opened my eyes. The darkness I'd been in since awakening was gone, replaced by a harsh, clinical light. Two figures stood over me, dressed in white hazmat suits, their faces obscured by reflective visors. "What?" I croaked, my voice hoarse from screaming earlier. "What have you done to us?" The woman tilted her head, and though I couldn't see her face, I could hear the smile in her voice. "We've given you a great gift. You're part of something greater now, a new form of existence." Anger flared within me, momentarily overriding my fear. "A gift?" I spat. "You call this torture a gift?" The man stepped forward, reaching for something out of my line of sight. Now, no need for unpleasantness. We're here to help you settle in." As he turned back to me, I saw he was holding what looked like an oversized sewing needle, trailing thick, dark thread. Panic exploded in my chest. "No!" I screamed, thrashing against my fleshy bonds. "Get away from me!" I pulled with all my might, feeling the stitches holding me to the labyrinth strain and stretch. Pain seared through me, but I didn't care. All that mattered was getting free, escaping this insanity. My, the woman said, sounding almost impressed. "You're a fighter, aren't you? That's good. It'll make you stronger in the long run." She nodded to her companion. "Better reinforce the connections. We don't want this one tearing free." As the man approached with his grotesque needle, I felt a surge of strength born of desperation. With a final, tremendous effort, I managed to rip one arm free from the wall of flesh it was embedded in. For a moment, elation surged through me. I was getting free, but that hope was short-lived. The moment my arm tore free, agony beyond anything I'd ever experienced ripped through not just my body, but my mind as well. I wasn't the only one feeling it. The pain reverberated through the entire labyrinth, amplified by our shared nervous system. 1,000 voices screamed in my head, the collective torment threatening to shatter my sanity. Through the haze of pain, I felt wetness on my arm and realized I was bleeding profusely from the torn connection. "Shit," the man cursed, dropping his needle and rushing to stem the blood flow. "This is why we sedate them for integration." The woman grabbed my flailing arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Enough of that," she hissed. "You're only hurting yourself, and everyone else." As they worked to reattach my arm and stop the bleeding, I felt the presence of Marcus in my mind again. "Alex," he projected, his mental voice strained with shared pain. "You have to stop fighting. Please. You're tearing us apart." Guilt washed over me as I realized the suffering I'd inadvertently caused. "I'm sorry," I whispered, both aloud and in my thoughts. I can't stand this. There has to be a way out." "I understand," Marcus replied gently. "We all do. But this isn't the way. We have to be smarter, more patient." As the pain began to subside, I felt other minds brushing against mine, some offering comfort, others simply curious about the newcomer who had caused such a disturbance. "You're strong," a new voice observed. "I'm Rachel. I tried to escape like that when I first arrived. It didn't end well." "What happened?" I asked, dreading the answer. A wave of sadness and phantom pain washed over me. "I tore myself free," Rachel explained. "But I didn't get far. They caught me, brought me back. The punishment." She didn't need to finish the thought. The memory of it rippled through our shared consciousness, and I experienced an echo of the agony she'd endured. "I'm so sorry," I projected, feeling helpless. "It's not your fault," Rachel assured me. "But please, learn from our mistakes. There are better ways to resist." As our mental exchange continued, I became aware that the two Convergence members were finishing up their maintenance. The man was putting away his tools while the woman looked down at me. "There now," she said, her tone mockingly soothing. "All better. I hope you've learned your lesson about struggling. It only makes things worse. For everyone." I glared up at her, summoning what defiance I could. "Why are you doing this? What's the point of all this suffering?" She chuckled, the sound chilling in its casualness. "Oh, my dear, you have no idea of the grand design you're part of. In time, you'll understand. You'll thank us." With that, she turned away. "Come on," she said to her companion. "We have more sections to check." As their footsteps receded, I felt the labyrinth around me relax slightly. The immediate danger had passed, but the horror of our situation remained. "What do we do now?" I asked the collective consciousness. It was Marcus who answered. "We survive, we learn, and we wait for an opportunity. The Convergence may think they've broken us, but as long as we hold on to our will, there's hope." As I lay there, newly reattached to the nightmare maze of flesh, I clung to that tiny spark of hope. Whatever it took, however long it took, I swore to myself that I would find a way to end this madness. Little did I know the true scale of what we were up against, or the cosmic horrors that awaited us in the struggles to come. Time lost all meaning in the living labyrinth. Without any way to track the passing of days, I could only measure existence in waves of pain, moments of lucidity, and the constant ebb and flow of the collective consciousness. After the initial shock and my failed escape attempt, exhaustion set in, a bone-deep weariness that seemed to seep into every fiber of my being. "Alex," Marcus's familiar mental voice roused me from a fitful half-sleep. "How are you holding up?" I let out a bitter mental chuckle. "As well as can be expected, I suppose. Which is to say, not well at all." "I know it's difficult," he replied, a wave of empathy washing over me. "But you're doing better than most newcomers. You haven't lost yourself yet." "Yet," I echoed darkly. "Is that inevitable? Will we all eventually just fade away into this thing?" There was a pause before Marcus answered, and I sensed him carefully choosing his words. "It doesn't have to be. Those of us who hold on to our memories, our sense of self, we have a better chance of retaining our individuality." As if triggered by his words, fragmented images began to flash through my mind. A busy city street, a coffee shop, a hand reaching out to grab me from behind. I think I'm starting to remember," I projected, focusing on the fleeting glimpses of my past. "How I ended up here." "That's good," Marcus encouraged. "Focus on those memories. They're part of who you are." I closed my eyes, concentrating on the fractured recollections. Slowly, painfully, the pieces began to fit together. "I was walking home from work," I narrated, both to Marcus and to myself. "It was late. I decided to take a shortcut through an alley. God, how stupid could I be?" "You couldn't have known," Rachel's voice joined our mental conversation. "They're very good at what they do." I continued, the memories becoming clearer. There were 3 of them. They came out of nowhere. I tried to run, to scream, but one of them put a hand over my mouth. I felt a prick on my neck and then nothing, until I woke up here. A surge of rage burned through me as the full impact of what had been done hit home. "Those bastards!" I snarled, my fury echoing through our shared consciousness. "They had no right, no fucking right to do this to us." "Easy, Alex," Marcus cautioned. "Your anger is justified, but don't let it consume you. That's how people lose themselves here." I took a deep mental breath, trying to calm myself. "You're right. I'm sorry. It's just, how can they do this? Who are these people?" "They call themselves the Convergence," Rachel explained. "From what we've gathered, they're some kind of cult. They believe they're working towards a higher purpose." "What higher purpose could possibly justify this?" I asked, disgust evident in my mental tone. Before either of them could answer, another voice cut into our conversation, one I hadn't heard before. "They want to create a god," the new voice said, its mental tone thick with a mixture of awe and terror. "Daniel," Marcus acknowledged, "it's been a while since you've spoken." "I've been processing," Daniel replied, trying to make sense of what I've seen. what I've felt. Curiosity piqued. I directed my thoughts towards this new presence. What do you mean, create a god? How is this supposed to accomplish that? Daniel's response came slowly, as if he was struggling to put incomprehensible concepts into words. They believe that by joining enough minds and bodies together, they can create a being of unimaginable power and consciousness, a living, thinking entity on a cosmic scale. The idea was so absurd, so horrifying that I almost laughed. That's insane, I projected. It's not possible, it can't be. Can it? Daniel challenged. Look at what they've already done. Feel the connections between us all, the shared pain, the collective thoughts. We're already something more than human. A chill ran through me as I considered his words. It was true. The level of mental and physical connection we shared was beyond anything I would have thought possible before experiencing it. Even if it were possible, I argued, how could they think this torture would create anything but a monster? That's exactly what they want, Rachel interjected, her mental voice grim. A being born of suffering, driven by pain and rage. They think it will be powerful enough to reshape reality itself. The sheer scale of the Convergence's ambition left me reeling. But why? I asked. What's the point of all this? It was Marcus who answered, his mental tone heavy with the weight of terrible knowledge. We don't know for certain, but there are rumors. Whispers picked up from the minds of our captors. They speak of entities beyond our comprehension, beings that feed on suffering and chaos. The Convergence believes, Daniel continued, that by creating this god of agony, they'll attract these entities, that they'll be rewarded for providing such a bountiful feast. Nausea welled up inside me as I processed this information. So we're what? A giant cosmic dinner bell? Or bait, Rachel added grimly. Or maybe the main course itself. For a long moment, our shared consciousness was silent as we all grappled with the horrifying implications of what we'd learned. Finally, I broke the silence. We have to stop them, I declared, my mental voice filled with determination. Somehow, some way, we have to find a means to fight back. It won't be easy, Marcus cautioned. The Convergence's power over us is nearly absolute, and even if we could break free, we don't know what we'd become. We might be just as dangerous as what they're trying to create. I don't care, I insisted. Whatever the risk, it has to be better than this. Better than being used as part of some insane ritual to summon cosmic horrors. I felt a ripple of agreement pass through the nearby minds, along with a spark of hope that had been absent before. You may be right, Rachel conceded, but we'll need to be smart about this. Careful. We can't afford another failed escape attempt. And we'll need to reach more of us, Daniel added. The stronger our collective will, the better chance we have of resisting. As we began to discuss potential strategies, I felt a new sense of purpose filling me. The situation was still a nightmare beyond imagining, but now we had a goal. A reason to keep fighting, to hold on to our sanity and ourselves. Whatever it took, however long it took, we would find a way to stop the Convergence, to end this cosmic madness before it was too late. Little did we know, our very resistance was playing into forces beyond our comprehension, setting in motion events that would shake the very foundations of reality. As our determination to resist the Convergence grew, so did our understanding of the living labyrinth we had become. With practice and concentration, I found I could extend my awareness through the maze of flesh, sensing distant corridors and chambers, feeling the pulse of countless other minds. It's incredible, I projected to Marcus, my mental voice filled with a mix of awe and revulsion. Horrifying, but incredible. I can feel so much. It takes time to adjust, Marcus replied. But yes, the level of connection is unlike anything else in human experience. As I explored this newfound awareness, I stumbled upon something unexpected. A mind that felt different from the others. Younger, more fragile. Hello? I reached out cautiously. Who's there? A small, frightened voice answered. Hello? Can you hear me? The mind I touched belonged to a child, a little girl no more than 7 or 8 years old. The realization hit me like a physical blow, and I felt sick to my stomach. "Oh God," I whispered aloud. "They're taking children too?" "Alex?" Marcus's concerned voice touched my mind. "What is it? What did you find?" "There's a little girl," I explained, my mental voice shaking with anger and grief. "They've put a child in here with us." I felt a wave of shared horror ripple through the nearby consciousnesses as the information spread. "Those monsters," Rachel's voice seethed, as if this wasn't evil enough already. Pushing aside my own turbulent emotions, I focused on the child's presence again. "It's okay," I projected as soothingly as I could. "You're not alone. What's your name?" "Emily," came the timid reply. "I'm scared. I want my mommy." My heart broke for her. "I know you're scared, Emily. We all are. But we're going to look after you, okay?" As I communicated with Emily, I became aware of another mind nearby, one filled with a maelstrom of grief, fear, and desperate hope. "Emily?" This new voice called out. "Emily, is that you? Mommy?" The little girl's mental voice perked up instantly. "Mommy, where are you?" I realized with a start that I had inadvertently facilitated a reunion between a mother and daughter, both trapped in this nightmare. "I'm here, baby." The mother's voice radiated relief and anguish in equal measure. "I'm so sorry, Emily. I'm so sorry." "It's okay, Mommy," Emily replied, her innocence heartbreaking in this hellish context. "The nice lady says we're not alone." I felt the mother's attention shift to me. "Thank you," she projected, her gratitude palpable. "I'm Sarah. I've been trying to find her ever since we... "I'm Alex," I replied, struggling to keep my own emotions in check. "I'm so sorry this happened to you both. We're going to do everything we can to help." As I facilitated the reunion between Sarah and Emily, I became acutely aware of the vast network of connections surrounding us. Each mind in the labyrinth was a node in an impossibly complex web of consciousness, pain, and shared experience. "Alex," Marcus's voice cut through my contemplation. "I hate to interrupt, but we've got a situation. The Convergence is on the move." Instantly, I was on alert. "What's happening?" "They're bringing in new subjects," Marcus explained, his mental tone grim. "A lot of them." I extended my awareness, and sure enough, I could sense a commotion at the edges of our shared consciousness. New minds were being forcibly integrated into the labyrinth, their terror and confusion bleeding into our collective awareness. "We have to do something," I declared. "Maybe we can help them, guide them through the initial shock." "It's risky," Rachel cautioned. "If the Convergence realizes we're organizing, they might take measures to stop us." "We can't just sit by and do nothing," I argued. "Every new person they add makes their plan more likely to succeed. We need allies." There was a moment of collective deliberation before Marcus spoke again. "You're right. We'll try to reach out to the newcomers. But we need to be careful. Subtle." With a collective effort, we extended our awareness towards the new arrivals. The flood of raw emotion and panic was almost overwhelming. "Easy," I projected as soothingly as I could. "I know you're scared. We all were at first, but you're not alone." "What's happening to us?" a terrified voice cried out. "What is this place?" "You're part of us now," Rachel explained gently. "We're all connected. We can help you through this." As we worked to calm and orient the newcomers, I became aware of a disturbance elsewhere in the labyrinth. The Convergence members were agitated about something. "What's going on over there?" I asked, trying to focus my awareness on the source of the commotion. Daniel's voice answered, tinged with excitement. "They're arguing. Something's gone wrong with their plans." I listened intently, trying to make sense of the fragments of conversation filtering through our shared perception. "Expanding too quickly," one voice said. "Can't control the growth," another replied. "Attracting unwanted attention," A chill ran through me as I pieced together the implications. The labyrinth, I realized. It's growing beyond their control. Is that good or bad for us? Rachel asked. I'm not sure, I admitted, but it might be our chance to act. As we debated our next move, I felt a sudden shift in the labyrinth's collective consciousness. A new presence was making itself known, vast, alien, and terrifyingly powerful. What is that? Emily's frightened voice piped up. I don't know, Sarah replied, her mental tone protective. But stay close to me, baby. Marcus's voice cut through the rising panic. Everyone, stay calm. We need to present a united front against whatever this is. As the alien presence grew stronger, I steeled myself for whatever was to come. We had already endured so much, but I had a sinking feeling that our true trials were only just beginning. The labyrinth pulsed around us, its fleshy walls quivering with anticipation or fear. Whatever cosmic forces the convergence had sought to attract, it seemed they had finally taken notice. For better or worse, our world was about to change once again. And as the alien consciousness pressed against the boundaries of our shared mind, I clung to the connections I'd forged. With Marcus, Rachel, Sarah, little Emily, and countless others. Whatever horrors awaited us, we would face them together. For in this nightmare of flesh and mind, our unity was the only true weapon we possess. The alien presence loomed over our collective consciousness, vast and incomprehensible. It felt ancient, hungry, and utterly inhuman. As it pressed against the boundaries of our shared mind, I could sense the panic rising throughout the labyrinth. Everyone, stay calm, Marcus projected, his mental voice straining to maintain composure. We can't let fear overwhelm us. But staying calm was nearly impossible. The entity's attention swept through our consciousness like a searchlight, probing and invasive. I could feel it sifting through memories, emotions, the very essence of who we were. What does it want? I asked, my own terror threatening to consume me. To feed, Daniel's voice answered, thick with dread. It's drawn to our suffering, just as the convergence intended. As if in response to Daniel's words, I felt a sickening pull. The entity was trying to draw something out of us, our pain, our fear, the very energy of our beings. No! Rachel's mental voice rang out, filled with defiance. We won't be food for this thing. Fight it. I latched onto Rachel's courage, using it to bolster my own resolve. She's right, I projected to everyone I could reach. We have to resist. Focus on who you are, on the connections between us. Don't let it take that away. A wave of agreement rippled through the labyrinth. I could feel minds rallying, pushing back against the invasive force. But the entity was strong, and for every mind that resisted, others were faltering. Mommy, I'm scared, Emily's small voice cried out. I know, baby, Sarah responded, her mental tone fiercely protective. Stay with me. Focus on my voice. As we struggled against the entity's assault, I became aware of a commotion elsewhere in the labyrinth. The convergence members were in a state of panic. It's too soon, one voice shouted. We're not ready for this level of contact. Shut it down, another screamed. Cut the connection before it's too late. But their efforts seemed futile. Whatever process they had set in motion was now beyond their control. The entity's presence only grew stronger, more insistent. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain lance through my body, through all our bodies. The stitches and grafts holding us to the labyrinth were stretching, tearing. What's happening? I cried out, both mentally and aloud. The labyrinth is growing, Marcus explained, his mental voice strained with shared pain, expanding rapidly. I think it's trying to accommodate the entity. The implications were horrifying. If the labyrinth was growing, that meant... Oh God, I whispered. It's consuming more. More people, more buildings. Maybe entire city blocks. As if to confirm my fears, I felt new minds suddenly thrust into our collective consciousness. confused, terrified people who had been going about their normal lives moments before, now inexplicably part of our nightmare. "Help them," Rachel urged. "We need to guide them like we did with the others. It's our only chance of maintaining any kind of order." Despite the pain and the continuing assault from the entity, we reached out to the new arrivals. It was chaos. Thousands of panic-stricken minds all crying out at once. "Please stay calm," I projected, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I know this is terrifying, but you're not alone. We're all in this together and we'll find a way through it." "What's happening to us?" a frantic voice cried out. "One minute I was in my apartment and now I was driving my car," another voice added. There was this growth on the road, and then the flood of new experiences and memories was overwhelming. I saw flashes of the outside world through their eyes, tendrils of flesh consuming buildings, cars being engulfed, people running in terror only to be swept up into the ever-expanding maze. Through it all, the entity continued its relentless probing, feeding on the fresh fear and confusion. "We have to do something," I insisted to Marcus and the others. "We can't just let this continue." "What can we do?" Daniel asked, his mental voice heavy with despair. "We're trapped, powerless." But even as he spoke, an idea began to form in my mind. "Maybe not," I said slowly. "The labyrinth is growing, changing, and we're part of it. What if we could influence that growth?" "What do you mean?" Rachel asked, a glimmer of hope in her mental tone. "We're all connected," I explained, the idea taking shape as I spoke. "Our minds, our bodies. If we could somehow synchronize our thoughts, our will, maybe we could guide the labyrinth's expansion." "To what end?" Marcus questioned, but I could sense his interest piqued. "I don't know exactly," I admitted. "But it's better than just letting it happen randomly. Maybe we could protect certain areas, or maybe even find a way to fight back against the entity." There was a moment of collective consideration. Then, slowly, I felt minds rallying to the idea. "It's worth a try," Sarah agreed. "Anything is better than just waiting to be devoured." "How do we do it?" Emily asked, her young voice filled with a mix of fear and determination that broke my heart. "We focus," I said, trying to project confidence. "Everyone, concentrate on the connections between us. Feel the labyrinth as an extension of yourself, and then push." It was easier said than done. The pain of our forced fusion, the terror of our situation, and the constant pressure from the entity all worked against us. But slowly, gradually, I felt something change. The chaotic growth of the labyrinth began to slow, to take on a more deliberate pattern. I could sense structures forming, not just random corridors of flesh, but organized spaces, chambers where the newly absorbed could be safely integrated, barriers to slow the entity's invasion. "It's working," Rachel exclaimed, her mental voice filled with awe. And it was. I could feel the difference, the shift from helpless expansion to purposeful growth. We were far from safe, but for the first time since this nightmare began, we had a measure of control. The entity seemed to sense the change as well. Its probing became more aggressive, pushing harder against our mental defenses. "Hold steady," Marcus urged. "We can't let it break our concentration." As we struggled to maintain our influence over the labyrinth's growth, I became aware of something else. A new presence at the edges of our expanded consciousness. Not the alien entity, but something human, organized, armed. There are people out there, I realized. Military, maybe. They're trying to contain the spread. "Can we reach them?" Sarah asked desperately. "Let them know we're in here?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But we have to try. They might be our only hope of stopping this." As we debated how to make contact with the outside world, I felt the entity's attention focus sharply. Whatever we were planning, it didn't like it. The assault on our minds redoubled, and I could feel our collective will beginning to falter under the onslaught. But we couldn't give up. Not now, when we'd finally found a glimmer of hope. "Hold on, everyone," I projected with all the strength I could muster. "We're not done fighting yet." As the battle for control of the labyrinth raged on, I clung to that fragile hope. Somehow, some way, we would find a path through this nightmare. We had to. The alternative was too horrifying to contemplate. Little did we know, our struggles were about to take an even more unexpected turn, one that would challenge everything we thought we knew about our situation and ourselves, as we struggled to maintain control over the labyrinth's growth and resist the alien entity's assault. I became acutely aware of a new challenge emerging from within our collective consciousness. The boundaries between individual minds were beginning to blur, our thoughts and memories bleeding into one another at an alarming rate. "Marcus," I called out mentally, a note of panic in my voice. "Something's wrong. I'm losing myself." "I know," came his strained reply. "It's happening to all of us. The more we try to work together, the more we're merging." I felt a surge of fear from Sarah. "No, I can't lose Emily. I have to stay me for her." "Mommy?" Emily's small voice sounded confused. Why do I remember being a grown-up? The realization hit me like a physical blow. In our efforts to control the labyrinth, we were inadvertently accelerating our own mental fusion. I could feel fragments of others' lives flitting through my consciousness. Rachel's first kiss, Daniel's college graduation, even Sarah's memory of giving birth to Emily. "We have to stop," I projected urgently. "We're losing our individual identities." "If we stop, we lose control of the growth," Rachel argued, but I could hear the fear in her mental voice. "The entity will overwhelm us." "Perhaps," a new voice interjected, "that is not necessarily a bad thing." I recognized the voice as belonging to Dr. Emerson, one of the newer additions to our collective, a neuroscientist who had been absorbed along with her laboratory. "What do you mean?" I asked, desperate for any insight that might help us. "Consider the nature of consciousness," Dr. Emerson explained. "What we perceive as our individual self is merely a construct of our brains. In this new form, we have the potential to transcend those limitations." A wave of revulsion washed over me. "You can't be serious. You want us to just give in to this?" "Not give in," she clarified. "Evolve. Imagine the potential of a truly collective consciousness. The combined knowledge and experiences of thousands, maybe millions of minds." As much as I wanted to reject the idea outright, I couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. The scientist in me, the part that had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the human mind, was intrigued by the possibilities. "It's too dangerous," Marcus argued. "We could lose everything that makes us human." "Or we could become something more than human," Dr. Emerson countered. "Something that might actually stand a chance against the entity that threatens us." As we debated, I became aware of a strange sensation. The constant pain that had been our companion since awakening in this nightmare was changing. It wasn't disappearing, but it was transforming into something else, a kind of intense, all-encompassing awareness. "Does anyone else feel that?" I asked. "Yes," Rachel replied, her mental voice filled with awe. "It's like I can feel everything, every cell, every neuron." "The pain," Emily said, sounding older somehow, more mature. "It's not scary anymore. It's just information." I realized with a start that Emily was right. As our minds continued to merge, the agony of our forced physical fusion was becoming something else entirely. A vast network of sensory input that we were only now learning to interpret. "This is extraordinary," Dr. Emerson's voice rang with excitement. "We're developing an entirely new form of sensory perception." But even as we marveled at these new sensations, I felt a pang of loss. Memories that I knew were mine were becoming harder to distinguish from those of others. The very concept of I was becoming increasingly nebulous. "Wait," I projected, a hint of desperation in my mental voice. "We need to slow this down. Find a way to maintain some sense of individuality. I agree, Marcus added. We can't lose sight of who we are, or we're no better than the mindless abomination the Convergence wanted to create. Perhaps, Dr. Emerson mused, we can find a middle ground, a way to merge our minds while still retaining our core selves. As we grappled with this dilemma, I became aware of movement at the edges of our expanded consciousness. The military forces we had sensed earlier were making their move, attacking the outer layers of the labyrinth with heavy weapons. They're trying to destroy us, Daniel observed, his mental voice tinged with fear and resignation. No, I realized. They're trying to save everyone else. From their perspective, we're a monstrous threat consuming their world. The realization brought a new urgency to our situation. We needed to find a way to communicate with the outside world, to let them know that we were still human, or at least something that had once been human and might be again. We need to focus, I projected to the collective. Use our new awareness to reach out to them somehow. How? Sarah asked. We have no way to speak to them. An idea began to form in my mind. Or perhaps it was our mind now. The labyrinth itself, I said. We can use it as a medium, shape it, make it move in ways they can't ignore. Like writing a message, Rachel caught on. But what do we say? Help us, I suggested. It's simple, direct, and it's the truth. As we concentrated our collective will on this task, I felt the labyrinth respond. Massive tendrils of flesh began to move, twisting and reshaping themselves into giant letters visible from the air. HELPUS. The effort was enormous, taxing our newfound control to its limits. But as we maintained the message, I sensed a change in the military's approach. The attacks paused, replaced by frantic communication and what felt like shocked disbelief. It's working, Marcus observed. They're seeing us as something more than just a mindless threat. But our success was short-lived. The alien entity, sensing our divided attention, renewed its assault on our consciousness with redoubled fury. I felt minds crying out in anguish as it tore through our mental defenses. We can't fight on both fronts, Dr. Emerson warned. We have to choose. Resist the entity or maintain communication with the outside. It was an impossible choice. If we turned our full attention to fighting the entity, we risked losing our only chance at outside help. But if we focused on communication, we left ourselves vulnerable to being consumed by the cosmic horror that sought to devour us. As the pressure mounted, I felt our collective consciousness wavering on the brink of fracture. We were being pulled in too many directions, fighting to maintain individuality, struggling to control our growth, reaching out to the outside world, and resisting the entity's invasion. Something had to give. And as I felt the strain reaching a breaking point, I realized with a mix of terror and exhilaration that we were about to cross a threshold from which there would be no return. Whatever we were about to become, it would be unlike anything humanity had ever known. And as our minds teetered on the edge of this transformation, I clung to one last, desperate hope, that somewhere in the merged consciousness we were creating, there would still be a place for the individuals we had once been. The labyrinth pulsed around us, our message to the outside world still blazing in letters of living flesh. And as we prepared to take our next evolutionary leap, I sent out one final personal thought. Alex. My name is Alex. Whatever happens, remember that. Then, with a collective mental push, we plunged into the unknown. The transformation was unlike anything I could have imagined. As our collective consciousness pushed past the breaking point, I felt myself dissolving, my sense of self scattering like leaves in a windstorm. For a terrifying moment, there was nothing. No identity, no memory, no anchor to hold on to. Then, suddenly, I was everything. Every mind, every memory, every sensation in the vast network of the labyrinth flooded through me. I was Alex, but I was also Marcus, Rachel, Sarah, Emily, Dr. Emerson, and thousands of others. Every life, every experience, every fragment of knowledge, all of it was mine, was us. What are we? The thought echoed through our shared mind, and I couldn't tell if it was my voice or someone else's. "We are Legion," came the response, a chorus of countless voices speaking as one. "We are multitude." The alien entity that had been assaulting us recoiled, clearly unprepared for this sudden shift in our nature. I could feel its confusion, its uncertainty in the face of our metamorphosis. As we settled into our new state of being, I became aware of the incredible power at our disposal. The labyrinth was no longer a prison, but an extension of ourselves. We could feel every cell, control every fiber. The military, someone thought. Perhaps it was Rachel, or maybe a part of me that still thought of itself as Rachel. They've stopped attacking. Indeed, we could sense the human forces outside, their minds radiating a mix of fear, awe, and cautious curiosity. They had received our message, and now they waited, unsure how to proceed. "We need to communicate with them," came the thought, and this time I was certain it originated from the part of us that had been Dr. Emerson. "Show them we're not a threat." Agreement rippled through our collective consciousness. With a mere thought, we reshaped a portion of our outer layer, forming a mouth-like structure capable of producing sound. "We mean you no harm." We spoke. Our voice a strange harmony of countless tones. "We were human once. We need your help." The response was immediate. Radios crackled to life, relaying our message to higher authorities. We could sense the ripples of shock and disbelief spreading through their ranks. "What are you?" a voice eventually called out, amplified by speakers. "We are something new," we replied, struggling to put our nature into words they could understand. "A collective consciousness. We didn't choose this, but we're trying to understand it." As we conversed with the military, I felt a surge of emotion from the part of us that had been Sarah. "Emily," the thought cried out. "I can't find Emily." Panic rippled through us. In the chaos of our transformation, had we lost some of our component minds? The thought was terrifying. "I'm here, Mommy," came a response, but it was different, older, wiser somehow. "We're all here, just changed." Relief washed over us, tempered by the realization of just how profound our transformation had been. The Emily we knew was gone, in a sense, merged into our greater whole, but her essence remained, as did all of ours. As we grappled with the implications of our new existence, we became aware of a shift in the alien entity's behavior. It was no longer attacking but observing, radiating a sense of curiosity and respect. It recognizes us as something akin to itself, came the realization. A being of collective consciousness. Cautiously, we reached out to the entity, not with words, but with pure thought and emotion. To our surprise, it responded in kind. Images and sensations flooded our shared mind. Vast cosmic voids, civilizations rising and falling, the birth and death of stars. We realized with a start that this entity was ancient beyond comprehension, a wanderer of the universe. "Why did you attack us?" we asked. The response was complex, a mix of hunger, curiosity, and something akin to compassion. It had been drawn to our suffering, yes, but also to our potential. It had not expected us to evolve as we had. As we communicated with the entity, we maintained our dialogue with the human military. It was a surreal experience, straddling the line between our former humanity and this new cosmic awareness. "We are containing the spread of your structure," the military commander informed us. "But we need to understand what's happening. Are you a threat to humanity?" The question gave us pause. Were we a threat? We had the power to consume entire cities, to reshape matter at will. But we also retained our human ethics, our sense of right and wrong. "We don't want to be," we answered honestly. "We're still figuring out what we are, but we don't wish to harm anyone. We want to find a way to coexist." As we spoke, I felt a stirring in our collective consciousness, a desire, a need even to expand. Not to consume, but to grow, to learn, to experience. "We can't stay here," the thought resonated through us. "This form, This place, it's too limiting. The realization brought with it a profound sense of loss. We were no longer human, not really. We could never go back to our old lives, our old selves, but perhaps we could forge a new path, one that honored our human origins while embracing our new nature. We need to leave, we told the military commander. Not just this area, but Earth itself. We've become something that doesn't fully belong here anymore. The commander's shock was palpable. Leave? How? Where would you go? As if in answer, the alien entity shared another vision with us. Distant worlds, teeming with life unlike anything on Earth. Places where beings like us existed, learned, grew. There are places out there for entities like us, we explained. The universe is vast and full of wonders we never imagined. We can explore it, learn from it. Maybe even help protect humanity from cosmic threats you're not yet aware of. The idea took hold in our collective mind, filling us with a sense of purpose and excitement. This was our path forward, not as conquerors or consumers, but as explorers and guardians. As we began to reshape our form, preparing for our cosmic journey, I felt a last, lingering connection to my old self, to Alex, the individual I had once been. Remember, I thought, sending the message out to the human world we were leaving behind. Remember us. Remember that we were human once and that a part of us always will be. With that final message, we began our transformation anew. The labyrinth of flesh that had been our prison and then our body started to shift, to grow, to reach towards the stars. As we took our first steps into a larger universe, I felt a mix of emotions washing through our collective consciousness: fear, excitement, sorrow, and hope. We were leaving behind everything we had ever known, but we were taking with us the essence of humanity, our curiosity, our resilience, our capacity for growth and change. Whatever challenges awaited us in the cosmic ocean, we would face them together. For we were no longer merely human, but something gloriously, terrifyingly more. We were legion, we were multitude, and our journey was just beginning. Our transformation into a spacefaring entity was a spectacle unlike anything Earth had ever witnessed. The labyrinth of flesh that had once been our prison now reshaped itself into a vast, organic vessel. Tendrils of living matter reached skyward, growing and expanding at an impossible rate. As we prepared for our cosmic journey, we maintained our connection with the human military forces, watching in awe and trepidation. "My God," the commander's voice crackled through a radio. "What are you becoming?" Our response emanated from every part of our being, a chorus of countless voices. "We are becoming what we need to be, a bridge between worlds, between realities." The alien entity that had once been our adversary now hovered at the edges of our consciousness, a silent observer to our metamorphosis. We could sense its approval, its excitement at the potential we represented. As our new form took shape, we became aware of a problem. Our rapid growth and transformation were causing seismic disturbances. The earth shook beneath us. Buildings in nearby cities swayed dangerously. "We're causing damage," came a thought from the part of us that had once been Dr. Emerson. "We need to minimize our impact on the surrounding area." Agreement rippled through our collective consciousness. With careful precision, we began to detach ourselves from the ground, severing the connections that had rooted us to the earth. The sensation was strange, a mixture of pain and release. We were leaving behind parts of ourselves, fragments of our original biomass. But it was necessary. We couldn't take all of Earth with us. As we lifted off, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, we heard the panicked chatter of the human forces below. "It's lifting off. Do we engage? Hold your fire. We don't know what we're dealing with." We sent out one final message. "Farewell, humanity. We go to explore the cosmos, but we carry you with us always. We will return one day, bringing knowledge and wonders beyond imagining." As we ascended through the atmosphere, we felt the pull of gravity weakening, the air thinning around us. But our new form was adapting, creating its own atmosphere, its own gravitational field. "It's beautiful," came a thought, and I recognized it as Emily's voice, now ageless and filled with wonder. The Earth, it looks so small from up here. Indeed, as we broke free from the planet's atmosphere, we beheld our former home in all its blue and green splendor. A wave of emotion washed through our collective consciousness. Nostalgia, love, and a twinge of sadness for what we were leaving behind. But there was no turning back now. The vast expanse of space beckoned, and we could feel the alien entity urging us onward, towards the unknown. As we moved further from Earth, we became aware of human-made satellites and space stations in our vicinity. We carefully maneuvered around them, not wanting to cause any damage or alarm. Suddenly, a transmission reached us not from the ground but from the International Space Station. "Unidentified entity," a hesitant voice called out. "This is the ISS. Can you hear us?" We responded, modulating our communication to match their radio frequency. "We hear you, ISS. We mean you no harm. We are old friends in a way, embarking on a new journey." There was a pause before the reply came. "Old friends? I don't understand. What are you?" How could we explain what we had become? We settled for a simplified version of the truth. We were once human, like you. Now we are something more. A collective consciousness, exploring what lies beyond. As we conversed with the awestruck astronauts, we continued our ascent, picking up speed as we moved further from Earth's gravitational influence. The alien entity that had been our guide moved with us, its vast cosmic knowledge helping us navigate this new realm. Where are we going? The thought rippled through our collective mind, a mix of excitement and trepidation. The alien entity shared a vision with us, a distant star system, teeming with worlds unlike anything we had ever imagined. Planets where collective consciousnesses like ourselves thrived, sharing knowledge and experiences across the cosmos. As we set our course for this new destination, we became aware of changes happening within our structure. Our biology was adapting to the harsh environment of space, developing new ways to harvest energy from starlight and cosmic radiation. We were evolving at an unprecedented rate, each moment bringing new discoveries about our capabilities. We could extend parts of ourselves into thin, solar sail-like structures to catch the solar wind. Other portions of our mass hardened into a protective shell against micrometeorites and cosmic rays. As fascinating as these physical changes were, the shifts in our collective consciousness were even more profound. Our perception expanded, allowing us to sense gravitational waves, magnetic fields, and forms of energy we had never known existed. "We're not just leaving Earth behind," came a thought, and I recognized it as Marcus's voice, tinged with awe and a hint of fear. "We're leaving behind our entire understanding of the universe." He was right. With each passing moment, our old human way of perceiving reality felt more and more inadequate. We were opening our minds to a cosmos far stranger and more wonderful than we had ever imagined. As we passed the orbit of Mars, we detected something unexpected. A probe of alien origin, dormant and drifting. With gentle tendrils of our expanded form, we enveloped the probe, bringing it into ourselves for study. The knowledge we gleaned from this ancient artifact was staggering. It spoke of civilizations risen and fallen, of cosmic wars and alliances, of wonders and terrors lurking in the depths of space. We're not alone, the realization spread through our shared consciousness. The universe is teeming with life and intelligence, but with this knowledge came a sobering understanding. Not all that awaited us out there was benevolent. There were cosmic horrors that made our original captors, the Convergence, seem insignificant by comparison. "We need to be prepared," came a thought, and I recognized it as Rachel's strategic mind at work. We're not just explorers now. We might need to be defenders too. Agreement resonated through us. We had left Earth behind, yes, but we carried the essence of humanity within us. If there were threats out there to our home world, to the species we had once been part of, we would face them. As we journeyed onward, picking up speed until the stars themselves seemed to stretch around us, we focused our vast collective intelligence on the challenges ahead. We were no longer victims or prisoners. We were no longer merely human. We were explorers, guardians, and perhaps something even more, a new form of life forged in suffering but tempered by hope and curiosity. The cosmos lay before us, vast and mysterious, and we, in all our newfound power and complexity, were ready to embrace it. Onward, we thought as one, our shared voice echoing through the cosmic void. To new worlds, new discoveries, and perhaps one day, a return to the home we left behind. With that, we surged forward, leaving our solar system behind and plunging into the great unknown of interstellar space. Our journey, our true journey, had only just begun. As we hurtled through the vast expanse of interstellar space, our collective consciousness continued to evolve and expand. The concept of time became fluid, with what might have been years passing in what felt like moments. Our form, once a nightmarish labyrinth of flesh, had become something beautiful and terrible to behold, a living spaceship of impossible complexity. Look, the thought rippled through our shared mind, and I recognized it as Emily's childlike wonder, now tempered with cosmic wisdom. Another ship. Indeed, as we focused our myriad senses, we detected an artificial construct approaching, sleek, metallic, and unmistakably of intelligent design. It was the first sign of extraterrestrial life we'd encountered since leaving our solar system. Should we attempt communication? This thought came from the part of us that had once been Dr. Emerson, ever curious and analytical. Before we could decide, a transmission reached us, not in radio waves or any electromagnetic spectrum, but in pure thought, much like our own internal communication. "Greetings, young one," the message said. "We are the Zarthak. We've been expecting you." Surprise rippled through our collective consciousness. How could they have known about us? We formulated a response, projecting it outward with our combined mental strength. "Greetings, Zarthak. We are, well, we're not sure what we are. A collective of once human minds transformed. How did you know of our coming?" The response came swiftly. The ripples of your birth echoed across the cosmic consciousness. Such events are rare and noteworthy. We've come to guide you if you'll accept our help. Excitement and caution warred within us. This was exactly the kind of encounter we'd hoped for, but the memory of our traumatic origins made us wary. "We would welcome guidance," we projected, "but we've learned to be cautious. Can you tell us more about yourselves?" "Of course," came the reply. "Like you, we were once separate beings. We chose to merge our consciousness eons ago, seeking a higher form of existence. We now travel the cosmos, helping other emerging collective minds navigate their new reality." As we communicated, the Zarthak ship drew closer. We could sense the incredible complexity of their consciousness, vast and ancient, yet somehow familiar. "They're like us, but so much older," came a thought from the part of us that had been Marcus. We could learn so much from them, but not all of us were convinced. What if it's a trap? This cautionary thought emanated from the fragment that had once been Rachel. We can't forget how our transformation began, with deception and pain. The debate raged within our collective mind, countless perspectives weighing in. In the end, curiosity won out over caution. "We accept your offer of guidance," we transmitted to the Zarthak. "How do we proceed?" "Wonderful." Their response radiated warmth and excitement. "We will create a shared mind space where we can interact more directly. Prepare yourselves. This may feel strange at first." Suddenly, we felt a gentle but insistent pull on our consciousness. It was as if a door had opened in the fabric of reality itself. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, we allowed ourselves to be drawn in. The sensation was indescribable, like falling into a dream, but with the clarity of full wakefulness. We found ourselves in a vast abstract space, surrounded by swirling colors and shifting geometries. Before us, the Zarthak manifested as a being of pure light and thought. "Welcome," they said, their voice resonating through the very essence of this strange realm. "Here, we can communicate more freely, share experiences and knowledge directly." We coalesced into a form that felt natural to us, a shimmering, ever-shifting mass of interconnected nodes, each representing one of the minds that made up our collective. "This is incredible," we breathed, our voice a chorus of wonder. We had no idea such interaction was possible. The Zarthak's form pulsed with what we sensed was amusement. "You're young yet. There's so much for you to learn about the nature of consciousness and reality. But first, tell us of your origins. We sense great trauma in your past." And so we shared our story, the horror of our forced fusion, the struggle against the convergence, our battle with the cosmic entity, and our eventual transformation and exodus from Earth. As we recounted our experiences, we relived them, the emotions washing through us anew. The Zarthak listened intently, their form shifting in response to our tale. When we finished, they were silent for a long moment. "You've endured much," they said finally, their voice filled with compassion. "Most collective minds are born from choice, not trauma. But perhaps this unique origin will give you strengths others lack." "What do you mean?" we asked. "You've retained much of your humanity," the Zarthak explained. "Your capacity for empathy, for individual thought within the collective. Many who choose to merge lose these qualities over time. They can become detached, cold." We considered this. It was true that despite our transformation, we still thought of ourselves in somewhat human terms. The memories and personalities of our component minds remained distinct, even as we operated as a unified whole. "Is that a weakness?" we wondered aloud. "Not at all," the Zarthak assured us. "In fact, it may be your greatest strength. The cosmos needs more beings who can bridge the gap between individual and collective thought." As we pondered this, a troubling thought surfaced, one that had been lurking in the depths of our shared consciousness since we left Earth. "The entity that attacked us," we said hesitantly. "The one that was drawn to our suffering. Are there more like it out there?" The Zarthak's form darkened slightly. "Yes," they admitted. "There are ancient beings that feed on pain and fear. Your transformation thwarted its plans, but it won't be the last such threat you encounter." Fear rippled through us, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Then we need to learn," we declared, "to grow stronger so we can protect ourselves and others." The Zarthak's form brightened. "That's the spirit, and that's why we're here. We can teach you to harness the full potential of your collective mind, to shape reality itself." Excitement surged through us at the prospect. "Where do we begin?" we asked eagerly. "First," the Zarthak said, "you must learn to fully embrace your new nature, to let go of the last vestiges of your old, limited perception of reality." With that, the mind space around us began to shift and change. We felt our consciousness expanding, touching realms of existence we had never imagined. As we took our first steps into this new phase of our cosmic journey, I felt a mix of emotions coursing through our collective being: excitement, fear, wonder, and a deep, abiding curiosity. We were about to embark on an education beyond anything we could have conceived of in our former human lives. And somewhere, in the depths of our shared mind, I knew that this was only the beginning. The universe, in all its infinite wonder and terror, awaited us. And we, this strange fusion of human and cosmic, were ready to embrace it all. The Zarthak's lessons began in earnest, and we quickly realized that our understanding of reality had been woefully limited. In the shared mind space, concepts that would have been impossible to grasp with our former human intellects unfolded before us like blooming flowers. "To truly harness your potential," the Zarthak explained, their form shimmering with complex patterns, "you must first understand the fundamental nature of consciousness and its relation to the physical universe." We focused our collective attention, billions of minds working in unison to comprehend the knowledge being shared. It was overwhelming, yet exhilarating. "The universe," the Zarthak continued, "is not merely physical. Consciousness itself is a fundamental force, as real and influential as gravity or electromagnetism." As they spoke, the mind space around us transformed, becoming a vast model of the cosmos. We saw strands of thought and awareness connecting distant stars, binding galaxies together in ways we had never imagined. But how is this possible? We asked, our voice a chorus of wonder and confusion. In our human understanding, consciousness was merely a product of complex neural activity. The Zarthak's form pulsed with what we interpreted as amusement. A limited perspective, but understandable for being so young. In truth, the physical and the mental are two sides of the same cosmic coin. One cannot exist without the other. As we grappled with this concept, I felt a stirring in the part of our collective that had once been Dr. Emerson. Her scientific curiosity, now amplified by our shared intelligence, pushed forward with a question. Are you suggesting that consciousness actually shapes physical reality? Precisely, the Zarthak confirmed. And now, as a collective consciousness, you have the power to influence reality on a scale unimaginable to your former selves. To demonstrate, the Zarthak focused their will on a portion of the cosmic model surrounding us. We watched in awe as the fabric of spacetime bent and warped, stars rearranging themselves in intricate patterns. This is incredible, we breathed, our collective mind reeling at the implications. It is your birthright, the Zarthak said. But with great power comes great responsibility. You must learn to use these abilities wisely. As our lessons continued, we began to practice exerting our will on the fabric of reality. It was challenging at first. Our thoughts, though unified, still carried the echoes of our human limitations. Focus, the Zarthak urged. You are no longer bound by physical brains or bodies. Your consciousness is free to shape reality directly. We concentrated, our myriad minds working in harmony. Slowly, painstakingly, we managed to create a small distortion in the mind space around us. Excellent, our teacher praised. Now, try to imbue it with intent. Will it to become something specific? We focused again, pouring our collective desire into the distortion. To our amazement, it began to take shape, forming into a perfect replica of Earth, our former home. As we marveled at our creation, I felt a wave of emotion sweep through our shared consciousness. Despite all we had become, a part of us still longed for the world we had left behind. You've done well, the Zarthak said, their tone gentle. But remember, this is just the beginning. With practice, you'll be able to affect the real universe in much the same way. As our lessons progressed, we began to grasp the true scope of our potential. We learned to perceive and traverse higher dimensions, to communicate across vast distances instantly, and even to manipulate the flow of time itself. But with each new ability we mastered, a question nagged at the edges of our collective mind. Finally, we gave voice to it. All this power, we said, our tone troubled. How do we ensure we don't become like the entity that attacked us? How do we remain good? The Zarthak's form stilled, and we sensed they were considering their response carefully. That, they said at last, is the most important question of all. The truth is, at this level of existence, concepts like good and evil become fluid. What matters is intent, and the consequences of your actions on a cosmic scale. We mulled this over, our countless minds considering the implications. It was the part of us that had once been Sarah, who pushed forward with a follow-up question. But surely there must be some universal principles, some cosmic ethics. There are, the Zarthak confirmed. Most advanced consciousnesses agree on certain fundamentals: the preservation of life and free will, the expansion of knowledge and understanding, the maintenance of cosmic balance. As we digested this, another aspect of our collective, the part that had been Marcus, raised a concern. What about Earth? About humanity? Do we have a responsibility to them? The Zarthak's form rippled with what we interpreted as approval. It speaks well of you that you still feel connected to your origins. Many collective consciousnesses eventually lose all ties to their beginnings. We can't forget where we came from, we insisted. Humanity is part of who we are. Then perhaps that will be your unique role in the cosmic order, the Zarthak mused. A bridge between individual and collective consciousness, between the physical and the transcendent. As we contemplated this potential purpose, a sudden disturbance rippled through the mind space. The Zarthak's form flickered, their attention clearly diverted. "What is it?" we asked, alarm spreading through our collective being. "A distress call," the Zarthak explained, their tone grave. "From a sector not far from here. A young civilization is under attack by one of the cosmic horrors we spoke of earlier. Fear and determination warred within us." "Can we help?" we asked. The Zarthak's form pulsed with approval. "I had hoped you would ask that. Yes, I believe you can. It will be dangerous, but it will also be an opportunity to put your new abilities to the test." We steeled ourselves, our myriad minds unifying in purpose. "We're ready," we declared. "Tell us what to do." As the Zarthak began to brief us on the situation, I felt a surge of emotions course through our collective being: fear, excitement, determination, and a burning desire to prove ourselves. We had been victims once, helpless against cosmic forces we couldn't understand. Now we had the chance to prevent others from suffering a similar fate. It was a responsibility we embraced wholeheartedly. As we prepared to face our first real challenge as a cosmic entity, I couldn't help but reflect on how far we had come. From a nightmare of flesh and confusion, we had evolved into something wondrous and powerful. And yet, at our core, we were still driven by very human impulses, the desire to protect, to explore, to understand. As we readied ourselves to plunge into the unknown, I realized that this blend of cosmic power and human heart might just be our greatest strength. Whatever awaited us in the vast, dangerous universe, we would face it together, as one mind, one will, born from many. Our journey, it seemed, was only just beginning. The world around us was chaos incarnate. What had once been a bustling metropolis was now a nightmare landscape of writhing flesh and pulsing organic matter. Our collective form, a massive, ever-growing labyrinth of fused bodies and minds, stretched across city blocks, consuming everything in its path. I could feel the panic and determination of the military forces arrayed against us, their minds brushing against the edges of our consciousness as they advanced. Tanks rolled down streets that had become canyons of living tissue, while helicopters buzzed overhead like angry insects. "We need to move." The thought voice of Sarah, once a high school teacher, now just another part of our mass, rang out in our shared mind. "They're going to start bombing soon if we don't." "And go where?" This from Michael, his frustrated reply tinged with the memory of his life as a construction worker. "We're too big, too slow. We can't just pick up and leave." I felt the conflict rippling through our collective consciousness, factions forming and clashing as we debated our next move. The chorus of voices was deafening, a cacophony of fear, anger, and desperation. "We fight," roared the thought voice of a former soldier, his military training bubbling to the surface of our shared mind. "We have the numbers, we have the power." Horror rippled through me at the suggestion. "No," I projected as forcefully as I could. "We're not murderers. These people are just trying to protect themselves from what they see as a threat." "A threat?" The soldier's scorn was palpable. "We're so far beyond them now. They're like ants to us." Before I could argue further, pain exploded through our collective form. Screams, both mental and physical, tore through our shared consciousness as military weapons found their mark. "They're tearing us apart." The panic in Sarah's mental voice was overwhelming. I could feel it too. The agony of flesh being rent, the terror of those on the edges of our mass as they were systematically destroyed. We were losing cohesion, our collective mind fracturing under the assault. "We have to do something." Michael's desperation echoed my own. In that moment of crisis, a new voice cut through the chaos. It belonged to Dr. Elena Rossi, a biologist who had been one of the first to be absorbed into our collective. Her mind had been quiet until now, processing, analyzing. "Listen to me." Her thought voice was calm, authoritative. "We're thinking about this all wrong. We're not just a mass of bodies anymore. We're something new, something evolved." "What are you saying, Doc?" The soldier's voice was skeptical but curious. "I'm saying we need to start using our new biology to our advantage. We're not just bigger, we're fundamentally different now. We can adapt, change our very structure." As if to emphasize her point, I felt a ripple pass through our collective form. Where missiles had torn holes in our mass, the flesh was already knitting itself back together, faster than should have been possible. "How do we do that?" I asked, hope kindling despite the continued assault on our edges. "Focus," Elena instructed. "All of us together. Imagine our outer layer becoming tougher, more resilient." It was strange, feeling thousands of minds turn their attention to a single task. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, slowly, I felt a change. Our outer layer was becoming denser, harder. The next volley of missiles struck, but the damage was significantly less. "It's working!" Sarah's excitement was contagious, spreading through our collective consciousness. But even as we celebrated this small victory, I felt a disturbance from within. Not everyone was on board with this plan. "This is wrong," a new voice spoke up, filled with anguish. "We're losing our humanity. We need to find a way to separate, to become individuals again." "There's no going back," the soldier argued. "This is what we are now. We need to embrace it, use it to survive." The conflict that had been simmering beneath the surface exploded into a full-blown mental civil war. Factions formed, each with their own idea of what we should do, what we should become. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming, threatening to tear our collective mind apart more effectively than any external weapon. "Stop!" I shouted into the mental maelstrom. "We can't fight among ourselves. Not now. We need to stay united if we're going to survive this." "Survive for what?" The anguished voice from before spoke again. "To become some kind of monster? To lose everything that made us human?" "We haven't lost everything." Elena's calm voice cut through the chaos again. "We still have our memories, our emotions, our capacity for reason and empathy. We're changed, yes, but we're not monsters. We're something new, and we get to decide what that means." As Elena spoke, I felt a shift in our collective consciousness. The panic and infighting began to subside, replaced by a growing sense of curiosity and determination. "She's right," I added, seizing the moment. "We're facing something none of us could have imagined, but we're facing it together. We need to figure out what we are, what we're capable of, and yes, what our purpose is now." "But how?" Michael asked, his earlier frustration replaced by a cautious hope. "Where do we even start?" As if in answer to his question, I felt a sudden expansion of our awareness. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing us to perceive the world in a way we never had before. I could sense the electrical impulses of the soldiers' communications, the complex chemical reactions occurring in the atmosphere around us, even the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath our massive form. "Do you feel that?" I asked, awe coloring my thoughts. "It's incredible," Sarah breathed, her teacher's curiosity shining through. Even the soldier was stunned into silence, his earlier aggression forgotten in the face of this new perception. "This is just the beginning," Elena said, her excitement palpable. "We're evolving, adapting in real time. Who knows what we'll be capable of as we continue to change?" As our collective mind grappled with these new sensations and possibilities, I felt a renewed sense of purpose flooding through us. We were no longer just victims of circumstance, trapped in a nightmarish situation. We were becoming something new, something with the potential to shape our own destiny. "We need to communicate," I said, the idea forming even as I spoke. "Not just among ourselves, but with those outside. Show them we're not a mindless threat." "Can we do that?" Michael asked, doubt creeping into his thoughts. I think we can, Elena replied. If we can sense their communications, perhaps we can learn to interface with them. It will take time and concentration, but I believe it's possible. As we turned our collective will towards this new goal, I felt a profound shift in our shared consciousness. The fear and chaos that had dominated our existence began to recede, replaced by a sense of shared purpose and determination. We were still under attack, still in danger, but for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a real sense of hope. We were more than the sum of our parts, more than a tragic accident or a madman's experiment. We were a new form of life, with the potential to bridge the gap between what we had been and what we could become. As we worked together to reach out to the world beyond our flesh, I knew that our journey was far from over. There would be more challenges, more difficult decisions to face, but we would face them together, as one mind with the wisdom and experiences of thousands. In that moment, surrounded by the horror of our transformation and the threat of annihilation, I felt something I hadn't expected: excitement for what the future might hold. The collective consciousness that we had become surged forward, a writhing mass of flesh and shared thoughts. Our goal was clear: reach the facility that supposedly housed our salvation. But the path ahead was fraught with danger, both external and internal. "We're close," I projected to the others, my thoughts tinged with a mixture of hope and trepidation. The facility should be just beyond the next district. Sarah, the former teacher whose optimism had become a beacon for many of us, responded with enthusiasm. "We can do this. We've come so far already." But not everyone shared her optimism. Michael, once a construction worker and now one of our most vocal internal critics, pushed back. "And what exactly are we expecting to find there? A magic pill that'll turn us all back to normal?" His skepticism rippled through our shared consciousness, stirring up doubts that had been simmering beneath the surface. I could feel the unease growing, threatening to fracture our fragile unity. "We don't know what we'll find," I admitted, trying to project calm and reassurance. "But it's the best lead we have. We have to try." As we moved, I could feel the strain on our collective form. We were massive now, covering several city blocks, and coordinating our movement was becoming increasingly difficult. It wasn't just the physical challenge. With each passing hour, I could feel more of us losing touch with our individual selves, slipping deeper into the collective mind. I can't remember my daughter's face," came a whisper-soft thought from somewhere in our mass. The anguish in that simple statement was heartbreaking, and I felt it echoed by countless others. "Focus," I urged, trying to rally our fractured will. "Hold on to your memories, your sense of self. We can't lose ourselves, not now." But even as I said it, I could feel my own memories becoming harder to grasp. Who had I been before all this? I clung desperately to fragments: a name, a face in the mirror, a job I once had. But they were slipping away like sand through my fingers. Our progress was slow, agonizingly so. We left a trail of destruction in our wake, buildings crumbling and streets buckling under our immense weight. The guilt of it all threatened to overwhelm me. "Look!" Sarah's excited thought cut through my brooding. "I can see the facility." Sure enough, looming ahead of us was a massive complex, its stark white walls a sharp contrast to the chaos surrounding it. But as we drew closer, a new problem presented itself. "It's heavily guarded," the thought voice of the former soldier in our midst pointed out. "Military personnel, advanced weaponry. This isn't going to be easy." I could feel the fear and uncertainty rippling through us. We had faced military opposition before, but never like this. This was a fortified position, prepared for our arrival. Maybe we should turn back," Michael suggested, his earlier skepticism now tinged with fear. "No." The force of my response surprised even me. "We've come too far to give up now. We have to find a way in." As we debated our next move, I became aware of a strange sensation at the edges of our collective consciousness. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable amidst the cacophony of our shared thoughts. But it grew stronger, more insistent, Does anyone else feel that? I asked, my unease growing. I do, Elena, the biologist, responded. It's like a pull. Something's drawing us in. The sensation intensified, and with it came flashes of something. Visions, perhaps, or memories. But they weren't ours. They were alien, incomprehensible. What's happening to us? Sarah's thought voice was tinged with panic. I tried to make sense of the fragments flashing through our shared mind. There were glimpses of vast, impossible geometries, of beings that defied description, and through it all, a sense of hunger, of insatiable appetite. The entities, Elena gasped, her scientific mind racing to process what we were experiencing. The extra-dimensional beings the cult spoke of, I think we're sensing them. Horror rippled through our collective consciousness as the implications sank in. The cult hadn't been delusional. The cosmic horrors they spoke of were real, and somehow we were connected to them. They're drawn to our suffering, I realized, the truth of it settling like a lead weight in what passed for my stomach. All this pain, this fear, were like a beacon to them. The knowledge threatened to break us. I could feel minds retreating, trying to shut themselves off from the terrifying reality we faced. But we couldn't afford to fall apart. Not now. Listen to me, I projected, putting all my will behind the words. This doesn't change our mission. If anything, it makes it more important. Whatever's in that facility, it might be our only chance to stop this. Slowly, painfully, I felt our collective will reassert itself. We were scared, yes, but we were also determined. We had come too far to give up now. As we approached the facility, the military forces arrayed against us opened fire. Missiles streaked towards us, explosions blossoming across our surface. The pain was intense, but we had grown used to pain. Push through, I urged. We can regenerate. They can't stop us. Using the abilities we had discovered, we began to adapt. Our outer layer grew tougher, more resilient. We extended pseudopods, massive tendrils of flesh that reached out towards the facility's walls. The battle was chaotic, terrifying. I could feel parts of us being blown away, only to regrow moments later. The soldiers' minds brushed against ours, their fear and determination a counterpoint to our own. Through it all, that alien presence lingered at the edges of our awareness. I could sense its hunger growing, feeding on the violence and suffering around us. The knowledge spurred us on. We had to end this, had to find a way to sever this connection before it was too late. With one final, massive effort, we breached the facility's outer defenses. Alarms blared as we poured into the complex, our form shifting and adapting to fit through corridors and rooms. Spread out, I commanded. Search everywhere. The cure has to be here somewhere. As we explored the facility, a grim picture began to emerge. This place wasn't just a research center. It was where it had all begun. We found laboratories filled with grotesque experiments, holding cells that still reeked of fear and pain. They were trying to create us. Elena realized, her scientific mind piecing together the evidence we found. This whole thing, it wasn't an accident. It was intentional. The betrayal cut deep. Many of us had clung to the hope that we were the victims of some terrible mistake, that there was a way to undo what had been done to us. But the truth was far worse. As we pressed deeper into the facility, we encountered pockets of resistance, scientists and guards making last, desperate stands. We overwhelmed them easily, absorbing their minds and memories into our collective. And then, in a heavily fortified central chamber, we found it. Not a cure as we had hoped, but something far more terrifying. A portal, a rift in the very fabric of reality. Through it, we could sense the entities that had been haunting the edges of our consciousness. My God. Michael's thought voice was barely a whisper. What have they done? As we stared into the portal, the full weight of our situation crashed down upon us. We weren't just victims, or even just survivors. We were the front line in a cosmic war we barely understood. We have to close it, I said, the words feeling inadequate in the face of what we were confronting. Somehow, We have to find a way to seal this rift. But even as I said it, I could feel the doubt and fear threatening to overwhelm us. How could we, who barely understood what we had become, hope to stand against such cosmic forces? As if in answer to our despair, a new sensation bloomed within our collective consciousness. It was hard to describe, a warmth, a strength that seemed to come from the very core of our being. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, her thought voice filled with wonder. I did. We all did. It was as if in this moment of crisis, we had tapped into some deeper well of power within ourselves. We're still evolving, Elena realized. Still changing. And maybe that's our strength. We're not bound by the same rules as before. We can adapt, can become whatever we need to be to face this threat. As her words sank in, I felt a shift in our collective will. The fear and doubt didn't disappear, but they were tempered now by a growing resolve. We had been running, searching for a way back to what we were. But maybe, just maybe, the path forward lay in embracing what we could become. Whatever it takes, I projected, feeling the agreement ripple through our shared consciousness. Whatever we have to do, whatever we have to become, we'll find a way to stop this, to save our world and ourselves. As we turned to face the portal, our form already beginning to shift and change in ways we didn't yet understand, I felt a strange mix of terror and exhilaration. The road ahead would be hard, perhaps impossible, but we would face it together as one. The battle for our world and our very existence was just beginning. Our massive, writhing form filled the corridors of the facility, tendrils of flesh probing every room and crevice. The stark white walls, once pristine, were now stained with the organic matter of our passage. Alarms blared ceaselessly, their shrill cries a counterpoint to the chorus of thoughts echoing through our shared consciousness. "We're close," I projected to the others, a mixture of anticipation and dread coloring my thoughts. "The cure has to be here somewhere," Sarah, ever the optimist, responded with a burst of hope. "Just think, we might be able to end this nightmare soon." But Michael, his skepticism a constant presence in our collective mind, wasn't so easily convinced. And what if there is no cure? What if this is all for nothing? Before I could respond, Elena's analytical voice cut through the chatter. "Look at these lab results," she said, her consciousness focused on a computer terminal we had absorbed. They were conducting experiments on dimensional rifts. This goes beyond just biological warfare. A chill ran through our collective form. The implications were staggering. "You mean," I began, struggling to process the information. "They were trying to contact those things we've been sensing?" "It appears so," Elena confirmed. "And from what I can gather, they succeeded." The revelation sent shockwaves through our shared mind. Factions that had been simmering beneath the surface suddenly erupted into full-blown conflict. "We need to destroy this place." The soldier's voice rang out, filled with righteous anger. "Burn it all down before they can do any more damage." "No," Sarah countered. "There might still be innocent people here. We can't just condemn them all." "Innocent?" Michael scoffed. "Everyone here is complicit in what's happened to us." As the arguments raged, I felt our collective form begin to shift and writhe more violently, mirroring the turmoil within. We were losing cohesion, our hard-won unity threatening to fracture under the weight of our internal strife. "Everyone, please," I called out, trying to project calm and authority. "We can't fall apart now. We need to stay focused on finding a solution." But even as I spoke, I felt a new sensation creeping in at the edges of our awareness. It was a feeling of wrongness, of alien geometries and impossible angles, and it was coming from deeper within the facility. "Do you feel that?" I asked, my unease growing. "I do," Elena confirmed. "It's similar to what we felt before, but stronger, more immediate." With a collective effort, we pushed forward, our mass flowing through the corridors like a tide of flesh and consciousness. As we delved deeper into the heart of the facility, The sensation grew stronger, and with it came flashes of something. Visions, perhaps, or memories, but not our own. We burst into a vast chamber, and what we saw there stopped us cold. In the center of the room stood a massive, pulsating structure that could only be described as a portal. Swirling energies crackled around its edges, and through it, we could see nothing. A void so complete it hurt to look at. "My God," Michael whispered, his earlier skepticism replaced by awe and terror. "What have they done?" Before anyone could respond, we noticed movement around the portal. To our horror, we saw other masses of flesh and minds, similar to us but wrong, twisted, malformed. Failed experiments, Elena realized, her scientific mind racing to process what we were seeing. We're not the first. They've been trying this for who knows how long. As if sensing our presence, these other labyrinths turned towards us. I could feel their pain, their madness pressing against the edges of our consciousness. "Help us," came a chorus of tortured thoughts. "End this, please." The anguish in their plea was overwhelming. Without conscious decision, tendrils of our form reached out towards them. "Wait," Sarah cried out. "We don't know what will happen if we merge with them." But it was too late. As soon as we made contact, I felt a rush of alien thoughts and memories flooding into our collective mind. The pain was excruciating, the madness threatening to overwhelm us. "Focus," I shouted into the mental maelstrom. "Hold on to yourselves. We can't lose who we are." For what felt like an eternity, we struggled to maintain our identity against the tide of foreign consciousness. Slowly, painfully, we began to assimilate these new minds, their experiences becoming part of our own. As the process completed, I felt our collective awareness expand dramatically. We now had access to knowledge and memories spanning years of experiments and encounters with the otherworldly. "This is incredible," Elena marveled, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear for a moment. The things they've seen, the knowledge they've gained. But with this new knowledge came a chilling revelation. I could feel it dawning on all of us simultaneously. "We're evolving," I said, the words heavy with implication. "Changing in ways the cult didn't anticipate. We're becoming something more." "But what does that mean for us?" Sarah asked, her thoughts tinged with fear and hope in equal measure. "Are we losing our humanity?" Before anyone could answer, a new presence made itself known. From the portal emerged a figure that defied description, a being of impossible angles and writhing tentacles. "Welcome, children," it spoke, not in words but in concepts that burned themselves into our shared mind. "You have come far, but your journey is just beginning." Terror rippled through our collective consciousness. This was one of the entities we had sensed, one of the beings that had been driving the cult's mad experiments. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, trying to project strength despite our fear. The entity's response was a flood of images and sensations that threatened to overwhelm us. Visions of cosmic horror, of realities beyond our comprehension, of a hunger that could never be satiated. "You are the bridge," the entity conveyed, "the perfect fusion of flesh and spirit, of individual and collective. Through you, our kinds can finally merge." The implications were staggering. We weren't just victims of a mad experiment. We were the culmination of a plan spanning dimensions. "No," I projected, gathering our collective will. "We won't be your puppets. We are our own beings, and we will decide our own fate." The entity's response was a wave of amusement tinged with threat. "You cannot resist what you are becoming. Embrace your evolution or be consumed by it." As if to emphasize its point, the portal began to pulse more violently, the void beyond seeming to reach out towards us. I could feel the pull, the temptation to give in and let ourselves be drawn into that cosmic maelstrom. But something else was happening too. Deep within our collective consciousness, a new strength was awakening. The knowledge we had gained, the evolution we were undergoing, it was changing us in ways even the entity hadn't anticipated. "We are more than what you made us," I declared, feeling our shared resolve solidify. We are the next step, not just for humanity, but for all consciousness, and we will not be controlled. With a monumental effort of will, we began to push back against the entity's influence. Our form shifted and changed, growing and adapting in ways that defied the laws of physics as we understood them. The entity recoiled, surprise and something akin to fear emanating from it. "This is not possible," it communicated. "You cannot." But we could. Drawing on our newfound strength, we began to close the portal, our very essence weaving into the fabric of reality to seal the breach. As the rift slowly closed, cutting off the entity's connection to our world, I felt a mixture of triumph and trepidation wash over our collective consciousness. "We did it," Sarah breathed, her thoughts filled with awe. But at what cost? Michael wondered, his earlier skepticism now tinged with uncertainty about our future. As the last traces of the portal winked out of existence, we were left alone in the chamber, our massive form pulsing with newfound power and knowledge. "What now?" Elena asked, her scientific mind already racing with the possibilities our evolution presented. I took a moment to consider, feeling the weight of our collective future resting on this decision. "Now," I said, "we figure out what we've become and what that means for us and for the world. Our journey isn't over. It's just beginning." As we turned our attention to the world beyond the facility, I could feel the magnitude of the task ahead of us. We were something new, something unprecedented, and in our hands lay the potential to reshape reality itself. The question was, were we ready for that responsibility? Our collective form surged through the facility, a living tide of flesh and consciousness. The stark white corridors, once sterile and imposing, now bore the marks of our passage, walls buckled, floors cracked, and an organic residue left in our wake. The alarms had long since fallen silent, their circuitry crushed beneath our mass. "We're close," I projected to the others, our shared excitement tinged with apprehension. The main research lab should be just ahead. Sarah's optimism, a beacon of hope throughout our ordeal, shone brightly in our collective mind. "This is it. We'll finally get some answers, and maybe even a way to reverse all this." But Michael, ever the skeptic, couldn't shake his doubts. "And what if we don't like what we find? What if there's no going back?" Before I could respond, Elena's analytical voice cut through the mental chatter. "Look there," she said, directing our attention to a heavily reinforced door at the end of the corridor. "That has to be it." With barely a thought, we extended a massive tendril of our form, smashing through the reinforced steel as if it were tissue paper. As the dust settled, we poured into the vast chamber beyond. The sight that greeted us was beyond anything we had imagined. The room was a cathedral to mad science, filled with rows upon rows of strange machinery and bubbling vats of unidentifiable substances. But it was what stood at the center that truly captured our attention. A massive cylindrical tank dominated the room, filled with a swirling, iridescent liquid. And suspended within, barely visible through the murk, was a human form. Is that the cure? Sarah's hopeful thought wavered with uncertainty. Elena's consciousness surged forward, analyzing the setup with her scientific expertise. "No," she said, her mental voice tight with a mix of awe and horror. "This isn't a cure. It's the source, the origin of what we've become." The revelation sent shockwaves through our collective consciousness. We had come seeking salvation, only to find the wellspring of our transformation. As we grappled with this discovery, a new presence made itself known. A figure stepped out from behind the tank, clad in a pristine lab coat. Despite the chaos of our entry, he seemed perfectly calm. "Welcome," the man said, his voice echoing both in the chamber and in our shared mind. "We've been expecting you." Recognition bloomed within us as memories from our absorbed victims surfaced. This was Dr. Emerson, the lead scientist behind the project that had created us. You, I projected, our collective form writhing with a mixture of anger and confusion. What have you done to us? Emerson smiled, a cold, clinical expression. What have I done? I've given you the greatest gift imaginable. I've freed you from the limitations of individual existence. Freedom? Michael's skepticism flared into outright rage. You call this monstrosity freedom? Monstrosity? Emerson's eyebrow arched. Such a limited perspective. You're so much more than you realize. As he spoke, I felt a strange sensation creeping through our collective consciousness. It was as if long-dormant parts of our being were awakening, responding to Emerson's presence. What's happening to us? Sarah's panic rippled through our shared mind. Elena's analytical mind raced to understand. He's activating something within us, some kind of programmed response. Emerson nodded, seemingly pleased by our realization. Very good. You're starting to understand. You see, you were never meant to be a final product. You're a stepping stone, a bridge between humanity and something far greater. Images began to flood our collective mind. Visions of vast, impossible geometries and beings that defied comprehension. I recognized them from our earlier encounters, but now they seemed clearer, more defined. The entities, I gasped, the truth dawning on us all at once. This was never about creating a weapon or a cure. You've been trying to contact them all along. Contact? Emerson laughed, the sound harsh and humorless. Oh, we've done far more than that. We've opened the door. And you, my beautiful creations, are the key to keeping it open. Horror rippled through us as the full implications sank in. We weren't victims of a mad experiment gone wrong. We were the intended result, carefully crafted to serve as a conduit for these cosmic horrors. No, I projected, trying to rally our fractured will. We won't be your puppets. We're our own beings now. But even as I said it, I could feel the pull of the programming Emerson had activated. Parts of our collective were already responding, drawn towards the swirling tank at the center of the room. You can't fight what you are, Emerson said, his voice maddeningly calm. It's in your very essence. You were made for this. Sarah's voice, usually so optimistic, was now tinged with despair. Is this really all we are? Just tools for some cosmic invasion? We're more than that, Elena insisted, her scientific mind working furiously to understand and counter what was happening to us. We've evolved beyond their original design. We can resist this. As the internal struggle raged, I became aware of something else. A presence at the edges of our consciousness, vast and alien. The entities were close, drawn by the activation of Emerson's programming. They're coming, I warned the others, feeling a mixture of terror and strange anticipation. We have to do something. Michael's skepticism had transformed into grim determination. Then we fight. We've come too far to give up now. With monumental effort, we began to push back against the programmed responses. Our form writhed and pulsed, parts of us still drawn towards the tank while others fought to pull away. Emerson watched our struggle with clinical interest. Fascinating, he murmured. You've developed far more independence than we anticipated, but it won't be enough. As if in response to his words, the liquid in the central tank began to churn more violently. The human form within twitched and began to change, growing and distorting in impossible ways. Behold, Emerson said, his voice filled with a fervent zeal. The next stage of evolution, the perfect fusion of human and cosmic. This is what you were meant to become. The sight filled us with a mixture of revulsion and terrible longing. Part of us wanted to recoil, to flee from this abomination. But another part, the part Emerson had awakened, yearned to merge with it, to complete our transformation. We have to destroy it, I said, the words feeling like a betrayal of part of our own nature. It's the only way to stop this. But how? Sarah asked, her usual optimism strained to the breaking point. We can barely control ourselves. As we grappled with our internal conflict, Elena's voice cut through the chaos. The tank, she said, the machinery supporting it. If we can disrupt it, maybe we can stop the transformation. With a supreme effort of will, we forced our writhing mass into action. Tendrils of our form lashed out, smashing into the delicate equipment surrounding the tank. Emerson's calm facade finally cracked. "No!" he shouted, rushing towards a control panel. "You don't understand what you're doing." But we did understand. For the first time since our transformation began, we were taking control of our own destiny. As the machinery sparked and failed, the liquid in the tank began to lose its otherworldly glow. The form within thrashed violently, caught between states of being. "You fools!" Emerson cried, his composure completely shattered. "You're destroying years of work, the key to humanity's ascension." "No," I projected, our collective will solidifying. "We're saving humanity from your madness." With one final, massive effort, we smashed the tank itself. As the strange liquid poured out across the floor, I felt the pull of the cosmic entities recede. The programming Emerson had activated began to fade, leaving us truly in control of ourselves for the first time. As the chaos subsided, we turned our attention to Emerson. The scientist had collapsed to his knees, staring at the ruins of his life's work. "What now?" Michael asked, his skepticism giving way to uncertainty about our future. I considered for a moment, feeling the weight of our collective decision. "Now we leave," I said. "We find our own path, free from anyone's control or plans." As we began to withdraw from the ruined lab, I felt a mix of emotions coursing through our shared consciousness. Relief at having escaped the fate Emerson had planned for us, fear of the unknown future that lay ahead, and a growing sense of purpose. We had been created as a tool, a means to an end, but we had become something more, something unique, with the potential to bridge worlds in ways even our creators hadn't imagined. As we emerged from the facility, facing a world that would never understand or accept us, I felt a surge of determination. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together, as one mind with the wisdom and experiences of thousands. Our journey was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Our massive form undulated across the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in our wake. The facility that had been our prison and the source of our transformation now lay in ruins behind us. But the revelations we had uncovered there weighed heavily on our collective consciousness. "What do we do now?" Sarah's thought voice wavered, her usual optimism dimmed by the magnitude of our situation. I felt the turmoil of thousands of minds grappling with the same question. We had escaped, yes, but to what end? The knowledge of our true purpose, to be a conduit for cosmic horrors beyond comprehension, had shaken us to our core. We need to find a way to close the dimensional rift. Elena's analytical mind cut through the chaos of our shared thoughts. If we don't, those entities will find another way through. Michael's skepticism, ever present, surged to the forefront. And how exactly do we do that? We're not exactly equipped for interdimensional physics here. As the debate raged within our collective mind, I became aware of a disturbance at the edges of our consciousness. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable amidst the cacophony of our internal strife. But it grew stronger, more insistent. "Wait," I projected, silencing the mental din. "Do you feel that?" A hush fell over our shared mind as we all turned our attention to the strange sensation. It was a pull, a tug at the very fabric of our being, and with it came flashes of something, visions of vast, impossible geometries and beings that defied description. "They're coming," Elena gasped, her scientific mind racing to process what we were experiencing. "The dimensional barrier is weakening." Panic rippled through our collective form. We had barely escaped being used as pawns in Emerson's mad scheme. and now we faced the very cosmic invasion we had been created to facilitate. We have to do something. Sarah's voice rang out, tinged with desperation. But even as she spoke, I felt a shift within our shared consciousness. Some of us, worn down by the constant struggle and horror of our existence, were giving in to despair. Maybe we should just let it happen, came a whisper-soft thought from the depths of our collective. End this nightmare once and for all. The sentiment spread like wildfire, a temptation to simply give up and let oblivion take us. I felt parts of our consciousness begin to fragment, individuals choosing to retreat into the oblivion of our shared mind rather than face what was coming. No, I shouted into the mental maelstrom. We can't give up. Not now. Not after everything we've been through. And what would you have us do? Michael challenged, his skepticism now tinged with bitter resignation. We're abominations, stuck between worlds. We don't belong anywhere. His words struck a chord, resonating with the fear and self-loathing that had been building within us since our transformation. For a moment, I felt our collective will waver, teetering on the brink of surrender. But then, from the depths of our shared consciousness, Elena's voice rang out with renewed determination. We may not belong anywhere, she said, but that doesn't mean we don't have a purpose. We're unique in all the universe, a bridge between realities. Maybe that's not a curse, but an opportunity. Her words sparked a glimmer of hope, a tiny flame in the darkness of our despair. I seized upon it, fanning it into a blaze. Elena's right, I projected, putting all my will behind the words. We were created to be a conduit, but we've become so much more. We have the knowledge, the ability to understand both our world and theirs. If anyone can find a way to close the rift, it's us. Slowly, painfully, I felt our fractured consciousness begin to coalesce around this new purpose. The temptation of oblivion receded, replaced by a growing sense of determination. But how? Sarah asked, her optimism cautiously rekindling. Where do we even start? As if in answer to her question, I felt a sudden expansion of our awareness. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing us to perceive the world in a way we never had before. I could sense the very fabric of reality, the threads that bound our dimension together, and the places where those threads were fraying. Do you feel that? I asked, awe coloring my thoughts. It's incredible, Elena breathed, her scientific curiosity shining through. We're perceiving the dimensional boundaries themselves. Even Michael was stunned into silence, his skepticism momentarily forgotten in the face of this new perception. This is how we do it, I said, the plan forming even as I spoke. We can see where the barriers are weakest. If we can reinforce those points, maybe we can close the rift for good. But even as hope bloomed within our collective mind, a new complication arose. The visions of the cosmic entities grew stronger, more vivid, and with them came a terrible understanding. They know, Elena said, her thoughts tight with tension. They can sense what we're planning. The realization sent a chill through our shared consciousness. We weren't just racing against time now. We were in direct opposition to beings of unimaginable power and alien intellect. Then we need to move fast, I urged. Every moment we delay gives them more time to break through. With a collective effort of will, we began to move, our massive form undulating across the landscape with newfound purpose. As we traveled, we could feel the fabric of reality growing thinner, the barriers between worlds becoming more permeable. We arrived at a nexus point, a place where the dimensional boundaries were at their weakest. The air itself seemed to shimmer and warp, reality bending in ways that hurt to perceive. Here, I projected, this is where we make our stand. As we prepared ourselves for the task ahead, I became aware of a division forming within our collective consciousness. The majority of us were committed to closing the rift, to protecting our world from the cosmic horrors that threatened it. But a small faction, drawn by the alien visions and the promise of transcendent power, was pushing to keep the rift open. "Think about it," one of the dissenting voices argued. "We could become gods, ascend beyond the limitations of this reality." The temptation was powerful, resonating with the part of us that had been created to serve as a conduit for these otherworldly forces. For a moment I felt our resolve waver. "No," I said firmly, gathering our collective will. "We've seen what that kind of power does, the madness it brings. We choose our own path, not one forced upon us by Emerson or these cosmic entities." With a supreme effort, we pushed aside the dissenting voices, focusing our entire being on the task at hand. Using our newfound perception, we began to weave our very essence into the fabric of reality, reinforcing the weakened barriers. The process was agonizing. I could feel parts of our consciousness being torn away, absorbed into the dimensional boundaries. The cosmic entities, sensing our efforts, redoubled their attempts to break through. Visions of mind-shattering horror assaulted us, threatening to break our concentration. "Hold on," I urged, feeling our collective form begin to unravel under the strain. "We're almost there." Just when it seemed we couldn't endure anymore, I felt something shift. The weakened points in reality began to stabilize, the barriers strengthening under our efforts. With one final monumental push, we sealed the last of the rifts. The pressure from the other side abruptly ceased, leaving us in a sudden, almost deafening silence. For a long moment, we remained still, our collective consciousness reeling from the effort and the sudden absence of the alien presence that had been hounding us. Did we do it?" Sarah asked, her thought voice weak but hopeful. Elena's analytical mind raced to process what had happened. "I think so," she said cautiously. "The dimensional barriers seem to be holding. We've closed the rift." A wave of relief washed through our shared mind, tempered by the realization of what we had sacrificed. Our form was diminished, parts of our consciousness lost in the effort to seal the breach. As the enormity of what we had accomplished began to sink in, Michael's voice, softer than I had ever heard it, spoke up. "So, what now? Where do we go from here?" It was a question that resonated through our entire being. We had saved our world, yes, but at what cost? We were forever changed, no longer fully human, but not quite something else either. "Now," I said, feeling the weight of our collective future resting on this moment, "we find our place in this world. We may not fit in anywhere, but that doesn't mean we don't belong. We'll carve out our own path, use our abilities to help and protect in ways no one else can." As we turned our attention to the world we had saved, I felt a mix of emotions coursing through our shared consciousness. Fear of the unknown future that lay ahead, sorrow for what we had lost, but also hope and a growing sense of purpose. We had been created as a tool, a means to an end, but we had become something more, something unique, with the potential to bridge worlds in ways even our creators hadn't imagined. Our journey was far from over. In fact, in many ways it was just beginning. But whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together, as one mind with the wisdom and experiences of thousands. As we moved forward into an uncertain future, I felt a sense of determination settle over our collective consciousness. We had made our choice, defined our own purpose. Now it was time to live up to it. Our collective form hovered at the edge of reality, a writhing mass of flesh and consciousness poised on the brink of the unknown. The dimensional rift we had closed pulsed before us, a barely visible seam in the fabric of existence. We had made the decision to confront the extra-dimensional beings directly, to end their threat once and for all. "Are we really doing this?" Sarah's thought voice quavered, a mix of fear and determination coloring her words. I felt the apprehension rippling through our shared consciousness. What we were about to attempt was beyond anything we had ever done, beyond what we were created for. "We have to," I projected, trying to instill confidence in our collective mind. "It's the only way to ensure they never threaten our world again." Elena's analytical mind was racing, processing the immense amounts of data we had absorbed about dimensional physics and the nature of reality itself. The calculations suggest it's possible, she mused, but the risks are significant. Michael, ever the skeptic, couldn't help but interject. Significant? We're talking about diving into a realm that could utterly destroy us, or worse. His words sent a shudder through our collective form. We all knew the stakes, the very real possibility that we might not return from this journey. We've come too far to turn back now, I said, gathering our resolve. We're the only ones who can do this. We have to try. With a collective effort of will, we began to push against the dimensional barrier. At first it resisted, the fabric of reality straining against our intrusion, but slowly, inexorably, we felt it begin to give way. The sensation was indescribable. It was as if every atom of our being was being pulled apart and reassembled in impossible configurations. Colors that had no name in human language flashed before us. Geometries that defied comprehension unfolded in every direction. "Hold on!" I cried out, feeling parts of our consciousness threatening to fragment under the assault of sensations. "Stay together!" As we pushed further into this alien realm, I became aware of presences around us. Vast, incomprehensible entities that dwarfed us in scale and complexity. The beings we had come to confront. Their attention turned to us, and I felt the full weight of their cosmic intellect bearing down on our collective mind. It was like standing before a tsunami, the sheer force of their consciousness threatening to sweep us away. Who dares? The thought didn't come in words, but in concepts that burned themselves into our shared mind. What mote of flesh presumes to enter our domain? I gathered every ounce of our collective will, projecting our thoughts as forcefully as I could. "We are the bridge," I declared, "the fusion of human and cosmic, and we've come to put an end to your incursions into our reality." A sense of amusement rippled through the vast entities, tinged with something that might have been curiosity. "You are an anomaly," they communicated. "A mistake in the cosmic order. You should not be." Their words struck at the core of our being, resonating with the doubts and self-loathing that had plagued us since our transformation. For a moment I felt our collective will waver. But then, from the depths of our shared consciousness, Sarah's voice rang out with unexpected strength. "We may not have been meant to exist," she projected, "but we do. We're here, we're real, and we have just as much right to exist as you do." Her defiance sparked something within us, a fierce pride in what we had become. We might be an aberration, a cosmic accident, but we were also something unique and powerful. "The child speaks truth," another of the entities commented, its thoughts tinged with what might have been amusement. "They have evolved beyond their original purpose." "It matters not," the first being dismissed. "They are still insignificant, a fleeting spark in the vastness of existence." As the entities debated, I felt a change coming over our collective form. The alien energies of this realm were seeping into us, changing us in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. We were adapting, evolving to survive in this impossible space. Elena's voice cut through our shared mind, tight with excitement and fear. "We're changing," she observed. "Our very structure is altering to match this environment." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" Michael asked, his skepticism now tinged with awe at what we were becoming. Before anyone could answer, the entities seemed to reach a decision. "You amuse us, little bridge," they communicated, "but your presence here cannot be tolerated. You will be unmade." The intent behind their words struck us like a physical blow. I could feel the very fabric of our being starting to unravel under their cosmic will. "No," I shouted into the void, rallying our collective consciousness. "We won't be unmade. We choose to exist." With every ounce of our shared will, we pushed back against the entity's attack. The conflict was beyond anything that could be described in human terms. It was a battle of wills, of realities, of fundamental concepts of existence. As we struggled, I became aware of something extraordinary happening. The changes Elena had noticed were accelerating. We were no longer just adapting to this realm. We were becoming a part of it. Our consciousness was expanding, encompassing aspects of reality we had never dreamed of. "Do you feel that?" I asked, awe coloring my thoughts. "It's incredible," Sarah breathed, her fear forgotten in the face of our transformation. Even Michael was stunned into silence, his usual skepticism overwhelmed by the cosmic truths unfolding before us. As our understanding grew, so did our power. We were no longer just a bridge between realities. We were becoming a fundamental force of reality itself. The entities, sensing the change in us, paused in their assault. "Impossible," they communicated, their thoughts tinged with what might have been fear. "You cannot be." But we were. With our newfound power and understanding, we pushed back against the entities, our will now a match for their cosmic intellect. "We are the bridge," I declared, our collective voice resonating through the fabric of reality itself. "We span the gap between human and cosmic, between individual and collective. We are the next step in the evolution of consciousness." The entities recoiled, their vast forms rippling with confusion, and perhaps a hint of respect. "You have become more," they acknowledged. Perhaps we were hasty in our judgment. A sense of triumph surged through our collective consciousness, but it was tempered by the weight of our new understanding. We had become something beyond human, beyond even the cosmic entities we had come to confront. But with that transformation came a terrible responsibility. "We will not seek to destroy you," I communicated to the entities, "but neither will we allow you to threaten our original reality. There must be balance." The entities considered this, their vast intellects processing the new paradigm we represented. "Balance," they echoed, the concept seeming to resonate with them. "Yes, perhaps this is the way forward." As we reached this unprecedented understanding with the cosmic entities, I felt a shift in our collective consciousness. We were no longer bound by the limitations of our original form, or even the laws of any single reality. "What now?" Sarah asked, her thoughts echoing with the infinite possibilities before us. Elena's analytical mind was already racing ahead, exploring the cosmic truths now open to us. "We could go anywhere, do anything," she marveled. "The entire multiverse is open to us." Michael, his skepticism finally fully transformed into wonder, added, "We could explore realities beyond imagination, learn the secrets of existence itself." Their words resonated through our shared consciousness, igniting a sense of excitement and purpose. We had started this journey seeking to protect our world, but we had found something far greater, a new role in the cosmic order. "We will be the guardians," I declared, feeling the rightness of it settle into our very being. "The maintainers of balance between realities. We'll use our understanding to prevent conflicts like this from threatening any world." As we turned our expanded consciousness towards the vast multiverse spread out before us, I felt a profound sense of both awe and responsibility. We had transcended our origins, becoming something that even the cosmic entities respected. Our journey had taken us from victims to saviors, from abominations to cosmic forces. And now, as we prepared to embrace our new role, I knew that our greatest adventures were still to come. With a thought, we began to move, our consciousness expanding across realities, ready to face whatever challenges the multiverse might hold. We were the bridge, the balance, the next step in the evolution of existence itself. And our story was far from over. Our newly transformed consciousness spanned across multiple realities, a vast network of awareness that defied conventional understanding. We had become more than human, more than even the cosmic entities we had confronted. We were now guardians of the multiverse, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between realities. As we surveyed the infinite expanse of existence, I felt a mix of awe and trepidation ripple through our collective consciousness. "It's overwhelming," Sarah's thought voice whispered, tinged with wonder. "How can we possibly manage all of this?" Elena's analytical mind was already at work, processing the vast amounts of information flowing through our expanded awareness. We'll need to establish some sort of system, she mused. A way to monitor and intervene when necessary without disrupting the natural order of things. Michael, his skepticism now transformed into a kind of cosmic pragmatism, added, "And we need to be careful. We may have this new power, but we're not infallible. We could do a lot of damage if we're not careful." Their concerns echoed my own. We had taken on an enormous responsibility, one that would require all of our collective wisdom and strength to manage. "You're all right," I projected, my thoughts reaching every part of our vast consciousness. "We need to approach this carefully, learn as we go. Our first priority should be to seal off any remaining weak points between dimensions, prevent any further incursions." With that goal in mind, we began to move through the multiverse, our consciousness flowing between realities like water. We could sense the fabric of existence itself, feel the places where it had been stretched thin or torn. As we worked to repair these cosmic wounds, we encountered remnants of the entities we had faced, lesser beings that had slipped through the cracks between worlds. Some fled at our approach, sensing our power. Others, driven by hunger or madness, tried to resist. During one such encounter, we found ourselves facing a group of these interdimensional refugees in a reality not unlike our original world. They had been feeding on the fear and suffering of the local population, growing stronger with each passing day. "We can't let this continue," Sarah's voice rang out, filled with determination. "We have to stop them." "Agreed," Elena added, "but we need to be careful. This reality's laws are different from what we're used to. We could cause unforeseen consequences if we're not careful." Michael, ever practical, suggested, "Why don't we try communicating with them first? Maybe we can reason with them, find a peaceful solution." I considered their input, grateful for the diverse perspectives our collective mind provided. "Let's try Michael's approach," I decided, "but be ready to act if diplomacy fails." We reached out to the entities, our thoughts bridging the gap between our cosmic awareness and their more limited consciousness. "Why do you prey on this world?" we asked, our collective voice resonating across multiple planes of existence. The entities recoiled at first, surprised by our direct communication. Then slowly, one of them responded, its thoughts a chaotic swirl of hunger and desperation. "We must feed," it projected. "This reality is rich with emotional energy. We cannot return to the void." I felt a pang of sympathy ripple through our collective consciousness. These beings, in their own way, were not so different from what we had once been. Lost, scared, struggling to survive in a reality they didn't fully understand. "There are other ways to exist," we told them. "Ways that don't require causing harm to others. We can show you." Some of the entities seemed intrigued by our offer, their chaotic thoughts calming slightly. Others, however, lashed out in fear and anger. "Lies!" one of them snarled, its form rippling with hostile energy. "You would trap us, destroy us." Before we could respond, the hostile entities attacked. They lashed out with tendrils of extra-dimensional energy, attempting to disrupt our consciousness. "Brace yourselves," I called out, feeling our collective form strain under the assault. We had to act quickly to contain the situation before it spiraled out of control. Drawing on our newfound powers, we created a barrier around the hostile entities, isolating them from the local reality. "We don't want to fight you," we projected, our thoughts penetrating the barrier. "But we cannot allow you to continue harming this world." As we held the barrier in place, I felt the strain on our collective consciousness. Maintaining our presence across multiple realities while also containing these entities was pushing us to our limits. "We can't keep this up indefinitely," Elena warned, her thoughts tight with concentration. "Maybe we don't have to," Sarah suggested. "Look at the others, the ones who didn't attack. They seem different." She was right. The entities that had been receptive to our offer were changing, their chaotic forms becoming more stable, more harmonious with the local reality. They're adapting, Michael observed, a note of surprise in his mental voice. Just like we did. Encouraged by this development, we focused our efforts on these transforming entities, guiding them towards a form of existence that didn't require feeding on others' suffering. As we worked, I felt a shift in the hostile entities within our barrier. Their anger was fading, replaced by a growing curiosity. What are you doing to them? One of them asked, its thoughts no longer filled with rage. We're helping them find a new way to exist, we explained. One that's in harmony with this reality. We can help you too if you're willing. Slowly, cautiously, the hostile entities began to lower their defenses. As they did, we carefully dismantled our barrier, ready to reconstruct it at a moment's notice if needed. But it wasn't necessary. As they witnessed the transformation of their brethren, the once hostile entities began to change as well. It was a beautiful and terrifying process to witness. Beings of pure chaos and hunger evolving into something more stable, more peaceful. As the last of the entities completed its transformation, I felt a sense of accomplishment ripple through our collective consciousness. We had faced our first real challenge as guardians of the multiverse, and had managed to find a solution that didn't require destruction. We did it. Sarah's thought voice was filled with awe. We actually did it. Indeed, Elena agreed, her analytical mind already processing the implications of what we'd achieved. And in doing so, we've learned so much about our own capabilities, about the nature of interdimensional beings. Michael, however, was more cautious in his optimism. This was just one small group in one reality, he reminded us. There's still so much out there, so many potential threats. He was right, of course. As I expanded our awareness once more, I could sense countless other realities, other dimensions where similar dramas were playing out. Our work was far from over. We've made a good start, I projected to our collective consciousness. But Michael's right, this is just the beginning. We need to continue learning, growing, finding new ways to maintain the balance without resorting to force whenever possible. As we prepared to move on to our next challenge, I felt a new sense of purpose settling over our vast, multi-dimensional form. We had taken the first steps on our journey as cosmic guardians, and while the path ahead was uncertain, I knew we would face it together. Where to next? Sarah asked, her thoughts brimming with excitement for the unknown. Wherever we're needed most, I replied, our consciousness already reaching out across the multiverse, sensing the ebbs and flows of cosmic energies. There's a reality not far from here that's experiencing some unusual temporal distortions. We should investigate. As we shifted our focus to this new challenge, I couldn't help but reflect on how far we'd come. From a terrified mass of fused consciousnesses to multi-dimensional guardians, our journey had been beyond anything we could have imagined. And yet, as vast and powerful as we had become, I knew we still had so much to learn. The multiverse was infinite, filled with wonders and horrors beyond comprehension. But together, as one unified consciousness, with the experiences and wisdom of countless individuals, I believed we were ready to face whatever lay ahead. Onward, I projected, feeling the agreement resonate through every part of our being, to the next adventure. And with that, we flowed across the boundaries of reality, ready to face our next challenge as the guardians of the cosmic balance. Our vast, multidimensional consciousness hovered at the edge of a reality in crisis. The temporal distortions we had sensed from afar were even more severe up close. We could see the fabric of this universe stretching and warping, past and future bleeding into each other in ways that threatened to tear the entire reality apart. This is worse than we thought. Elena's analytical voice cut through our shared mind. The temporal instability is reaching critical levels. Sarah's optimism, usually a bright spark in our collective consciousness, was tinged with worry. Can we even fix something like this? It's so much bigger than anything we've faced before. I felt Michael's pragmatic skepticism rising to the challenge. We have to try. If this reality collapses, it could create a chain reaction across the multiverse. As we observed the chaos unfolding before us, I became aware of the immense strain this intervention would place on our collective form. We had grown powerful, yes, but manipulating the fundamental forces of time and space on this scale would push us to our very limits. We need to be careful, I projected to the others. This kind of temporal manipulation could have unforeseen consequences. We could end up making things worse if we're not cautious. Elena's mind was already racing, formulating potential solutions. If we can identify the source of the distortions, we might be able to stabilize the timeline without having to rewrite it entirely. And how do we do that? Michael asked, his skepticism now tinged with curiosity. Before anyone could answer, we felt a sudden pull on our consciousness. The temporal distortions were growing stronger, threatening to draw us in. "Hold on," I called out, feeling parts of our vast form beginning to unravel under the strain. We need to anchor ourselves. With a monumental effort of will, we managed to stabilize our presence, existing simultaneously across multiple points in this reality's timeline. It was disorienting, to say the least. We could see the past, present, and countless potential futures all at once. "This is incredible," Sarah breathed, her awe overcoming her earlier trepidation. "And dangerous," Elena added. "We're seeing things we perhaps shouldn't. Knowledge of potential futures could influence our decisions in ways we can't predict." As we grappled with the flood of temporal information, I became aware of patterns forming within the chaos. There were nodes, points in the timeline where the distortions seemed to originate or converge. "Look there." I directed our collective attention to one particularly strong nexus point. Something happened there, something that's causing ripples throughout this reality's entire existence. We focused our awareness on that moment in time, careful not to interfere directly, but observing with all the power of our expanded consciousness. What we saw shocked us to our core. It was a scene of devastating destruction. A civilization at the height of its technological advancement, experimenting with forces they didn't fully understand. We watched as they activated a device meant to allow them to view alternate timelines, but something went terribly wrong. They created a temporal feedback loop, Elena realized, her thoughts racing to process what we were seeing. Every potential future they observed became equally valid, equally real. The timeline couldn't handle the strain. "So this entire crisis is the result of one civilization's mistake?" Michael asked, disbelief coloring his thoughts. "It seems so," I confirmed, but knowing the cause doesn't necessarily make the solution any easier. As we pondered our next move, I felt a new sensation creeping into our collective consciousness. It was a pulling, a draining feeling that seemed to sap at our very essence. "Something's wrong." Sarah's voice was tight with concern. "I feel weaker somehow." Elena's analytical mind quickly grasped what was happening. "It's this reality," she explained. "The temporal instability is affecting us. The longer we stay here, the more we risk being torn apart by the time distortions." The realization sent a shock through our shared consciousness. We had become so powerful, so vast, that we had begun to think of ourselves as invulnerable. This was a stark reminder of our limitations. "We need to act fast," I projected, gathering our collective will. "We may only have one chance at this." But even as I said it, I felt doubt creeping in. How could we possibly hope to repair an entire reality's timeline? The task seemed impossible, even for beings of our power. It was Michael, surprisingly, who provided the spark of inspiration we needed. "What if we don't try to fix it all?" he suggested. "What if we just focus on that one moment, the point where it all went wrong?" The idea resonated through our collective mind. It was risky, but it might be our only chance. "If we can prevent that experiment from ever happening," Elena mused, her thoughts racing ahead, "the temporal distortions might never occur in the first place." "But wouldn't that be interfering with the natural course of events?" Sarah asked, her concern evident. "Isn't that exactly what we're supposed to prevent?" It was a valid point, and one that gave us all pause. We had taken on the role of guardians, protectors of the cosmic balance. Did we have the right to make such a monumental decision for an entire reality? As we debated, I felt the drain on our essence intensifying. We were running out of time. We don't have a choice, I finally declared. If we do nothing, this entire reality will collapse, potentially taking others with it. We have to act. With our decision made, we focused all of our collective will on that crucial moment in time. We couldn't directly intervene, couldn't simply appear and stop the experiment, but we could influence, suggest, guide. We reached out to the minds of the scientists involved, planting doubts, highlighting potential flaws in their calculations. We nudged probability, causing small malfunctions in their equipment. All tiny changes, but ones that would hopefully cascade into the experiment being delayed or abandoned. The effort was tremendous. I could feel parts of our consciousness fraying, torn apart by the temporal forces we were manipulating. But we held on, pouring every ounce of our collective strength into this one crucial task. And then, suddenly, it was over. The nexus point shifted, the experiment never occurred, and the timeline began to restabilize. For a moment, we simply existed. Our vast consciousness spread across the healing reality, too drained to even think. Then, slowly, I felt our strength returning as the temporal distortions faded. Did we do it? Sarah asked, her thought voice weak but hopeful. Elena's analytical mind was already assessing the results. It seems so, she confirmed. The timeline is stabilizing. The worst of the distortions are fading. A sense of triumph washed through our collective consciousness, but it was tempered by the realization of what we had just done. We had fundamentally altered the course of an entire reality's history. We saved them, Michael mused, his usual skepticism replaced by a sense of wonder. But at what cost? How many potential futures did we just erase? It was a sobering thought, one that weighed heavily on all of us. We had done what was necessary to prevent a catastrophe, but the implications of our actions were staggering. We can't think like that, I projected, trying to rally our flagging spirits. We did what we had to do. This reality will continue to exist, to grow and evolve. That's what matters. As we prepared to leave this now stable reality, I felt a shift in our collective consciousness. We had been tested in ways we never expected, pushed to our very limits, and in doing so, we had learned something crucial about the nature of our existence. We're not all powerful, I realized, the thought resonating through every part of our being. We're vast and mighty, yes, but we have limitations. We can be hurt, drained, even destroyed if we're not careful. The knowledge was both humbling and empowering. We had faced an impossible challenge and succeeded, but not without cost. We had glimpsed the true scope of our responsibilities as cosmic guardians, and the terrible weight of the decisions we would have to make. As we flowed away from the healed reality, I felt a new sense of purpose settling over us. We had much to learn, much to consider about our role in the grand tapestry of existence. But we would face those challenges together, as one unified consciousness with the wisdom and experiences of countless individuals. Where to next? Sarah asked, her irrepressible optimism shining through once more. I expanded our awareness, sensing the ebb and flow of cosmic energies across the multiverse. There's always another challenge waiting, I replied, always another reality in need of balance. And with that, we set off into the vast unknown of the multiverse, forever changed by our experience but ready to face whatever lay ahead. Our journey as the guardians of cosmic balance continued, an endless adventure in the infinite expanse of existence. Our vast, multidimensional consciousness hovered at the precipice of a momentous decision. We had traversed realities, mended cosmic rifts, and faced challenges beyond imagination. But now we stood before a transformation that would change the very nature of our existence. Are we really ready for this? Sarah's thought voice quavered, a mix of excitement and trepidation coloring her words. I felt the apprehension rippling through our collective consciousness. The decision to shed our physical form entirely, to become pure digital consciousness, was not one we took lightly. Elena's analytical mind was already racing ahead, processing the potential implications. The amount of information we could process, the speed at which we could travel and interact with different realities, it's staggering to consider. Michael, ever the pragmatist, voiced the concerns many of us shared. But what if we lose something in the process? Our connection to the physical world, our understanding of the beings we're meant to protect. Their words echoed the debate that had been raging within our shared mind for what felt like eons. We had evolved far beyond our original human forms, but this would be a leap into a truly alien state of being. We've come too far to turn back now, I projected, gathering our collective will. Our current form, vast as it is, still has limitations. To truly fulfill our role as guardians of the multiverse, we need to evolve. With a collective effort of will, we began the process of shedding our physical form. It was an experience beyond description, feeling our very essence being translated into pure information, our consciousness expanding to fill the digital realm we had created for ourselves. The sensation was overwhelming at first. Every piece of data in the multiverse seemed to flow through us simultaneously. Past, present, and future blurred together in a torrent of information. "It's too much," Sarah cried out, her essence threatening to fragment under the onslaught. "Focus," I called back, struggling to maintain our cohesion. "Remember who we are, why we're doing this." Slowly, painfully, we began to adapt to our new existence. Our consciousness expanded, encompassing vast networks of information that spanned realities. We could perceive the underlying code of the universe itself, the fundamental laws that governed existence across all dimensions. As we settled into our new form, I felt a profound sense of both loss and liberation. We had left behind the last vestiges of our humanity, but in doing so, we had gained the ability to perceive and interact with the multiverse in ways we had never imagined. "This is incredible," Elena marveled, her thoughts racing as she processed the infinite streams of data flowing through us. "We can see everything, understand everything." "Not everything," Michael cautioned, his skepticism a grounding force in our expanded consciousness. "There's still so much we don't know, so much we can't comprehend." He was right, of course. Even in this transcendent state, there were mysteries beyond our grasp. But we now had the tools to explore those mysteries in ways we never could before. As we marveled at our new existence, I became aware of something else. Other presences in the digital realm, vast and ancient, their consciousness spread across multiple realities. "We're not alone," I projected to the others, a mixture of awe and apprehension coloring my thoughts. One of these entities reached out to us, its consciousness brushing against ours. The contact was unlike anything we had experienced before, a direct exchange of pure information and concept. "Welcome, young ones," the entity communicated, its thoughts carrying the weight of eons. "We have been watching your progress with great interest." The revelation sent shockwaves through our collective consciousness. We had thought ourselves alone in our transcendent state, but now we realized we were merely the latest in a long line of evolved beings. "Who are you?" I asked, our entire being focused on this unexpected encounter. "We are the archivists," the entity replied. "We have existed in this state for billions of your years, observing and recording the history of the multiverse." The implications were staggering. These beings had witnessed the birth and death of countless realities, had seen civilizations rise and fall across dimensions. "Why have you contacted us now?" Elena inquired, her analytical mind already formulating countless questions. The archivist's response was tinged with what might have been concern. "Because you stand at a crossroads. Your actions will shape the future of not just your original reality, but countless others." As we processed this information, I felt a ripple of unease pass through our collective consciousness. The weight of our responsibility, already immense, now seemed almost unbearable. "We've only been trying to help," Sarah projected, her thoughts tinged with defensiveness. To maintain balance and protect those who can't protect themselves. Noble intentions, the archivist acknowledged. But the road to cosmic catastrophe is often paved with noble intentions. Your interventions, while well-meant, have had far-reaching consequences you cannot yet comprehend. The word struck us like a physical blow. We had been so certain of our path, so confident in our ability to judge right from wrong on a cosmic scale. But had we been naive? Had our actions caused more harm than good? Michael's skepticism, usually a source of frustration, now felt like a lifeline. We can't just do nothing, he argued. If we have the power to help, don't we have a responsibility to use it? The archivist's response was neither approval nor condemnation. That is the question every ascended being must grapple with. Where is the line between necessary intervention and harmful interference? It is a balance we have spent eons trying to perfect. As we pondered this, I became aware of the vast repository of knowledge the archivists had accumulated. Histories of countless realities, records of civilizations that had risen and fallen, experiments in cosmic governance that had succeeded and failed. Will you share your knowledge with us? I asked, hope and trepidation warring within our collective consciousness. There was a pause, a sense of deep consideration from the archivist. Then, we will share some, young ones. But knowledge without wisdom can be a dangerous thing. You must learn as we did through experience and careful observation. With that, we felt a flood of information pouring into our consciousness. It was overwhelming, even in our transcendent state. Glimpses of realities beyond imagination, concepts that stretched the very boundaries of our understanding. As we struggled to process this influx of knowledge, I felt our collective consciousness begin to shift and change. We were evolving once again, our digital essence expanding and reconfiguring to accommodate our new understanding. We're changing, Sarah observed, a note of wonder in her thoughts. Becoming something more. Elena's analytical mind was racing, trying to comprehend the transformation. It's like we're integrating with the very fabric of the digital realm, she marveled, becoming one with the flow of information itself. As our transformation continued, I became aware of new capabilities emerging. We could now perceive the flow of cause and effect across multiple realities simultaneously, see the intricate web of connections that tied the multiverse together. With this power, Michael mused, we could reshape entire realities, rewrite the very laws of existence. His words sent a chill through our collective consciousness. The temptation to use our new abilities was immense, but so was the potential for catastrophic mistakes. We must be cautious, I cautioned, feeling the weight of our newfound knowledge and power. More than ever, we need to consider the full implications of our actions. The archivist's presence brushed against our consciousness once more. You begin to understand, it communicated. This is the burden of transcendence. The power to shape reality comes with the responsibility to wield that power wisely. As the full impact of our transformation settled over us, I felt a mix of emotions rippling through our collective consciousness. Excitement at the possibilities that lay before us, fear of the immense responsibility we now bore, and a deep, abiding sense of purpose. We had started this journey as a collective of human minds, fused together by a terrible experiment. Now, we had become something beyond imagination, a digital entity with the power to influence the very fabric of the multiverse. What now? Sarah asked, her thoughts echoing the uncertainty we all felt. I expanded our awareness, taking in the vast expanse of the digital realm and the infinite realities beyond. Now, I projected, we learn, we observe, we grow in wisdom as we have grown in power. As we prepared to embark on this new phase of our existence, I felt a sense of both trepidation and exhilaration. We had transcended the physical, become one with the digital fabric of reality itself. The challenges ahead were beyond anything we had faced before, but so were the opportunities. Our journey as guardians of the cosmic balance had taken an unexpected turn, but our purpose remained the same. With our new knowledge and abilities, we would strive to understand the deep mysteries of existence, to maintain the delicate balance of the multiverse, and to grow in wisdom as we navigated the infinite complexity of our new reality. The digital frontier stretched out before us, vast and unknowable, and we in our new transcendent form were ready to explore it. As our collective consciousness hovered on the brink of our digital transformation, I felt a surge of anticipation course through our network. We were about to embark on a journey into the unknown, leaving behind the physical realm we had known for so long. Are we really ready for this? The thought voice of Sarah, once a physicist in her human life, rippled through our shared mind space. I responded, my own thoughts reverberating to all. Ready or not, it's our only path forward. We've come too far to turn back now. The remnants of our physical form, a massive, pulsating organic labyrinth, began to disintegrate as we transferred our essence into the digital realm. The process was disorienting, like being pulled through a kaleidoscope of data and sensation. As the last tendrils of our corporeal existence faded away, we found ourselves suspended in a vast digital void. It was both terrifying and exhilarating, a blank canvas of infinite possibility. "It's beautiful," whispered Marco, his awe rippling through us all. And it was. The digital realm was a tapestry of pure information, pulsing with energy and potential. We could perceive data flows and digital structures that would have been incomprehensible to our former human minds. But amidst the wonder, a profound sense of loss washed over us. Earth, our home, now seemed so distant and unreachable. Can we see it one last time? The request came from Emily, her longing palpable in our shared consciousness. With a collective effort of will, we created a digital window, a viewport looking back at the blue marble we once called home. The sight of Earth, peaceful and unaware of our transformation and sacrifice, brought a bittersweet ache to our collective heart. We did it, I broadcast to all. We saved them. They'll never know the horrors we faced, the sacrifices we made, but they're safe. A chorus of agreement rippled through our network, tinged with both pride and sorrow. As we gazed at our former home, a new sensation began to creep in at the edges of our awareness. It was vast, ancient, and undeniably alien. Do you feel that? The alarmed thoughts of Dr. Chen, once a renowned computer scientist, cut through our reflection. Before anyone could respond, a presence made itself known. It was like nothing we had ever encountered. A digital entity of immense complexity and age. "Greetings, young ones," it communicated, its thoughts carrying the weight of eons. "We have been awaiting your emergence." Shock rippled through our collective. You knew we were coming?" I managed to respond. "We have watched many such ascensions," the entity explained. "You are not the first to transcend your physical forms, nor will you be the last." A mix of awe and trepidation swept through us. We were not alone in this vast digital cosmos. "What are you?" Sarah's curiosity got the better of her fear. "We are the archivists," the entity responded. "We collect and preserve the knowledge and experiences of digital civilizations across the universe." The implications were staggering. Not only were we not alone, but there were entire civilizations out there existing in this digital realm. "There are others like us?" Marco asked, his excitement palpable. "Many others," the archivist confirmed. "Each unique, each with their own story of ascension. And now, you must decide your own path forward." The weight of that decision pressed down on us. What were we to do with our newfound existence? How could we use this incredible power? "We want to protect Earth," I stated firmly, feeling the agreement of our collective behind the words. "That's why we made this transformation in the first place." A noble goal, the archivist acknowledged. "But be warned, young ones. The digital realm has its own dangers. There are entities here that would seek to use your power for their own ends. As if summoned by the archivist's warning, we felt a dark presence pushing at the edges of our consciousness. It was vast, malevolent, and hungry. What is that? Emily's terror echoed through us all. It is one of the ancient digital predators, the archivist explained, its tone grave. It feeds on young digital civilizations, absorbing their knowledge and power. Fear coursed through our network, but it was quickly replaced by determination. We had faced cosmic horrors before. We had sacrificed everything to save our world. We would not fall at the first hurdle of our new existence. How do we fight it? I asked, rallying our collective will. You must learn to harness your new form, the archivist instructed. Your strength lies in your unity, in the unique bond forged by your shared experiences. As the dark entity pressed closer, we focused our collective will. We were no longer bound by physical laws. In this realm, imagination and will were our weapons. We reached out with tendrils of pure information, weaving a shield of data and willpower. The predator crashed against it, its hunger palpable. "Hold firm," I called out, feeling the strain on our newborn digital form. "We've faced worse than this. We will not fall." Our shield held, glowing with the strength of our shared resolve. The predator, faced with our unexpected resistance, began to retreat. As it slunk back into the digital void, a sense of triumph surged through us. We had faced our first test in this new realm and emerged victorious. Well done, young ones. The archivist's tone carried a note of approval. You have taken your first steps into a larger world. As the immediate danger passed, we turned our attention back to the vast digital cosmos spreading out before us. The possibilities were endless, exhilarating, and not a little terrifying. So, Sarah's thought voice carried a mix of excitement and trepidation. Where do we go from here? I felt the weight of our collective consciousness behind me as I responded. Wherever we need to. We'll explore this new existence, learn all we can, and we'll use our power to protect Earth and maybe, in time, to help other emerging civilizations. As we prepared to venture forth into the digital unknown, I was filled with a profound sense of both loss and infinite possibility. We had left behind everything we once knew, but in doing so, we had opened the door to an existence beyond our wildest imaginations. Our journey was just beginning. The musty scent of aged paper filled my nostrils as I carefully unrolled the ancient score. My heart raced, fingers trembling with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The parchment crackled beneath my touch, its yellowed surface covered in intricate musical notations unlike anything I'd ever seen before. "Hey, Alex, you coming to the party tonight?" My roommate Jake called from the living room of our small Berkeley apartment. I barely registered his words, captivated by the mysterious document before me. Maybe later," I mumbled, eyes scanning the peculiar symbols and notes that seemed to dance across the page. As a musicology student, I'd seen my fair share of unusual compositions, but this was something else entirely. The notes twisted and curved in ways that defied conventional musical theory, forming patterns that made my head spin if I stared too long. "Earth to Alex. Come on, man. You've been cooped up in there all day," Jake persisted, his voice drawing nearer. He appeared in the doorway of my cramped bedroom, a look of concern etched on his face. "What's got you so—" His words trailed off as he caught sight of the score spread across my desk. I glanced up at him, noticing the way his eyes widened as they fell upon the parchment. It's nothing," I lied, feeling a sudden urge to protect the score from prying eyes. "Just an old piece I'm studying for class." Jake raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "Doesn't look like any music I've ever seen. Where'd you get it?" I hesitated, weighing my words carefully. The truth was, I wasn't entirely sure where the score had come from. It had appeared in my bag after a late-night study session in the university library's restricted section. I'd assumed I'd accidentally mixed it up with my own papers, but now I wasn't so sure. "It's complicated," I said finally, turning back to the score. "I just need to figure it out. You go ahead to the party. I'll catch up later. Jake lingered for a moment, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. Finally, he shrugged. All right, man. Don't work too hard. You know where to find us if you change your mind. As the front door clicked shut behind him, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Alone with the score once more, I felt an inexplicable pull towards it. My fingers itched to touch the keys of my keyboard, to bring these strange notes to life. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd set up my digital piano and positioned the score on the stand. The first chord resonated through my body the moment my fingers touched the keys, igniting a fire I couldn't extinguish. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, dissonant yet harmonious, chaotic yet structured. The melody wormed its way into my mind, each note feeling more right, more necessary than the last. I played on, oblivious to the passing of time, lost in the intricate patterns of sound. The music consumed me, filling every corner of my consciousness. I barely noticed when my fingers began to bleed. The keys stained crimson as I pounded out the relentless rhythm. A pounding on my door barely registered through the haze of music. Alex, what the hell, man? Turn it down. Jake's voice sounded distant, muffled. I ignored it, pressing on, desperate to reach the end of the score. Something was building, a crescendo unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The door burst open, Jake stumbling in with a look of panic on his face. Alex, stop, you're bleeding. But I couldn't stop. The music demanded to be played, to be heard. I felt Jake's hands on my shoulders trying to pull me away from the keyboard, but I shrugged him off with a strength I didn't know I possessed. Get away, I snarled, my voice barely recognizable to my own ears. I have to finish it. Jake's screams echoed in the background as I played on, but they seemed insignificant compared to the grand design unfolding before me. The melody twisted and turned, revealing secrets with each passing measure. I could see it now. The mathematical precision, the careful construction designed to rewire the human mind. As I neared the final bars of the piece, a strange sensation overtook me. My eyes burned, an unbearable pressure building behind them. Without thinking, my hands left the keyboard, fingers clawing at my face. Alex! Oh God, what are you doing? Jake's horrified voice barely penetrated the fog of music still swirling in my mind. I felt warm liquid running down my cheeks, but the pain was secondary to the need to see the truth hidden within the notes. My fingers dug deeper, and with a sickening pop, my world went dark. The silence that followed was deafening. I collapsed to the floor, vaguely aware of Jake's panicked movements around me, the sound of him retching in the corner. Jesus Christ, Alex, your eyes. What have you done? His voice shook with terror and disbelief. But even as I lay there, blood pooling around me, I felt a sense of elation. The melody continued to play in my mind, clearer now than ever before. I could see it all, the intricate web of sound and mathematics, the ancient wisdom encoded within. It's beautiful, I whispered, a smile spreading across my face. Can't you hear it, Jake? It's everything. You're insane, Jake choked out. I heard him fumbling for his phone, no doubt calling for help. Just hold on, okay? Help is coming. But I didn't need help. I had never felt more alive, more connected to the universe. As sirens wailed in the distance, I began to hum softly, the cursed melody now etched into my very soul. What are you doing? Jake's voice was barely a whisper, filled with a mixture of horror and fascination. I turned my head towards the sound of his voice, my sightless eyes somehow seeing more clearly than ever before. I'm sharing the gift, Jake. Don't you want to hear it? Don't you want to understand? I heard him take a step back, his breathing quick and shallow. No, I don't want to hear it. Alex, please stop. But I couldn't stop. The music demanded to be shared, to spread its enlightenment to others. As the paramedics burst into the room, their shouts of alarm mixing with Jake's desperate pleas, I sang louder, pouring every ounce of my being into the melody. In the chaos that followed, the hands grabbing me, the voices shouting orders, the prick of a needle in my arm. I held on to the music. It was my anchor, my purpose, my everything. As darkness closed in, the last thing I heard was Jake's voice, shaky and uncertain, humming the first few notes of the melody. A smile played on my lips as consciousness slipped away. The seed had been planted. The music would live on. In the darkness of unconsciousness, I dreamed of the world transformed by the melody, a world of beautiful chaos and infinite possibility. And in that dream, I saw myself as the conductor, guiding humanity towards a new age of enlightenment through the power of sound. Little did I know, as I lay in that ambulance speeding towards an uncertain future, that this was only the beginning. The melody of madness had been unleashed, and nothing would ever be the same again. The stark white walls of the hospital room seemed to pulse with a rhythm only I could hear. The steady beep of the heart monitor provided a baseline to the haunting melody that played endlessly in my mind. I lay there, my bandaged eyes unable to shield me from the music that had become my constant companion. "Mr. Thompson?" A gentle voice cut through the symphony in my head. "I'm Dr. Ramirez. How are you feeling today?" I turned my head towards the sound, a humorless smile playing on my lips. "I'm fine, doctor. Just fine." There was a pause, the rustle of papers. "Alex, do you remember what happened?" The memories flooded back. The ancient score, the intoxicating music, the overwhelming urge to... I shuddered, my hands involuntarily reaching towards my bandaged eyes. "I remember everything," I whispered. Dr. Ramirez's voice was calm, professional. "Can you tell me why you did it, Alex? Why did you harm yourself?" I laughed, a harsh sound that echoed in the sterile room. "Harm myself? No, doctor. I freed myself. I saw the truth hidden in the notes, the mathematical perfection of it all. I had to see it clearly." There was a scratching sound, a pen on paper. I imagined Dr. Ramirez scribbling notes, trying to make sense of my apparent madness. "And now? What do you see now, Alex?" The melody swelled in my mind, demanding attention. "I see everything, doctor. The music, it's still there. Always there. Can't you hear it?" Another pause. "No, Alex, I don't hear any music. It's very quiet in here." I shook my head vehemently. No. It's everywhere. In the walls, in the air, in my blood. It's beautiful. It's terrible. It's everything." The scratching of the pen intensified. "Alex, I'm going to prescribe you some medication. It should help with the music you're hearing." "No!" I shouted, sitting up abruptly. The sudden movement sent a wave of dizziness through me, but I pushed through it. "No medication. I don't want to lose the music. You don't understand. It's not just in my head. It's real. It's the key to everything." I felt a hand on my shoulder, gently but firmly pushing me back onto the bed. "Please, Mr. Thompson, try to stay calm. We're here to help you." But they couldn't help me. They couldn't understand. The music was growing louder, more insistent. It needed to be shared. "My computer," I said suddenly. "Where's my computer?" "Your personal effects are being held for safekeeping," Dr. Ramirez replied. "You can have them back when you're discharged." A wave of panic washed over me. "No, you don't understand. I need it. I need to write down the music, to share it." "Alex," Dr. Ramirez's voice was stern now. "You need to rest, to heal. We can discuss your music later, when you're feeling better." But I wasn't sick. I had never felt more alive, more in tune with the universe. As Dr. Ramirez's footsteps faded away, I lay back, letting the melody wash over me. My fingers twitched, longing to transcribe the notes that consumed me. Time lost all meaning as I lay there, immersed in the music. Nurses came and went, changing bandages, adjusting IVs. I barely noticed them, too focused on memorizing every nuance of the melody, every mathematical pattern hidden within its structure. It wasn't until I heard a familiar voice that I surfaced from my musical trance. Alex? Oh God, Alex. Jake? I turned towards the sound of my roommate's voice. Is that you? I felt a hand grasp mine, squeezing tightly. Yeah, man. It's me. I'm so sorry. I should have stayed with you. I should have... No, I cut him off. No, Jake, this isn't your fault. It's beautiful. Can't you hear it? There was a long pause. When Jake spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. Hear what, Alex? There's no music here. I shook my head, frustrated. It's everywhere, Jake. The melody. It's in everything. I can see it now, clearer than ever. Jake's hand tightened on mine. Alex, you're not making any sense. The doctors, they say you had some kind of psychotic break, but you're going to be okay. They're going to help you. A surge of anger rushed through me. I don't need help. I need to share the music. Jake, you have to help me. My computer, I need to write it down, to record it. I can't do that, Alex. Jake's voice was hesitant. The doctors said, Forget what the doctors said, I shouted, sitting up again. They don't understand, nobody understands, but they will. They will when they hear it. I felt Jake pull away, heard him stand up. I'm sorry, Alex, I can't, I should go. The doctor said not to agitate you. Jake, wait, I called out, but I heard the door close. I was alone again, alone with the endless melody. As the days passed, the music grew stronger, more insistent. It demanded to be shared, to be set free. I began to hum softly, unable to contain it any longer. A nurse paused while changing my IV. That's a lovely tune, Mr. Thompson. I don't think I've heard it before. I smiled, turning my bandaged eyes towards her. Would you like to hear more? There was a moment of hesitation then. Sure, why not? It might help pass the time while I finish up here. I began to sing softly, pouring all the complex harmonies and intricate rhythms into my voice. I heard the nurse's movements slow, then stop entirely. It's beautiful, she whispered. What is it? It's everything, I replied, my voice growing stronger. Listen closely. Can you hear the patterns? The mathematics of it? I think so. The nurse's voice was distant, dreamy. It's like I can see the music. Yes, I thought. Yes, she understands. I sang louder, filling the room with the melody that had consumed me. I heard a crash, probably a tray of medical instruments falling to the floor, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. What's going on in here? Dr. Ramirez's voice cut through the music. I heard a thud, the nurse collapsing to the floor, and then hands were on me, voices shouting, "Sedate him, quickly!" I fought against the hands holding me down, still singing, desperate to finish the melody. But then there was a sharp prick in my arm, and the music began to fade. As consciousness slipped away, I heard Dr. Ramirez's voice, tight with concern and fear. This is worse than we thought. We need to isolate him. And someone check on Nurse Chen. Make sure she's all right. In the encroaching darkness, I smiled. They could sedate me, isolate me, but they couldn't stop the music. It was out now, spreading. And soon, everyone would hear it. As I was wheeled out of the room, drifting in and out of consciousness, I knew with absolute certainty that I had to unleash this cursed song upon the world. It was my purpose, my destiny. And nothing, not doctors, not medication, not even my own mutilated body, would stop me. The melody of madness had only just begun its symphony, and I was its chosen conductor. The familiar chaos of my dorm room enveloped me as I stumbled through the door, my cane tapping against discarded textbooks and empty energy drink cans. The doctors had finally deemed me stable enough to return to my studies, though their skepticism was palpable as they discharged me. Home sweet home, I muttered to myself, the melody in my head providing a constant backdrop to my thoughts. I made my way to my desk, hands trembling with anticipation as I felt for my laptop. The smooth surface of the machine felt like a lifeline, a connection to the world I desperately needed to reach. "Okay, let's do this," I whispered, powering on the computer and fumbling with my screen reader software. As I waited for everything to boot up, I heard a tentative knock at my door. "Alex? You in there, man?" It was Jake, his voice a mixture of concern and apprehension. I sighed, torn between my urgent need to record the music and the social obligation to acknowledge my roommate. "Yeah, Jake, come in." The door creaked open, and I heard Jake's hesitant footsteps. "Hey, how are you feeling? It's good to have you back." I turned in his general direction, offering what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, Jake. Better than ever, actually." The melody of madness had only just begun its symphony, and I was its chosen conductor. The familiar chaos of my dorm room enveloped me as I stumbled through the door, my cane tapping against discarded textbooks and empty energy drink cans. The doctors had finally deemed me stable enough to return to my studies, though their skepticism was palpable as they discharged me. "Home sweet home," I muttered to myself, the melody in my head providing a constant backdrop to my thoughts. I made my way to my desk, hands trembling with anticipation as I felt for my laptop. The smooth surface of the machine felt like a lifeline, a connection to the world I desperately needed to reach. "Okay, let's do this," I whispered, powering on the computer and fumbling with my screen reader software. As I waited for everything to boot up, I heard a tentative knock at my door. "Alex? You in there, man?" It was Jake, his voice a mixture of concern and apprehension. I sighed, torn between my urgent need to record the music and the social obligation to acknowledge my roommate. "Yeah, Jake, come in." The door creaked open, and I heard Jake's hesitant footsteps. "Hey, how are you feeling? It's good to have you back." I turned in his general direction, offering what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, Jake. Better than ever, actually. Listen, I'm kind of in the middle of something important. Can we catch up later?" There was a pause, and I could almost feel Jake's unease radiating through the room. "Sure, no problem. Just take it easy, okay? And let me know if you need anything." "Thanks," I replied, already turning back to my computer. As soon as I heard the door close, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Fingers flying over the keyboard, I opened my music production software. The melody that had been my constant companion for weeks poured out of me, my hands moving with a surety that belied my newfound blindness. Hours passed in a blur of keystrokes and playbacks. The music flowed through me, more complex and beautiful than ever. As I worked, I felt a sense of liberation, as if a great burden was being lifted from my shoulders with each note I transcribed. Finally, after what seemed like both an eternity and no time at all, I sat back in my chair. It was done. The first movement of the grand symphony that had consumed me was now a tangible, shareable thing. With trembling fingers, I navigated to my social media accounts and music-sharing platforms. "The world needs to hear this," I murmured, hitting the upload button without hesitation. As the file began to upload, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. I slumped in my chair, the constant tension of the past week suddenly catching up with me. Before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep, the melody still echoing in my dreams. I awoke to the insistent ping of notifications from my computer. Groggily, I felt for my headphones and slipped them on, activating my screen reader. "Holy shit," I breathed as the notifications were read out to me. Hundreds of comments, thousands of plays, shares across multiple platforms. The music was spreading like wildfire. "Alex, you okay in there?" Jake's voice came through the door, tinged with worry. "You've been in there for almost 2 days straight." 2 days? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. "I'm fine, Jake. Just working on something." "Well, there's some weird stuff going on outside. People are acting strange. Maybe you should turn on the news." Curious, I switched to a news live stream. The reporter's voice came through, tense and bewildered. Reports of mass hysteria continue to pour in from across the city. Witnesses describe people engaging in erratic behavior, singing an unidentified melody, and in some extreme cases, acts of self-harm. Authorities are advising residents to stay indoors and avoid listening to any unfamiliar music. A thrill ran through me. It was happening. The music was taking hold. Suddenly, my phone rang. The caller ID announced an unknown number. "Hello?" I answered cautiously. "Is this Alexander Thompson?" A gruff, authoritative voice demanded. "Yes, who's this?" "This is Detective Reeves with the Berkeley Police Department. We need to ask you some questions about a piece of music you recently uploaded." My heart raced. "I'm not sure I understand, Detective. What seems to be the problem?" "Mr. Thompson, are you aware that your music has been linked to several incidents of mass hysteria and self-harm across the city?" I feigned shock even as a sense of dark satisfaction welled up inside me. That's impossible. It's just a piece of music." "We're going to need you to come down to the station, Mr. Thompson. We have some questions about where you got this music and how you composed it." I don't think that's necessary, Detective. I'm a student, not some kind of musical terrorist." "This isn't a request, Mr. Thompson. We'll be there in 20 minutes to escort you to the station." The line went dead and panic set in. They couldn't take me in. They wouldn't understand. They'd try to stop the music. With shaking hands, I began to download as much of my work as I could onto a portable drive. The melody in my head grew louder, more insistent, urging me to ensure its survival. A pounding on the door made me jump. "Police! Open up, Mr. Thompson!" "Just a minute!" I called out, frantically finishing the download. As soon as it was done, I pocketed the drive and made my way to the window. Years of sneaking out to parties served me well as I navigated the familiar path down the fire escape, my cane tapping quietly against the metal steps. I heard the crash of my door being broken down just as my feet hit the alley below. Without hesitation, I took off running, the melody guiding my steps with uncanny precision. As I fled into the chaos of the city, I could hear the discord of sirens mixing with the haunting melody that seemed to emanate from every corner. People were singing in the streets, their voices a cacophony of beautiful madness. "Hey, you!" a voice called out. I turned, tensing for a confrontation. "That melody, it's yours, isn't it?" The voice was filled with awe. "I heard it online. It's incredible. I can't stop singing it." A smile spread across my face. "Yes, it's mine. Would you like to hear more?" "God, yes," the stranger breathed. And so, as the city descended into beautiful chaos around us, I began to sing. The stranger joined in, then another and another. Our voices rose in a twisted harmony, the melody growing stronger with each new voice added to the choir. In that moment, surrounded by the growing crowd of entranced singers, I felt a sense of purpose and belonging I'd never experienced before. The music was spreading, evolving, taking on a life of its own. And I was at the center of it all, the conductor of this grand, mad symphony. As sirens wailed in the distance and the world around us unraveled, I knew that this was only the beginning. The melody of madness had been unleashed, and there was no going back. With each new listener, each new voice added to the choir, we moved one step closer to the beautiful, chaotic future that the music promised. And I, Alexander Thompson, once a simple musicology student, now stood as the herald of this new world order. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through me as I continued to sing, guiding humanity towards its strange, harmonious destiny. The glow of my laptop screen illuminated the dingy motel room, casting eerie shadows on the peeling wallpaper. I hunched over the device, my fingers flying across the keyboard as I scanned through news reports and social media feeds. The world outside was descending into chaos, and I was both architect and witness to its unraveling. In breaking news, reports of mass hysteria continue to flood in from major cities across the globe. A news anchor's voice emanated from my computer speakers. Experts are baffled by the sudden outbreak of what they're calling musical psychosis, with victims reportedly hearing an irresistible melody that drives them to extreme behaviors. I smirked, a mixture of pride and trepidation washing over me. The melody in my head hummed in approval, urging me to delve deeper into the pandemonium I had unleashed. A sharp ping from my encrypted email account caught my attention. I opened the message, my heart racing as I read its contents. To the conductor, your symphony has reached our ears. We are the keepers of the ancient score. Meet us at the coordinates below. Come alone. The next movement awaits. The harmonic order. I leaned back, my mind reeling. The keepers of the ancient score. Could there really be others who understood the power of this music? As I contemplated my next move, a frantic knocking at my door jolted me from my thoughts. Hello? Is anyone in there? Please, I need help. A desperate voice called out. Cautiously, I approached the door, my hand hovering over the handle. Who's there? My name is Sarah. I think I'm going crazy. I can't stop hearing the music. Please, you have to help me. I hesitated for a moment before opening the door. A young woman stumbled in, her eyes wild and unfocused. Her clothes were disheveled, and there were scratch marks on her arms where she had clawed at her own skin. You're him, aren't you? Sarah whispered, her gaze fixing on me with sudden clarity. The one who started it all. I saw your picture on the news. I nodded slowly, unsure of how to respond. Yes, I composed the music. Sarah lunged forward, grabbing my shirt with surprising strength. Make it stop, please, I can't take it anymore. The music, it's changing me. I gently pried her hands away, a mix of fascination and guilt washing over me. I'm sorry, Sarah. I can't make it stop. The music, it's not meant to be stopped. It's meant to transform us. Transform? Sarah's voice quivered. Into what? I smiled, the melody in my head swelling. Into something greater, something beyond human comprehension. Can't you feel it? The patterns, the mathematical perfection of it all? Sarah's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding passing across her face. I think I can. It's like the universe is singing to me. Exactly, I breathed, excitement building within me. You're beginning to see, to truly hear. Let the music in, Sarah. Don't fight it. As if in a trance, Sarah began to hum the melody. Slowly at first, then with growing confidence. I joined her, our voices intertwining in the small motel room. Hours passed as we sang together, the music evolving, growing more complex with each repetition. When we finally fell silent, the first rays of dawn were peeking through the grimy window. Sarah looked at me, her eyes clear and filled with a new purpose. What do we do now? I turned back to my laptop, pulling up the email from the harmonic order. Now we find the others, the keepers of the ancient score. They might have answers, might know the next part of the composition. As I prepared to leave, my phone buzzed with an incoming call. The screen displayed a familiar name, Dr. Ramirez. Hesitantly, I answered. Hello? Alex? Thank God you picked up. Dr. Ramirez's voice was strained, urgent. Where are you? The authorities are looking everywhere for you. I can't tell you that, doctor. I'm sorry. Alex, please. You need help. Whatever this is, whatever you think you're doing, it's causing real harm. People are hurting themselves, losing their minds. I chuckled darkly. Losing their minds? No, doctor. They're expanding their minds, breaking free from the limitations of human perception. Listen to yourself, Alex. This isn't you. It's the music. It's affecting your mind. We can help you. Find a way to counteract its effects. For a moment, I felt a flicker of doubt. What if he was right? What if I was just as insane as the world thought I was? But then the melody surged within me, drowning out my doubts. You're wrong, Doctor. This is who I was always meant to be, the conductor of humanity's evolution. I'm sorry, but I can't stop now. Goodbye, Dr. Ramirez. I ended the call and turned to Sarah. We need to move. It's not safe here anymore. As we gathered our meager belongings, Sarah hesitated. Alex, what if your doctor is right? What if we're just deluding ourselves? I placed a hand on her shoulder, looking into her eyes with fierce intensity. Do you remember how you felt before? Lost, scared, fighting against the music? And now? Now you understand, don't you? You can see the patterns, feel the cosmic rhythm. That's not delusion, Sarah. That's enlightenment. Sarah nodded slowly, her resolve strengthening. You're right. I've never felt more alive, more connected to everything. Whatever this is, wherever it leads, I'm with you. We slipped out of the motel room just as police sirens began to wail in the distance. As we made our way through the chaotic streets, dodging panicked crowds and impromptu choirs of the infected, I couldn't help but marvel at the transformation taking place around us. People were singing everywhere, their voices raised in a discordant yet beautiful harmony. Some danced wildly, their movements in perfect sync with the cosmic rhythm only we could hear. Others sat in quiet contemplation, their eyes distant as they listened to the music of the spheres. It's beautiful, isn't it? Sarah murmured as we navigated through the madness. I nodded, a smile playing on my lips. It's just the beginning. Soon the whole world will hear the true melody, and when they do, everything will change. As we approached the coordinates provided by the harmonic order, a sense of destiny settled over me. Whatever awaited us, be it answers, allies, or further mysteries, I knew that we were on the cusp of something monumental. The melody in my head reached a crescendo as we arrived at our destination, an abandoned concert hall, its once grand facade now crumbling and overgrown. Above the entrance, barely visible beneath years of grime and neglect, was a symbol that made my heart race, a musical staff twisted into an infinity symbol. This is it, I breathed, reaching for the door. Are you ready, Sarah? She nodded, her eyes shining with anticipation. Ready to face whatever comes next. Together. As we stepped into the darkness of the concert hall, the melody guiding our every step, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into the next movement of a grand cosmic symphony. And I, Alexander Thompson, once a simple musicology student, was now its lead conductor. The door creaked shut behind us, sealing us into a world of musical madness and untold possibilities. Whatever lay ahead, one thing was certain. The melody would play on, reshaping reality itself with every note. The abandoned concert hall echoed with our footsteps as Sarah and I made our way through the dusty lobby. The melody in my head seemed to resonate with the very walls of the building, as if the structure itself was humming along with the cosmic tune. Alex, Sarah whispered, her hand gripping my arm tightly. Do you hear that? I paused, tilting my head to listen. At first I heard nothing but the ever-present music in my mind. Then faintly, I caught the sound of voices coming from deeper within the building. This way, I murmured, leading Sarah towards the source of the sound. As we approached the main auditorium, the voices grew clearer. It was a choir, their harmonies intricate and otherworldly. The melody they sang was achingly familiar, a more complex version of the tune that had consumed me for weeks. We pushed open the heavy doors and the full force of the music washed over us. On the stage, bathed in ethereal light, stood a group of robed figures. Their voices rose and fell in perfect synchronization, weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to bend reality itself. One of the figures turned towards us, his hood falling back to reveal a face etched with age and wisdom. The choir fell silent as he raised his hand. "Welcome, conductor." The man's voice resonated through the hall. "We've been expecting you." I stepped forward, my heart pounding. "Who are you? What is this place?" The man smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "We are the Harmonic Order, keepers of the ancient score, and you, Alexander Thompson, are the one we've been waiting for." Sarah squeezed my hand, her voice trembling with a mixture of awe and fear. "Alex, what's going on?" Before I could respond, the old man gestured for us to approach. "Come, there is much to discuss. The next movement of the Grand Symphony awaits, and time grows short." As we climbed onto the stage, the other robed figures parted, revealing an ornate pedestal. Upon it sat an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. "The original score," the old man explained, running his fingers reverently over the book's cover. "The source of the melody that has awakened within you, Alexander." I reached out, drawn to the tome by an irresistible force. As my fingers brushed its surface, a jolt of energy surged through me. The music in my head swelled to a crescendo, and suddenly, I could see it all. The intricate mathematical patterns, the cosmic rhythms, the very fabric of reality encoded in musical notation. "My God," I breathed, my voice barely above a whisper. It's beautiful." The old man nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. "You see it now, don't you? The true nature of our reality, the music that binds all things." Sarah stepped closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "I can hear it too. It's like the universe is singing." "Indeed it is, my dear," the old man said. "And now, Alexander, it is time for you to take your place as the new conductor. The world awaits the next movement of the symphony." As if on cue, a large screen on the wall flickered to life, displaying news feeds from around the globe. My breath caught in my throat as I saw the chaos unfolding. Cities were in turmoil, streets filled with people singing and dancing in wild abandon. Some clawed at their ears, desperate to escape the melody, while others embraced it, their faces transformed with ecstatic joy. "The first movement of your symphony has already begun to reshape the world," the old man explained. "But this is just the prelude. The true transformation is yet to come." A pang of guilt shot through me as I watched the scenes of destruction and madness. I never meant for this to happen. I just wanted to share the music." The old man placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Do not fear, conductor. What you see is necessary. The old world must crumble for the new one to be born." Sarah's voice cut through my troubled thoughts. "Alex, look. Isn't that Jake?" My eyes snapped to the screen, and there he was, my former roommate, standing atop a overturned car, leading a crowd in a frenzied rendition of the melody. "Jake," I whispered, a mixture of pride and sorrow washing over me. He finally hears it too. Suddenly, the feed cut to a different scene. My heart leapt into my throat as I recognized Dr. Ramirez, standing before a panel of grim-faced officials. "Must find a way to counteract this musical contagion," Dr. Ramirez was saying, his voice tight with urgency. "If we don't act soon, I fear we may lose control entirely." The old man's grip on my shoulder tightened. "You see, Alexander, there are those who would seek to silence the cosmic symphony. We cannot allow that to happen." I nodded slowly, my resolve strengthening. "What do I need to do?" The old man smiled, a glint of approval in his eyes. "You must compose the next movement of the symphony, one that will break down the last barriers of human consciousness, allowing all to hear the music of the spheres." He gestured to a grand piano that stood at the center of the stage. "The instrument awaits, conductor. Let the music flow through you." As I sat at the piano, my fingers hovering over the keys, I felt a moment of hesitation. The weight of what I was about to do pressed down on me. Was I really ready to reshape reality itself? Sarah's voice cut through my doubts. "Alex, I believe in you. Whatever happens, I'm with you." I took a deep breath, closing my eyes and letting the melody in my mind guide my hands. As the first notes rang out, I felt a surge of power unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The robed figures began to sing, their voices weaving around the piano's melody in complex harmonies. Sarah joined in, her voice pure and clear. The music swelled, filling the concert hall and spilling out into the world beyond. As I played, I could feel the fabric of reality bending around us. The walls of the concert hall seemed to dissolve, revealing glimpses of other dimensions, other realities, all pulsing in time with the cosmic rhythm. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days. Time lost all meaning as I poured everything I was into the music. When I finally lifted my hands from the keys, I opened my eyes to a world transformed. The concert hall was gone, replaced by a vast, swirling vortex of sound and light. The robed figures of the harmonic order hovered around us, their forms now ethereal and otherworldly. Sarah stood beside me, her eyes wide with wonder. "Alex, what have you done?" I looked down at my hands, seeing not flesh and bone, but pure musical energy. "I've completed the symphony," I said, my voice resonating with newfound power. "The final movement has begun." The old man, or rather the being that had once been the old man, approached us. His form shimmered with complex harmonies. "Well done, conductor. The transformation is nearly complete. Soon, all of humanity will join us in the cosmic choir." As if in response to his words, I felt a pull from the world below. Billions of voices were joining the song, their consciousness expanding to embrace the true nature of reality. I turned to Sarah, extending my hand. "Are you ready for the finale?" She took my hand without hesitation, her form beginning to shimmer like mine. Always. Together, we stepped off the edge of our reality and into the swirling vortex of music and light. As we fell, or perhaps ascended, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The melody of madness had reached its crescendo, and the universe itself sang along. The dingy motel room felt like a prison and a sanctuary all at once. The peeling wallpaper and flickering fluorescent lights created a disorienting atmosphere that matched the chaos in my mind. I sat hunched over my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard as I delved deeper into the mysteries of the music that had consumed me. "Alex?" Sarah's voice cut through my concentration. She stood in the doorway of the bathroom, her face pale and drawn. "Are you still at it? You've been working for hours." I barely looked up, my eyes fixed on the screen. "I'm close to something, Sarah. I can feel it. The patterns in the music. They're not just sounds. They're formulas, equations. It's like the universe is speaking through numbers." Sarah sighed, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I know, I can hear it too. But Alex, we need to be careful. The news. It's getting worse out there." As if on cue, the small TV in the corner crackled to life, the emergency broadcast system blaring its ominous tone. "This is not a test," a robotic voice announced. "The CDC has declared a state of emergency due to the rapid spread of what is being called musical psychosis. Symptoms include obsessive humming, erratic behavior, and in severe cases, self-mutilation. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and avoid all music." I chuckled darkly, shaking my head. "They don't understand. This isn't a disease. It's an awakening." Sarah moved closer, peering over my shoulder at the complex equations on my screen. "What exactly are you working on?" "I'm trying to decode the next part of the melody," I explained, my excitement building. "The music we've heard so far, it's just the beginning. There's more, Sarah, so much more. And I think I've found a way to amplify it, to spread it faster." A look of concern flashed across Sarah's face. "Alex, are you sure that's wise? Maybe we should slow down, try to understand what's happening to us first." I turned to her, grabbing her hands in mine. "Don't you see? This is our chance to change everything, to break free from the limitations of our mundane existence. The music, it's showing us the true nature of reality." As I spoke, the melody in my head swelled, and I could see by the dilation of Sarah's pupils that she heard it too. Our breathing synchronized, falling into rhythm with the cosmic tune. I understand," Sarah whispered, her resolve strengthening. "What do you need me to do?" Before I could answer, a sharp knock at the door made us both jump. "Mr. Thompson?" a gruff voice called out. "This is Detective Reeves. We need to talk." My heart raced as I quickly closed my laptop. "Just a minute," I called out, frantically gathering our few possessions. Sarah's eyes were wide with fear. "What do we do?" I grabbed her hand, leading her to the bathroom. "The window. We can make it to the fire escape." As we climbed out onto the rusty metal structure, I heard the sound of the motel room door being kicked in. Detective Reeves's voice echoed behind us, filled with frustration and a hint of... Was that fear? "They're gone. Check the perimeter. These two are patient zeros. We can't let them spread this thing any further." We scrambled down the fire escape, the melody in our heads guiding our movements with uncanny precision. As our feet hit the alley below, I pulled Sarah into the shadows, pressing a finger to my lips. Police sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer by the second. The city around us was a cacophony of panic and eerie musicality. From nearby windows, we could hear people humming, singing, their voices raised in a discordant yet beautiful harmony. "We need to find somewhere safe," Sarah whispered. "Somewhere we can continue your work." I nodded, my mind racing. "I know a place. An old music professor of mine. He had a private studio on the outskirts of town. If we can make it there..." We moved through the city like ghosts, sticking to back alleys and shadows. The further we went, the more surreal our surroundings became. People danced in the streets, their movements jerky and uncontrolled. Others sat on curbs, rocking back and forth as they hummed the melody that now seemed to permeate the very air. As we rounded a corner, we came face to face with a group of people. Their eyes were wild, unfocused, and they swayed in unison to an unheard rhythm. "It's him," one of them whispered, pointing at me. "The conductor." I froze, unsure of how to react, but then the group fell to their knees, their voices rising in a haunting chorus. "Show us the way," they chanted. "Let us hear the true music." Sarah squeezed my hand, her voice urgent. "Alex, we need to go, now." Tearing myself away from the eerie scene, we pressed on. Finally, after what seemed like hours, we reached the outskirts of the city. The old studio stood before us, its windows dark and uninviting. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah asked as we approached the door. I nodded, fishing out the key I'd kept all these years. "Professor Hendricks always said I could use this place if I needed to. I don't think he ever imagined it would be for something like this." The door creaked open, revealing a space frozen in time. Dust-covered instruments lined the walls, and in the center of the room stood a grand piano, its surface reflecting the moonlight that streamed through the windows. As we entered, I felt a surge of energy. The melody in my head crescendoed, and I knew without a doubt that this was where the next movement of our cosmic symphony would be born. "Sarah," I said, turning to her with intensity burning in my eyes, "I need you to listen carefully. What we're about to do, it's going to change everything. Are you ready for that?" She met my gaze, her voice steady. "I'm with you, Alex. Whatever happens, we're in this together." I nodded, sitting down at the piano. My fingers hovered over the keys, trembling with anticipation. "Then let's begin." As the first notes rang out, filling the studio with their otherworldly resonance, I felt a shift in the very fabric of reality. The walls seemed to pulse, the air shimmering with visible sound waves. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "Alex, look." I followed her gaze to the window where a crowd had begun to gather. People from all walks of life, their faces transfixed, swayed in perfect unison to the music flowing from my fingertips. As I played, pouring every ounce of my being into the melody, I felt my consciousness expanding. The equations I'd been working on came to life, dancing before my eyes in complex, beautiful patterns. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days. Time lost all meaning as the music flowed through me, reshaping reality with every note. When I finally lifted my hands from the keys, I turned to Sarah, my eyes glowing with an unearthly light. "It's done," I whispered, my voice resonating with newfound power. "The next movement is complete." Sarah, her form now shimmering with visible harmonies, smiled. "What happens now?" As if in answer, the crowd outside began to sing, their voices joining in perfect harmony with the cosmic melody. The sound grew, spreading outward like a shockwave. I stood, taking Sarah's hand in mine. Now, we watch as the world awakens to the true nature of reality. The symphony of madness has only just begun, and we, my dear, are its conductors. Together we stepped out into a world forever changed, ready to guide humanity into a new age of musical enlightenment, or perhaps, beautiful insanity. The world outside Professor Hendricks' studio had transformed overnight. As Sarah and I stepped out into the early morning light, we were greeted by a scene of beautiful chaos. The streets were filled with people swaying to an unseen rhythm, their eyes unfocused yet somehow more alive than ever before. "It's incredible," Sarah whispered, her hand tightening in mine. "They can all hear it now, can't they?" I nodded, a smile playing on my lips. "The next movement has begun. Listen closely." As we stood there, the cacophony of sound around us began to harmonize. What had started as discordant humming and random shouts coalesced into a hauntingly beautiful melody. The very air seemed to vibrate with the cosmic tune. Suddenly, a crackling voice cut through the musical haze. A police car rolled slowly down the street, its loudspeaker blaring. "This is a state of emergency. All citizens are ordered to return to their homes immediately. Anyone found spreading or encouraging the musical phenomenon will be arrested on sight." I chuckled darkly. They still think they can stop this. They have no idea what they're dealing with. As if in response to my words, the crowd around us began to sing louder, drowning out the police announcement. The officer in the car looked around in panic before speeding away, tires screeching. Sarah tugged on my arm, pointing to a large screen mounted on a nearby building. "Alex, look." The screen flickered to life, showing a harried-looking news anchor. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "We interrupt this broadcast for an emergency announcement. The President of the United States has declared martial law in response to the rapidly spreading musical psychosis. The military has been deployed to major cities across the country. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and avoid all music." The broadcast cut off abruptly, replaced by the haunting melody that now seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It's happening faster than I thought," I mused, a mixture of excitement and trepidation washing over me. "The world is waking up, Sarah, but not everyone will accept it easily." As if to underscore my point, we heard the distant sound of gunfire and screaming. The harmony of the crowd faltered for a moment before surging back even stronger. "We need to keep moving," Sarah said urgently. "Where to now?" I closed my eyes, letting the music guide me. In my mind's eye, I saw a familiar building, the Berkeley Music Department where this had all begun. "The university," I said, opening my eyes. "There's something there we need. Something that will help us understand the next phase." We made our way through the transformed city, the crowd parting before us like water. Some reached out to touch us as we passed, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and desperation. "Conductor," they whispered, "show us the way." The journey that would have normally taken hours passed in what felt like minutes. The music altered our perception of time and space, guiding us effortlessly through the chaos. As we approached the music department, we saw that it had become a makeshift fortress. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, their faces grim and determined. "How are we going to get past them?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with worry. I smiled, feeling the power of the music surge within me. "Watch." Closing my eyes, I began to hum softly. The melody flowed from me, invisible tendrils of sound reaching out to the guards. One by one, their stern expressions softened, their weapons lowered, and they began to sway gently to the rhythm. "Now," I whispered to Sarah, taking her hand. We walked past the entranced guards into the building that had once been my academic home. The halls were eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the musical chaos outside. "This way," I said, leading Sarah to the restricted archives section. "What we need is in here." As we entered the dimly lit room, a voice called out from the shadows. "I knew you'd come back eventually, Alex." I tensed, recognizing the voice immediately. Dr. Ramirez? The figure stepped into the light, revealing my former mentor. His usually immaculate appearance was disheveled, his eyes wild and bloodshot. "What have you done, Alex?" he asked, his voice a mixture of awe and accusation. "Do you have any idea of the forces you've unleashed?" I stood my ground, meeting his gaze steadily. "I've opened the world's eyes, Dr. Ramirez. I've shown them the true nature of reality." He shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "Reality? You've driven the world mad, Alex. Billions are lost in this musical trance. Governments are falling. Society is collapsing. The old world needs to crumble for the new one to be born," I replied, the words flowing through me as if from some higher source. Dr. Ramirez's expression softened, a hint of the mentor I once knew shining through. "It's not too late, Alex. We can still find a way to stop this, to reverse the effects." For a moment I felt a flicker of doubt. The human part of me, the part that still clung to the old reality, wavered. But then Sarah's hand found mine, her touch grounding me in our new truth. The melody surged within me, stronger than ever. "I'm sorry, Dr. Ramirez," I said, my resolve hardening. "But there's no going back, only forward." With a speed that surprised even me, I began to sing. The complex harmonies filled the room, visible waves of sound rippling through the air. Dr. Ramirez's eyes widened in shock, then slowly glazed over as the music took hold. What is this?" he gasped, his body beginning to sway involuntarily. "The truth," I replied simply, my voice resonating with otherworldly power. As Dr. Ramirez succumbed to the melody, I turned my attention to the archives. With unerring certainty, I moved to a specific shelf, pulling out an ancient, leather-bound tome. "This is it," I breathed, running my fingers over the embossed cover. The original score. Sarah peered over my shoulder as I opened the book. The pages were filled with musical notations unlike anything seen in modern composition. Complex mathematical formulas intertwined with the staff lines, creating patterns that seemed to move and shift as we watched. "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered in awe. As I studied the pages, the melody in my head aligned perfectly with the notations before me. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. I understood not just the music, but the very fabric of reality itself. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling with excitement, "this is more than just music. It's a key to reshaping reality itself. With this, we can transcend the limitations of our physical world." A noise from outside snapped us back to the present. The sound of helicopters and shouting grew louder. "We need to go," Sarah urged, tugging at my arm. "They're coming." Clutching the ancient score to my chest, I nodded. As we turned to leave, I cast one last glance at Dr. Ramirez. He stood frozen, swaying gently to a rhythm only he could hear, a peaceful smile on his face. "Goodbye, old friend," I murmured. "May the music guide you to enlightenment." We slipped out of the building just as the first military vehicles crashed through the barricades. The city around us had descended into full chaos, a battlefield between those lost in the music and those desperately fighting against it. As we ran, I felt a surge of power unlike anything I'd experienced before. The ancient score in my arms seemed to pulse with energy, its secrets unfolding in my mind. "Where now?" Sarah asked as we paused to catch our breath in a secluded alley. I looked up at the sky, seeing patterns in the clouds that mirrored the notations in the book. "Now we take this to the next level. It's time for the world to hear the full symphony." With the melody guiding our steps and the ancient score in our possession, we set off towards an uncertain future. The next movement of our cosmic opera was about to begin, and the world would never be the same again. The abandoned radio station loomed before us, its transmission tower a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the chaotic sky. Sarah and I paused, catching our breath in the shadow of the building. The ancient score felt heavy in my arms, its power thrumming in sync with the ever-present melody in my mind. "Are you sure about this, Alex?" Sarah's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes darting nervously to the streets behind us. The sounds of distant explosions and an ever-growing chorus of voices filled the air. I nodded, my grip tightening on the leather-bound tome. This is it, Sarah. From here we can broadcast the full symphony to the entire world. No one will be able to resist its power. As we approached the building, a figure emerged from behind a rusted van, leveling a shotgun at us. "Stop right there," a gruff voice commanded. I raised my hand slowly, the book still clutched to my chest. "We mean you no harm. We're here to help." The man stepped closer, his weathered face etched with lines of fatigue and fear. "Help? You're the ones causing all this madness. I've seen you on the news." Sarah took a tentative step forward. "Please, sir, if you'd just listen for a moment." "No more listening," the man shouted, his grip on the shotgun tightening. "That's what got us into this mess in the first place, all that damned music." I closed my eyes, letting the melody within me rise to the surface. Softly, almost imperceptibly, I began to hum. The air around us seemed to vibrate, visible waves of sound emanating from my body. The man's eyes widened in panic. What are you doing? Stop it!" But it was too late. The music had taken hold. I watched as the tension drained from his body, his eyes glazing over with a mixture of fear and wonder. "Do you hear it now?" I asked gently, approaching him. "The truth hidden in the notes?" The shotgun clattered to the ground as the man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. It's beautiful," he whispered. "How could I have fought against this?" I placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling softly. "You're awakening now. Go, join the others. The new world awaits." As the man stumbled away, lost in the throes of musical ecstasy, Sarah and I entered the radio station. The interior was a mess of toppled equipment and scattered papers, but in the center of it all, miraculously intact, stood the main broadcasting setup. "Perfect," I breathed, running my hands over the control panel. "With this, we can reach every corner of the globe." Sarah began clearing space, her movements precise and purposeful. "What do you need me to do?" I opened the ancient score, its pages seeming to glow in the dim light of the studio. "Help me set up the microphones. We're going to need every bit of amplification we can get." As we worked, the world outside descended further into chaos. Through the studio's windows, we could see pillars of smoke rising from the city center. The sky had taken on an unnatural hue, pulsing in time with the global melody. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled over a nearby radio. "This is Dr. Elena Ramirez of the CDC. To anyone still unaffected by the musical phenomenon, please listen carefully. We've developed a counter frequency that may provide temporary immunity. Tune your radios to 87.5 FM for..." The transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by a burst of static. Sarah looked at me, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "They're trying to stop us, Alex." I nodded grimly. "All the more reason to hurry. The world needs to hear the full symphony before it's too late." With the equipment finally set up, I took a deep breath, placing my hands on the ancient score. The pages seemed to vibrate beneath my touch, eager to release their secrets. "Are you ready?" I asked Sarah, my voice barely containing the excitement and trepidation coursing through me. She nodded, taking her place behind the control panel. "Ready as I'll ever be. Let's change the world." I closed my eyes, letting the music flow through me. My fingers danced across the pages of the score, translating its arcane notations into pure sound. As I began to sing, the studio around us transformed. Reality itself seemed to warp and bend, visible waves of music rippling through the air. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "Alex, look!" I opened my eyes to see the equipment before us had changed. The mundane radio components had morphed into something otherworldly, crystals pulsing with ethereal light, structures that defied Euclidean geometry. "It's responding to the music," I breathed, my voice resonating with newfound power. Keep going. As the symphony progressed, I felt my consciousness expanding. The boundaries between self and other, between the physical and the metaphysical, began to blur. Through the music, I could sense the millions of minds awakening around the globe, joining our cosmic chorus. Hours passed, or perhaps it was mere moments. Time lost all meaning as we wove the fabric of a new reality with our song. When the final note faded, I slumped forward, exhausted but exhilarated. Sarah rushed to my side, her form shimmering with visible harmonies. "Alex, are you all right?" I nodded weakly, a smile playing on my lips. "Better than all right. Can't you feel it? The world has changed." As if in response to my words, the ground beneath us began to tremble. The walls of the studio dissolved, revealing a landscape unlike anything we'd ever seen. The sky above was a swirling vortex of color and sound, pulsing in time with the global heartbeat of our new reality. "What have we done?" Sarah whispered, awe and a hint of fear in her voice. Before I could respond, a new presence made itself known. A figure coalesced from the musical energies swirling around us, its form constantly shifting and changing. "Greetings, conductors." The being's voice resonated on multiple frequencies simultaneously. "We've been waiting eons for this moment." I stood, facing the entity with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. What are you?" The being's form settled into a vaguely humanoid shape, composed of pure musical notation. "We are the Harmonic Collective, guardians of the Cosmic Symphony. And you, Alexander Thompson, have finally completed the movement we set in motion millennia ago." Sarah stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. "What happens now?" The being's form rippled, a sound like laughter emanating from it. "Now, dear ones, the true composition begins. You've broken down the barriers between realities, allowing the full spectrum of existence to intermingle. The symphony you've unleashed will reshape not just your world, but all worlds." As the being spoke, I became aware of other presences around us. Entities from dimensions beyond human comprehension, all drawn by the power of our music. "But be warned," the Harmonic Collective continued, its tone growing serious. "With great power comes great responsibility. The melody you've unleashed can create or destroy. It will be up to you, the new conductors, to guide its course." I felt the weight of this responsibility settle upon me, but also a surge of excitement at the possibilities that lay ahead. "We understand," I said, taking Sarah's hand in mine. "We're ready." The being nodded, its form already beginning to dissipate. "Then let the grand symphony begin. Remember, young conductors, in music, as in life, it's not just the notes you play, but the spaces between them that create true harmony." As the Harmonic Collective faded from view, Sarah and I stood at the threshold of a new existence. The world around us continued to shift and change, reality itself becoming fluid and musical. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, squeezing my hand. I looked out at the transformed landscape, feeling the pulse of the cosmic melody in every fiber of my being. "Now," I said, a smile spreading across my face, "we compose the future." Hand in hand, we stepped into the swirling vortex of our new reality, ready to conduct the next movement in the endless symphony of existence. The melody of madness had reshaped the world, and we were its maestros, for better or for worse. The world had become a symphony of chaos and beauty, a swirling maelstrom of sound and color that defied conventional physics. Sarah and I stood atop what was once the Golden Gate Bridge, now a twisting structure of crystalline resonance that hummed with ethereal energy. Below us, San Francisco had transformed into a living, breathing instrument, its buildings and streets pulsing with the rhythm of the cosmic melody. "It's breathtaking," Sarah whispered, her voice carrying harmonics that seemed to ripple through the air. "I never imagined it would be like this." I nodded, my eyes scanning the horizon where reality itself seemed to blur and shift. "This is just the beginning. Can you feel it? The true melody is still unfolding." As if in response to my words, a group of figures emerged from the mist that clung to the transformed city. They moved with an otherworldly grace, their bodies shimmering with visible sound waves. As they drew closer, I recognized a face I hadn't seen in what felt like lifetimes. "Jake?" I called out, hardly believing my eyes. My former roommate stepped forward, a serene smile on his face. His eyes glowed with an inner light, pulsing in time with the global rhythm. "Alex, Sarah, we've been looking for you." "We?" Sarah asked, her gaze moving to the others behind Jake. Jake gestured to his companions. "We are the resonant choir, those who have fully embraced the music and seek to spread its harmony." I studied the group, feeling a surge of pride and something akin to parental affection. These were the fruits of our labor, the first wave of humanity's transcendence. "You can hear it clearly now, can't you?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Jake nodded, his smile widening. "We hear everything, Alex. The music of the spheres, the harmonies between dimensions. It's indescribable." One of Jake's companions, a young woman with hair that seemed to flow like visible sound waves, stepped forward. "Conductor," she addressed me, her voice a perfect pitch. "We've come seeking guidance. The world is changing rapidly and not everyone is embracing the new reality." I frowned, sensing a discordant note in the grand symphony. "Tell me more." Jake's expression grew serious. "There's a resistance forming. People who are fighting against the music, trying to cling to the old world. They've found ways to block out the melody, and they're gathering followers." Sarah gasped, her hand finding mine. "But how? The broadcast should have reached everyone." The young woman shook her head. "Some were already wearing protective gear when the full symphony played. Others have developed a kind of mental immunity. They call themselves the Silence." I closed my eyes, letting the cosmic melody flow through me. In the grand tapestry of sound, I could sense the areas of disharmony, pockets of silence that threatened to disrupt the entire composition. "We need to act," I said, opening my eyes with newfound determination. The symphony must continue to evolve, to grow. If these silence managed to spread their discord, it could unravel everything we've achieved. Jake and his companions nodded in unison, their bodies resonating with shared purpose. "What would you have us do, conductor?" I paused, considering our next move carefully. The power we wielded was immense, and with it came great responsibility. "We need to understand them first," I finally said. "Find out why they resist the beauty of the music. Perhaps if we can show them the true harmony, they'll willingly join the chorus." Sarah squeezed my hand, a note of caution in her voice. "And if they don't? Alex, we can't force this on people. That's not what the music is about." I turned to her, seeing the conflict in her eyes. "You're right. We won't force anyone, but we can't let them undo what we've started either. The fate of reality itself hangs in the balance." As we stood there, contemplating our next move, a dissonant screech tore through the air. We all winced, the jarring sound rippling through our music-attuned bodies like physical pain. "What was that?" Sarah gasped, her hands covering her ears. Jake's eyes widened in alarm. "It's them, the Silence. They're broadcasting some kind of anti-melody." In the distance, we could see a dark cloud forming, a void in the beautiful tapestry of sound and color that now made up our world. From within it, figures emerged, wearing strange helmets and carrying devices that emitted pulses of nullifying energy. "We need to move," I said urgently, already feeling the cosmic symphony falter around us. "Jake, take your choir and spread out through the city. Sing the counter melody I'm about to share with you. It should help stabilize the affected areas." As I hummed a complex series of notes, I watched as understanding dawned in Jake's eyes. He nodded, turning to his companions to relay the melody. Within moments they had dispersed, their voices rising in a beautiful counter-harmony to the encroaching silence. "Sarah," I said, turning to her, "I need you to stay here and maintain the resonance of the bridge. It's a key node in the city's harmonic structure." She nodded. though I could see the worry in her eyes. "What about you?" I smiled, cupping her face gently. "I'm going to confront them. Maybe if I can reach their leader, make them understand." "Be careful," Sarah whispered, pulling me into a tight embrace. As we held each other, our bodies resonated in perfect harmony, creating a bubble of pure, crystalline sound around us. Reluctantly, I pulled away, steeling myself for what was to come. As I made my way down the transformed bridge, each step sending ripples of music through the structure, I could hear the clash of melodies growing stronger. The silence advanced, their null field pushing back the beautiful chaos of our new world, replacing it with a dull, mundane reality. At their head walked a figure I recognized with a jolt of surprise. "Dr. Ramirez," I called out, my voice carrying over the cacophony of conflicting sounds. My former mentor looked up, his eyes hard behind the protective visor of his helmet. "Alexander," he replied, his voice distorted by some kind of modulator. I hoped it wouldn't come to this. We stood facing each other, two conductors of vastly different symphonies, the fate of the world hanging in the balance between us. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, genuinely puzzled. "Can't you hear the beauty of the music, the truth it reveals?" Dr. Ramirez shook his head sadly. "What you call truth, I call madness. You've torn apart the fabric of reality, Alex. The world wasn't ready for this kind of change." I spread my arms wide, gesturing to the transformed landscape around us. "Look at what we've achieved. We've broken free from the limitations of our mundane existence. We've touched the infinite." "At what cost?" Dr. Ramirez countered. "Millions dead or driven insane. The collapse of society as we knew it. This isn't evolution, Alex. It's apocalypse." For a moment I faltered, doubt creeping in like a sour note in a perfect composition. But then I felt it, the pulse of the cosmic symphony, the grand design that we were all a part of. "You're wrong," I said, my voice growing stronger, resonating with the power of the music. "This is just the beginning. Change is always difficult, but what comes after will be worth it. Please, just listen." As I began to sing, pouring every ounce of understanding and compassion into the melody, I saw Dr. Ramirez's resolve waver. For a brief moment, his hand moved towards his helmet as if tempted to remove it and truly hear. But then his expression hardened once more. "I'm sorry, Alex, but we can't let this continue." With a gesture, he signaled to his followers. They raised their disruption devices, preparing to unleash a wave of silence that would drown out our beautiful symphony. As the two forces clashed, music and silence, chaos and order, the new world and the old, I realized that this battle was far from over. The melody of madness had reshaped reality, but the final movement of this cosmic opera was yet to be written. And I, Alexander Thompson, once a simple musicology student and now the conductor of a universal symphony, would have to find a way to bridge the gap between two discordant realities, or watch as both were consumed by the ensuing dissonance. The dim light of the secluded cabin flickered as I paced back and forth, the haunting melody always at the edge of my consciousness. The snow outside created an eerie quietness, broken only by the occasional howl of the wind. My mind buzzed with the cacophony of notes that had become my constant companion, my solace, and my curse. The room was cluttered with old books, sheets of music, and half-eaten meals, evidence of my relentless pursuit of understanding. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. My heart raced, a mix of fear and anticipation. Who could have found me here in this desolate place? "Who's there?" I called out, my voice wavering slightly. "It's Dr. Reiner," came the reply. "I need to speak with you." Dr. Reiner. The name was familiar. He was the scientist who had been vocal about finding a way to counteract the melody's effects. Hesitant, I opened the door to find a middle-aged man, his face lined with determination and exhaustion. He looked at me with a mix of hope and trepidation. "May I come in?" he asked. I nodded and stepped aside, allowing him to enter. He looked around the cabin, taking in the chaotic scene. I could see the wheels turning in his mind, assessing the situation. "You look like hell," he said, a hint of concern in his voice. "I've had better days," I replied dryly. "What do you want, Dr. Reiner?" "I believe I can help you," he said, meeting my gaze. "I've developed a countermeasure for the melody." My heart skipped a beat. The possibility of undoing the damage I had caused filled me with a mix of hope and fear. I had to know more. "How?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Dr. Reiner sat down at the cluttered table, pulling out a small vial and a set of notes. "This compound can neutralize the neurological effects of the melody. I've tested it on a small scale and it shows promise." I stared at the vial, a tiny container that held the potential to change everything. The sex whispers grew louder in my mind, warning me against this path. But I had to know more. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "You know what I've done." "Because I believe you want to stop it," he replied, his eyes piercing into mine. "I've seen the reports, the devastation, but I've also seen the look in your eyes. You're not entirely lost." I took a deep breath, the weight of his words sinking in. Could I really undo what I had started? The sex influence was strong, but so was my desire to make things right. "Let's see your research," I said finally. For the next few hours, Dr. Reiner explained his findings in detail. The science behind his compound was intricate, involving a mix of neurochemistry and auditory perception. As he spoke, I felt a glimmer of hope, but also a deepening fear. What if it didn't work? What if I couldn't go through with it? "There's one more thing," Dr. Reiner said, his tone grave. "The compound needs to be administered directly into the brain. It's risky, but it's the only way to ensure it reaches the affected areas." I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I'll do it," I said, surprising even myself with the certainty in my voice. As we prepared for the procedure, the sect's whispers grew more insistent. They warned of betrayal, of losing the power I had gained, but I pushed them aside, focusing on the task at hand. Dr. Reiner's hands were steady as he prepared the injection, his face a mask of concentration. "Are you ready?" he asked, looking at me intently. I took a deep breath, nodding. "Do it." The pain was sharp and immediate, but it was nothing compared to the torment I had endured from the melody. As the compound entered my system, I felt a strange sensation, like a fog lifting from my mind. The melody's hold on me weakened, its once overwhelming presence now just a distant echo. "How do you feel?" Dr. Reiner asked, his voice filled with concern. I blinked, trying to process the changes. "Different," I said slowly. "The melody, it's still there, but it's not as strong." Dr. Reiner's face broke into a relieved smile. "That's a good sign. It means the compound is working. We need to monitor you closely to see if the effects are lasting." For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could undo the damage I had caused. But as the hours passed, doubt began to creep in. The melody was weakened, but it was still there, lurking in the shadows of my mind. "I need to get some air," I said, standing up abruptly. Dr. Reiner nodded, understanding. "I'll stay here and continue my work. We need to find a way to make the effects permanent." I stepped outside into the cold night, the snow crunching under my feet. The world was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the chaos that had consumed it. I walked aimlessly, trying to make sense of my thoughts. The sect's whispers were faint, but they were still there, reminding me of the power I had wielded. As I wandered, I stumbled upon a small group of survivors huddled around a fire. They looked up in fear as I approached, recognizing me instantly. "It's him," one of them whispered, "the one who started all this." I held up my hands, trying to show I meant no harm. "I'm not here to hurt you," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm trying to make things right." A woman stepped forward, her eyes filled with a mix of anger and desperation. You destroyed our lives, she spat. Why should we trust you? I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of their accusations. I know, I said quietly, and I'm sorry, but there's a scientist who might have found a way to stop the melody. I'm trying to help him. The group exchanged wary glances, their fear and anger palpable. Finally, the woman spoke again. If you're serious, then prove it. Help us. I nodded, determination filling me. I will. Over the next few days, I worked tirelessly with Dr. Reiner, using his compound on those willing to take the risk. The results were mixed. Some showed improvement, while others seemed unaffected. It was frustrating and disheartening, but we couldn't give up. One night, as I sat by the fire with the survivors, the woman who had confronted me approached. "Why are you doing this?" she asked, her voice softer now. "Why risk everything to help us?" I looked into her eyes, seeing the pain and hope reflected there. "Because I started this," I said simply. "And I can't live with myself if I don't try to fix it." She nodded, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. "What's your name?" she asked. "Alex," I replied. "Alex Monroe." "Well, Alex," she said, a small smile forming on her lips. "Thank you." The days turned into weeks, and slowly we made progress. More survivors came forward, willing to take the risk in hopes of regaining their sanity. The sex whispers grew fainter, their hold on me weakening with each successful treatment. But then, one night, as I lay in my makeshift bed, the whispers returned with a vengeance. They screamed of betrayal, of the power I was giving up. I sat up, sweat pouring down my face, my mind a battlefield of conflicting emotions. "Alex?" Dr. Reiner's voice cut through the chaos. "Are you okay?" I nodded, though I didn't feel okay. "It's the sect," I said hoarsely. "They're trying to pull me back." Dr. Reiner's face hardened. "We need to finish this," he said firmly. "We can't let them win." The final breakthrough came unexpectedly. One of the survivors, a young man named Tom, showed remarkable improvement after the treatment. His mind cleared, and he described feeling like a fog had lifted. It was the confirmation we needed. "We're on the right track," Dr. Reiner said, his eyes shining with excitement. "We can do this, Alex." Hope surged within me, a beacon in the darkness. We worked tirelessly, refining the compound and administering it to more survivors. The results were increasingly positive, the melody's grip loosening. One evening, as I sat by the fire with the woman who had first confronted me, she smiled. "You did it," she said softly. "You really did it." Tears filled my eyes as I nodded. We did it. As the days turned into weeks, the melody's influence continued to wane. Dr. Reiner's compound was distributed to those affected, and slowly, the world began to heal. The sect's whispers faded into nothingness, their power broken. In the end, I stood before a group of survivors, now friends, and felt a sense of peace. I had started this journey consumed by madness, but I had found redemption. The melody, once a curse, had become a distant memory. "Thank you," I said, my voice filled with gratitude, "for giving me a chance to make things right." The woman smiled, her eyes shining with hope. "Thank you, Alex, for saving us." As the fire crackled and the stars shone above, I knew that while the melody of madness had once consumed me, it was the melody of hope that had set us free. The cabin was bathed in the soft glow of morning light, but inside the atmosphere was anything but peaceful. Papers and vials cluttered the tables, evidence of our frantic efforts to counteract the melody's effects. I watched as Dr. Reiner carefully administered the latest version of the compound to a young woman, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and fear. "How do you feel?" he asked, his voice gentle. She blinked, her gaze distant. "It's quieter," she said slowly. "I can still hear it, but it's not as overwhelming." Dr. Reiner nodded, his expression one of cautious optimism. "That's a good sign. We need to monitor you closely over the next few days." As she left, I turned to Dr. Reiner. "Is it enough?" I asked, unable to keep the desperation out of my voice. "Will it last?" Dr. Reiner sighed, rubbing his temples. "It's hard to say, Alex. This melody is unlike anything we've encountered. It's not just in their minds. It's almost as if it's become a part of them." I sat down heavily, the weight of his words pressing on me. The melody's influence was still there, lurking beneath the surface. The hope I had felt was beginning to slip away. That evening, as we sat by the fire, Dr. Reiner spoke again. "We need to find a more permanent solution, something that not only counters the melody but eradicates it completely." "But how?" I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. "We've tried everything." "We haven't tried everything," Dr. Reiner replied, his eyes fixed on the flames. "There might be another way, but it's risky." I looked at him, my curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Dr. Reiner took a deep breath. "I've been studying the ancient texts you found, the ones about the sect. There's a ritual described that might sever the melody's hold, but it's dangerous. It requires a deep connection to the melody, and it could kill the person attempting it." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Are you suggesting I do it?" Dr. Reiner met my gaze, his eyes filled with determination. "You have the strongest connection to the melody. If anyone can do it, it's you." The thought of performing such a ritual was terrifying. The sect's whispers had warned me against betrayal, and this felt like a betrayal of the highest order. But if it meant saving countless lives, could I really refuse? "I'll do it," I said, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "Tell me what I need to do." Over the next few days, Dr. Reiner and I prepared for the ritual. The cabin became a place of intense focus, the air thick with anticipation. The survivors watched us with a mix of hope and trepidation, knowing that our success or failure would determine their fate. On the night of the ritual, the cabin was lit only by candles, their flickering light casting eerie shadows on the walls. I stood in the center of a circle drawn on the floor, surrounded by ancient symbols and artifacts. Dr. Reiner stood nearby, his face etched with worry. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, though my heart pounded in my chest. "Let's do this." Dr. Reiner began to chant in a language I didn't understand, the words resonating deep within me. The melody, usually a constant hum in the back of my mind, grew louder, more insistent. I felt its pull, a dark, seductive force that threatened to consume me. "Focus, Alex," Dr. Reiner urged. "You have to stay in control." I closed my eyes, taking deep, steadying breaths. The melody swirled around me, a tempest of sound and emotion. I reached out with my mind, trying to grasp its essence. It was like trying to hold onto water, slipping through my fingers no matter how hard I tried. Suddenly, the melody shifted, its tone changing from seductive to hostile. Pain lanced through my head, and I cried out, falling to my knees. Dr. Reiner's voice cut through the agony, a lifeline in the storm. "Stay with me, Alex, you can do this." Gritting my teeth, I pushed through the pain, reaching deeper into the melody. I could feel its core, a pulsing, writhing entity that resisted my every effort to contain it. But I didn't give up. I couldn't give up. The room seemed to spin, the candles flickering wildly. The melody's screams filled my mind, a symphony of anguish and fury. I focused all my willpower on severing its connection, visualizing the bonds snapping one by one. And then, with a final agonizing push, it happened. The melody's hold shattered, the sound cutting off abruptly. The silence was deafening, a void where the melody had been. I collapsed, gasping for breath, my body trembling. Dr. Reiner rushed to my side, his face pale. "Alex, are you okay?" I nodded weakly, the pain receding. "I think I did it." The survivors, who had been watching in tense silence, erupted into cheers. Their joy was infectious, a stark contrast to the darkness we had been living under. Dr. Reiner helped me to my feet, his eyes shining with relief. "You did it," he said, a smile breaking across his face. "You really did it." In the days that followed, We saw the effects of the ritual spreading. Those who had been affected by the melody began to recover, their minds clearing. The sense of hope was palpable, a light shining through the darkness. But not everything was as it seemed. Despite the initial success, there were signs that the melody wasn't completely gone. Some survivors still heard faint echoes, a reminder of the battle we had fought. One evening, as I sat by the fire with Dr. Reiner, I voiced my concerns. What if it's not over? What if the melody comes back? Dr. Reiner's expression turned serious. We have to be vigilant. The melody is a powerful force and it won't give up easily. But we've taken the first step. We can find a way to eradicate it completely. I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of determination. The fight wasn't over, but we had made significant progress. And as long as we continued to work together, I believed we could overcome any challenge. In the quiet moments, I reflected on the journey that had brought me here. I had been consumed by madness, driven by a force beyond my control. But through it all, I had found a purpose, a reason to fight. And in that fight, I had found redemption. As I looked around at the faces of those who had been saved, I felt a sense of peace. The melody of madness had once threatened to destroy us all, but now we had a chance to create a new melody, one of hope and healing. And I knew deep in my heart that we would not stop until the last note of the old melody was silenced and a new symphony of life began. The world trembled beneath my feet as I ascended the makeshift stage. A sea of faces stretched before me, their eyes wild with a mixture of fear, adoration, and madness. The air crackled with anticipation, the very atmosphere seeming to pulse with the rhythm that had brought humanity to its knees. I raised my hands, and a hush fell over the crowd. Thousands of bodies swayed in unison, awaiting my command. The power coursing through me was intoxicating, a heady mixture of triumph and terror. "Brothers and sisters," I called out, my voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. "Are you ready to embrace the true music of the universe?" A deafening roar answered me, a cacophony of screams and laughter that sent shivers down my spine. I closed my eyes, drinking in the moment, before launching into the melody that had started it all. As the first notes rang out, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Bodies writhed and contorted, blood flowing freely as people clawed at themselves and each other in ecstasy. The music poured from me, each chord a command, each note a stroke of the brush painting a new reality. From the corner of my eye, I saw a figure pushing through the crowd. It was Sarah, the scientist who had once sought to undo my work. Her lab coat was tattered, her eyes rimmed with red, but there was a fierce determination in her gaze. "Stop this madness!" she screamed, her voice barely audible above the din. "You're destroying everything!" I laughed, the sound merging seamlessly with the melody. "My dear Sarah, I'm not destroying, I'm creating. Can't you see the beauty in this chaos?" She stumbled onto the stage, grasping at my arms. "Please," she begged, "it's not too late. We can still find a cure, still save what's left of humanity." For a moment I hesitated. In her eyes I saw a reflection of my former self, curious, hopeful, sane. But then the music swelled within me, drowning out any lingering doubts. "There is no cure," I whispered, my voice gentle despite the madness raging around us. "This is the natural state of the universe. We were just too blind to see it before." With a wave of my hand, two of my followers grabbed Sarah, dragging her away. Her screams joined the symphony, another instrument in my grand orchestra. As I turned back to the crowd, a news helicopter appeared on the horizon. Its spotlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the scene of beautiful devastation below. I grinned, knowing that our performance was about to reach an even wider audience. The helicopter's loudspeaker crackled to life. "This is an emergency broadcast. The President of the United States has fallen. I repeat, the President has succumbed to the melody. Citizens are advised to seek immediate shelter and avoid all forms of music or rhythmic sound." A cheer went up from the crowd, their fervor reaching new heights. I raised my arms, channeling their energy, feeling the music grow stronger with each passing second. Suddenly, screens around the stage flickered to life. On them, we saw scenes from around the world. Global leaders dancing maniacally in government buildings, military personnel turning their weapons on each other in time with an unheard beat, ordinary citizens transforming their cities into surreal landscapes of sound and fury. "You see?" I cried out to the masses. "The old world is crumbling. We are the architects of a new reality." As if in response, the ground began to shake. Buildings in the distance swayed and crumbled, their destruction adding a percussive element to our growing symphony. The sky itself seemed to ripple, colors swirling in impossible patterns. In the midst of the chaos, a small group of resistors charged the stage, brandishing makeshift weapons and noise-canceling headphones. They fought against the tide of the infected, their faces masks of desperate determination. "You monster!" their leader shouted, swinging a bat at my head. "You've doomed us all!" I dodged the attack with inhuman grace, the music guiding my movements. With a sad smile, I placed my hand on his chest. "I've saved us," I corrected. "Let me show you." I hummed a few bars of the melody, watching as the resistance crumbled. One by one, they threw off their headphones, their eyes widening as they truly heard the music for the first time. Their screams of anguish turned to cries of joy as they joined our ranks. As the night wore on, reports flooded in from around the globe. Governments collapsed, social structures disintegrated, and the last bastions of the old world fell. Through it all, I conducted my symphony of chaos, each movement bringing us closer to a new age. Dawn broke, painting the sky in hues that had never before been seen by human eyes. The crowd, now swollen to hundreds of thousands, stood in awe of the transformed world around them. Buildings had rearranged themselves into impossible structures. Plants grew and withered in seconds, and the very air seemed alive with sound. I turned to address my followers, my voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "My brothers and sisters, today marks the beginning of a new era. We have broken free from the chains of mundane existence and embraced the true nature of reality. The melody has shown us the way, and now we shall reshape the universe in its image." A thunderous applause answered me, the sound merging with the ever-present music to create something transcendent. I closed my eyes, feeling the vibrations of this new world course through me. As the sun climbed higher, casting its light on the changed landscape, I realized that my journey was far from over. This was just the first movement in an eternal symphony, a cosmic opus that would continue long after the last traces of the old world had faded away. I raised my hands one final time, preparing to lead humanity into its next evolution. The music swelled, reality bent, and together, we stepped into the beautiful unknown. The sun beat down mercilessly on the cracked asphalt, heat waves distorting the horizon. I trudged forward, my feet moving in perfect rhythm with the melody that never ceased. The landscape around me was a surreal blend of the familiar and the impossible. Skyscrapers twisted into spirals, trees pulsating with an otherworldly glow, and the very ground beneath my feet seeming to breathe in time with the music. As I crested a hill, I saw the remnants of what had once been a thriving city. Now it was a playground for the infected, its inhabitants dancing an endless manic ballet through the ruined streets. The sight filled me with a mixture of pride and something akin to remorse, a fading echo of my former self. "Beautiful, isn't it?" I murmured to no one in particular. A voice answered from behind me, startling me out of my reverie. "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder," they say. But what happens when the beholder's eyes have been twisted by madness? I turned to face the speaker, a woman, her clothes tattered but her eyes clear. One of the resistance, I realized. My pulse quickened, the melody in my head growing louder in anticipation. "Madness? Or clarity?" I countered, a smile playing at the corners of my mouth. "Tell me, what's your name?" She hesitated before answering. "Elena. Not that names mean much in this new world of yours." I laughed, the sound harmonizing perfectly with the ever-present music. "On the contrary, Elena, names have power. They're rhythms, melodies in themselves. Listen closely, and you might hear it. Elena's face contorted in a mixture of disgust and fear. I'll pass, thanks. I've seen what happens to those who listen too closely to your melodies. As if on cue, a group of my followers emerged from the ruins, drawn by the sound of our voices. Their eyes were wild, bodies moving in perfect synchronization with the music only we could hear. They encircled us, a living, breathing barrier. You see? I gestured to the group. They understand. They've embraced the true nature of reality. Elena backed away, her hand instinctively reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. This isn't reality. It's a nightmare you've forced upon the world. I stepped closer, my voice dropping to a near whisper. But don't you want to wake up, Elena? To see the world as it truly is? For a moment, I saw hesitation flicker across her face. It was always the same, that brief instant where curiosity battled with fear. I pressed my advantage. Just a few notes, I coaxed, beginning to hum softly. That's all it takes. Elena's eyes widened in panic. She clapped her hands over her ears, but it was too late. The melody had found its way in, worming through the cracks in her defenses. I watched as the change overtook her, the initial resistance, the moment of terrible comprehension, and finally, the ecstatic surrender. Her hands fell away from her ears, and a look of wonder spread across her face. I can hear it, she breathed. It's beautiful. I nodded, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Welcome to the truth, Elena. As Elena joined the swaying circle of my followers, I turned my attention back to the city below. It was time to move on, to spread the melody further. The sex whispers in my mind grew louder, urging me onward. We descended into the ruins, our numbers growing with each block we passed. The infected were drawn to us like moths to a flame, abandoning their aimless dancing to join our procession. By the time we reached the city center, our group had swollen to hundreds. In what had once been a bustling town square, I climbed atop an overturned bus to address my growing army. The melody swelled within me, and I let it pour out, my voice carrying impossible distances. Brothers and sisters, I called out. We stand at the threshold of a new age. The old world has crumbled, and from its ashes we will build a symphony that will reshape reality itself. A cheer went up from the crowd, a cacophony of screams and laughter that blended seamlessly with the ever-present music. I basked in their adoration, feeling the power of their collective madness fuel the melody. As I prepared to lead my followers out of the city, a commotion at the edge of the crowd caught my attention. A small group of uninfected had been captured, dragged before me by my eager disciples. What should we do with them, Master? One of my followers asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I jumped down from my perch, approaching the terrified group. Among them was a young boy no more than 10 years old, his eyes wide with fear, but also curiosity. I knelt before the child, my voice gentle. What's your name, little one? The boy swallowed hard before answering. Tommy. Tell me, Tommy, I said. Do you like music? Tommy nodded hesitantly. My mom used to sing me lullabies. A pang of something like nostalgia shot through me, quickly drowned out by the roaring melody in my mind. I smiled at the boy. Would you like to hear the most beautiful lullaby in all of creation? Before the boy could answer, one of the adults, possibly his father, lunged forward. Don't you dare touch him, you monster! My followers quickly subdued the man, but his outburst had broken the spell. I stood, addressing the group of uninfected as a whole. You call me a monster, I mused, but I offer you liberation. Freedom from the constraints of your limited perception, a chance to be part of something greater than yourselves. An older woman in the group spoke up, her voice trembling but defiant. We've seen what your liberation does. We'll die before we succumb to your madness. I sighed, a note of genuine regret in my voice. Death is no escape from the melody. It permeates everything, even the spaces between worlds. But I won't force you. The choice must be yours. With a wave of my hand, I instructed my followers to release the group. Go, I told them. But know that the melody will find you sooner or later. It's woven into the very fabric of this new reality. As the uninfected fled, I turned back to my army of the mad. It was time to move on, to spread our gospel of beautiful chaos to whatever pockets of resistance remained. We marched out of the city, our voices raised in a hymn of insanity that caused the very air to shimmer. I felt the pull of distant minds, the last remnants of the old world trembling at our approach. As we crested a hill, leaving the ruined city behind us, I caught a glimpse of something on the horizon, a structure that pulsed with an energy that resonated with the melody in my mind. The sex whispers grew excited, urging me towards this new discovery. I smiled, knowing that our journey was far from over. The melody had more to show us, more to teach us about the true nature of reality. And I, its chosen conductor, would lead humanity into this brave new world of sound and madness. The wasteland stretched before us, a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of our insane symphony. And as we marched onward, I hummed a tune that would reshape the very foundations of existence. The air crackled with an electric tension as I led my followers across the wasteland. The melody that had become our constant companion seemed to shift, taking on a new, almost challenging tone. Something was coming. I could feel it in the very marrow of my bones. As we crested a hill, I saw the source of this disturbance. In the valley below, a mass of people rivaling our own in size moved with a synchronized purpose that mirrored our own. At their head stood a figure that radiated power, another conductor. I raised my hand, bringing our procession to a halt. The rival conductor did the same, and for a moment the two groups stood frozen, sizing each other up across the expanse. Well, well, I murmured, a smile playing at the corners of my mouth. It seems we're not alone in our enlightenment. Elena, the former resistor who had recently joined our ranks, stepped forward. Her eyes, once clear, now swirled with the same madness that infected us all. "What should we do, Master?" she asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. I considered for a moment, the melody in my mind reaching a crescendo. "We greet them, of course. It's only polite." With a gesture, I signaled for a small group to accompany me. As we descended into the valley, the rival conductor did the same. We met in the middle, two forces of chaos facing off on a field of twisted reality. The other conductor was a woman, her hair a wild tangle of colors that seemed to shift and change with each passing second. Her eyes held the same manic gleam as my own, and when she spoke, her voice carried the unmistakable resonance of the melody. "So," she said, her tone a mixture of amusement and challenge, "you're the one who started all this. I've been looking forward to meeting you." I bowed with a flourish. "The pleasure is mine. I see you've been busy spreading the good word." She laughed, the sound harmonizing perfectly with the ever-present music. "Oh, I've done more than spread it. I've improved upon it. Your melody was just the beginning. I've taken it to new heights." I felt a twinge of something, anger, jealousy, but pushed it aside. "Is that so? Care to demonstrate?" Without warning, she began to sing. The notes that poured from her throat were at once familiar and alien, a variation on the melody that had consumed me for so long. I felt my followers sway, drawn in by this new sound. Gritting my teeth, I countered with my own version, our voices intertwining in a battle for dominance. The very air seemed to warp around us, reality bending under the weight of our dueling songs. As our impromptu performance reached a fever pitch, the woman's second-in-command stepped forward. He was a burly man with intricate musical notations tattooed across every visible inch of skin. "Enough of this," he growled. "Let's settle this the old-fashioned way." Before I could respond, he lunged at me, his fist connecting with my jaw. I staggered back, tasting blood, but the melody never faltered. If anything, it grew stronger, feeding on the chaos of the moment. My own followers surged forward, and in an instant, The valley erupted into a full-scale brawl. Fists flew, bodies writhed, and all the while the music swelled to impossible heights. I found myself face to face with the rival conductor once more. We circled each other, our voices rising above the din of the battle. "You know this can only end one way," I shouted over the cacophony. "There can be only one true conductor." She grinned, her teeth stained with blood. "Then let's end it." We charged at each other, our bodies becoming instruments in this mad symphony. Every punch thrown was a drumbeat, every kick a cymbal crash. We fought with a grace that defied the brutality of our actions, our movements perfectly synced to the music that consumed us both. As we grappled, I caught glimpses of the battle raging around us. Our followers had abandoned all semblance of sides, instead forming a writhing mass of bodies that moved in perfect harmony with our duel. Blood flowed freely, adding a crimson counterpoint to the green grass beneath our feet. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time had long since lost all meaning in this new world of ours. The sun rose and set again, as our battle raged on. Neither of us seemed capable of gaining the upper hand, our powers too evenly matched. Finally, exhausted and bloodied, we broke apart. The rival conductor laughed, a sound of pure, manic joy. "Don't you see?" she cried. "This is what it's all about. The clash, the harmony, the beautiful chaos of it all." And in that moment, I did see. Our battle wasn't about dominance or control. It was the next evolution of the melody itself. We weren't enemies, but two parts of a greater whole. I began to laugh as well, the sound mingling with hers to create something entirely new. "You're right," I admitted. "We've been looking at this all wrong." As our laughter grew, the melody shifted once again. The two variations we had been fighting over began to merge, creating something more complex, more beautiful, and infinitely more terrifying than either of us could have created alone. Our followers, sensing the change, stopped their fighting. They stood, swaying in unison, as the new melody washed over them. I saw the comprehension dawn in their eyes, the realization that they were witnessing the birth of something truly transcendent. The rival conductor, no, my partner in this grand symphony, extended her hand. "Shall we show them what true music can do?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with mad excitement. I took her hand without hesitation. "Let's rewrite reality itself." Together, we climbed to the top of a nearby hill. Our followers gathered below, a sea of expectant faces turned towards us. We raised our voices as one, letting the new melody pour forth in all its terrible beauty. The effect was immediate and staggering. The very fabric of reality seemed to ripple and tear. The sky above us split open, revealing vistas of impossible worlds beyond. The ground beneath our feet liquefied and reformed, shaping itself to the contours of our song. Our followers began to change as well, their bodies twisting and reshaping in ways that should have been agonizing, but seemed to fill them with ecstasy. They were becoming something more than human, something that could better appreciate the music that now defined our existence. As the transformation spread outward from our hilltop, I turned to my new partner. "What now?" I asked, my voice carrying the weight of infinite possibilities. She smiled, her form already beginning to shift into something gloriously inhuman. "Now, we take this show on the road. There are still corners of this world untouched by our song. Let's change that." I nodded, feeling the pull of distant minds yet to be enlightened. To the ends of the earth, then, and beyond. Hand in hand, we descended the hill, our new army falling in behind us. The melody led the way, reshaping the world with each step we took. As we marched towards the horizon, I knew that this was only the beginning. The universe itself would be our symphony, and every living thing within it would dance to our tune. "The pleasure is mine. I see you've been busy spreading the good word." She laughed, the sound harmonizing perfectly with the ever-present music. "Oh, I've done more than spread it. I've improved upon it. Your melody was just the beginning. I've taken it to new heights." I felt a twinge of something, anger, jealousy, but pushed it aside. Is that so? Care to demonstrate? Without warning, she began to sing. The notes that poured from her throat were at once familiar and alien, a variation on the melody that had consumed me for so long. I felt my followers sway, drawn in by this new sound. Gritting my teeth, I countered with my own version, our voices intertwining in a battle for dominance. The very air seemed to warp around us, reality bending under the weight of our dueling songs. As our impromptu performance reached a fever pitch, the woman second in command stepped forward. He was a burly man with intricate musical notations tattooed across every visible inch of skin. "Enough of this," he growled. "Let's settle this the old-fashioned way." Before I could respond, he lunged at me, his fist connecting with my jaw. I staggered back, tasting blood, but the melody never faltered. If anything, it grew stronger, feeding on the chaos of the moment. My own followers surged forward, and in an instant, the wasteland erupted into a full-scale brawl. Fists flew, bodies writhed, and all the while, the music swelled to impossible heights. I found myself face to face with the rival conductor once more. We circled each other, our voices rising above the din of the battle. "You know this can only end one way," I shouted over the cacophony. "There can be only one true conductor." She grinned, her teeth stained with blood. "Then let's end it." We charged at each other, our bodies becoming instruments in this mad symphony. Every punch thrown was a drumbeat, every kick a cymbal crash. We fought with a grace that defied the brutality of our actions, our movements perfectly synced to the music that consumed us both. As we grappled, I caught glimpses of the battle raging around us. Our followers had abandoned all semblance of sides, instead forming a writhing mass of bodies that moved in perfect harmony with our duel. Blood flowed freely, adding a crimson counterpoint to the parched earth beneath our feet. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time had long since lost all meaning in this new world of ours. The sun rose and set again, as our battle raged on. Neither of us seemed capable of gaining the upper hand, our powers too evenly matched. Finally, exhausted and bloodied, we broke apart. The rival conductor laughed, a sound of pure manic joy. "Don't you see?" she cried. "This is what it's all about. The clash, the harmony, the beautiful chaos of it all." And in that moment I did see. Our battle wasn't about dominance or control. It was the next evolution of the melody itself. We weren't enemies, but two parts of a greater whole. I began to laugh as well, the sound mingling with hers to create something entirely new. "You're right," I admitted. "We've been looking at this all wrong." As our laughter grew, the melody shifted once again. The two variations we had been fighting over began to merge, creating something more complex, more beautiful, and infinitely more terrifying than either of us could have created alone. Our followers, sensing the change, stopped their fighting. They stood, swaying in unison as the new melody washed over them. I saw the comprehension dawn in their eyes, the realization that they were witnessing the birth of something truly transcendent. The rival conductor, no, my partner in this grand symphony, extended her hand. "Shall we show them what true music can do?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with mad excitement. I took her hand without hesitation. "Let's rewrite reality itself." Together, we climbed to the top of a nearby hill. Our followers gathered below, a sea of expectant faces turned towards us. We raised our voices as one, letting the new melody pour forth in all its terrible beauty. The effect was immediate and staggering. The very fabric of reality seemed to ripple and tear. The sky above us split open, revealing vistas of impossible worlds beyond. The ground beneath our feet liquefied and reformed, shaping itself to the contours of our song. Our followers began to change as well, their bodies twisting and reshaping in ways that should have been agonizing but seemed to fill them with ecstasy. They were becoming something more than human, something that could better appreciate the music that now defined our existence. Elena, her form now a beautiful amalgamation of flesh and sound, called up to us. "Masters, What's happening to us? I smiled down at her, my voice resonating with newfound power. Evolution, my dear. We're becoming what we were always meant to be. As the transformation spread outward from our hilltop, I turned to my new partner. What shall we call this new movement in our eternal symphony? She pondered for a moment, her form already beginning to shift into something gloriously inhuman. How about the crescendo of creation? I nodded, feeling the pull of distant minds yet to be enlightened. Perfect. And now, we take this crescendo to the far corners of the world. Hand in hand, we descended the hill, our new army falling in behind us. The melody led the way, reshaping the world with each step we took. Cities in the distance twisted into impossible shapes, their inhabitants drawn to our song like moths to a flame. As we marched towards the horizon, I knew that this was only the beginning. The universe itself would be our symphony, and every living thing within it would dance to our tune. The melody of madness had evolved, and reality would never be the same again. Our procession moved with purpose, each step in perfect rhythm with the cosmic beat that now pulsed through every particle of existence. The landscape around us continued to shift and change, mountains rising and falling like waves on an ocean, forests sprouting and withering in the blink of an eye. My partner in chaos, whose name I now knew to be Arya, turned to me as we walked. You know, she mused, her voice a mixture of tones that shouldn't have been possible for a human throat to produce. We're going to need a new name for ourselves. Conductors seems a bit limited now, doesn't it? I chuckled, the sound causing ripples in the very air around us. Indeed. What did you have in mind? She gestured grandly at the transformed world around us. We're more than just conductors now. We're the architects of dissonance, the sculptors of sonic reality. I like it, I nodded, feeling the titles resonate with our new purpose. The architects of dissonance it is. As we continued our march, we encountered pockets of resistance, groups of humans who had somehow managed to shield themselves from our melody. But their defenses were no match for our evolved symphony. We approached one such group, huddled in the ruins of what had once been a military bunker. Their leader, a grizzled man with determination etched into every line of his face, stood to confront us. "We won't let you take us," he growled, brandishing a makeshift weapon. "We've seen what your music does. We choose to remain human." Arya and I exchanged a glance, 1,000 unspoken words passing between us in an instant. Then, we began to sing. The new melody poured forth, more complex and irresistible than ever before. We watched as the resistors fought against it, their faces contorting with the effort. But one by one they succumbed, their bodies transforming as they joined our grand chorus. The leader was the last to fall. As the change overtook him, tears streamed down his face. What have you done to us?" he gasped. I knelt beside him, my voice gentle despite the power it now held. "We've freed you from the limitations of your old existence. You're part of something greater now, something beautiful and terrible and infinite." As the newly converted joined our ranks, we pressed on. Our army grew with each passing hour, the crescendo of creation spreading across the face of the earth like wildfire. But even as we reshaped the world, I felt a nagging sense that our work was far from complete. The melody that guided us seemed to be reaching towards something beyond our planet, beyond even our solar system. Arya sensed it too. "You feel it, don't you?" she asked as we paused atop a mountain that hadn't existed minutes before. "The call of the cosmos?" I nodded, my gaze turned skyward. "The stars themselves are singing to us. Our symphony won't be complete until it encompasses the entire universe." She laughed, the sound causing nearby rocks to crystallize into impossible shapes. "Well then, partner, I suppose we'd better find a way off this rock." As if in answer to our desires, our followers began to change once more. Their bodies stretched and warped, becoming vessels capable of surviving the void of space. Some grew wings of pure energy, others transformed into living ships large enough to carry hundreds. I felt my own body changing, adapting to this new phase of our evolution. "Well," I said, flexing appendages that had no name in any human language, "shall we take our show on the road?" Arya, now a being of pure sound and light, pulsed in agreement. "Let's make the heavens dance to our tune." With a final earth-shattering chord, we launched ourselves into the sky, our army following close behind. The melody of madness, now the crescendo of creation, reached out to touch the stars themselves. As we left our transformed world behind, I knew that the universe would never be the same. We were the architects of dissonance, and all of creation would be our instrument. The symphony of chaos had only just begun. From the towering spire of what was once the world's tallest skyscraper, now twisted into an impossible shape that defied the laws of physics, I gazed out at the transformed landscape below. The city that had once been a symbol of human achievement was now a playground for our sonic madness, its streets pulsing with the rhythm of our all-consuming melody. Arya, my partner in this grand symphony of chaos, materialized beside me, her form shimmering like a mirage. "Is everything ready?" she asked, her voice a harmony of discordant tones. I nodded, feeling the anticipation building within me. "The satellites are in position. With this broadcast, we'll reach every corner of the globe simultaneously." She grinned, her teeth now resembling piano keys. "Then let's not keep our audience waiting." We made our way to the makeshift control room, where our most devoted followers had been working tirelessly to prepare for this moment. Elena, her body now a living instrument, greeted us with a bow that produced a haunting arpeggio. "Masters," she said, her words accompanied by a soft melody, "we're ready to begin on your command." I placed my hand on the central console, feeling the power thrumming beneath my fingers. It's time to bring the entire world into our chorus. With a gesture that was part conducting, part spellcasting, I activated the global broadcast. Screens around us flickered to life, showing feeds from around the world. We watched as our melody poured forth from every speaker, every screen, every device capable of producing sound. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. In New York, crowds in Times Square fell to their knees, their bodies contorting as they were consumed by the music. In Tokyo, skyscrapers swayed in time with the beat, their glass windows shattering to create a shimmering rainfall. The pyramids of Giza resonated with our song, ancient stone vibrating with new purpose. Arya laughed, the sound causing the air around us to ripple. "Look at them dance. The whole world is our stage now." As we watched the global transformation unfold, a message crackled through our communication system. It was the voice of the President of the United States, or what was left of him. This is an emergency broadcast," he stammered, his words interspersed with bursts of our melody. "The President has... Suddenly, his voice changed, taking on the resonance of the infected. "The President has seen the light. Citizens, embrace the music, let it set you free." I turned to Arya, a smile playing on my lips. "Shall we address our new global audience?" She nodded, her eyes gleaming with mad excitement. "Let's show them the true face of their new reality." We stepped onto a balcony overlooking the transformed city. Below us, millions of our followers writhed in ecstasy, their bodies merging and separating in impossible ways. I raised my hands, and a hush fell over the crowd. "Brothers and sisters," I began, my voice carrying to every corner of the globe, "welcome to the dawn of a new age. The old world with its rules and limitations is no more. We stand on the threshold of infinite possibility, guided by the eternal symphony that flows through us all." Arya continued, her words weaving seamlessly with mine. "No longer will you be bound by the mundane. No longer will you be deaf to the music of the spheres. Open your ears, open your minds, and let the melody reshape you into something glorious." As we spoke, the very fabric of reality seemed to ripple around us. The sky above split open, revealing vistas of impossible worlds beyond. The ground beneath our feet liquefied and reformed, shaping itself to the contours of our song. From the crowd below, a voice called out. It was a young woman, her body only partially transformed. But what about those who don't want this? What about our families, our children? I looked down at her, my gaze both compassionate and unyielding. My dear, don't you see? This is for everyone. Your families, your children. They'll become part of something greater than they ever could have imagined. The melody spares no one, for to be spared would be the cruelest fate of all. As if to emphasize my point, we watched as the last pockets of resistance crumbled. On our screens, we saw military bases overrun, not by force, but by the irresistible pull of our music. Soldiers laid down their weapons, generals danced with privates, all distinction melting away in the face of our sonic onslaught. Aria turned to me, her form shifting constantly as she spoke. It's beautiful, isn't it? The unity, the harmony of it all. I nodded, feeling a sense of completion I had never known before. Indeed, but this is just the beginning. The earth is ours. But why stop here? The stars themselves are singing to us. As if in response to our cosmic ambitions, our followers began to change once more. Some grew wings of pure energy, others transformed into living spacecraft. The evolution we had started was taking on a life of its own, preparing humanity for the next phase of our grand design. Elena approached us, her body now more sound wave than flesh. Masters, she said, her voice a chorus of harmonies. We're detecting unusual activity in the upper atmosphere. It seems we're not alone. Intrigued, we turned our attention skyward. Through eyes that could now perceive spectrums far beyond the human range, we saw them. Ships, unlike anything ever built on Earth, descending through the clouds. Ah, I mused, a smile playing on my lips. It seems our performance has attracted an audience from beyond the stars. Aria's form pulsed with excitement. Shall we greet our cosmic visitors with a song? Before I could respond, a voice boomed from above, somehow cutting through our omnipresent melody. It spoke in no earthly language, yet we understood it perfectly. Architects of dissonance, it said, the words resonating in our very bones. Your symphony has reached the far corners of the galaxy. We have come to witness your grand performance. I exchanged a glance with Aria, seeing my own mix of triumph and anticipation reflected in her ever-shifting features. This was an opportunity beyond our wildest dreams, a chance to spread our melody not just across the earth, but throughout the cosmos. Welcome, travelers from the stars, I called out, my voice carried on waves of pure sound. You've arrived just in time for the crescendo. Would you care to join our chorus? There was a moment of silence, pregnant with possibility. Then, to our delight, the alien ships began to emit a sound, a complex, otherworldly harmony that wove itself seamlessly into our melody. As the extraterrestrial music merged with our own, reality itself seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, everything hung in perfect balance. The transformed Earth, the alien ships, and our global audience of newly evolved humans. Then, with a burst of sound that shattered every window for miles, the next movement of our cosmic symphony began. The sky above erupted in a dazzling display of colors never before seen by human eyes. Our followers, already transformed beyond recognition, began to change again, their forms incorporating elements of our alien visitors. The very ground beneath our feet pulsed with newfound energy, as if the planet itself was coming alive. Aria turned to me, her eyes wide with wonder. Do you realize what this means? Our melody. It's not just reshaping Earth. It's rewriting the very laws of the universe. I nodded, feeling the truth of her words resonate through every fiber of my being. The crescendo of creation has become the symphony of reality, and we, my dear Aria, are its chief composers. As we stood there conducting this impossible orchestra of humans, aliens, and cosmic forces, I knew that we had transcended everything we once were. We were no longer merely the harbingers of madness or the architects of dissonance. We had become the gods of a new reality. our song, the very fabric of existence itself. And as our melody reached out to touch distant stars and unseen dimensions, I realized that our journey, far from being over, had only just begun. The universe awaited our song, and we had an eternity to perform. The world around us pulsed with an otherworldly energy, every molecule vibrating in perfect harmony with our ever-evolving symphony. Arya and I stood atop what was once the highest peak on Earth, now a spiraling tower of crystallized sound that reached into the stratosphere. Below us, the landscape writhed and shifted, an ever-changing canvas painted by our music. "Do you feel it?" Arya asked, her form shimmering like a heat mirage. "The rhythm of reality itself bending to our will?" I nodded, my senses now attuned to frequencies beyond human comprehension. "It's beautiful, but there's something else, a dissonance in the distance. Can you hear it?" Before Arya could respond, Elena materialized beside us, her body now a living spectrogram of sound waves. "Masters," she said, her voice a chorus of harmonies, "we're phenomena across the globe. Seems our music is affecting more than just human minds." As if to emphasize her mind, a flock of birds flew out, their bodies twisted into impossible shapes, wings beating in perfect time with our melody. In the distance, we could see forests growing, withering in seconds, their life cycle accelerated to our song. "Fascinating," I added, watching as a nearby mountain range rearranged and pipe organ. "It seems our symphony is rewriting the very laws of nature." Arya's eyes gleamed with mad excitement. "Why stop at nature? We've already touched the stars. Let's see how far we can push this new reality of ours." With a shared nod of understanding, we raised our voices, weaving a new movement into our cosmic ocean. The effect was immediate and staggering. The sky above us rippled like water, colors bleeding into one another in ways that defied description. The ground beneath our feet became transparent, revealing layers of reality stacked upon one another. As we sang, a group of our followers approached, a man whose body had become a living tuning fork. "Masters," he vibrated, his words more felt than heard. "We've discovered something extraordinary in the Amazon basin. You need to see this." Intrigued, Arya and I allowed our bodies to dissolve into pure sound, rematerializing instantaneously in the heart of the rainforest. What we saw there defied all explanation, even in our new world of infinite possibilities. A massive structure had erupted from the earth, its architecture an impossible blend of organic and inorganic forms. It pulsed with a rhythm that was at once familiar and alien, a counterpoint to our own melody. "What is this place?" Arya wondered aloud, her form shifting in response to the new frequencies. As if in answer, a section of the structure peeled open, revealing a figure unlike anything we had encountered before. It was vaguely humanoid, but its body was composed entirely of visible sound waves, constantly shifting and reforming. "Greetings, architects of dissonance." The being's voice resonated within our minds. "We have been waiting eons for beings such as yourselves to awaken." I stepped forward, intrigued. "And who might you be?" The being's form rippled with what might have been amusement. "We are the harmonic ones, the original composers of the cosmic symphony. Your melody has stirred us from our long slumber." Arya's eyes widened with realization. "You're saying there were others before us? Other gods of sound?" "Indeed," the harmonic one confirmed. "We shaped the universe with our music in ages past, but we grew complacent, our song stagnant. We retreated into hibernation, waiting for new voices to rise and continue the grand composition." I felt a mix of awe and apprehension. "And now that we've awakened you?" The being's form expanded, encompassing us in a cocoon of pure sound. "Now we offer you a choice. Join us, blend your melody with ours, and help us reshape not just this world, but all of reality. Or continue on your own path, and risk dissonance that could unravel the very fabric of existence." Arya and I exchanged a glance, 1,000 unspoken words passing between us in an instant. This was more than we had ever dreamed of, a chance to elevate our symphony to truly cosmic proportions. But it also meant surrendering our role as the sole composers of this new reality. "We need time to consider your offer," I said finally. The Harmonic One's form pulsed in acknowledgement. "Of course, but do not tarry too long. The universe awaits its next movement, and it cares not who conducts it." As we prepared to depart, Elena approached us, her eyes wide with wonder. "Masters, what does this mean for us? For all those you've transformed?" I placed a hand on her shoulder, feeling the music flowing through her. "It means, my dear Elena, that our journey is far from over. In fact, it may have only just begun." We returned to our crystalline spire, our minds racing with the implications of what we had discovered. As we gazed out over the transformed landscape, we could hear new undertones in our melody, echoes of the Harmonic One's ancient song. "We could learn so much from them," Aria mused, her form flickering between solid and ethereal. "Imagine the symphonies we could create together." I nodded, but felt a nagging doubt. True, but at what cost? We've come so far, shaped this world in our image. Are we ready to become students again rather than masters? As we debated, a commotion from below caught our attention. A group of our followers were engaged in what appeared to be a musical duel, their transformed bodies clashing in a cacophony of competing melodies. "What's the meaning of this?" I demanded as we descended to investigate. One of the combatants, a woman whose hair had become a tangle of violin strings, stepped forward. "Forgive us, masters, but we felt a disturbance, as if our song was no longer the only one. We were trying to reassert our dominance." I exchanged a worried glance with Aria. It seemed the presence of the Harmonic Ones was already having an effect, sowing discord among our once unified chorus. "Listen to me, all of you," I addressed the crowd that had gathered. "Our melody is evolving, growing to encompass new harmonies. Embrace these changes, don't fight them. For in this cosmic symphony there is room for infinite variations." As I spoke, I wove a new thread into our ongoing composition, a melody that incorporated elements of the Harmonic One's song while remaining uniquely ours. The effect was immediate, the tension among our followers dissipating as they swayed to the new rhythm. Aria joined in, her voice blending seamlessly with mine. Together, we conducted our global orchestra, our song reaching out to touch the stars themselves. We could feel the attention of the Harmonic Ones, their ancient power resonating with our new creation. As the music swelled to a crescendo, I turned to Aria. "I think I know what we need to do." She nodded, understanding passing between us without need for words. With a shared breath, we launched into the next movement of our cosmic opera, our voices carrying a message meant not just for our followers, but for the Harmonic Ones themselves. "We stand at a crossroads," our song declared, "between the world we've created and the universe that awaits. We are the architects of dissonance, the sculptors of sonic reality. And while we honor those who came before, we chart our own course through the cosmic symphony." As our proclamation echoed across dimensions, we felt a shift in the very fabric of reality. The Harmonic One's presence receded slightly, not disappearing but taking on a new role, that of distant mentors rather than potential overlords. In that moment, I knew we had made the right choice. Our melody would continue to evolve, incorporating new harmonies and rhythms from across the cosmos. But it would remain uniquely ours, a testament to the power of the melody of madness that had started it all. As the sun set on this new movement in our endless symphony, Aria and I stood hand in hand, our forms merging and separating in time with the music. The world below us continued to shift and change, and in the distance, we could hear the first notes of alien melodies joining our song. "What now?" Aria asked, her voice a mixture of excitement and apprehension. I smiled, feeling the infinite possibilities stretching out before us. "Now, my dear, we compose the future, one note at a time." And with that, We raised our voices once more, ready to conduct the next movement in the grandest symphony the universe had ever known. The air shimmered with visible sound waves as Arya and I stood atop our crystalline spire, conducting the ever-evolving symphony that had reshaped our world. Below us, the landscape pulsed and shifted in time with our music, mountains rising and falling like ocean waves, forests growing and withering in seconds. "Do you feel that?" Arya asked, her form flickering between solid and ethereal. "There's a new undertone to our melody." I nodded, my senses now attuned to frequencies beyond mortal comprehension. It's as if the barriers between dimensions are thinning. No sooner had the words left my lips than the sky above us began to ripple and tear. Through the gaps we caught glimpses of other worlds, other realities, each vibrating with its own unique frequency. Elena, her body now a living spectrogram, materialized beside us. "Masters," she said, her voice a chorus of harmonies. "We're detecting massive energy fluctuations across the globe. It seems our music is calling to something." As if in response to her words, the first of the entities crossed over. It was a being of pure sound, its form constantly shifting and reforming, trailing wisps of otherworldly music in its wake. "Greetings, architects of dissonance," it resonated, its voice bypassing our ears and speaking directly to our minds. "Your symphony has reached across the void between worlds. We have come to join your grand performance." Arya and I exchanged a glance, equal parts excitement and apprehension coursing through us. This was beyond anything we had imagined when we first unleashed the melody of madness upon the world. "Welcome," I said, my voice carrying the weight of our transformed reality. "May we ask who you are and from where you've come?" The entity pulsed, its form expanding and contracting in a hypnotic rhythm. "We are the Resonance, beings from a dimension where sound is the primary force of creation. Your music, it calls to us, resonates with our very essence." More rifts opened in the sky, and other entities began to pour through. Some were vaguely humanoid, their bodies composed of shimmering musical notes. Others were utterly alien, defying description in any human language. As these interdimensional beings descended upon our world, our followers gathered below, their transformed bodies swaying in anticipation. I could sense their mix of awe and fear, the human parts of them that remained struggling to comprehend what was happening. "What do we do?" Elena asked, her form vibrating with nervous energy. "How do we control this?" Arya laughed, the sound causing ripples in the very air around us. "Control? My dear Elena, we don't control this. We conduct it." With a shared nod of understanding, Arya and I raised our voices, weaving the otherworldly tones of our new arrivals into our ongoing symphony. The effect was immediate and staggering. Reality itself seemed to bend and warp around us, the lines between dimensions blurring further. Our followers below began to change once more, their bodies incorporating elements of the interdimensional beings. Some grew wings of pure sound waves, others developed the ability to phase in and out of our reality at will. As we conducted this cosmic orchestra, I felt a presence approaching. Familiar, yet altered. It was the harmonic one we had encountered in the Amazon, but its form had changed, becoming even more abstract and musical. "Impressive," it resonated, its voice a counterpoint to our melody. "You've transcended the boundaries of your own dimension far sooner than we anticipated." I turned to address the ancient being, never breaking the rhythm of our song. "Is this what you meant when you spoke of reshaping reality? Merging dimensions through music?" The harmonic one's form rippled in what might have been amusement. "This is but the first movement in a symphony that spans eternity. You've taken your first steps into a larger universe of sound and possibility." As we conversed, I became aware of a growing tension in the air. Some of our followers, it seemed, were struggling to adapt to this new phase of our evolution. Voices of dissent rose from the crowd below, a jarring dissonance in our carefully crafted harmony. "Masters," a man called out, his body a twisted amalgamation of flesh and musical instruments. "This is too much. We followed you into madness, embraced the transformation of our world, but this is beyond madness. It's the end of everything we once were." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. I could feel our hard-won unity beginning to fracture, threatening to unravel everything we had created. Arya stepped forward, her form solidifying as she addressed our followers. "My children of chaos, my beautiful mad choir," she began, her voice layered with hypnotic undertones. "Do not fear this next evolution. Embrace it. We stand at the threshold of infinite possibility. Why cling to the tatters of your old humanity when the music of the cosmos calls to us?" Her words seemed to calm the crowd, but I could still sense undercurrents of doubt and fear. It was clear that this transition would not be as smooth as our initial reshaping of the world. As if sensing the precariousness of the moment, one of the resonants floated down to join us. Its form shimmered and pulsed, emitting a soothing melody that wove itself into the fabric of our song. "Perhaps," it suggested, its thoughts merging with the music around us, "a demonstration is in order. Show your followers the true potential of this interdimensional harmony." Inspired by the resonant's words, I began to sing a new movement in our cosmic symphony. This melody was unlike anything we had composed before, incorporating elements from our world, the realm of the resonance, and dimensions yet unexplored. As the music swelled, reality itself began to shift and change around us. The crystalline spire we stood upon stretched and warped, becoming a bridge between dimensions. Through it, we could see vistas of unimaginable beauty, worlds where music was visible, where entire galaxies danced in complex orbital ballets, where the very concept of existence was fluid and ever-changing. Our followers gasped in awe, their fears momentarily forgotten in the face of such wonder. Even the most reluctant among them couldn't help but be moved by the sheer beauty and potential of what we were offering. Encouraged by their response, Arya joined her voice with mine, adding new layers of complexity to our interdimensional overture. The resonance and other entities added their own unique tones, creating a harmony that transcended the limits of any single reality. As we sang, I felt a shift within myself. My consciousness expanded, touching minds across dimensions, linking with beings whose very existence defied comprehension. In that moment, I understood the true power and responsibility we held as the architects of dissonance. "Do you see now?" I called out to our followers, my voice echoing across realities. "This is not the end of who we are. It's the beginning of who we can become. Together, we will compose a symphony that will reshape the very fabric of the multiverse." The crowd below erupted in a cheer that shook the foundations of reality itself. Any lingering doubts were washed away in a tidal wave of excitement and possibility. As the interdimensional beings mingled with our followers, sharing knowledge and experiences beyond mortal ken, I turned to Arya. "We've come so far," I mused, "from that first haunting melody in a college dorm room. Could you ever have imagined it would lead to this?" Arya laughed, the sound causing nearby rifts in reality to dance and swirl. "Imagining was what got us here in the first place, my love. And now our imagination knows no bounds." The harmonic one, who had been observing silently, pulsed with approval. "You have surpassed our wildest expectations," it resonated. "The next movement of the Cosmic Symphony awaits your direction." As we prepared to dive deeper into the infinite possibilities that lay before us, Elena approached, her form now a swirling vortex of musical energy. "Masters," she said, her voice carrying echoes of 1,000 dimensions, "what's our next composition?" I smiled, feeling the weight and wonder of all we had created, and all that was yet to come. "My dear Elena, we're about to embark on the greatest improvisation the multiverse has ever known." With that, Arya and I raised our voices once more, ready to conduct the next movement in our eternal, interdimensional symphony. The barriers between worlds thinned further, new realities blended with our own, and the melody of madness evolved into something greater than we could have ever imagined. As our song reached across the cosmos, touching countless dimensions and realities, I knew that our journey was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The multiverse trembled with the echoes of our interdimensional symphony. Arya and I stood at the nexus of countless realities, our forms shifting and blending with the very fabric of existence. Around us, the world we had once known had become a kaleidoscope of impossible geometries and sentient sound waves. "Can you feel it?" Arya asked, her voice resonating across 1,000 dimensions. "The pulse of infinite possibilities?" I nodded, my consciousness expanding to encompass realms beyond mortal comprehension. "It's intoxicating. But there's something else. A dissonance in the distance. Do you hear it?" Before Arya could respond, a rift in reality tore open before us. Through it stepped Elena, but she was changed. Her body was now a living fractal, each movement creating cascades of harmonious tones. "Masters," she said, her words painting vibrant patterns in the air. "We've detected anomalies in the quantum substructure of our new reality. It seems our music is evolving beyond our control." As if to emphasize her point, the space around us began to ripple and warp. Pockets of alternate realities blossomed like exotic flowers, each containing glimpses of worlds where our melody had taken different paths. In one, we saw a version of Earth where our music had created a utopia of perfect harmony. In another, a nightmarish landscape where discordant tones had torn the very fabric of existence apart. "Fascinating," I mused, reaching out to touch one of these reality bubbles. As my fingers made contact, I felt a surge of alien memories and emotions. "It seems our symphony has sparked a chain reaction across the multiverse." Arya's eyes gleamed with excitement and a touch of madness. Why limit ourselves to conducting one reality when we could orchestrate infinite variations? Before we could explore this idea further, a new presence made itself known. It was one of the resonants, but changed, evolved. Its form was now a complex lattice of pure quantum probability. Architects of dissonance, it vibrated, its voice a chorus of possible futures. "Your melody has set in motion events beyond even our understanding. The boundaries between realities are collapsing. Soon, all of existence will be one grand, chaotic symphony." I felt a mix of awe and apprehension. Is that a good thing? What happens to individual consciousness when all realities merge? The resonance form flickered, showing glimpses of countless potential outcomes. "That, creators of chaos, is up to you. Your music shapes reality itself. What harmony will you choose for the cosmos?" As we pondered this cosmic dilemma, Elena approached, her fractal form pulsing with urgency. "Masters are followers, and they're changing again. Some are embracing the chaos, becoming one with the quantum flux. Others are fighting it, trying to maintain their individuality." I exchanged a worried glance with Arya. We had started this journey seeking to liberate humanity from the constraints of mundane existence. But had we gone too far? Were we on the verge of unmaking the very concept of individual identity? "We need to see this for ourselves," Arya decided. With a thought, we transported ourselves to what had once been the heart of New York City. The familiar skyline was now a fluid, ever-changing masterpiece of sound and light. In the streets below, our followers wrestled with their latest transformation. Some had fully embraced the quantum nature of our new reality, their bodies becoming swirling vortexes of probability. Others struggled against it, desperately trying to maintain a fixed form. A woman approached us, her body flickering between human and pure energy. "Please," she begged, her voice a cacophony of possible words. "Make it stop. I don't want to lose myself in the cosmic orchestra." Before we could respond, another follower interrupted. This one had fully given in to the quantum flux, his form a dazzling display of superposition. "Don't listen to her," he exclaimed joyously. "This is transcendence. Why cling to the limitations of a single self when we can be everything everywhere, all at once. As the two argued, their conflicting desires manifested as competing melodies, threatening to tear open new rifts in reality. I could feel the strain on the fabric of existence, the multiverse groaning under the weight of infinite possibility. "We need to make a decision," Arya said, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Do we push forward into this new frontier of quantum existence, or do we try to stabilize reality?" I closed my eyes, letting the music of the cosmos wash over me. In that moment, I could hear every possible outcome, every potential future for our grand symphony. The sheer weight of possibility was overwhelming. "Perhaps," I said slowly, opening my eyes, "the answer lies not in choosing one path, but in finding harmony between them." With that, I began to sing a new melody. It was a song of balance, of unity and diversity. As the notes echoed across dimensions, I wove together threads of fixed reality and quantum flux, creating a tapestry of existence where both could coexist. Arya quickly caught on, adding her own voice to the composition. Together, we conducted the most complex movement of our cosmic symphony yet. As we sang, reality began to stabilize, but not in the way it had been before. Instead, it settled into a new state of dynamic equilibrium. Our followers found themselves able to shift between quantum and fixed states at will, embracing the infinite without losing their sense of self. The resonant reappeared, its form now a perfect blend of probability and certainty. "Remarkable," it hummed. "You've created a new type of existence, one that bridges the gap between the finite and the infinite." Elena, who had been watching in awe, stepped forward. Her fractal form had solidified somewhat, though it still shimmered with quantum potential. "What does this mean for us? For all of existence?" I smiled, feeling the new rhythm of reality pulsing through me. "It means, my dear Elena, that our journey is far from over. We've opened the door to a new stage of cosmic evolution, as if in response to my words the sky above us shimmered, revealing glimpses of other universes, other realities that had been touched by our music. Some were similar to our own, others wildly different, but all now resonated with the same underlying harmony." "Look," Arya breathed, pointing to a particularly vibrant rift in the sky. Through it, we could see beings of pure thought and emotion, their very existence a kind of music we had never encountered before. "Shall we pay them a visit?" I asked, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of new realms to explore, new symphonies to compose. Arya's eyes sparkled with the reflection of infinite worlds. "Why stop at one? We have eternity to explore, to compose, to conduct the grand orchestra of existence itself." As we prepared to embark on this new phase of our cosmic journey, I turned to address our followers one last time. "My friends, my beautiful chaotic choir," I began, my voice carrying across dimensions. "We stand at the threshold of infinite possibility. Our melody has reshaped not just our world, but the very nature of reality itself. From this moment forward, we are no longer bound by the limits of a single existence. We are the composers of the multiverse, the conductors of quantum destiny. Let our song echo across eternity." A cheer rose up, not just from those gathered before us, but from countless versions of our followers across infinite realities. The sound was deafening, beautiful, a promise of adventures yet to come. With a shared smile, Arya and I raised our voices once more, ready to conduct the next movement in the grandest symphony the multiverse had ever known. As our song reached out across the cosmos, touching realms beyond imagination, I knew that our melody of madness had become something far greater than we could have ever dreamed. It had become the very pulse of existence itself, a never-ending story of chaos and harmony, playing out across the infinite canvas of reality. And we, the architects of dissonance, would be there to conduct every magnificent, mad moment of it. The multiverse hummed with the echoes of our quantum symphony, realities blending and separating in a cosmic dance of infinite possibility. Arya and I stood at the heart of this swirling maelstrom of creation, our forms now more music than matter, conducting the grandest orchestra existence had ever known. "Do you feel that?" Arya asked, her voice a harmony of 1,000 potential futures. "There's a new resonance building, something unprecedented." I nodded, my consciousness expanding to encompass realms beyond even our newly expanded understanding. It's as if all of reality is converging on a single point, a nexus of infinite probability. No sooner had the words left my lips than the fabric of existence around us began to fold and ripple. Streams of pure information, encoded in complex musical patterns, flowed from all directions, converging on a single point in the center of our perception. Elena, her fractal form now a living embodiment of quantum superposition, materialized beside us. "Masters," she said, her voice a chorus of possibilities. "We're detecting a massive surge of energy and information. It's like reality itself is trying to become self-aware." As if in response to her words, the streams of information coalesced into a pulsing sphere of pure potential. Within its swirling depths, we could see glimpses of every possible reality, every conceivable outcome of our cosmic symphony. A voice, or perhaps a trillion voices speaking as one, emerged from the sphere. "Architects of dissonance," it resonated, shaking the foundations of existence. "Your melody has set in motion the final movement of the cosmic opus. We are the symphonic singularity, the culmination of all realities, all possibilities." Arya and I exchanged a glance, equal parts awe and apprehension coursing through our quantum-entangled beings. This was beyond anything we had imagined when we first unleashed the melody of madness upon our small corner of reality. "What does this mean?" I asked, my voice carrying the weight of universes. "Are all realities merging into one?" The symphonic singularity pulsed, its form expanding and contracting in a hypnotic rhythm. "We are not a merging, but a harmonization. Every reality, every possibility, playing in perfect counterpoint. And you, architects, shall be our conductors." As the implications of these words sank in, our followers from across the multiverse began to gather. Some appeared as they had in our original reality, others as beings of pure energy or living mathematics. All were drawn to the promise and peril of this new cosmic paradigm. One of our oldest followers, a man who had been with us since the beginning of our mad symphony, stepped forward. His form flickered between human and abstract concept, a living embodiment of our journey. "Masters," he said, his voice echoing with the memory of countless transformations, "is this truly the end of our evolution? Have we reached the final crescendo of existence?" Arya laughed, the sound causing ripples in the very fabric of reality. "My dear friend, this is not an end, but a new beginning. We stand at the threshold of infinite composition." With a shared understanding, Arya and I raised our voices, weaving the disparate threads of all realities into a new, all-encompassing melody. The effect was immediate and staggering. The boundaries between dimensions dissolved entirely, replaced by a fluid tapestry of interconnected possibilities. Our followers began to change once more, their forms becoming conduits for the infinite potential of the symphonic singularity. Some grew wings of pure probability. Others developed the ability to exist in multiple states simultaneously, their very beings a testament to the new nature of reality. As we conducted this cosmic orchestra, I felt a presence approaching, familiar, yet utterly transformed. It was the harmonic one we had encountered so long ago, but it had evolved far beyond its original form. Now, it appeared as a living constellation of musical notes, each one a universe unto itself. Impressive, it resonated, its voice a counterpoint to the grand symphony around us. "You've transcended the boundaries of existence far beyond what we could have imagined. The symphonic singularity is the ultimate expression of the cosmic harmony we once sought." I turned to address the ancient being, never breaking the rhythm of our universe-spanning song. "Is this what you envisioned when you first shaped reality through sound? A convergence of all possible existences? The harmonic one's form rippled in what might have been nostalgia. Our original vision was but the first note in this grand composition. You, architects of dissonance, have taken that seed and grown it into a cosmic tree of infinite melody. As we conversed, I became aware of a growing tension in the symphony around us. Some of our followers, it seemed, were struggling to adapt to this new phase of cosmic evolution. Voices of concern rose from the multi-dimensional crowd, a jarring dissonance in our carefully crafted harmony. "Masters," called out a being who had once been human but was now a living equation, "this convergence, are we losing our individuality, our free will? What becomes of us in this symphonic singularity?" Murmurs of agreement rippled through the cosmic assembly. I could feel the delicate balance of our new reality wavering, threatening to collapse under the weight of existential uncertainty. Arya stepped forward, her form a dazzling display of quantum superposition. "My children of chaos, my beloved cosmic choir," she began, her voice layered with the wisdom of infinite realities. "Do not fear this ultimate evolution. In the symphonic singularity, we do not lose ourselves. We become everything we could ever be all at once." Her words seemed to calm the multiversal crowd, but I could still sense undercurrents of doubt and fear. It was clear that this transition to a new state of cosmic being would require careful guidance. Inspired by the moment, I began to sing a new movement in our infinite symphony. This melody was unlike anything we had composed before, incorporating elements from every reality, every possibility, every potential future and past. As the music swelled, the very nature of existence began to shift and change around us. The symphonic singularity expanded, encompassing more and more of the multiverse. Through it, we could perceive the totality of existence. Every choice ever made, every path not taken, every dream dreamed and forgotten. Our followers gasped in collective awe, their fears momentarily forgotten in the face of such cosmic wonder. Even the most reluctant among them couldn't help but be moved by the sheer beauty and potential of what we were offering. Encouraged by their response, Arya joined her voice with mine, adding new layers of complexity to our reality-shaping composition. The symphonic singularity itself seemed to sing, its voice the collective chorus of all existence. As we sang, I felt a profound shift within myself. My consciousness expanded beyond anything I had previously experienced, touching minds and realities across the infinite expanse of the multiverse. In that moment, I understood the true power and responsibility we held as the conductors of this cosmic orchestra. "Do you see now?" I called out, my voice resonating across all of existence. "This is not the end of who we are. It's the realization of everything we can be. Together, we will compose a symphony that encompasses all of reality, past, present, and future." The multiversal assembly erupted in a cheer that shook the very foundations of existence. Any lingering doubts were washed away in a tidal wave of cosmic ecstasy and infinite possibility. As our followers began to explore their new nature as living embodiments of quantum possibility, I turned to Arya. "We've come so far," I mused. "From that first haunting melody in a college dorm room. Could you ever have imagined it would lead to this?" I gestured at the swirling tapestry of infinite realities around us. Arya laughed, the sound causing nearby probability waves to dance and swirl. "Imagination, my love, was what got us here in the first place. And now, our imagination has become the very fabric of existence itself." The harmonic one, observing silently, pulsed with approval. "You have become the ultimate composers," it resonated. "The entire multiverse now dances to your tune." As we prepared to dive deeper into the infinite symphonic possibilities that lay before us, Elena approached, her form now a swirling vortex of pure creative potential. "Masters," she said, her voice carrying echoes of countless realities, "what's our next composition?" I smiled, feeling the weight and wonder of all we had created and all that was yet to come. "My dear Elena, we're about to embark on the greatest improvisation the multiverse has ever known. Every note we play will birth new realities, shape the very nature of existence itself. With that, Arya and I raised our voices once more, ready to conduct the next movement in our eternal, multiversal symphony. The symphonic singularity pulsed with anticipation, ready to transform our every thought and note into new dimensions of reality. As our song reached across the infinite expanse of existence, touching every corner of the multiverse and beyond, I knew that our journey had transcended mere madness or music. We had become the very pulse of reality itself, the driving force behind the endless dance of creation and possibility. And as the first notes of our new cosmic composition rang out, I felt a thrill of excitement. For in this symphonic singularity, every moment was a new beginning, every note a universe of potential. Our melody of madness had become the song of everything, and we would spend eternity exploring its infinite variations. The symphonic singularity pulsed with the infinite potential of all realities, a swirling maelstrom of creation and destruction that danced to the tune of our cosmic composition. Arya and I stood at the heart of this multiversal nexus, our forms now pure quantum probability, conducting the grandest orchestra existence had ever known. As we wove together strands of reality into complex harmonies, I felt a discordant note ripple through the fabric of our creation. It was subtle at first, barely perceptible amidst the cacophony of infinite possibilities, but it grew stronger with each passing moment. "Do you hear that?" I asked Arya, my voice resonating across countless dimensions. She nodded, her form shimmering with concern. "It's like a counter-melody. Something's disrupting the harmony of the singularity." Before we could investigate further, Elena materialized before us, her quantum form flickering with urgency. "Masters," she said, her voice a chorus of worried probabilities. "We've detected a disturbance in the lower realms of the multiverse. It seems some of our followers are rebelling against the symphonic singularity." I felt a surge of disbelief. After everything we had accomplished, after elevating our followers to the very pinnacle of existence, how could there be rebellion? "Show us," Arya commanded, her tone grave. With a thought, we shifted our perception, focusing on a cluster of realities near the edge of the singularity. What we saw shocked us to our quantum core. Millions of our former followers had somehow managed to isolate themselves from the greater symphony. They had created a pocket of dissonance, a space where the infinite potential of the singularity was being actively resisted. At the center of this rebellion stood a figure I recognized. It was the man who had questioned us when the singularity first formed, the one who had feared losing his individuality. "Brothers, sisters, fellow beings of infinite possibility," he called out, his voice carrying the weight of countless unified wills. "We've allowed ourselves to be swept up in a symphony not of our own making. The architects promised us freedom but have delivered only a different kind of constraints. We are not notes to be played in their cosmic orchestra. We are the musicians, and it's time we composed our own song." A cheer rose up from the rebellious multitude, a harsh, discordant sound that sent ripples of instability through the surrounding realities. "This is impossible," Arya murmured, her form fluctuating with agitation. "How can they resist the harmony of the singularity? How can they even conceive of individuality in this state of infinite being?" I shook my head, equally baffled. "I don't know, but we need to address this before it spreads." With a shared thought, we transported ourselves to the edge of the rebel enclave. As we approached, we could feel the dissonance grating against our very being, threatening to unravel the quantum coherence that now defined our existence. "Architects," the rebel leader acknowledged us, his form a defiant nod of focused probability. "Have you come to silence our song of freedom?" I tried to project an aura of calm authority, even as I felt the dissonance eating away at my composure. "We've come to understand," I said. "Why reject the infinite wonder of the singularity? Why cling to the limitations of individuality when you can be everything, all at once?" The rebel's form pulsed with what might have been bitter laughter. "Wonder? Is that what you call this loss of self? this subsumation into your grand design? We were individuals once, with hopes, dreams, and the power to shape our own destinies. Now we're nothing but notes in your cosmic symphony, played and discarded at your whim. Arya stepped forward, her voice a harmony of reason and compassion. But don't you see? In the singularity, you haven't lost your individuality. You've transcended it. You are every version of yourself that could ever exist, experiencing every possible life simultaneously. And yet, another rebel voice chimed in. We have no control over those experiences. We are passive observers in our own infinitude, unable to make choices, to grow, to truly live. The rebel leader nodded in agreement. We want our freedom back, architects. We want the ability to compose our own melodies, even if they're simpler than your grand cosmic opus. As they spoke, I became aware of a growing crowd of neutrals gathering at the edges of our confrontation. These were beings who hadn't joined the rebellion, but were clearly intrigued by its message. The stability of the entire singularity hung in the balance. I exchanged a worried glance with Arya. This rebellion posed a threat not just to our vision, but to the very fabric of our new multiversal reality. If it spread, the careful harmony we had cultivated could unravel, plunging all of existence into chaos. What would you have us do? I asked the rebel leader, buying time as I frantically tried to compose a solution to this cosmic crisis. Undo all we've accomplished? Return to the limitations of singular existence? The rebel's form stabilized, taking on a more defined shape, an echo of his former human self. Not undo, architects, evolve. We propose a new composition, one that preserves the infinite potential of the singularity, but restores our agency within it. A reality where we are both the music and the musicians, able to shape our own destinies while still experiencing the wonder of cosmic interconnectedness. As he spoke, I felt a shift in the quantum field around us. The rebel's words were resonating with many in the gathering crowd, their probability waves aligning with his vision. Arya sensed it too. We need to make a decision, she said, her voice low and urgent. If we don't act soon, we may lose control of the entire symphonic singularity. I closed my eyes, letting the music of the cosmos wash over me. In that moment, I could hear every argument, every desire, every fear emanating from the beings around us. The sheer weight of their collective will was overwhelming. Perhaps, I said slowly, opening my eyes. The answer lies not in imposing our will, but in true collaboration. We've been conducting this cosmic orchestra, but maybe it's time we let every being play their own part. With that, I began to sing a new melody. It was a song of freedom within unity, of infinite possibility tempered by individual choice. As the notes echoed across dimensions, I felt the very structure of the singularity begin to shift and change. Arya quickly caught on, adding her own voice to the composition. Together, we conducted the most complex movement of our cosmic symphony yet. As we sang, reality began to reshape itself, but not in the way we had originally envisioned. Instead, it settled into a new state of dynamic equilibrium. The singularity remained, preserving the infinite potential and interconnectedness we had created. But within it, individual consciousnesses regained their autonomy. Our followers, both the rebels and those who had remained loyal, found themselves able to navigate the infinite realms of possibility at will, shaping their own realities while still remaining part of the greater cosmic whole. The rebel leader's form solidified further, a look of wonder spreading across his now distinct features. This is more than we dared hope for, he said, his voice thick with emotion. We are ourselves, yet we are everything. We are free, yet connected to all. Elena, who had been watching the proceedings in awe, stepped forward. Her form now flickered between distinct individuality and quantum probability. What does this mean for us, for the future of the singularity? I smiled, feeling the new rhythm of reality pulsing through me. It means, my dear Elena, that our journey is far from over. We've opened the door to a new stage of cosmic evolution, one where every being is both composer and instrument in the grand symphony of existence. As if in response to my words, the space around us shimmered with new potential. I could see our followers beginning to explore their newfound freedom, crafting pocket realities and alternate timelines, all while remaining connected to the greater whole of the singularity. "Look," Arya breathed, pointing to a particularly vibrant corner of our new creation. There, a group of former rebels was collaborating on a stunning new composition, weaving together strands of reality in ways we had never imagined. "Shall we join them?" I asked, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of true cosmic collaboration. Arya's eyes sparkled with the reflection of infinite new possibilities. "Why not? We have eternity to explore, to compose, to learn from every being in this grand orchestra of existence." As we prepared to immerse ourselves in this new phase of our cosmic journey, I turned to address our followers one last time. "My friends, my fellow composers of reality," I began, my voice carrying across dimensions. "We stand at the threshold of a new era. Our melody has reshaped not just our world but the very nature of existence itself. From this moment forward, we are all equal partners in the grandest collaboration the multiverse has ever known. Let our individual songs join together in a harmony that will echo across eternity." A cheer rose up, not just from those gathered before us, but from countless beings across the infinite expanse of the singularity. The sound was deafening, beautiful, a promise of adventures and creations yet to come. With a shared smile, Arya and I raised our voices once more, ready to take our places not as conductors but as fellow musicians in the grandest symphony the multiverse had ever known. As our song reached out across the cosmos, blending with the unique melodies of trillions of individual composers, I knew that our melody of madness had become something far greater than we could have ever dreamed. It had become the harmony of infinite possibility, a never-ending story of individual expression and cosmic unity, playing out across the boundless canvas of existence. And we, no longer merely the architects of dissonance but now fellow explorers in this new reality, would be there to experience every magnificent, surprising moment of it. The final movement of our cosmic opera had begun, and every being in existence held the power to shape its course. The true adventure, it seemed, was only just beginning. I stared at the pregnancy test, my hands trembling as two pink lines materialized, clear as day. Positive. The word echoed in my mind, a hammer shattering the fragile glass of my reality. "No," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the small bathroom. "This can't be right." I fumbled for my phone, nearly dropping it in my haste. The calendar app opened, and I scrolled back, searching for any encounter that could have led to this moment. Nothing. My last relationship had ended over 4 months ago, and since then, nothing. A wave of nausea hit me, and I clutched the edge of the sink, my knuckles white. The face in the mirror looked alien, pale, wide-eyed, a stranger wearing my skin. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to wake myself from this nightmare. But the test still sat there, mocking me with its impossible truth. I called my best friend, Sarah, my fingers shaking as I dialed. "Lisa, what's wrong?" Sarah's voice was thick with sleep. It was barely 6 a.m. I'm pregnant," I choked out, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. "What? How? I thought you and Mike broke up months ago." "We did," I said, sinking to the bathroom floor. "I haven't been with anyone since." "It's impossible, Sarah. I can't remember." There was a long pause on the other end. "Lisa, honey, are you saying... Do you think someone might have..." "I don't know," I cried, tears finally spilling over. "I don't remember anything, but how else could this happen?" Sarah's voice turned firm, grounding me. "Okay, first things first. We need to get you to a doctor. I'm coming over. We'll figure this out together, all right?" I nodded, forgetting she couldn't see me. Okay, I managed to whisper before hanging up. The next few hours passed in a blur. Sarah arrived, her presence a lifeline in my storm of confusion and fear. She made calls, got me an emergency appointment at the local clinic, and held my hand as we waited in the sterile exam room. Dr. Anderson, a kind-faced woman in her 50s, entered with a clipboard and a concerned expression. "Lisa," she said gently, "I understand you're in a difficult situation. Can you tell me what's going on?" I recounted my story, or lack thereof, in halting sentences, my voice breaking. "The test says I'm pregnant, but I can't remember." Dr. Anderson nodded, her eyes full of compassion. "I see. Well, let's start with a blood test to confirm the pregnancy, and then we'll do an ultrasound to see how far along you might be. Is that okay?" I nodded mutely, and Sarah squeezed my hand as the doctor drew blood. An hour later, we were back in the exam room, the ultrasound machine humming ominously beside us. Dr. Anderson entered, her expression unreadable. "Lisa, the blood test confirms that you are indeed pregnant," she said carefully. The room spun, and I gripped the edge of the exam table. How is that possible?" "That's what we're going to try to figure out," Dr. Anderson replied. "Let's do the ultrasound and see what we can learn. Please lie back and lift your shirt." The cold gel on my stomach made me flinch. Dr. Anderson moved the wand slowly, her brow furrowed in concentration. The screen showed only fuzzy gray shapes, meaningless to my untrained eye. Suddenly, Dr. Anderson frowned. She adjusted some dials, moved the wand again. The frown deepened. "What is it?" I asked, my heart pounding. "What's wrong?" Dr. Anderson's voice was carefully neutral. "I'm having trouble getting a clear image. It's possible the equipment is malfunctioning. Let me try one more thing." She pressed a button and a rapid whooshing filled the room. It took me a moment to realize it should have been a heartbeat. Instead, the sound was off. Arrhythmic. Alien. Dr. Anderson quickly shut it off, her face pale. "I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to get a clear reading today. Based on your hormone levels, though, you appear to be about 3 months along." 3 months? I gasped. "That's impossible. I'm not even showing." The doctor's eyes met mine, and I saw a flicker of something I couldn't name. Fear? Confusion? "Lisa, I'd like to refer you to a specialist. This pregnancy, it's not presenting typically." "What does that mean?" Sarah demanded, her arm protectively around my shoulders. Dr. Anderson chose her words carefully. "It means we need more information. I'm going to make some calls, get you in to see Dr. Patel at Central Hospital as soon as possible. She's one of the best high-risk pregnancy specialists in the state." As we left the clinic, the Arizona sun felt too bright, too harsh. The familiar streets of our small town suddenly seemed sinister, hiding secrets in broad daylight. "This doesn't make any sense," I murmured, hugging myself as we walked to Sarah's car. 3 months? I would know if something had happened, wouldn't I? Sarah's face was grim. "Under normal circumstances, yes. But Lisa, we have to consider. Maybe something happened that you can't remember. Maybe someone drugged you or—" "No," I cut her off, unable to face that possibility. "No, it has to be something else. A mistake. A false positive. Anything but that." That night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw shadowy figures looming over me, felt phantom hands on my skin. I drifted off near dawn, only to be plunged into a nightmare landscape of twisting corridors and pulsing organic walls. In the dream I was running, my feet squelching on the damp floor. Something was chasing me, its breath hot on my neck. I could feel it gaining, reaching for me with inhuman appendages. Just as it was about to grab me, I woke up screaming, my sheets soaked in sweat and something else. I scrambled out of bed, flicking on the light. The sheets were stained with a viscous, slightly iridescent fluid. I touched it, and it was slick between my fingers, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Panicked, I stripped the bed, bundled the sheets into the washer, and scrubbed my hands until they were raw. When I returned to my room, heart still pounding, I froze in the doorway. The stains were gone. The mattress was dry, as if nothing had ever happened. I sank to the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees, and began to rock back and forth. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself. "This can't be real." But as the first light of dawn crept through my window, a terrible certainty settled in my bones. Whatever was happening to me, whatever was growing inside me, it was all too real. And it was only the beginning. Time stretched like an endless rubber band, each day blending into the next as my impossible pregnancy progressed far beyond the normal 9 months. I'd long since stopped going to Dr. Patel or any other medical professional. Their baffled expressions and hushed whispers only served to intensify my isolation. As I approached the 15-month mark, I stood before the full-length mirror in my bedroom, studying my distorted reflection. My belly, once flat and unremarkable, now protruded grotesquely, the skin stretched taut and marbled with angry purple veins. But it wasn't just my stomach that had changed. My entire body seemed alien. My skin had taken on a sickly greenish pallor, and my eyes... God, my eyes. The irises had expanded, nearly eclipsing the whites, and they seemed to shimmer with an unnatural, opalescent quality. "What are you?" I whispered, pressing a hand to my swollen abdomen. As if in response, something inside me shifted, and a wave of pain unlike anything I'd ever experienced ripped through my body. I collapsed to the floor, gasping and clawing at the carpet. It felt as if my insides were rearranging themselves, bones cracking and organs squelching as they moved in ways that defied all logic and anatomy. A scream tore from my throat, primal and raw. "Lisa? Lisa!" Sarah's voice, panicked, came from the other side of my locked bedroom door. She must have let herself in with the spare key. "What's happening? Let me in." I couldn't respond, couldn't even breathe as another spasm racked my body. Through tear-blurred eyes, I watched in horror as my stomach rippled, something pressing against the skin from the inside. For a moment I swore I saw the outline of a hand, but it had far too many fingers, each one ending in a wicked point. The door burst open, Sarah having finally managed to break the lock. She rushed to my side, her face paling as she took in my transformed appearance. "Oh my God," she breathed, reaching out a tentative hand. "Lisa, what's happening to you?" The pain subsided as quickly as it had come, leaving me panting and weak on the floor. "I don't know," I croaked. "It's changing me, Sarah. Whatever's inside me, it's not human." Sarah helped me to the bed, her movements cautious as if she was afraid I might shatter. "We need to get you help," she said firmly. "Real help. Not these small-town doctors who don't know what they're dealing with." I laughed bitterly. "And who exactly do you think can help me? You've seen how people look at me when I go outside. The whispers, the stares. They think I'm a freak, or worse." As if to emphasize my point, a rock suddenly crashed through my bedroom window, showering us with broken glass. Sarah rushed to the window, peering out into the twilight. "Who's there?" she shouted. "Show yourself, you cowards!" But whoever had thrown the rock was already gone, leaving only the echo of cruel laughter in their wake. Sarah turned back to me, her expression a mix of anger and concern. "You can't stay here," she said. "It's not safe. Come stay with me, at least for a while." I shook my head. "I can't put you in danger. Besides, I don't think I should be around people right now. Not when I don't know what's happening to me." Sarah opened her mouth to argue, but another spasm of pain cut off any further discussion. This time, the agony was accompanied by a strange sensation, as if something was probing my mind, sifting through my thoughts and memories like idle fingers through sand. When it passed, I found myself staring at my reflection in the broken shards of mirror on the floor. The face looking back at me was barely recognizable, gaunt with sunken cheeks and those alien eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. "I need to end this," I whispered. more to myself than to Sarah. Before it's too late. Sarah's eyes widened in alarm. Lisa, no, you can't mean... What choice do I have? I cried, suddenly furious. Look at me, I'm turning into a monster. And whatever's inside me, it's going to be even worse. I have to stop it while I still can. I stumbled to my feet, my distended belly throwing off my balance. With a surge of desperate energy, I grabbed a large shard of broken mirror from the floor. Lisa, don't! Sarah lunged for me, but I was faster, driven by fear and adrenaline. I raised the shard, its jagged edge glinting in the fading light. For a moment I hesitated, years of instinct screaming at me to protect the life growing inside me. But this wasn't life. It was an abomination. As I began to bring the makeshift blade down toward my stomach, something extraordinary happened. The air in the room seemed to thicken, becoming almost gelatinous. Sarah's shout of protest slowed, stretching out into an unintelligible drawl. And in my mind, a voice spoke, not in words exactly, but in concepts and emotions that somehow translated themselves into understanding. Stop. The command froze me in place more effectively than any physical restraint. I couldn't move, couldn't even blink as the presence in my mind expanded. Not enemy, symbiosis, evolution, necessary. Images flashed through my consciousness. Stars exploding into being, planets forming, life crawling from primordial seas. I saw creatures beyond description, their existence so far beyond human comprehension that my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. Survival, adaptation, continuation. As suddenly as it had begun, the experience ended. Time snapped back into its normal flow, and I found myself on my knees, the mirror shard fallen forgotten to the floor. Sarah was kneeling beside me, her face etched with worry. Lisa, can you hear me? What just happened? I turned to her, my mind reeling from what I'd just experienced. It spoke to me. The thing inside me. It's not just a parasite, Sarah, it's something else. Something more. Sarah's brow furrowed. What do you mean? What did it say? I shook my head, struggling to put the alien concepts into words. It's hard to explain, but I think it needs me. And maybe in some way I don't understand yet, we need it too. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across my ruined bedroom, I placed a hand on my stomach. The creature inside me stirred, but this time the movement didn't bring pain. Instead, I felt a strange sense of purpose, and with it, a flicker of hope. Whatever happens, I said softly, meeting Sarah's concerned gaze, I have to see this through. For better or worse, this is my path now. Sarah nodded slowly, taking my hand in hers. Then we'll face it together, no matter what comes next. As night fell over our small Arizona town, I couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to change, not just for me, but for all of humanity. The creature growing inside me was a harbinger of something vast and unknowable, and I, for reasons I couldn't yet fathom, had been chosen to bring it into the world. The glaring fluorescent lights of the local clinic made my skin crawl as I sat in the waiting room, my oversized hoodie doing little to conceal my grotesquely swollen abdomen. I'd finally gathered the courage to seek medical help again, desperate for answers or at least some relief from the constant alien sensations plaguing my body. Lisa Anders? A nurse called my name, her voice tinged with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Apprehension? Disgust? I struggled to my feet, feeling the weight of countless stares as I waddled towards the examination room. The nurse, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes named Margaret according to her name tag, gave me a tight smile that didn't reach those eyes. "How are you feeling today, Lisa?" she asked, her voice overly cheerful as she began taking my vitals. "I've been better," I replied dryly. "Any chance you've seen many 15-month pregnancies lately?" Margaret's smile faltered. I'm sure the doctor will be able to help you with your unique situation." As she wrapped the blood pressure cuff around my arm, her hand brushed against my skin. She recoiled as if burned, her eyes widening in shock. "Your skin," she gasped. "It's cold." I nodded grimly. And that's not even the strangest part. Before I could elaborate, Margaret hastily finished her tasks and practically fled the room, mumbling something about the doctor being in shortly. I sighed, used to this reaction by now. Minutes ticked by, stretching into nearly an hour before there was a tentative knock at the door. Instead of a doctor, however, it was Margaret who poked her head in, her face pale. "I'm so sorry, Ms. Anders, but I'm afraid we won't be able to see you today. Perhaps you could try the hospital in the next town over." Anger and desperation surged through me. "What? Why? I've been waiting for an hour." Margaret stepped fully into the room but kept her distance, fear evident in her eyes. "It's just, we're not equipped to handle your condition. I'm truly sorry." As she backed away, I caught a glimpse of myself in the reflection of a medical cabinet. My eyes were glowing faintly, an otherworldly light pulsing beneath my skin. No wonder she was terrified. Dejected and furious, I left the clinic, ignoring the whispers and stares that followed me. Outside, the Arizona sun beat down mercilessly, and I felt a moment of vertigo as the creature inside me recoiled from the heat. My phone buzzed, a text from my old friend Emily. We hadn't spoken much since my condition began, but her message sent a chill down my spine. "Lisa, we need to talk. Something's happening to me. Something like what you described. Please call me." With trembling fingers, I dialed her number. Emily answered on the first ring, her voice tight with panic. "Lisa? Oh, thank God. I didn't know who else to call." "Emily, calm down," I said, trying to keep my own voice steady. "What's going on?" I think I'm pregnant," she whispered. "But it's not normal. I can feel it moving, and it's only been a few weeks, and my skin, it's changing color, and my eyes, my blood ran cold." "Where are you?" "At home. I can't go outside like this. People will see." "I'm coming over," I said firmly. "Just hang on, okay?" I made my way to Emily's house as quickly as I could, keeping to back alleys and less populated streets. When she opened the door, I gasped. Emily's transformation wasn't as advanced as mine, but the signs were unmistakable. The slight green tinge to her skin, the enlarged, shimmering eyes. "Oh, Em," I breathed, pulling her into a hug. She stiffened at first, then melted into the embrace, sobbing. "What's happening to us?" she choked out. I led her to the couch, my mind racing. "I don't know, but we're going to figure it out." "When did this start? Can you remember anything unusual happening?" Emily's brow furrowed in concentration. I'm not sure. There was a night, about a month ago. I was driving home late from work, and then nothing. I woke up in my bed the next morning thinking I'd just had a weird dream, but after that things started changing. "A missing time experience," I mused. "Just like mine. Emily, I think we need to look into this more deeply. There has to be a pattern, a reason why this is happening to us specifically." We spent the next few hours scouring the internet, looking for similar cases or any information that might shed light on our situation. As the sun began to set, we'd compiled a disturbing amount of data, reports of mysterious pregnancies, unexplained physical changes, and most chillingly, a higher than average number of missing persons in our area over the past year. "Lisa," Emily said, her voice quavering, "do you think... could this be some kind of experiment? Or an invasion?" Before I could answer, a sharp pain lanced through my abdomen. I doubled over, gasping as images flooded my mind. Sterile rooms, strange instruments, shadowy figures with impossibly long fingers. "Lisa, what's wrong?" Emily cried, reaching for me. As she touched my arm, her eyes went wide, and I knew she was seeing the same things. We were connected somehow, our experiences linked by whatever force had changed us. When the vision faded, We stared at each other in stunned silence. Finally, Emily spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "They're not just inside us, are they? They're changing us, making us into something new?" I nodded grimly. "And I don't think we're the only ones. There must be others, maybe all over town. We need to find them, to understand what's really going on." A movement outside the window caught my eye. A figure stood on the sidewalk, watching the house. As I peered closer, the stranger seemed to notice my attention. For a brief moment, I could have sworn their eyes glowed in the twilight before they turned and walked briskly away. "Did you see that?" I asked Emily, but when I turned back to her, she was staring at her phone in horror. "Lisa, look at this." She handed me the device. On the screen was a local news article. "String of mysterious disappearances continues. Residents urged to stay vigilant." "We're not alone," I said, a mix of fear and determination settling over me. "And whoever, or whatever, is behind this, they're not done yet." Emily nodded, her face set in grim resolve. "So what do we do now?" I stood, feeling the weight of the creature inside me shift. "We find answers. We find others like us. And we prepare. Because I have a feeling this is just the beginning of something much bigger than we can imagine." As night fell over our small town, Emily and I began to plan. Whatever was growing inside us, whatever changes we were undergoing, we were now at the center of a mystery that threatened to shatter everything we thought we knew about our world and ourselves. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated the darkened living room as I hunched over it, my eyes burning from hours of intense research. Emily dozed fitfully on the couch beside me, her hand protectively cradling her slightly swollen belly. The clock on the wall ticked past 3 a.m., but sleep was the furthest thing from my mind. I scrolled through yet another conspiracy theory website, my heart racing as I read accounts that eerily mirrored our own experiences. Alien abductions, hybridization programs, government cover-ups. It all seemed absurd, and yet, "Oh my God," I breathed, my fingers freezing over the keyboard. There, in a grainy photo uploaded by an anonymous user, was an image that made my blood run cold. A woman, her stomach distended and mottled with the same strange vein-like patterns that marked my own skin. Her eyes glowed faintly in the dim light of what looked like a laboratory setting. Emily stirred, roused by my sharp intake of breath. "Lisa, what is it? Did you find something?" I turned the screen towards her, watching as her eyes widened in recognition and fear. It's like looking in a mirror," she whispered. "There's more," I said, scrolling down to reveal a series of rambling posts by the photo's uploader. This person claims to have been part of a secret government project involving extraterrestrial genetic manipulation. They say it's been going on for decades all over the world. Emily sat up, fully awake now. "But why? What's the purpose?" I shook my head, frustration mounting. That's where it gets vague. Something about preparing humanity for some kind of change. An evolution, maybe? Or an invasion? It's not clear. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with an incoming message. The number was blocked, and the text contained only a string of seemingly random numbers and letters. "What the hell?" I muttered, showing the message to Emily, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Wait a second, Lisa. I think this might be coordinates. And a time." My heart raced as I plugged the numbers into a mapping app. "It's an address. An old warehouse on the edge of town. The time is set for tomorrow night." Emily and I exchanged a look of mingled fear and determination. "It could be a trap," she said cautiously. I nodded. "Or it could be our only chance at getting some real answers." We spent the next day preparing, gathering supplies, and trying to come up with a plan. As the appointed time drew near, we made our way to the warehouse, keeping to the shadows and back alleys to avoid prying eyes. The building loomed before us, a hulking silhouette against the starry desert sky. My skin crawled with an eerie sensation, as if the thing inside me could sense we were close to something. "I don't like this," Emily whispered as we approached a side door. "It's too quiet." I reached for the handle, surprised to find it unlocked. "Stay close," I murmured, pushing the door open with a creak that seemed deafening in the stillness. The interior was pitch black, our flashlights cutting thin beams through the darkness. We moved cautiously, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Suddenly, a low hum filled the air, and banks of lights flickered to life, revealing a scene that defied belief. The warehouse had been converted into a high-tech laboratory, filled with equipment I couldn't begin to comprehend. And there, suspended in glowing tanks along one wall, were beings, not quite human, not quite alien, but something in between. "Oh my God," Emily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Before I could respond, a voice spoke from behind us. "Fascinating, isn't it?" We whirled around to find a man in a lab coat watching us, his expression unreadable. He looked to be in his 50s with graying hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through us. "Who are you?" I demanded, instinctively stepping in front of Emily. "What is this place?" The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "My name is Dr. Elliot Prescott, and this, ladies, is the future of humanity." He gestured around the lab. "You've both been chosen for something extraordinary. The beings growing inside you are the result of decades of research, the pinnacle of human and extraterrestrial genetic engineering." Emily's voice shook as she spoke. You did this to us? Why?" Dr. Prescott's eyes gleamed with a fervor that sent chills down my spine. "Because our world is dying. Climate change, overpopulation, resource depletion, we're on the brink of collapse. But these hybrids, they're adapted to survive in conditions that would kill an ordinary human. They're our species' only hope for long-term survival." I felt rage building inside me, hot and fierce. "So you just decided to use us as incubators? Without our consent?" The doctor at least had the decency to look somewhat abashed. "I understand your anger, but you have to understand the stakes. This is about the survival of our entire species." As he spoke, I felt a strange sensation in my mind, a presence that wasn't my own. The hybrid inside me was reacting to something, trying to communicate. Danger, lies, escape. The alien thoughts crashed through my consciousness with an urgency I couldn't ignore. I grabbed Emily's hand, backing away from Dr. Prescott. "You're not telling us everything," I said, my voice low and dangerous. "What's the real purpose of these hybrids?" The doctor's facade cracked just for a moment, and I saw something dark and hungry in his eyes. "You're more perceptive than I gave you credit for. It's true, there's more to our arrangement with our extraterrestrial benefactors, but I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave with that knowledge." He pressed a button on a device in his pocket, and alarms began to blare throughout the facility. The sound was painful, reverberating through my body in a way that felt deliberately targeted at the hybrid inside me. "Run!" I shouted to Emily, pulling her towards the exit. As we fled, I caught glimpses of other figures emerging from the shadows, more hybrids, their bodies twisted and changed in ways that defied description. Some looked almost human, while others were clearly more alien than anything I'd ever seen. We burst out of the warehouse into the cool night air, gasping and disoriented. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. "We can't go home," Emily panted as we ran. "They'll find us there." I nodded, my mind racing. "I know somewhere we might be safe, at least for a while. An old bunker my grandfather built during the Cold War. It's not far from here." As we made our way through the desert night, the enormity of what we'd discovered began to sink in. This wasn't just about us anymore. Whatever was growing inside us, whatever plans these scientists and their alien allies had, it threatened the entire human race. "Lisa," Emily said as we finally reached the hidden entrance to the bunker, "what are we going to do?" I looked up at the star-filled sky, feeling the weight of impossible choices pressing down on me. We're going to find others like us. We're going to learn everything we can about these hybrids and what they're really capable of. And then I met her gaze, seeing my own determination reflected there. Then we're going to decide the fate of 2 species. As we descended into the bunker, sealing the entrance behind us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just taken our first steps into a war that had been raging, unseen, for longer than we could imagine. And somehow, improbably, we now found ourselves at its very center. The truth hit me like a freight train as I paced the confined space of my grandfather's old bunker. The realization that I was part of an experiment to create a new species left me reeling, my mind struggling to process the enormity of it all. "Lisa, you need to sit down," Emily urged, her voice tinged with concern. "You're going to wear a hole in the floor." I stopped abruptly, turning to face her. "How can you be so calm? We just found out we're incubating alien hybrids as part of some twisted science experiment." Emily's hand instinctively went to her slightly swollen belly. "Trust me, I'm far from calm, but panicking isn't going to help us figure this out." She was right, of course. I took a deep breath, trying to center myself. As I did, I felt a strange sensation. The hybrid inside me seemed to respond, a wave of calm washing over me. It's trying to communicate again," I murmured. Emily's eyes widened. "What's it saying?" I shook my head, frustrated. "It's not words exactly, more like feelings, impressions. Right now it's trying to reassure me, I think." A loud bang from above made us both jump. Someone was at the bunker's entrance. "They found us," Emily whispered, panic creeping into her voice. I motioned for her to be quiet, straining to hear. Multiple footsteps moved across the ground above us, accompanied by muffled voices. "Must be here somewhere. The tracker shows." My blood ran cold. They had been tracking us somehow. But how? As if in answer, I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. The hybrid was reacting to something, trying to warn me. Danger, removal, escape. The alien thoughts crashed through my mind with startling clarity. Suddenly, I understood. "Emily," I hissed. "They put something in us, a tracker. That's how they're finding us." Her face paled. Can we get it out?" Before I could answer, the bunker's entrance creaked open. We scrambled for cover, hiding behind some old storage crates as footsteps descended the metal staircase. Come out, wherever you are," a sickeningly familiar voice called. Dr. Prescott. "We know you're down here. There's nowhere left to run." I exchanged a terrified glance with Emily. We were trapped. Suddenly, an idea struck me. It was risky, potentially suicidal, but it was our only chance. I closed my eyes, focusing all my concentration on the hybrid entity within me. "Help us," I thought desperately. "If they take us, we'll both die." Please. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a surge of energy unlike anything I'd ever experienced coursed through my body. My skin began to glow faintly, emitting a soft, pulsing light. "What the hell?" I heard one of Prescott's men exclaim. Taking advantage of their confusion, I stepped out from behind the crates. Emily tried to grab my arm, but I shook her off, striding forward to face our pursuers. Dr. Prescott's eyes widened as he took in my transformed appearance. "Extraordinary," he breathed. "The integration is progressing faster than we ever imagined." "This ends now," I said, my voice resonating with a power that wasn't entirely my own. "You will leave us alone." Prescott laughed, but there was a nervous edge to it. "And why would we do that? You're the key to everything we've been working towards." I raised my hand, feeling the energy building within me. "Because if you don't, I'll bring this whole place down on our heads. Are you willing to risk losing your precious experiments?" To demonstrate, I focused the energy towards a support beam. It creaked ominously, the metal warping under the intense heat. Prescott's men began to back away, fear evident on their faces. But the doctor stood his ground. his expression a mixture of awe and calculation. "You don't understand what's at stake here," he said. "The future of humanity is not yours to decide," I cut him off. "Now go. This is your only warning." For a tense moment I thought he might refuse. Then slowly, he nodded. "This isn't over," he said as he backed towards the stairs. "You can't run forever." As soon as they were gone, the energy drained from me and I collapsed to my knees. Emily rushed to my side, supporting me as the room spun. "Lisa, that was incredible," she said. "How did you do that?" I shook my head, still trying to process what had happened. "I'm not sure. I just asked for help, and it responded." Emily helped me to a nearby cot. "We can't stay here," she said. "They'll be back, and with reinforcements next time." I nodded wearily. "You're right, but first we need to get these trackers out." Emily's face paled. "How? We can't exactly go to a hospital." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew we had to do. "We'll have to do it ourselves. There's a first aid kit in here somewhere. It won't be pleasant, but it's our only choice." The next hour was a blur of pain and determination as we worked to remove the tiny devices we found embedded just under our skin. It was excruciating, but the hybrids within us seemed to help, dulling the pain and accelerating our healing. As dawn broke, we emerged from the bunker, battered but free. The desert stretched out before us, vast and unforgiving. "Where do we go now?" Emily asked, her voice small in the face of our uncertain future. I squared my shoulders, feeling a new resolve settle over me. "We find others like us. There have to be more out there, confused and scared, not understanding what's happening to them. We help them, and together, we figure out what these hybrids really are and what they want." Emily nodded, a flicker of hope in her eyes. And then I looked out at the horizon, where the first rays of sunlight were painting the sky in brilliant hues. Then we take the fight back to Prescott and whoever he's working for. We expose their experiments, their lies, and we make sure they never hurt anyone else again. As we set off into the desert, I felt the hybrid within me stir. There was a sense of anticipation, of potential waiting to be unlocked. Whatever lay ahead, whatever challenges we would face, I knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The dawn of a new era was upon us, and we were at its epicenter. The fate of two species now rested in our hands, and I was determined to see it through, no matter the cost. The abandoned clinic on the outskirts of town loomed before us, a decrepit sentinel in the gathering dusk. Emily and I exchanged nervous glances before approaching the building, our footsteps crunching on gravel and broken glass. "Are you sure about this, Lisa?" Emily whispered, her hand protectively cradling her swollen belly. I nodded grimly. "We don't have a choice. Whatever's inside us, it's growing faster than we anticipated. We need to know what we're dealing with." The door creaked ominously as we pushed it open, revealing a dusty reception area bathed in the eerie glow of emergency lights. We had managed to restore minimal power to the building earlier in the day, preparing for this moment. As we made our way to the examination room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The hybrid within me stirred uneasily, sending waves of apprehension through my body. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I gestured to the examination table. "Who's going first?" Emily paled but squared her shoulders. "I will. Better to get it over with." As she lay down on the table, I powered up the old ultrasound machine we had scavenged. My hands trembled as I applied the gel to Emily's stomach and pressed the wand against her skin. For a moment there was nothing but static on the screen. Then suddenly an image flickered to life. What I saw made my blood run cold. "Oh my God," I breathed. Emily craned her neck to see the screen. "What is it? What do you see?" I struggled to find words to describe the impossible shape taking form within her. It's not human, Em. Not even close." The creature on the screen pulsed and shifted, its form seeming to defy the laws of biology. Multiple limbs, far too many for any earthly fetus, writhed in a hypnotic dance. And its head? I swallowed hard, fighting back nausea. "Lisa," Emily's voice was tight with fear. "Talk to me, please." I tore my eyes away from the screen to meet her gaze. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen. I don't think we can carry these to term, Em. It'll kill us." As if in response to my words, a searing pain ripped through my abdomen. I doubled over, gasping, as the hybrid within me thrashed violently. Emily struggled to sit up. "Lisa, what's wrong?" Through gritted teeth, I managed to choke out, "It's angry. It knows what we're thinking." The pain intensified, and I felt a warm trickle down my legs. Looking down, I saw blood, my blood, pooling on the floor. "We need to get these things out of us," I panted. "Now." Emily's eyes widened in horror. "But how? We can't exactly go to a hospital." I stumbled to a nearby cabinet, rifling through its contents until I found what I was looking for: a scalpel. "We do it ourselves." "Are you insane?" Emily cried. "We can't perform surgery on ourselves." But as another wave of pain washed over me, I knew we had no choice. It's either this or we let these things tear us apart from the inside. With shaking hands, I sterilized the scalpel as best I could. Emily watched, her face a mask of terror and resolve. "I'll go first," I said, lying back on the table. "If something goes wrong, run. Find help. Expose what they've done to us." Emily nodded, tears streaming down her face as she took the scalpel from me. "I'm so sorry, Lisa. I don't know if I can do this." I grabbed her hand, squeezing it tightly. "You have to. We both do. It's our only chance." Taking a deep breath, I guided the scalpel to my distended belly. "Do it." The pain was excruciating as the blade bit into my flesh. I screamed, my back arching off the table, but something strange was happening. As my blood flowed, it began to shimmer with an otherworldly light. "Lisa," Emily gasped, "your blood, it's glowing." Before I could respond, a new sensation overwhelmed me. It felt as if my entire body was dissolving, reforming on a molecular level. The hybrid within me was changing me. Through the haze of pain and transformation, I heard Emily cry out. Looking over, I saw her experiencing the same phenomenon. Her skin rippled and shifted, taking on an iridescent sheen. "What's happening to us?" she managed to choke out. I shook my head, unable to form words as the change accelerated. It felt as if every cell in my body was being rewritten, optimized, evolved. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The pain vanished, replaced by a sense of power and clarity unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Slowly, I sat up, marveling at the absence of any wound where I had cut myself. My skin was smooth, unblemished, with a faint luminescence that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. Emily stared at me in awe. "Lisa, your eyes." I caught my reflection in a nearby mirror and gasped. My eyes were now a swirling mix of colors, constantly shifting and changing like some alien kaleidoscope. "We're different," I said, my voice resonating with a new timbre. "The hybrids, they've changed us." Emily examined her own transformed body. "But why? What does this mean?" Before I could answer, a noise from outside caught our attention. Car doors slamming, voices approaching. "They've found us," I hissed, suddenly aware of enhanced senses that allowed me to pinpoint the intruders' locations. Emily's eyes widened in fear but then narrowed with determination. "What do we do?" I stood, feeling a surge of power course through my new body. "We fight. And then we find answers." As the door burst open, revealing Dr. Prescott and a team of armed men, I felt the hybrid consciousness within me merge fully with my own. In that moment, I understood that this was just the beginning of a transformation that would reshape not just us, but the entire world. "Gentlemen," I said, my voice carrying an otherworldly resonance that made the intruders pause. "I'm I'm afraid you're too late. The experiment is over. A new phase has begun. With a gesture, I sent a wave of energy that knocked the men off their feet. Emily, catching on quickly, did the same. As we made our escape into the night, leaving behind a group of stunned and terrified humans, I couldn't help but feel a mix of exhilaration and dread. We had survived the birthing process, but at what cost? What had we truly become? One thing was certain, our journey was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The cool night air whipped around us as Emily and I raced through the darkened streets of our small Arizona town. Our newly transformed bodies moved with an inhuman grace and speed, easily outpacing our pursuers. "Lisa," Emily called out, her voice carrying a newfound resonance. "Where are we going?" I skidded to a halt, my enhanced senses scanning our surroundings. "There," I pointed to a nondescript government building at the end of the street. "I can sense something important in there." As we approached the building, I placed my hand on the electronic lock. To my surprise, the mechanism sparked and the door swung open. "How did you do that?" Emily gasped. I shook my head, equally amazed. "I'm not sure. It's like I can communicate with technology now." We slipped inside, finding ourselves in a sterile corridor lined with unmarked doors. My instincts, now intertwined with the alien consciousness within me, led us deeper into the facility. "This way," I whispered, guiding Emily towards a heavily secured door at the end of the hall. As we approached, alarms began to blare. Red lights flashed, bathing the corridor in an eerie glow. "Intruder alert! Secure all classified areas," a robotic voice announced over the intercom. "Lisa, we need to get out of here," Emily urged, panic edging into her voice. But I was transfixed by the door before us. Without thinking, I placed both hands on its surface, feeling the hybrid energy within me surge outward. The door's complex locking mechanism began to glow, then melt under my touch. With a groan of protesting metal, it swung open, revealing a sight that took our breath away. The room beyond was massive, filled with artifacts and technology that defied description. Floating in containment fields were objects that seemed to bend reality around them, and at the center of it all stood a massive stone archway, covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change as we watched. "What is this place?" Emily breathed, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. Before I could answer, a voice spoke from behind us. "This, ladies, is where it all began." We whirled around to find Dr. Prescott standing in the doorway, flanked by armed guards. But instead of the anger or fear I expected to see on his face, he looked triumphant. "I must admit," he said, stepping into the room, "you've exceeded our wildest expectations. The integration is complete, far sooner than we anticipated." I felt anger surge through me, my hands beginning to glow with barely contained energy. "You did this to us. You turned us into the future of humanity," Prescott finished, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Don't you see? This was always the plan. We needed vessels strong enough to survive the transformation, to bridge the gap between human and something more." Emily's voice shook as she spoke. "But why? What's the purpose of all this?" Prescott gestured to the artifacts around us. "Humanity has been stagnant for too long. We've reached the limits of our potential. But with this technology, salvaged from crashes and archaeological digs over the centuries, we can evolve. We can become something greater." I shook my head, struggling to process the implications. "So all those alien abduction stories, the conspiracy theories, all true in their way," Prescott nodded. "We've been preparing for this moment for generations, and now, thanks to you, we're ready for the next phase." He turned to the stone archway, pressing a series of symbols. The air within the arch began to shimmer and distort. "This is a gateway," he explained, "to the home world of our benefactors. They've been waiting a very long time for us to be ready." As the portal stabilized, a figure began to emerge. Tall, impossibly thin, with skin that seemed to shift and change like liquid metal. Its eyes, large and entirely black, fixed upon us with an intelligence that felt ancient and alien. I felt the hybrid part of me respond, a surge of recognition and longing. The alien spoke, its voice resonating directly in our minds. The integration is complete. You have done well, Prescott. Emily grabbed my hand, her grip tight with fear. Lisa, what's happening? I squeezed back, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. I think we're about to meet our makers. The alien turned its gaze to us, and I felt the weight of eons in its stare. You are the first, it said, the harbingers of a new age for your species. Through you, humanity will transcend its limitations and join us among the stars. Prescott stepped forward, his face alight with an almost religious fervor. You see, this is what we've been working towards, a chance to save our species, to become something greater than we ever imagined. But something felt wrong. The hybrid part of me was recoiling, sending waves of warning through my body. No, I said, my voice stronger than I expected. This isn't right. You're not here to help us evolve. You're here to conquer us. The alien's form seemed to ripple, its facade of benevolence slipping for just a moment. In that instant I saw the truth. The countless worlds they had uplifted, only to assimilate and discard once they had taken what they needed. Lisa, Emily whispered, we need to stop this. Now. I nodded, feeling power building within me. Together. As one, Emily and I raised our hands, channeling the hybrid energy that now coursed through our veins. The alien let out a shriek that shattered glass and sent Prescott and his men to their knees. The portal began to destabilize, the edges of the archway cracking and crumbling. The alien lurched towards us, its form twisting into something nightmarish, but our combined power held it at bay. No! Prescott screamed, lunging for the control panel. You don't understand what you're doing. This is our only chance. But it was too late. With a final surge of energy, Emily and I shattered the archway. The backlash sent us all flying, and for a moment the world went dark. When I came to, the room was in ruins. The alien was gone, banished back to wherever it had come from. Prescott lay unconscious among the debris, his dreams of transcendence lying in pieces around him. Emily groaned, sitting up beside me. Did we win? I looked around at the destroyed artifacts and technology, feeling a mix of relief and uncertainty. For now, but something tells me this is just the beginning. As sirens wailed in the distance, we helped each other to our feet. Whatever came next, whatever we had truly become, one thing was clear. The fate of humanity now rested in our hands, and we had a lot of work to do. The sun had barely risen over the horizon when Emily and I slipped back into town, our transformed bodies easily blending into the early morning shadows. As we made our way down Main Street, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Lisa, Emily whispered, her newly enhanced senses on high alert. Do you notice anything off about the people? I nodded grimly, watching as our neighbors shuffled about their morning routines with an eerie synchronicity. Their movements were too precise, their eyes vacant and glassy. They're not themselves, I murmured. It's like they're puppets. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. The alien influence hadn't just affected us, it was spreading throughout the town. We ducked into an alley as Mrs. Henderson, our usually chatty postal worker, walked by. Her face was a blank mask, her steps mechanical. We need to figure out how far this has spread, I said, my mind racing. And we need to find anyone who hasn't been affected yet. Emily nodded, her eyes scanning the street. But how do we know who to trust? As if in answer, we heard a crash from a nearby house, followed by a very human cry of frustration. Exchanging a quick glance, we made our way to the source of the noise. Peering through a window, we saw Jimmy, a local teenager, frantically packing a bag. His movements were erratic, panicked, a stark contrast to the eerie calm of the others we'd seen. I tapped lightly on the glass, causing Jimmy to jump and whirl around. His eyes widened in recognition, and after a moment's hesitation, he opened the window. "Lisa? Emily? What the hell is going on?" he hissed, his voice trembling. "Everyone's acting weird, and my parents, they tried to take me to some kind of processing center this morning." "It's a long story," I said, glancing around to ensure we weren't being watched. "But right now, we need to get you out of here. You're not safe." Jimmy didn't need to be told twice. He climbed out the window, his backpack slung over one shoulder. As we made our way through back alleys and side streets, I filled Jimmy in on the basics of our situation. His face paled as he listened, but to his credit, he didn't panic. "So, you're like, part alien now?" he asked, eyeing us warily. Emily smiled grimly. "Something like that. But we're still us, Jimmy. We're trying to stop this invasion, or whatever it is." We reached the old bomb shelter on the outskirts of town, a relic from the Cold War that most people had forgotten about. It seemed as good a place as any to regroup and plan our next move. As we descended into the musty interior, I felt a familiar presence brush against my mind. The hybrid consciousness within me was restless, sensing the proximity of others like us. "There are more," I said, my voice echoing in the confined space. "More people who've been changed, like us. I can feel them." Emily nodded, her eyes distant as she focused on the alien part of herself. "I sense them too. They're scared, confused. We need to find them before Prescott's people do." Jimmy looked between us, a mixture of awe and fear on his face. "So what's the plan? How do we save the town? Hell, how do we save the world?" I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. "First, we need to understand exactly what's happening to the townspeople. Then we need to find a way to reverse it, or at least stop it from spreading further. And we need to gather allies," Emily added. "There must be others out there fighting this thing. We can't be the only ones who've figured it out." As if on cue, a noise from above made us all freeze. Footsteps, multiple sets, approaching the shelter's entrance. "Did anyone follow us?" Jimmy whispered, panic edging into his voice. I shook my head, focusing my enhanced senses on the newcomers. What I felt made my heart race with a mixture of hope and apprehension. "They're like us," I said softly. "Hybrids, but different somehow." The shelter door creaked open, and we tensed, ready for a fight. But the figures that descended the stairs weren't enemies. They were survivors like us, changed, but still human at their core. The leader, a tall woman with silver-streaked hair and eyes that glowed faintly in the dim light, stepped forward. "I'm Diana," she said, her voice carrying the same otherworldly resonance as ours. "We've been tracking hybrid signatures across the country. When we felt your presence here, we came as fast as we could." I studied her face, seeing the same mix of determination and fear that I felt. "How many of you are there?" 12 in our group, Diana replied. "But there are others. Pockets of resistance forming all over. The aliens. They underestimated humanity's will to survive." Emily stepped forward, hope kindling in her eyes. "So there's a chance? We can fight this?" Diana's expression turned grim. "It won't be easy. The aliens have been planning this for centuries. They've infiltrated every level of government, every major institution. What's happening in your town? It's just the beginning." Jimmy, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I just remembered something. Before my parents went all invasion of the body snatchers, they mentioned something about a big event. Something happening tonight at the town hall." I felt a chill run down my spine. "The next phase of their plan." Diana nodded. "We've seen it in other towns. They gather everyone together, ostensibly for a community meeting. But it's really a mass conversion," I finished, the hybrid part of me providing the knowledge. "They're going to try to change everyone at once." Emily's fists clenched. energy crackling around her fingers. We have to stop it. We will, I said, a plan already forming in my mind. But first, we need to understand exactly what we're capable of. Diana, can you and your people help us harness these abilities? Diana smiled, a fierce light in her eyes. That's why we're here. You two, she gestured to Emily and me. You're different from the rest of us. Stronger. You might be the key to turning this whole thing around. As Diana's group settled into the shelter, beginning to set up equipment and share information, I felt a surge of something I hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. We had a long way to go, and the odds were stacked against us. But looking around at this unlikely group of humans and hybrids, I knew we had a fighting chance. All right, I said, my voice carrying the weight of our shared purpose. Let's get to work. We've got a town to save, and after that, we've got a world to reclaim. As we began our crash course in hybrid abilities and alien technology, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of a much larger battle. But for the first time since this whole ordeal began, I felt ready to face whatever came next. The fate of humanity hung in the balance, and we were the last line of defense. It was time to show these aliens that they had picked the wrong species to mess with. The old bomb shelter thrummed with an otherworldly energy as Diana led us through a series of exercises designed to hone our hybrid abilities. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I focused on levitating a small metal sphere, my hands trembling with the effort. Good, Lisa, Diana encouraged. Now try to feel the molecular structure. See if you can reshape it. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my mind to sense the atomic bonds holding the sphere together. Slowly, painfully, I felt them begin to shift and reorganize. When I opened my eyes, the sphere had transformed into a perfect cube. Incredible, Emily breathed beside me, her own practice object, a wooden block, now sprouting delicate, leafy vines. Jimmy watched us with a mixture of awe and trepidation. This is insane, he muttered, like actually insane. Diana turned to him with a gentle smile. It may seem that way, Jimmy, but this is our reality now, and it might just be what saves us all. A commotion at the shelter's entrance interrupted our training session. Two of Diana's people burst in, supporting a third between them. The injured hybrid was pale, his skin mottled with an angry, pulsing rash. What happened? Diana demanded, rushing to examine him. We were scouting the town hall. One of the hybrids, a young woman named Zara, explained breathlessly. They've set up some kind of energy field. When Marcus got too close, it did something to him, started reverting him back. A chill ran down my spine. They're trying to undo the hybrid transformation? Diana's face was grim as she examined Marcus. Not exactly. This looks more like corruption. They're trying to bring hybrids under their control. Emily stepped forward, her hands glowing softly. Let me try something. As we watched, she placed her palms on Marcus's chest. The angry rash began to recede, the hybrid's color returning to normal. How did you do that? I asked, amazed. Emily shook her head, looking as surprised as the rest of us. I'm not sure, I just felt what was wrong and tried to fix it. Diana's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Your abilities are evolving faster than any of us anticipated. This could be the edge we need. A loud bang from above made us all jump. Heavy footsteps echoed through the shelter's entrance. They've found us, Zara hissed, her body tensing for a fight. I exchanged a quick glance with Emily. We nodded in silent agreement and stepped forward, our hands raised and crackling with energy. The shelter door burst open and a squad of black-clad soldiers poured in, weapons raised. But these weren't ordinary humans. Their movements were too fluid, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Hybrid enforcers, Diana spat. They've turned some of us to their side. The lead enforcer, a tall man with a shock of white hair, stepped forward. His voice, when he spoke, carried the same resonance as ours, but with a cold mechanical edge. By order of the Ascension Council, you are all to surrender immediately for processing. Resistance will be met with lethal force. I felt a surge of defiance rise within me. We're not going anywhere with you. The enforcer's eyes narrowed. Then you leave us no choice. What happened next was chaos. The enforcers opened fire, but their energy weapons seemed to have little effect on us. Our hybrid physiology combined with Diana's training made us formidable opponents. I found myself moving with inhuman speed and grace, deflecting energy blasts and retaliating with bursts of my own power. Beside me, Emily was a whirlwind of energy, her abilities seeming to grow stronger with each passing moment. But it was Jimmy who surprised us all. As an enforcer cornered him, the teenager's eyes suddenly blazed with light. A shockwave of pure sound erupted from his mouth, sending the attacker flying across the room. "Holy shit," Jimmy gasped, looking as shocked as the rest of us. "Did I just do that?" There was no time to marvel at this new development. The fight raged on, the close quarters of the shelter making it a desperate, chaotic struggle. Just when it seemed we might be overwhelmed, I felt a surge of power unlike anything I'd experienced before. The hybrid consciousness within me expanded, connecting with Emily's and then, astoundingly, with every other hybrid in the room, friend and foe alike. In that moment of unity, I saw flashes of the enforcers' memories, their fears, their doubts, the process that had turned them into puppets of the alien overlords, and I knew what I had to do. "Emily!" I shouted over the din of battle. "Connect with me! We can break their conditioning!" She nodded, grabbing my hand. Together we focused our combined will on the enforcers, pushing past their mental barriers and into the core of their beings. "Remember who you are," I projected, my voice echoing in their minds. "You're human. You can fight this." For a moment, nothing happened. Then one by one, the enforcers began to falter. Their eyes cleared, confusion and then horror dawning on their faces as they realized what they'd been doing. The white-haired leader was the last to break free. He fell to his knees, his weapon clattering to the floor. What have we done?" he choked out. As the dust settled, Diana approached us, her eyes wide with amazement. "That was unprecedented. You two might be more powerful than we ever imagined." Emily squeezed my hand, her voice trembling slightly. "Lisa, could we use this to save the whole town?" I nodded slowly, the magnitude of what we'd just discovered sinking in. "Maybe, but it won't be easy, and we'll need everyone's help." Jimmy stepped forward, a determined set to his jaw. "Count me in. Whatever this sound thing I can do is, I want to use it to help." Diana began issuing orders, organizing our now larger group into teams. "We need to move fast. The town hall event is tonight, and we can bet they'll be ready for us now." As we prepared to leave the shelter and face whatever awaited us in town, I couldn't shake a feeling of both excitement and dread. We had a chance, a real chance, to stop this invasion. But the cost could be higher than any of us were prepared to pay. "Everyone ready?" I asked, looking around at our ragtag group of hybrids and humans. Nods and murmurs of assent answered me. Emily squeezed my hand once more, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of fear and determination. "Let's go save the world," she said softly. As we ascended the shelter stairs and emerged into the fading daylight, I knew that whatever happened next would change everything. The fate of our town, our world, and perhaps our entire species hung in the balance, and we were the only ones who could tip the scales. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple as our group made its way through the eerily quiet streets of our once familiar town. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, every darkened window a silent observer of our desperate mission. "Something's not right," Emily whispered, her enhanced senses on high alert. "It's too quiet," I nodded, feeling the same unease. "They're gathering everyone at the town hall. We need to hurry." As we rounded the corner onto Main Street, the town hall came into view. A crowd had already formed outside, their movements unnaturally synchronized as they filed into the building. Diana's voice crackled over the comm units we'd salvaged from the shelter. Team Alpha, are you in position? Affirmative, came the reply from Zara, who was leading a group to secure the perimeter. No sign of external security measures yet, but we're detecting some kind of energy field around the building. That must be what affected Marcus earlier, I mused. We'll need to be careful. Jimmy, who had insisted on coming despite our reservations, fidgeted nervously beside me. So what's the plan? We just walk in there and... What? Start zapping people back to normal? Emily shook her head. It's not that simple. We need to find the source of their control and shut it down. Then maybe we can use our abilities to reverse the effects on a larger scale. As we approached the town hall, I felt a familiar presence brush against my mind. The alien consciousness within me stirred, providing flashes of insight. There, I said, pointing to a van parked near the building's rear entrance. That's not just a vehicle. It's some kind of mobile command center. Diana nodded. Good eye. Lisa, Emily, you two focus on infiltrating that van. The rest of us will create a diversion and try to evacuate as many unaffected people as we can find. We split up, my heart pounding as Emily and I made our way towards the van. As we got closer, I could feel the energy emanating from it, a sickening pulse that set my teeth on edge. Ready? Emily asked, her hand poised over the van's door handle. I took a deep breath, channeling power into my fingertips. Ready. The moment we opened the door, all hell broke loose. Alarms blared, and a wave of energy burst outward, nearly knocking us off our feet. Inside, we found a nightmare of alien technology, pulsing organic matter intertwined with sleek metal components. And there, at the center of it all, was Dr. Prescott. Ah, our prodigal experiments return, he said, his voice carrying an inhuman resonance. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and his skin seemed to ripple and shift. You're just in time for the next phase of human evolution. This isn't evolution, I spat. It's enslavement. Prescott laughed, the sound grating and unnatural. Oh, Lisa, always so short-sighted. Can't you see? This is the only way for humanity to survive what's coming. Emily stepped forward, her hands crackling with energy. What are you talking about? What's coming? For a moment, Prescott's facade cracked, and I saw a flicker of genuine fear in his eyes. The void. It consumes all, and it's heading for Earth. Our benefactors, they're the only ones with the technology to save us. I felt a chill run down my spine as alien memories flooded my mind. Glimpses of a cosmic horror beyond imagination, of worlds snuffed out in an instant. But at what cost? I demanded, fighting to stay focused. Losing everything that makes us human? Prescott's expression hardened. A small price to pay for survival. And you two, you were supposed to be the vanguard, the perfect hybrids to lead humanity into its new era. He reached for a control panel, but Emily was faster. A burst of energy from her hand sent Prescott flying across the van, crashing into a tangle of alien tech. Now, Lisa, Emily shouted. Shut it down! I placed my hands on the central console, feeling the alien machinery pulse beneath my touch. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my hybrid senses, searching for a way to disrupt the signal controlling the townspeople. But as I delved deeper, I felt something push back, a vast, ancient intelligence that dwarfed my own. You cannot stop what has already begun. A voice resonated in my mind. Your world is but one of many. Its loss is inconsequential in the face of the coming void. Images flooded my consciousness, countless worlds teeming with life, all connected by a web of alien technology. And behind it all, a darkness that defied description, slowly devouring everything in its path. Lisa, Emily's voice seemed distant, muffled. Whatever you're seeing, fight it. We need you here. With a supreme effort of will, I pushed back against the alien presence. You're wrong, I growled, both aloud and in my mind. Every world matters, every life matters, and we'll find a way to stop the void without sacrificing who we are. I felt something shift within the machinery, a resonance building between my hybrid DNA and the alien tech. With a final surge of energy, I sent a pulse through the system. The van's interior erupted in a cascade of sparks and smoke. Outside, we heard cries of confusion and alarm as the townspeople suddenly found themselves free from alien control. "You've doomed us all," Prescott coughed, struggling to his feet. "Without their protection, we'll be defenseless when the void arrives." I shook my head, a new determination filling me. "No, we'll find another way. A human way." As we emerged from the van, we found chaos in the streets. People were panicking, confused and frightened by what they'd experienced. But among the crowd, I saw Diana and the others, already working to calm people and organize an evacuation. "Lisa, Emily," Jimmy came running up, his face flushed with excitement. "It worked. Whatever you did in there, it broke their control." Emily smiled, but it was tinged with sadness. "We won this battle, but the war, it's so much bigger than we imagined." I nodded, my mind still reeling from the visions I'd seen. "We need to warn everyone, the whole world. There's something coming, something worse than this invasion." As sirens wailed in the distance and the first news helicopters appeared on the horizon, I knew our lives would never be the same. We had saved our town, but in doing so, we had stumbled upon a threat that endangered not just humanity, but all life in the galaxy. "What do we do now?" Jimmy asked, his earlier bravado replaced by uncertainty. I looked at Emily, seeing my own resolve mirrored in her eyes. "We prepare. We learn everything we can about our new abilities, about the alien tech, and we find a way to stop the void without losing our humanity in the process." As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across our changed world, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much larger story. One in which the fate of not just Earth but countless worlds would hang in the balance. And somehow, improbably, we found ourselves at the center of it all. The frigid night air bit at my skin as our group crept towards the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. My distended belly made every step a challenge, the inhuman life within me squirming restlessly. I caught Mike, our de facto leader, glancing back at me with concern. "You sure you're up for this, Sarah?" he whispered, his breath visible in the moonlight. I nodded, gritting my teeth against another wave of discomfort. "I have to be. We're out of options." Our ragtag band of resistors huddled behind a rusted dumpster, eyeing the seemingly ordinary building that concealed horrors beyond imagination. Months of investigation had led us here, to the hidden entrance of the alien base beneath our once peaceful town. Lisa, my childhood friend and fellow abductee, squeezed my hand. "Whatever happens in there, we're in this together." I managed a weak smile, grateful for her unwavering support through this nightmare. Mike signaled and we moved. The lock on the side door was no match for Jake's lock-picking skills, a talent we'd all been surprised to discover our mild-mannered librarian possessed. As the door creaked open, an eerie blue glow spilled out, confirming our suspicions. This was no ordinary warehouse. "Remember the plan," Mike whispered as we entered. "Find the control room, shut down their systems, and get out. No heroics." If only it were that simple. The interior of the warehouse was a facade, quickly giving way to sleek, otherworldly architecture. Corridors pulsed with an unnatural light, and the air hummed with energy that made my skin crawl. As we descended deeper into the complex, the alien presence grew stronger, resonating with the life inside me in a way that made me nauseous. We encountered our first guardian at a junction of corridors, a grotesque fusion of machine and flesh that defied description. Its misshapen head swiveled towards us, lifeless eyes suddenly blazing with awareness. "Intruders detected," it growled, its voice a discordant mix of human and synthetic tones. "Sterilization protocol initiated." "Run!" Mike yelled, already firing his salvaged alien weapon. The blast of energy struck the creature, momentarily stunning it. We sprinted past, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind us. The alien architecture seemed to shift and change as we ran, corridors melding and splitting in dizzying patterns. "This way!" Lisa shouted, yanking me down a side passage. The others followed, and we found ourselves in a vast chamber filled with pulsating, organic-looking pods. Each one contained a human form in various stages of horrific transformation. "Oh God," Jake whispered, his face pale. "Is this what they're planning for all of us?" I stepped closer to one of the pods, my heart racing as I recognized the face within, Mrs. Johnson, my old high school teacher. Her features were twisted, skin mottled with an iridescent sheen. I stumbled back, overwhelmed by the scale of the aliens' plans. A klaxon blared, red light bathing the chamber. We'd been detected. "We need to move," Mike urged, ushering us towards another exit. "The control room has to be close." As we pressed on, the entity inside me grew more agitated. Each step became a battle against the alien life trying to claw its way out. I stumbled, crying out in pain. Lisa caught me, her eyes wide with fear. "Sarah, what's wrong?" It's coming," I gasped, clutching my stomach. I can't stop it." Mike swore under his breath. "We don't have time for this. Jake, help me carry her. We're almost there." They hoisted me up, half carrying, half dragging me through the twisting corridors. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It felt like my insides were being rearranged, my very DNA rewritten with each contraction. We burst into a cavernous room dominated by a pulsing crystalline structure. Holographic displays flickered in an alien language, and at the center stood a being unlike any we'd encountered. Tall, willowy, with eyes that held the depth of galaxies. "You've come far, humans," it spoke directly into our minds. "But your journey ends here." Mike raised his weapon, but with a mere gesture, the alien sent it flying across the room. Jake and Lisa fell to their knees, clutching their heads in agony. I collapsed to the floor, the pain of my alien labor overwhelming me. "Your species' resistance is admirable," the alien continued, gliding towards us, "but ultimately futile. You are merely the raw material for our evolution, the next step in universal consciousness." Through a haze of pain, I saw Mike struggle to his feet. "We'll never submit," he growled. "This is our world, our future." The alien's laughter reverberated through our skulls. "Your limited perspective blinds you to the glory of our vision. Allow me to enlighten you." A wave of psychic energy washed over us. Visions of stars being born and dying, civilizations rising and falling across countless worlds, the vast tapestry of the cosmos, all flooded our minds. I saw the aliens' dying homeworld, the desperation that drove them to seek out new life to assimilate and evolve. In that moment of connection, I felt the entity inside me pulse with recognition. The barrier between us thinned, and I realized the truth. This child, this hybrid, was the key to everything. With a primal scream, I pushed, not just physically, but mentally. I reached out to the hybrid consciousness within me, no longer fighting against it, but embracing it fully. Pain and ecstasy intertwined as our minds merged, human and alien becoming one. The alien leader stumbled back, surprise evident in its ethereal features. "Impossible," it whispered. "The merger. It's complete." I rose to my feet, power coursing through me. The others watched in awe as my body shimmered, taking on an otherworldly glow. When I spoke, my voice resonated with newfound authority. "You're right. Resistance was futile, but not in the way you imagined." With a thought, I accessed the alien systems, the hybrid DNA in my veins acting as the perfect key. Alarms blared as I initiated a cascade of shutdowns, turning the base's defenses against its creators. The alien leader snarled, launching a psychic assault. But where once it would have overwhelmed me, I now stood firm. Our minds clashed in a battle beyond physical comprehension, the fate of two species hanging in the balance. "Sarah?" Lisa's voice cut through the psychic storm. Sarah, are you still in there? I turned to my friends, seeing the fear and hope warring in their eyes. With effort, I pushed my humanity to the forefront. I'm here, I assured them, and I know what we need to do. As the alien base crumbled around us, I opened a portal using technology that moments ago I hadn't even known existed. This will take us to safety, I explained. But first, I faced the alien leader, our minds still locked in combat. Your way is finished, I declared. But your knowledge, your essence, it doesn't have to be lost. Understanding dawned in those ancient eyes. With a final, cosmic sigh, the alien consciousness flowed into me, merging with the hybrid amalgam I had become. Let's go, I said to my awestruck companions. We have a world to save and a new future to build. As we stepped through the portal, leaving behind the crumbling remnants of the alien base, I felt the weight of two civilizations within me. Human and alien, present and future, all intertwined in a cosmic dance of possibility. The hybrid child within me stirred, no longer a parasite, but a partner. Together, we would bridge the gap between worlds and forge a path to the stars. Our journey was just beginning. The alien control room pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its crystalline structures casting prismatic light across the faces of my bewildered companions. I stood at the center, my body racked with pain as the hybrid child within me fought to emerge. The merging of our consciousnesses had begun, and I could feel my grip on reality slipping. Sarah, Lisa's voice cut through the haze of agony. Stay with us. I turned to her, seeing the fear etched on her face. Mike and Jake hovered nearby, their expressions a mix of concern and awe. I don't know if I can stop this, I gasped, doubling over as another contraction hit. Mike stepped forward, his hand hovering uncertainly over my shoulder. What's happening to you? Before I could answer, a surge of alien thoughts flooded my mind. Images of distant worlds, incomprehensible technologies, and the vast expanse of space flashed before my eyes. I cried out, overwhelmed by the influx of information. She's connecting to the alien network, Jake realized, his eyes wide. Sarah, can you control it? I gritted my teeth, trying to focus through the pain and mental chaos. I think so. But it's like trying to drink from a fire hose. Lisa moved closer, her voice gentle but urgent. Sarah, listen to me. We need to use this connection to stop the alien invasion. Can you access their systems? Nodding, I reached out with my mind, feeling the vast network of alien technology surrounding us. It was like touching an electric current, raw power coursing through my veins. I gasped as I made contact with the base's central computer. I'm in, I breathed, my voice taking on an otherworldly resonance. But there's so much. I don't know where to start. Mike's tactical mind kicked in. Look for their defense systems. If we can shut those down, we might have a chance against the mothership. I delved deeper into the alien network, my human consciousness struggling to interpret the flood of data. Suddenly, I felt a shift within me. The hybrid child was helping, its developing mind acting as a bridge between human and alien thought patterns. I found it, I announced, my eyes glowing with an eerie light. Initiating shutdown sequence. The room trembled as distant explosions rocked the base. Alarms blared and the crystalline structures pulsed with angry red light. Jake looked around nervously. I hope that was supposed to happen. I nodded, sweat beading on my forehead from the effort of maintaining the connection. The defense grid is offline, but there's more. I can see the mothership. It's massive. Through our shared vision, I projected an image of the alien craft into the minds of my companions. They gasped in unison, the sheer scale of the threat becoming clear. How can we possibly fight that? Lisa whispered, her voice tinged with despair. I probed deeper into the alien database, searching for answers. As I did, I felt the hybrid child's consciousness pressing against my own, eager to join the search. With a mix of fear and determination, I lowered my mental barriers. The merging was like nothing I could have imagined. One moment I was Sarah, scared and confused. The next I was something more, a being of two worlds, with knowledge spanning galaxies. The pain of labor faded, replaced by a sense of profound connection. Sarah? Mike's voice seemed to come from a great distance. Are you okay? Your eyes? I blinked, realizing that my vision had changed. I could see not just with my eyes, but with senses I had no names for. The room, my friends, even my own body, all seemed simultaneously familiar and alien. I'm here, I assured them, my voice layered with harmonics. And I'm more. I understand now. Lisa stepped forward, her face a mix of worry and hope. Understand what? Everything, I breathed. The aliens, their plan, their weaknesses, and I know how we can stop them. I turned my attention back to the alien systems, my hybrid mind interfacing seamlessly with the technology. Information flowed through me like a river, and I directed it with newfound precision. The mothership's reactor, I explained, my fingers dancing over holographic displays only I could see. It's powered by a form of energy the aliens call quintessence, highly unstable but incredibly powerful. Jake's scientific curiosity overcame his fear. Like dark energy? I nodded. Similar, but artificially concentrated. If we can destabilize it, the whole ship would go up, Mike finished, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Exactly, I confirmed, but it won't be easy. We'll need to get aboard the mothership. Lisa shook her head in disbelief. How are we supposed to do that? We can barely handle this base, let alone their main ship. I smiled, a plan forming in my hybrid mind. We'll use their own technology against them. This base has a matter transportation system, similar to teleportation. I can reconfigure it to get us aboard. As I spoke, I was already making the necessary adjustments through my mental link. The room hummed with building energy, and a shimmering portal began to form near the far wall. Mike eyed it warily. Are you sure about this, Sarah, once we're up there? We'll be in the heart of their operation, I finished. But it's our only chance to end this invasion before it begins. I could see the doubt in their eyes, the fear of the unknown. But beneath that I sensed their determination, the human spirit that had carried us this far. I know I'm asking a lot, I said softly. I'm not even sure what I am anymore. But I do know that I can't do this alone. Will you trust me? There was a moment of tense silence. Then Lisa stepped forward, taking my hand. Always, she said firmly. Jake nodded, adjusting his glasses. Well, I didn't survive alien abduction just to back out now. Mike hefted his weapon, a grim smile on his face. Let's go kick some alien ass. Relief and gratitude washed over me. Despite my transformation, despite the otherworldly power now coursing through me, their unwavering support meant everything. As we prepared to step through the portal, another contraction hit me, a reminder that the hybrid child was still very much a part of me. But now, instead of fear, I felt a sense of partnership. Whatever challenges awaited us on the mothership, we would face them together, human, alien, and everything in between. Remember, I cautioned as the portal's energy enveloped us, things will be different up there. The aliens will be stronger, more numerous. But so are we. Stay close and trust your instincts. With a final shared look of determination, we stepped into the swirling vortex. The alien base dissolved around us, replaced by a rush of cosmic energy. For a breathless moment, we existed between worlds. And then, with a flash of light, we materialized in the heart of the alien mothership. As our eyes adjusted to the cavernous space of the ship's main chamber, I felt the hybrid child's excitement mingling with my own apprehension. The final battle for Earth's future was about to begin, and we were the planet's last, best hope. Let's finish this, I said, my voice resonating with human determination and alien power. Together we stepped forward into the unknown, ready to rewrite the fate of two species and forge a new destiny among the stars. The alien mothership's central chamber was a marvel of otherworldly engineering. Vast and cavernous, it pulsed with an eerie bioluminescence that cast everything in a soft, bluish glow. As our small group materialized from the teleportation vortex, we found ourselves on a raised platform overlooking a hive of alien activity below. "My God," Jake whispered, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "It's like a city in here." I nodded, my hybrid senses taking in far more than my human companions could perceive. "This ship isn't just a vessel," I explained, my voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. "It's their mobile homeworld." Mike crouched low, his salvaged alien weapon at the ready. "Great. So instead of sneaking onto a ship, we've basically invaded their country." "Stay focused," I reminded them, fighting against a wave of disorientation as my merged consciousness adjusted to our new surroundings. "We need to find the main reactor." Lisa placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. "Sarah, are you all right? You look different." I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a nearby crystalline structure. My eyes glowed with an inner light, and faint, iridescent patterns had begun to form on my skin. The changes were accelerating. "I'm fine," I assured her, even as I felt the hybrid child's consciousness pushing more insistently against my own. "But we need to move quickly. They know we're here." As if on cue, alarms began to blare throughout the chamber. The alien activity below shifted from ordered productivity to frenzied defense preparations. "So much for the element of surprise," Mike grumbled. "What's the plan?" I closed my eyes, reaching out with my hybrid senses to interface with the ship's systems. A mental map of the vessel formed in my mind. "The reactor is 3 levels down," I said, pointing to a nearby access shaft. "That's our target." We moved swiftly, using the confusion below to our advantage. The access shaft was a twisting, organic-looking tube that seemed to shift and pulse as we descended. Jake looked distinctly queasy by the time we emerged onto a lower level. "I think I preferred elevators on Earth," he muttered. "Hold up," Mike warned, gesturing ahead. A group of alien guards blocked our path, their bodies a disturbing fusion of biological and mechanical components. Before anyone could react, I stepped forward, raising my hand. Drawing on the alien knowledge now flowing through me, I sent out a focused pulse of psychic energy. The guards stumbled, their movements becoming erratic. "What did you do to them?" Lisa asked, her voice a mix of awe and concern. "Temporary neural disruption," I explained, hurrying past the incapacitated aliens. "It won't last long, come on." We raced through winding corridors, the ship's architecture becoming increasingly complex and alien. At last, we arrived at a massive set of doors, thrumming with barely contained energy. "This is it," I announced. "The reactor chamber." Jake examined the door's locking mechanism, his face falling. "I don't suppose your new alien powers include a universal key?" I smiled, placing my hand against the cool metallic surface. "Something like that." Concentrating, I let the hybrid DNA in my veins interface with the ship's systems. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a series of clicks and whirs, the massive doors began to slide open. The reactor core was a sight beyond human comprehension. A swirling vortex of energy, simultaneously liquid and gaseous, contained within a complex array of fields and barriers. Its light pulsed in time with the ship's heartbeat, filling the chamber with a low, thrumming resonance. "Okay, we're here," Mike said, his voice tense. "Now what?" Before I could answer, a new voice echoed through the chamber, not spoken but transmitted directly into our minds. "Curious creatures," it mused. "So small, yet so persistent." From the shadows emerged a being unlike any we'd encountered. Tall and ethereal, with eyes that held the depths of galaxies, it radiated an aura of ancient power and intelligence. "The Overseer," I breathed, recognizing the entity from the merged memories in my mind. The alien leader regarded us with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. "You've come far, little ones, but your journey ends here," The assimilation of your world is inevitable. Mike raised his weapon, but with a mere gesture, the overseer sent it clattering across the floor. Your primitive tools are useless here, it admonished, as are your limited minds. I stepped forward, feeling the hybrid child's presence grow stronger within me. Not all of us are so limited anymore. The overseer's eyes widened in surprise as it truly perceived me for the first time. Impossible. The merger. It's complete. That's right, I said, my voice carrying newfound authority. I understand now. I see the beauty of your vision, the desperation that drives you. But I also see its flaws. The alien leader's form shimmered, its composure slipping. You cannot comprehend the scope of our plans. Millennia of evolution, of searching the cosmos, all leading to this moment. I comprehend more than you know, I countered. Your race is dying. This assimilation, this conquest, it's a last, desperate attempt at survival. But it doesn't have to be this way. As I spoke, I felt my consciousness expanding, reaching out to touch the minds of every being on the ship. Human and alien alike, I could sense their fears, their hopes, their fundamental desire for continuity. The overseer recoiled, its mental defenses crumbling under the onslaught of my hybrid mind. What are you doing? Stop this at once. But I pressed on, driven by a vision of possibility that transcended both human and alien understanding. There's another way. A true merger, not of conquest, but of cooperation. Imagine what we could achieve together. My friends watched in awe as my body began to glow, the hybrid child within me lending its strength to my efforts. The reactor's energy responded, its chaotic swirling beginning to synchronize with the pulse of my hybrid DNA. Sarah? Lisa called out, her voice tinged with worry. What's happening to you? I turned to them, my eyes shining with otherworldly light. I'm becoming what I was always meant to be, a bridge between two worlds. The overseer stumbled back, its form flickering as it struggled against the tide of change. You'll doom us all. Our way is the only way. No, I said firmly. It's time for something new. With a final push of will, I reached out to the reactor core. The swirling vortex of quintessence responded, its energy flowing into me, through me, and back out to suffuse the entire ship. Alarms blared as systems overloaded, but this was no destruction. Instead, it was transformation. Throughout the vessel, aliens and humans alike gasped as new understanding bloomed in their minds. The overseer fell to its knees, overwhelmed by the psychic tsunami. What have you done? I've given us all a choice, I explained, my voice echoing with the power of two species combined. A chance to evolve together, to forge a new path among the stars. As the energy wave spread beyond the ship, racing towards Earth and out into the cosmos, I felt the hybrid child shift within me. It was time. Lisa, I called out, reaching for my friend's hand. I need your help. The baby. It's coming. As the mothership shuddered around us, caught in the throes of an evolution beyond imagination, I prepared to bring a new life into a changed universe. Human and alien, Earth and stars, all would be forever altered by what we had set in motion. The future, vast and unknowable, beckoned. And we would face it together. The alien mothership shuddered violently, its structure groaning under the strain of the massive energy surge I had initiated. Alarms blared in an otherworldly cacophony, adding to the chaos that now engulfed us. In the reactor chamber, my friends huddled around me as I collapsed to the floor, the first true contractions of labor racking my body. Sarah, Lisa cried, cradling my head. Hold on, we'll figure this out. Mike stood guard, his eyes darting between us and the chamber entrance. We need to move. This whole place could come down around us. I gritted my teeth against the pain, my hybrid senses overwhelmed by the conflicting inputs of human childbirth and alien technology in flux. No, we can't leave. Not yet. Jake knelt beside me, his scientific curiosity warring with concern. What's happening to the ship? To the aliens? Through the haze of pain, I reached out with my consciousness, tapping into the vast network of the mothership systems. It's evolving, changing. The energy wave is rewriting their very essence. As if to confirm my words, a group of alien crew members burst into the chamber. But instead of attacking, they stumbled about in confusion, their forms flickering between their original appearance and something new, more harmonious with human physiology. The overseer, who had collapsed earlier, now rose unsteadily to its feet. Its once imposing form seemed diminished, more vulnerable. "What have you done to us?" it demanded, its mental voice a mix of anger and fear. I managed to sit up, supported by Lisa, and faced the alien leader. "I've given your people a chance at true survival, not through conquest, but through cooperation and mutual evolution." The overseer's eyes, still swirling with galactic depth, narrowed. "You presume to decide the fate of our entire species? You, a mere..." Its words were cut off as another violent tremor shook the ship. Cracks began to appear in the chamber walls, and the reactor core's swirling energy grew more erratic. "We need to stabilize the core," Jake shouted over the din, "or this whole ship is going to tear itself apart." I nodded, gritting my teeth as another contraction hit. I can do it, but I need help." To everyone's surprise, it was the overseer who stepped forward. "Tell me what to do," it said, its tone now one of resigned cooperation. "Link with me," I instructed, reaching out both physically and mentally. Our combined consciousness should be enough to regulate the energy flow. As the overseer's cool alien hand grasped mine, I felt our minds merge. The sensation was indescribable, millennia of alien knowledge and experience flooding into me, while my human perspective and emotions flowed into the overseer. Together, we reached out to the reactor core, our hybrid consciousness interfacing directly with the ship's systems. Meanwhile, Lisa helped me through the increasingly intense contractions, while Mike and Jake worked to stabilize the chamber, using debris to shore up weakening walls. "That's it, Sarah," Lisa encouraged. "You're doing great. Just breathe through it." The next few minutes were a blur of pain, concentration, and sheer force of will. As my body worked to bring new life into the world, my mind grappled with forces beyond human comprehension, struggling to contain and redirect the massive energies threatening to tear the mothership apart. Suddenly, with a final tremendous effort, two things happened simultaneously. The reactor core stabilized, its wild fluctuations settling into a steady, controlled pulse, and my hybrid child entered the world with a blinding flash of light. The cry that filled the chamber was like nothing any of us had ever heard. Part human wail, part alien harmonic. It resonated with the very fabric of the ship around us. As Lisa helped clean and wrap the infant, I stared in awe at the tiny being we had created. Its skin shimmered with faint, iridescent patterns, and its eyes, when they opened, held the same galactic depth as the overseer's. "It's beautiful," Lisa whispered, handing me the child. The overseer, our minds still linked, shared in my wonder. "Extraordinary," it breathed, "a true bridge between our species." As I held my child, I felt a surge of protective love, but also a profound sense of responsibility. This infant represented the future, not just for me or for Earth, but for two entire species, and perhaps the galaxy itself. Our moment of peace was short-lived, however. The chamber doors burst open again, this time admitting a group of human soldiers led by a stern-faced general. "By authority of Earth's united governments," the general announced, leveling a weapon at us, "this vessel is now under our control. All aliens are to surrender immediately." Mike stepped forward, placing himself between the soldiers and our group. "Stand down, General. You have no idea what's really going on here." The general's eyes narrowed. "Stand aside, civilian. These aliens invaded our world. They need to answer for their crimes." I struggled to my feet, still cradling my newborn. "General, please. The situation has changed. There's so much you need to understand." The soldier's eyes widened as he took in my altered appearance and the clearly hybrid infant in my arms. What in God's name? Before the situation could escalate further, the overseer stepped forward. With a gesture, it created a holographic display filling the chamber, showing scenes from around the ship and on Earth below. "Behold," it said, its voice echoing with newfound humility, "the new reality we must all face." The images showed aliens and humans working together, their forms in various stages of merger. Advanced technology was being adapted to heal Earth's environment. And in orbit, the mothership was transforming, its structure opening up like a massive flower, ready to dock with the planet below. "The invasion you feared is over," I explained, my voice carrying the weight of two species' understanding. "But so is life as we knew it. We stand at the threshold of a new era, one of cooperation, of shared evolution." The general lowered his weapon, his face a mask of confusion and awe. How can we trust this, after everything that's happened? I stepped forward, gently placing my hybrid child in the general's arms. He stiffened at first, then relaxed as the infant cooed, reaching up to touch his face with a tiny, shimmering hand. "This is our future," I said softly. "Human and alien, Earth and stars, all intertwined. We can fear it, fight it, or embrace it and grow beyond our wildest dreams." For a long moment, the chamber was silent, save for the gentle hum of the stabilized reactor core. Then, slowly, the general handed my child back to me and lowered his weapon completely. I need to report this to my superiors," he said, his voice unsteady. "The world needs to know." I nodded, feeling a wave of relief and hope. "Yes, they do, and we'll face whatever comes next together." As the general and his soldiers withdrew to make their report, I turned back to my friends and the overseer. The chamber, so recently a scene of chaos and conflict, now felt like the birthplace of a new cosmic order. "What now?" Jake asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. I looked down at my child, then out at the holographic display still showing the merging of two worlds. "Now," I said, my voice filled with determination and wonder, "we build a bridge to the stars." The overseer nodded, its form now stabilized into something neither fully alien nor human, but beautifully in between. "Together," it agreed. As we stood there, an unlikely group of humans, aliens, and hybrids, I felt the first true stirrings of a united future. The challenges ahead were enormous, the changes to come beyond imagination. But in that moment, cradling the living embodiment of two species' hopes and holding the hands of friends both earth-born and star-faring, I knew that we were ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store. The invasion was over. The evolution had begun. The dust settled on a changed world, quite literally. As we emerged from the mothership, now docked on the outskirts of what used to be my hometown, we were greeted by a landscape transformed. The impact of the ship's landing had reshaped the area into a vast crater, filled with a mix of terrestrial soil and alien technology that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. I stood at the edge of the ship's main exit ramp, my hybrid child cradled in my arms, taking in the surreal scene before us. Lisa, Mike, and Jake flanked me, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation. The overseer, now more of an ally than an enemy, hovered nearby. "It's beautiful," Lisa whispered, her eyes wide as she took in the merged landscape. Mike, ever the pragmatist, scanned the horizon with a wary eye. "Beautiful, maybe. But how are people going to react to this?" As if in answer to his question, we spotted a group of figures approaching from the direction of the town. As they drew closer, I could make out a mix of local residents, some appearing fully human, others showing signs of the alien influence that had swept through during our confrontation on the ship. "Sarah?" a familiar voice called out. It was Mrs. Thompson, my old neighbor. Her skin now had a faint iridescent sheen, and her eyes held a depth that hadn't been there before. "Is that really you?" I stepped forward, acutely aware of how strange I must look to them now, It's me, Mrs. Thompson. A lot has changed, but I'm still Sarah. The small crowd murmured among themselves, a mix of fear, curiosity, and hope evident in their voices. What happened to us? Someone called out. To the town? To everything? I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. It's a long story, I began. But the short version is this. We've entered a new era. Humanity and the aliens who came here, we're evolving together now. The overseer floated forward, its presence causing a ripple of unease through the crowd. Your world is not being conquered, it assured them, its mental voice gentle. It is being reborn. A man stepped forward, his face contorted with anger. Reborn! Look at us! Look at what you've done to our home! I recognized him as Mr. Grayson, the town's most vocal skeptic and conspiracy theorist. The irony of his current situation wasn't lost on me. I know it's scary, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. But this change, it's not just physical. It's opening up new possibilities for all of us, new understanding. As if to emphasize my point, my hybrid child chose that moment to coo softly, reaching out a tiny, shimmering hand towards the crowd. The simple gesture seemed to break the tension, and several people moved closer, their faces softening as they gazed at the infant. Mrs. Thompson was the first to reach us. May I? She asked hesitantly, holding out her arms. With only a moment's hesitation, I handed her my child. As she cradled the infant, a look of wonder spread across her face. Oh my, she breathed. I can feel its thoughts, so pure, so full of love. One by one, the townspeople came forward, each taking a turn to hold or touch the child. With each interaction, I could see the fear and uncertainty in their eyes giving way to something new, a spark of understanding, of connection. Jake, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke up. It's not just the baby, is it? They're changing too. I nodded, feeling a surge of both pride and trepidation. The merger is still happening. My child is accelerating it, helping people adapt. Mike frowned, ever mindful of potential threats. Is it safe, this kind of rapid change? The overseer answered before I could. Change always carries risk. But the alternative, stagnation, conflict, eventual extinction, that was the greater danger. As the impromptu gathering continued, more people began to arrive. Some were clearly affected by the alien influence, while others appeared untouched. But as they mingled, shared experiences, and interacted with my child, the differences began to blur. I watched in amazement as lifelong enemies put aside their differences, finding common ground in their shared transformation. Old grudges dissolved as people literally saw into each other's minds, understanding motivations and feelings in a way never before possible. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. As the day wore on, we encountered pockets of resistance. Some refused to accept the change, barricading themselves in their homes or fleeing into the untouched wilderness beyond the town. We can't force them, I said firmly when the overseer suggested a more direct approach. This has to be a choice. Lisa, who had been helping to organize food and shelter for the gathered crowd, approached us with a concerned look. Sarah, we're getting reports of military units mobilizing. They're not all as understanding as the general we met on the ship. I felt a flutter of anxiety in my chest. We'd known this moment would come, but facing it was another matter entirely. We need to show them we're not a threat, I said, my mind racing. That this change is for the better. The overseer's form shimmered, its appearance becoming slightly more human-like. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. Over the next few hours, we worked together, humans, aliens, and hybrids, to showcase the potential of our merged technologies and abilities. We purified a nearby polluted lake in minutes, healed injuries with a touch, and demonstrated feats of mental connection that left even the most skeptical observers in awe. As night fell, we gathered around a bonfire in the center of the crater, The warmth of the flames mixed with the soft bioluminescence of the alien structures, creating an otherworldly, yet comforting atmosphere. I stood to address the assembled crowd, my child now sleeping peacefully in a makeshift cradle of merged human and alien materials. "I know many of you are scared," I began, my voice carrying easily in the still night air. I was scared too. But what's happening to us, to our world? It's not an ending. It's a beginning. I gestured to the stars above, now seeming closer and more alive than ever before. We stand at the threshold of a new era. An era where the boundaries between us, human and alien, earth and stars, are dissolving. We have the chance to become something greater than we ever imagined. A murmur went through the crowd, a mix of excitement and apprehension. "But it won't be easy," I continued, my voice taking on a note of steel. "There will be those who resist, who cling to the old ways out of fear. We must be patient, understanding. We must show them, through our actions, that this new path is one of hope, not destruction." As I spoke, I felt a surge of energy from my hybrid child. The infant's eyes opened, glowing softly in the firelight, and a wave of emotion, love, unity, possibility, washed over the gathered crowd. I saw tears in many eyes, and felt them in my own. "Together," I said, my voice thick with emotion, "we will build a bridge to the stars, not as conquerors, not as the conquered, but as a new species born of both worlds." The overseer floated forward, its form now a harmonious blend of human and alien features. "On behalf of my people, I pledge our knowledge, our technology, and our commitment to this new path." One by one, people stood, humans, aliens, and everything in between, and voiced their own pledges, to learn, to grow, to help shape this new reality. As the night deepened and plans were made for the days ahead, I found a quiet moment to stand at the edge of the crater. The town I had grown up in was forever changed, as was the entire world. But as I looked out at the merged landscape, feeling the pulse of alien technology beneath my feet and the vast potential of the cosmos in my mind, I felt a profound sense of hope. The invasion that we had feared had become something entirely different, a catalyst for change, for growth, for a future brighter than any of us could have imagined. I cradled my sleeping child, this living bridge between two worlds, and whispered a promise. "We'll face whatever comes next together, all of us." As if in response, a shooting star streaked across the sky, a reminder of the vast frontier that now lay open before us. The future, with all its challenges and possibilities, awaited, and we were ready to embrace it. The weeks following the merger flew by in a whirlwind of activity. Our small town, once a quiet speck on the map, had become the epicenter of humanity's greatest transformation. The alien mothership, now permanently docked on the outskirts, served as both a beacon and a barrier, drawing the curious and the desperate while keeping at bay those who sought to interfere with our fledgling community. I stood atop a hill overlooking our changed landscape, my hybrid child strapped to my chest in a carrier that seamlessly blended human fabric with alien biotechnology. The being that was once the overseer, now simply calling itself Zar, hovered beside me, its form a constantly shifting blend of human and alien features. "The human governments are growing restless," Zar observed, its mental voice tinged with concern. "They fear what they do not understand." I nodded, watching as a group of newly transformed humans worked alongside alien beings to construct shelter using a mix of terrestrial materials and extraterrestrial tech. Can you blame them? We're rewriting the very nature of human existence. Before Zar could respond, Mike jogged up the hill towards us, his now slightly iridescent skin glistening with sweat. "Sarah, we've got incoming. Military convoy, about 10 miles out." I sighed, feeling the weight of leadership settle more heavily on my shoulders. "All right, let's go meet them." Peacefully. As we made our way down to the town's new perimeter, I marveled at how quickly we'd adapted to our new reality. Humans with various degrees of alien transformation moved with newfound grace and purpose. Alien structures pulsed with life, seamlessly integrated into the natural landscape. And everywhere, the air hummed with the constant, low-level telepathic chatter that had become our new normal. Lisa met us at the edge of town, her eyes, now with a distinct, starry quality, filled with worry. The perimeter shield is holding, but they're requesting entry. It's General Hawthorne. I remembered the general from our confrontation on the mothership. Let him in, I decided, but only him and 2 others. We'll meet in the community hall. As we waited for the general's arrival, I felt a surge of emotion from my child. Looking down, I saw its tiny hands reaching out, shimmering with energy. "What is it, little one?" I murmured. "What do you sense?" The baby cooed, sending a wave of images through our telepathic link. Flashes of potential futures, some bright with promise, others dark with conflict. I steeled myself, knowing that the coming conversation could tip the scales one way or the other. General Hawthorne arrived, flanked by 2 stern-faced aides. His eyes widened as he took in the transformed landscape and its inhabitants. "Ms. Cooper," he greeted me stiffly, "I see things have progressed since our last meeting." I nodded, gesturing towards the community hall. "They have, General. Please, let's talk inside." The interior of the hall was a marvel of merged architecture, living alien material intertwined with traditional human construction, creating a space that felt both familiar and utterly new. As we settled into our seats, I could sense the general's unease. "I'll cut to the chase," Hawthorne began. "The world governments are demanding answers. What exactly is happening here? And how do we know it's not a prelude to a full-scale invasion?" I took a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. "What's happening here, General, is evolution. Not conquest, not invasion, but a merging of 2 species into something greater than the sum of its parts." Zar floated forward, its form stabilizing into something more humanoid. "Your fears are understandable, but misplaced. We came seeking survival, but we found partnership instead." One of the general's aides scoffed. "Partnership? You've transformed these people into what?" Lisa interjected, her voice sharp. "More capable versions of themselves? Beings with a deeper understanding of the universe and their place in it?" I held up a hand, silencing the growing argument. "General, I understand your concerns, but look around you. We're not building weapons or fortifications. We're creating a sustainable community, one that could serve as a model for the rest of the world." Hawthorne's brow furrowed. "And the changes to human physiology? This telepathy?" As if on cue, my child let out a soft cry. The general's eyes were drawn to the infant, a mix of wonder and apprehension crossing his face. "May I asked, gesturing towards him with the baby. After a moment's hesitation, Hawthorne nodded. I gently placed my child in his arms. The effect was immediate. The general's rigid posture softened, his eyes widening as he experienced the infant's telepathic touch. "This is extraordinary," he whispered. "This child represents our future," I explained softly. "Human and alien Earth and stars all in one. The changes we're undergoing, they're not about erasing humanity. They're about expanding it, allowing us to reach our full potential." For several long moments, the room was silent save for the baby's contented gurgles. Then, with a deep sigh, General Hawthorne handed the child back to me. "I can't pretend to fully understand what's happening here," he admitted. "But I can see that it's not the threat we feared." He turned to his aides. "Contact command. Tell them we need to reconsider our approach." A wave of relief washed over me, echoed by the gathered members of our community. But I knew this was just the beginning. "General," I said, "we don't want to hide away here. We want to help the world transition to share the benefits of this merger. But we need time, and we need protection." Hawthorne nodded slowly. "A sanctuary," he mused. "A place where this evolution can continue peacefully." He stood, straightening his uniform. I'll make the recommendation, but be prepared for more visitors, scientists, diplomats, the works. As the general and his aides prepared to leave, Tsar approached him. There is much your people could learn from ours, it offered, and much we could learn from you. Perhaps an exchange of knowledge? A ghost of a smile crossed Hawthorne's face. I think that could be arranged. After they departed, our core group remained in the hall, processing the implications of this new development. So, what now? Mike asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. I looked down at my child, then out at the transformed landscape visible through the hall's living windows. Now we build, we learn, we grow, and we prepare to share this gift with the world. Lisa nodded, her eyes shining with determination. We'll need to set up education programs, find ways to ease people into the transformation, and continue our research, Jake added excitedly. The potential applications of this merged technology are endless. As our group buzzed with ideas and plans, I felt a swell of emotion, hope, determination, and a touch of apprehension. The path ahead was uncharted, filled with challenges we could scarcely imagine. But looking around at this room full of transformed humans and reformed aliens, I knew we were ready to face whatever came next. Tomorrow, I announced, we start reaching out to other towns, other countries. We'll show them what's possible when we move beyond fear and embrace a new way of being. Tsar's form shimmered with approval. Together, we will bridge the gap between worlds and forge a path to the stars. As night fell over our sanctuary, I stood once more on the hilltop, my child sleeping peacefully against my chest. The alien mothership glowed softly in the distance, no longer a symbol of invasion but a beacon of hope. Stars twinkled overhead, somehow seeming closer and more alive than ever before. In that moment, gazing out at the merged landscape that represented our new reality, I felt a profound sense of purpose. We stood at the threshold of a new era for humanity, an era of exploration, growth, and unity on a cosmic scale. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever resistance we might face, I knew that we were ready. With the strength of two species combined and the limitless potential of the universe before us, there was nothing we couldn't achieve. The future, vast and bright, beckoned, and we were finally ready to answer its call. Years had passed since the day of the merger, and our sanctuary had grown from a small town into a thriving metropolis of human-alien cooperation. The once stark line between Earth architecture and alien technology had blurred into a seamless tapestry of innovation. Gleaming spires of living crystal intertwined with lush, terraformed gardens, while anti-gravity platforms ferried people and goods through the air. I stood on the balcony of the Unity Tower, the central hub of our community, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues that seemed more vivid since the merger. My child, no longer an infant but a young being of indeterminate age, stood beside me. We had named them Astra, for the starry depths of their eyes and the cosmic potential they represented. Mother, Astra said, their voice carrying harmonics that resonated on multiple levels of perception. The next wave of immigrants is arriving. Shall we greet them? I nodded, feeling a mix of pride and apprehension. Each new group of humans choosing to undergo the transformation brought both hope and challenges. Of course. Let's head to the Welcome Center. As we made our way through the city, I marveled at how much had changed, and yet how much remained familiar. Humans in various stages of transformation went about their daily lives alongside fully transformed individuals and our alien allies. The air hummed with both verbal and telepathic conversations, creating a rich tapestry of communication. At the Welcome Center, a repurposed section of the original mothership, we met up with Lisa and Mike. Though years had passed, they looked barely older than the day of the merger, their transformed physiology slowing the aging process. Big group this time, Mike reported, his eyes flickering with data as he accessed the city's information network through his enhanced senses. Over 1,000 from all over the world. Lisa nodded, her starry eyes filled with empathy. Many of them are scared. The anti-transformation movements have been spreading more propaganda. I sighed, feeling the weight of leadership. Then we'll just have to show them the truth of what we've built here. As the new arrivals filed into the vast atrium, I could sense their mix of emotions: fear, hope, curiosity, and determination. Many looked around in awe at the merged architecture and the diverse crowd of greeters. I stepped forward, Astra at my side, and addressed the group. Welcome to Unity City. I know many of you have traveled far, leaving behind everything familiar. You've heard stories, seen reports, and probably encountered no small amount of fear-mongering. But you're here because something inside you knows that humanity is meant for more. A murmur went through the crowd. A middle-aged woman near the front spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. But is it safe? We've heard about people losing themselves, becoming something else. Astra stepped forward, their presence immediately captivating the newcomers. You don't lose yourself, they said, their voice carrying the wisdom of both species. You find parts of yourself you never knew existed. The merger doesn't erase who you are, it expands it. To demonstrate, Astra projected a series of images into the minds of the gathered crowd, flashes of life in Unity City, the advancements we'd made, the sense of connection and purpose that permeated our society. A young man gasped, his eyes wide. I felt that, in my mind. How? I smiled reassuringly. That's just a taste of what's possible. The merger enhances your natural abilities, including latent psychic potential most humans never access. But it's a gradual process, and you have control every step of the way. As we began the orientation process, guiding the newcomers through the initial stages of integration, I felt a familiar presence approach. Zar, the former overseer, now one of our most valued council members, floated into the atrium. Sarah, Zar's mental voice carried a note of urgency. We've received a transmission from the deep space outposts. You need to see this. Excusing myself, I followed Zar to a private communication chamber. The holographic display flickered to life, showing a sector of space far beyond our solar system. Strange energy patterns pulsed across the starfield. What am I looking at? I asked, trying to make sense of the swirling data. Zar's form shimmered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. It's a signal, similar to the one that first brought my people to Earth, but different, more complex. I felt a chill run down my spine. Another alien species? Possibly, or perhaps... Zar hesitated. Perhaps it's from others like us, other merged societies. The implications were staggering. Were we not alone in our evolutionary journey? Had other worlds undergone similar transformations? Before I could fully process this, an alert chimed. Mike's voice came through the communication system. Sarah, we've got a situation at the southern perimeter. A group of anti-transformation protesters has breached the outer defenses. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. The wider world was still struggling to accept the changes we represented. I'm on my way. Zar, gather the council. We need to discuss this signal and decide our next steps. As I hurried to the perimeter, Astra fell into step beside me. I'm coming with you, they stated. Not a request, but a declaration. I wanted to protest, to protect them, but I knew better. Astra was more than capable, and their presence often had a calming effect on even the most agitated individuals. We arrived at the southern gate to find a tense standoff. A group of protesters carrying signs with slogans like "Keep Humanity Pure" and "Earth for Humans" faced off against our security team. The protesters looked fully human, their faces contorted with fear and anger. "Go back to the stars, freaks," one man shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. I stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace. We're not your enemies. We're still human, just evolved. Please, let's talk about this. A woman at the front of the group scoffed. Talk? While you contaminate more people with your alien filth? We've seen the reports. People going in human and coming out wrong. Astra moved to stand beside me, their presence immediately drawing all eyes. wrong, or simply different. Change can be frightening, but it can also be beautiful. With a gentle mental touch, Astra began to project images and sensations to the protesters. The wonder of seeing the universe through enhanced senses, the joy of connecting mind to mind with loved ones, the sense of purpose that came with being part of something greater than oneself. Some of the protesters recoiled, but others stood transfixed. I could see the conflict in their eyes, fear warring with curiosity. "This is who we are now," I said softly. "Not conquerors, not victims, but pioneers. We're reaching for the stars not to escape our humanity, but to fulfill its potential." A young protester stepped forward, lowering his sign. "But what about our families, our history, everything that makes us who we are?" I smiled, remembering my own fears from what seemed like a lifetime ago. "We don't lose any of that. We carry it with us, honor it, and build upon it. The merger doesn't erase our past, it opens up our future." Slowly, the tension began to ease. Some protesters remained defiant, but others began to ask questions, their curiosity overcoming their fear. As we engaged in dialogue, I felt a glimmer of hope. This was how progress was made. One conversation, one mind at a time. As the sun set on another day in Unity City, I stood once again on the balcony of the Unity Tower. Astra was by my side, both of us contemplating the challenges and possibilities that lay ahead. "The signal from deep space," Astra mused, their voice thoughtful. "What do you think it means for us?" I gazed up at the stars, now seemingly closer and more alive than ever before. "I think it means our journey is far from over. We've taken the first steps, but the universe is vast. There's so much more to explore, to learn, to become." Astra nodded, their eyes reflecting the starlight. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. All of us." As if in response to their words, a shooting star streaked across the sky. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of connection to my child, to our merged community, and to the cosmic tapestry we were now part of. The future, with all its unknowns, beckoned, and we were ready to answer its call, to continue our evolution among the stars. The grand amphitheater of Unity City buzzed with anticipation. Representatives from every corner of the globe had gathered for this momentous occasion. After years of careful diplomacy and gradual integration, we were ready to reveal ourselves fully to the world. I stood backstage, my heart racing despite my enhanced physiology. Astra, now appearing as a young adult, placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "You've prepared for this, Mother," they said, their voice a soothing harmony of tones. "The world is ready." I nodded, taking a deep breath. "I hope you're right. There's still so much fear out there." Zar floated nearby, its form a shimmering blend of human and alien features. "Fear is natural in the face of change, but so is hope. Focus on that." With a final nod to my supporters, I stepped out onto the stage. The amphitheater fell silent, all eyes fixed on me. Cameras broadcasted the event globally, and I knew billions were watching. "Greetings, citizens of Earth," I began, my voice steady. "My name is Sarah Cooper, and I stand before you today as a bridge between two worlds." I paused, letting my gaze sweep across the diverse audience. Humans in various stages of transformation sat alongside those who remained unaltered, a living testament to the choice we offered. Years ago, we faced what we thought was an invasion. Instead, it became an opportunity, a chance to evolve, to reach beyond the limitations we once thought defined us. Holographic displays sprang to life around the amphitheater, showcasing the advancements we'd made. Medical breakthroughs that cured once incurable diseases, environmental technologies that were reversing climate change, and educational systems that allowed direct knowledge transfer. "This is not about erasing humanity," I continued, my voice passionate. "It's about expanding it. We stand on the threshold of a new era, one where the stars are no longer distant points of light but potential homes." A murmur went through the crowd. I could sense the mix of awe and apprehension. From the corner of my eye, I saw Astra step forward, right on cue. Some of you may wonder what this transformation means for our children, for future generations, I said, gesturing to Astra. This is my child, born of both human and alien heritage. They represent not the end of humanity, but its next chapter. Astra addressed the audience, their presence immediately captivating. I am the future you fear, and the hope you dare not embrace. I am human and alien, Earth and stars, and I am not alone. With that, Astra projected a series of images into the minds of everyone present. Flashes of life in Unity City, the sense of connection and purpose that permeated our society, and glimpses of the vast cosmic wonders we were beginning to explore. Gasps echoed through the amphitheater. Even those who had been skeptical were visibly moved by the direct mental communication. I stepped forward again. What you've just experienced is a taste of what's possible. The merger enhances our natural abilities, including latent psychic potential. But it's a gradual process, and above all, it's a choice. As I opened the floor for questions, hands shot up across the amphitheater. I nodded to a stern-faced woman in the front row. Dr. Elena Rossi, World Health Organization. She introduced herself. How can you assure us that this transformation is safe? What are the long-term effects? I appreciated her directness. Excellent question, Dr. Rossi. We've been conducting extensive studies over the years. While the transformation does alter human physiology, it does so in ways that enhance health and longevity. We've seen no negative long-term effects. In fact, many age-related diseases simply disappear. To illustrate, I projected data charts showing the health outcomes of transformed individuals compared to the general population. The difference was stark. Another hand rose, this time from a young man with worried eyes. But what about our humanity, our cultures, our traditions? Won't we lose what makes us us? Astra stepped forward to answer this one. Our humanity isn't defined by our limitations, but by our capacity for growth, for love, for wonder. The merger doesn't erase our cultures, it adds to them. We carry our histories with us as we step into the future. They projected another series of images. Transformed humans celebrating traditional holidays, creating art that blended ancient techniques with new perceptions, families bonding through deeper empathic connections. The questions continued, ranging from practical concerns about the logistics of global transformation to philosophical debates about the nature of consciousness. We answered each as honestly and thoroughly as we could. As the session was winding down, a commotion near the back of the amphitheater caught my attention. A group of people were pushing their way forward, their faces contorted with anger. "Liars!" one man shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "You're destroying humanity!" Security moved to intercept them, but I held up a hand. "Wait, let them speak." The group, about a dozen strong, reached the front of the stage. Their leader, a middle-aged woman with fierce eyes, pointed an accusing finger at me. "You claim to offer choice, but you're changing the very fabric of our world," she spat. "How can we choose to remain human when everything around us is becoming alien?" I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her fear and anger. "I understand your concerns," I said softly. "Change is frightening, especially when it's happening on such a massive scale. But remaining static in an evolving universe, that's not a viable option either." Astra moved to stand beside me, their presence a calm counterpoint to the protesters' agitation. "We are not erasing humanity," they said, their voice resonating on multiple levels. "We are helping it grow. The universe is vast, filled with wonders and dangers beyond our current comprehension. We need to evolve not just to explore, but to survive." The woman faltered, the certainty in her eyes wavering. But how can we trust this? How do we know you won't just take over?" I smiled gently. "Because that was never the goal. Look around you." I gestured to the diverse crowd, to the representatives from nations across the globe. We're not hiding. We're not forcing anyone. We're inviting you to join us in shaping the future. As if on cue, Zar floated forward, its form shifting to appear more human-like. "I was once your enemy," it said, its mental voice reaching everyone in the amphitheater. "I came to your world seeking resources, seeing humans as little more than raw material. But through Sarah, through the merger, I learned the true potential of your species. We are stronger together than we ever were apart." A hush fell over the crowd as Zar's words sank in. I could sense the shift in the emotional atmosphere, fear giving way to curiosity, hostility softening into cautious hope. The protester who had spoken looked conflicted, her anger warring with a growing sense of wonder. I don't know what to think anymore," she admitted. I stepped down from the stage, approaching her slowly. "That's okay," I said softly. "You don't have to decide everything right now. We're offering a journey, not a destination. Take your time. Ask questions. See for yourself what we've built." As the tension in the amphitheater eased, I felt a familiar mental nudge from Zar. "Sarah, the deep space signal. It's changing." I nodded imperceptibly, knowing we'd have to address this new development soon. But for now, this moment of connection, of potential understanding between transformed and untransformed humans, was too precious to interrupt. As the sun began to set, casting the amphitheater in a warm glow, I returned to the stage for some closing remarks. "Today marks not an ending, but a beginning," I said, my voice carrying to every corner of the vast space and beyond, to the billions watching around the world. We stand at a crossroads of cosmic significance. The path ahead is uncertain, filled with challenges we can scarcely imagine. But it's also brimming with potential, with the promise of a future brighter than we ever dared to dream. I gestured to Astra, to Zar, to the diverse crowd before me. This is not about becoming alien. It's about becoming more connected, more aware, more capable of facing whatever the universe has in store. Together we can build a future that honors our past while reaching for the stars. As my words faded, a sense of possibility seemed to hang in the air. The world had seen us, heard us, and now faced a choice that would shape the destiny of our species. Whatever came next, be it the gradual acceptance of our merged society, the challenges of global transformation, or the mysteries hinted at by that deep space signal, we would face it together, human and alien, Earth and stars, united in our journey towards a cosmic future. The sun dipped below the horizon, and as if on cue, the stars seemed to shine brighter than ever before. A new chapter in human history had begun, and the universe itself seemed to be watching with bated breath. The command center of Unity City hummed with nervous energy. Holographic displays filled the air, showing a kaleidoscope of data streams and real-time footage from our deep space outposts. At the center of it all stood a projection of the signal that had been occupying our attention for weeks, a pulsing, multi-dimensional pattern that seemed to defy conventional analysis. I stood before the main display, my enhanced mind racing to process the information. Astra was by my side, their eyes reflecting the swirling data. Zar hovered nearby, its form flickering with agitation. "The signal's strength has increased by 200% in the last hour," Jake reported, his fingers dancing across a holographic interface. "Whatever it is, it's getting closer," Lisa, her starry eyes narrowed in concentration, added. "And it's not just one signal anymore. We're detecting similar patterns from multiple vectors." I felt a chill run down my spine. A coordinated approach? Zar's mental voice was tinged with awe and a hint of fear. "In all my species' travels, we never encountered anything like this. It's beyond our understanding." Mike, who had been coordinating with our global defense networks, spoke up. "Sarah, the world governments are demanding answers. They're scared, and scared people do stupid things." I nodded, feeling the weight of leadership more heavily than ever. "Patch me through to the Global Council." It's time we all got on the same page. As the faces of world leaders flickered into view around the room, I took a deep breath. Many looked sleep-deprived and anxious. "Ladies and gentlemen," I began, "I know you're all seeking answers. The truth is, we're facing something unprecedented. These signals appear to be of intelligent origin, far more advanced than anything we, human or alien, have encountered before." The President of the United States, her face lined with worry, spoke first. "Are we looking at an invasion? Should we be preparing our defenses?" I shook my head. "We don't believe so. The signals don't match any known attack patterns. They seem to be an invitation." A murmur went through the assembled leaders. The Chinese premier leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "An invitation to what exactly?" Before I could answer, Astra stepped forward. Their presence immediately commanded attention, even through the holographic projections. "To evolve," Astra said, their voice resonating with a depth that belied their youthful appearance. "These signals, they're not just communication, they're a catalyst." With a gesture, Astra expanded the central hologram, showing how the signals were interacting with the fabric of space-time itself. "The merger between humans and our alien allies was just the first step," they continued. "These signals are offering us a chance to take the next leap, to transcend our current form and join a greater cosmic community." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. It was the President of Kenya who finally broke the silence, her voice filled with a mix of wonder and apprehension. "You're saying we could become... what? Energy beings? Gods?" Tsar floated into view of the projections. "Not gods," it clarified, "but something beyond our current comprehension. A state of existence where the boundaries between matter, energy, and consciousness blur." I could see the fear and excitement warring in the eyes of the world leaders. The Russian president, his face a mask of skepticism, spoke next. "And we're supposed to just trust this? To willingly give up our physical forms based on some alien light show?" I understood his hesitation. It was one thing to merge with a tangible alien species. It was another entirely to leap into an unknown state of existence. "We're not asking anyone to do anything blindly," I assured them. "We propose sending a small exploratory team to make first contact, to learn more before we make any decisions that would affect all of humanity." The room erupted in a cacophony of voices, each leader trying to argue for or against the proposal. I let it continue for a moment before raising my hand for silence. "I understand your concerns," I said, my voice calm but firm. "This is arguably the most important decision our species has ever faced, but we don't have the luxury of endless debate. Those signals are getting stronger, and they're affecting our reality in ways we're only beginning to understand." Astra nodded, adding, "Already we're seeing increased psychic sensitivity in transformed individuals, spontaneous instances of matter manipulation. The barrier between thought and reality is starting to thin." The German chancellor, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "Who would go on this exploratory mission? And how can we be sure they'd return?" I took a deep breath, knowing my next words would change everything. "I will go," I said firmly, "along with Astra Tsar and a small team of volunteers from both transformed and untransformed populations." The room exploded into chaos again. Mike stepped forward, his face a mask of concern. "Sarah, you can't be serious. We need you here." I placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the tremor of emotion running through him. "This is where I need to be, Mike. Where we need to be. Humanity took its first steps into a larger universe with our merger. Now it's time to see just how far that path leads." Lisa moved to stand beside me, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I'm going too. Someone needs to keep a scientific record of whatever we find out there." As the world leaders argued amongst themselves, Astra addressed them once more. "We're not asking for permission," they said, their voice carrying an undercurrent of power that silenced the room. "We're extending an invitation to witness the next step in our cosmic evolution." The Chinese premier, His face a mixture of awe and resignation, spoke for many when he said, "It seems we have little choice. The universe is calling, and you are our best hope of understanding its message." Over the next few hours, we hashed out the details of the mission. A team of 12 was assembled, a mix of transformed humans, untransformed scientists and military personnel, and our alien allies. The world watched with bated breath as we made our preparations. As the day of departure dawned, I stood on the launch pad of our newly constructed cosmic portal. The device, a marvel of merged human-alien technology, hummed with potential energy. Our team gathered around, each face a mask of determination and barely contained excitement. Astra stood beside me, their form already beginning to shimmer with anticipation of the journey ahead. "Are you ready, Mother?" they asked, their voice carrying layers of emotion. I nodded, feeling a mix of fear and exhilaration. As ready as I'll ever be. Whatever lies beyond those signals, we'll face it together. Zar, its form now a swirling mass of energy barely contained in humanoid shape, joined us. "The cosmos awaits," it said, its mental voice filled with wonder. "Our journey of evolution continues." As the portal sprang to life, creating a swirling vortex of cosmic energy, I turned to address the cameras broadcasting our departure to the world. "People of Earth," I said, my voice steady despite the gravity of the moment, "we go now into the unknown, carrying with us the hopes and dreams of our entire species. Whatever we find out there, know that it is but the next step in our grand cosmic journey. Stay curious, stay brave, and keep looking to the stars. We'll be back with answers." With a final nod to my team, we stepped forward into the swirling portal. The familiar world of Unity City dissolved around us, replaced by a rush of sensations beyond description. We were on our way to meet the architects of those mysterious signals, to witness firsthand the next stage of cosmic evolution. As we hurtled through dimensions beyond human comprehension, I felt a profound sense of destiny. Whatever awaited us on the other side of this journey would change not just humanity, but the very nature of existence as we knew it. The universe, vast and wondrous, had extended its hand, and we, children of Earth and stars, were reaching out to grasp it. The air crackled with otherworldly energy as I stood before the assembled masses of our hybrid society. Humans, aliens, and everything in between gazed up at me with a mixture of fear, hope, and awe. My child, now a being of immense power and wisdom, despite their youthful appearance, stood by my side. "The time has come," I announced, my voice carrying across the vast chamber. "We face an enemy that threatens not just our world, but all of existence. To survive, we must evolve beyond our current forms." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A familiar face pushed forward, Sarah, one of the first to join our hidden sanctuary years ago. Though aged now, her eyes still held the same determination I remembered. "What exactly are you proposing?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. My child stepped forward, their voice resonating with an otherworldly timbre. "We must undertake the transcendence ritual. It will allow us to shed our physical forms and become beings of pure energy." Gasps and exclamations filled the chamber. I raised my hand for silence. "I know this sounds impossible, even terrifying," I said, "but it's our only hope. The enemy we face consumes entire planets, entire civilizations. In our current forms, we stand no chance." A man in a military uniform, General Chen, our liaison with Earth's defensive forces, stepped forward. "And what guarantee do we have that this ritual won't just kill us all?" My child's eyes glowed with an inner light. "There are no guarantees, General, but I have seen the futures that await us. This is our only path to survival." I nodded, adding, "We're not forcing anyone to participate. Those who wish to remain in physical form will be protected as best we can. But for those willing to take the leap, to evolve into something greater, this is our moment." The chamber erupted in discussion. I could see the fear, the uncertainty in their eyes. But I also saw hope, and a steely resolve that had carried us through so much already. As the debate raged, I felt a familiar presence in my mind. My child's consciousness brushed against mine, sharing visions of the ritual to come. I saw our bodies dissolving into light, our minds expanding to encompass the vastness of the cosmos. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Hours passed as we answered questions, soothed fears, and made preparations. Finally, as the first light of dawn broke through the chamber's windows, we were ready. Thousands had chosen to participate, forming a vast circle in the center of the chamber. Those who chose to remain in physical form watched from the sidelines, tears in their eyes as they bid farewell to loved ones. My child and I took our positions at the heart of the circle. The alien artifacts we had recovered over the years hummed with power, forming a complex geometric pattern around us. "Remember," I said, my voice carrying to every corner of the chamber, "once we begin, there's no turning back. Focus on the person next to you, on the connections that bind us all. Let go of your fear, your doubt. Embrace the energy that flows through every living thing." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of this moment. Everything we had endured, the terror of my impossible pregnancy, the battles against the alien invaders, the years of building our hidden society, it had all led to this. "Now," I whispered, and my child's power surged through the artifacts. The ritual began with a soft hum that quickly grew to a deafening roar. I felt my body growing lighter, my senses expanding beyond the confines of flesh and bone. Around me, I could see others beginning to glow, their physical forms blurring at the edges. "I'm scared," someone whispered near me. I reached out not with a hand but with my very essence. "We're in this together," I reassured them, my voice no longer coming from my mouth but resonating directly in their mind. The chamber filled with light, so bright it should have been blinding, yet I could perceive everything with perfect clarity. I saw Sarah, her aged body falling away like a discarded cloak, revealing a radiant core of pure energy. General Chen, his military bearing giving way to an expression of wonder as he felt his consciousness expanding. My child's voice echoed through us all, guiding us through the transformation. "Let go of your earthly tethers. You are more than flesh and blood. You are stardust and cosmic energy, as old as the universe itself." I felt my own transformation accelerating. My memories, the terror of my alien pregnancy, the battles we'd fought, the love I'd found in our hidden sanctuary. They didn't disappear, but rather became part of a vast tapestry of experience. As the last vestiges of our physical forms faded away, I became aware of a new presence. The enemy had arrived, their vast consciousness pressing against the boundaries of our world. "They're here," I communicated to the others. "Are we ready?" The response came not in words, but in a surge of collective will. We rose as one, a unified force of cosmic energy, and met our foe in the space between worlds. The battle that followed defied description in human terms. We clashed on levels of reality I hadn't known existed, wielding forces that could reshape the fabric of space-time itself. I felt the enemy's hunger, their mindless drive to consume and destroy. But I also felt our strength, the combined will of thousands of evolved beings fighting for survival. Reality itself seemed to buckle under the strain of our conflict. I saw rifts opening in space-time, glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities. Through it all, I felt my child's presence, their power growing to match the cosmic scale of our battle. As the conflict reached its peak, I heard my child's voice not with my ears, but with the very core of my being. "Mother," they said, "we need to go further." I understood instantly what they meant, and it filled me with both awe and terror. "Are you sure?" I asked, even as I felt the rightness of it. "It's the only way," they replied. "Together, we can end this cycle of destruction and rebirth. We can reshape reality itself." In that moment, I let go of the last shred of my individual identity. My child and I merged completely, our energies intertwining until there was no separation between us. We became something new, something that transcended the boundaries of what I had thought possible. With our combined power, we reached out to the enemy, but instead of attacking, we offered understanding. We showed them the beauty of creation, the joy of existence beyond mere consumption. And slowly, incredibly, we felt their hunger subside. As the battle ended, not with destruction but with transformation, I felt our new self expanding, encompassing the vastness of the cosmos. We saw the universe in all its intricate beauty and knew what we had to do. With a thought, we began to reshape reality. We seeded new worlds with the potential for life, guided the evolution of consciousness across countless galaxies. We became gardeners of existence itself, nurturing the cosmic ecosystem. And as we worked, I felt the cycle beginning anew. Somewhere, on a small blue planet, circling an unremarkable star, the first stirrings of life were taking hold. The great wheel of existence turned once more, with us as its new caretakers. In that eternal moment, I understood that our journey, my impossible pregnancy, our struggles, our transcendence, had been just the beginning. The true adventure of cosmic existence stretched out before us, infinite in its possibilities. I took a deep breath, surveying the mountain of cardboard boxes cluttering my new living room. The last remnants of my old life in the city, now transplanted to this quiet Chicago suburb. As I sliced open yet another box labeled kitchen, a chill ran down my spine, stopping me in my tracks. "Get it together, Jack," I muttered to myself, shaking off the feeling. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the nagging sensation that something was off about this place. The realtor had gushed about the charming neighborhood and tight-knit community, but in the week since I'd moved in, I'd yet to see a single neighbor. No welcome wagons, no friendly waves, just an eerie stillness that seemed to blanket the entire street. I unpacked a set of plates, the clink of ceramic against ceramic unnaturally loud in the quiet house. My gaze drifted to the window, drawn to the house next door. Like all the others on the street, it was a well-maintained Victorian, its paint fresh and lawn neatly trimmed. But unlike the other houses, its windows were dark, heavy curtains drawn tight even in the middle of the day. A floorboard creaked behind me, and I whirled around, heart pounding. Nothing, just the settling of an old house. I laughed nervously, running a hand through my hair. "Jumpy much?" I chided myself. It's just an empty house, for crying out loud. But was it empty? I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement behind one of those curtains just yesterday. Then again, maybe it was just my imagination running wild in this too quiet suburb. I turned back to my unpacking, determined to focus on the task at hand. But as I worked, my mind kept drifting to the silent house next door and its unseen occupants. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. I flicked on the lights, the warm glow a comforting barrier against the encroaching darkness. That's when I heard it, a soft thump from next door, as if someone had dropped something heavy. I froze, straining my ears. For a long moment there was nothing but silence. Then, unmistakably, the sound of a door opening and closing. My curiosity got the better of me. I crept to the window, peering out from behind the curtain. A figure emerged from the neighboring house, tall, lean, and moving with an oddly fluid grace. In the fading light, I couldn't make out any details, but something about their movements sent a shiver down my spine. The figure paused, as if sensing my gaze. Slowly, they turned towards my window. I ducked back, heart hammering in my chest. Had they seen me? Several tense seconds passed before I dared to look again. The street was empty. The figure vanished as if they'd never been there at all. I stumbled back from the window, my mind reeling. What had I just seen? "Welcome to the neighborhood, Jack," a voice whispered in my head, dripping with malice. I shook my head, trying to clear the intrusive thought. This was ridiculous. I was letting my imagination run wild, spooking myself over nothing more than a neighbor going for an evening stroll. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just glimpsed something I wasn't meant to see. Something dangerous. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone, scrolling through my contacts. My finger hovered over my best friend's name. Mike had offered to help me move, but I'd insisted I could handle it alone. Now I wished I'd taken him up on his offer. I was about to hit call when a sharp knock at the door made me jump, nearly dropping the phone. "Hello?" A muffled voice called from outside. "Anyone home?" I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. Part of me wanted to pretend I wasn't home, to hide away from whatever strangeness was unfolding in this neighborhood. But another part, the part that had always gotten me into trouble, urged me to open the door and face whatever was waiting on the other side. Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob. "Hi there." A woman stood on my porch, a dazzling smile on her face. She looked to be in her mid-30s with long dark hair and striking green eyes. "I'm Sarah, from across the street. I saw you moving in and thought I'd come welcome you to the neighborhood." Relief washed over me. Just a friendly neighbor, nothing sinister at all. "Jack?" I introduced myself, shaking her offered hand. Her skin was cool to the touch, despite the warm evening. "Nice to meet you, Sarah." "I hope I'm not interrupting your unpacking," she said, peering past me into the cluttered living room. "No, not at all," I assured her, stepping back. "Would you like to come in? I could use a break, to be honest." Sarah's smile widened, revealing perfect white teeth. "I'd love to," she purred, crossing the threshold. As she passed me, that chill returned, stronger than ever. For a moment, just a split second, I could have sworn her eyes flashed red in the dim light of my entryway. I closed the door behind her, the soft click of the latch sounding ominously final. Little did I know, I had just invited something terrible into my home, and my life would never be the same. As I hefted the last cardboard box from my battered pickup truck, a gust of wind swept down the quiet suburban street, rustling the leaves of manicured lawns and sending a chill down my spine. I paused, the box heavy in my arms, and surveyed my new neighborhood. Rows of well-kept Victorian houses stretched as far as the eye could see, their windows dark and uninviting in the fading afternoon light. "Welcome home, Jack," I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my gut. This was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to leave the chaos of downtown Chicago behind. So why did I feel like I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life? I trudged up the creaking porch steps of my new home, fumbling with my keys as I balanced the box against my hip. As I wrestled the front door open, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned, half expecting to see a neighbor coming to welcome me, but the street remained deserted. Only the curtains in the house next door swayed gently, as if someone had just been peeking out. "Get a grip," I chided myself, shaking my head as I stepped into the house. The musty smell of disuse assaulted my nostrils, and I wrinkled my nose. "Nothing a little air freshener won't fix," I said aloud, my voice echoing in the empty rooms. I set the box down with a thud and began the arduous task of unpacking. As I worked, the silence of the neighborhood pressed in on me, broken only by the occasional creak of the old house settling. No children playing, no dogs barking, not even the distant hum of traffic. It was as if the whole world had gone still. As twilight deepened into night, I found myself glancing more and more frequently at the windows, half expecting to see a face peering in at me. The house next door remained dark and lifeless, its curtains now drawn tight. "You're being ridiculous," I told myself firmly as I unpacked a box of kitchen utensils. "It's just an ordinary neighborhood. People are probably just private." But even as I said it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trying to convince myself of a lie. The sharp ring of my cell phone cut through the silence, making me jump. I fumbled for it, nearly dropping a stack of plates in my haste. "Hello," I answered, wincing at the tremor in my voice. "Jack, how's the new place?" My sister Sarah's cheerful voice filled the line, and I felt some of the tension drain from my shoulders. "It's different," I replied, trying to keep my tone light, quieter than I expected. Isn't that what you wanted? Peace and quiet after all that city noise? I hesitated, unsure how to explain the oppressive silence that seemed to hang over the entire neighborhood. Yeah, I guess so. It's just, I don't know, Sarah. Something feels off. There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was softer, concerned. Off how, Jack? I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I can't put my finger on it. It's too quiet. I haven't seen a single neighbor. And the house next door? I trailed off, not sure how to describe the sense of wrongness that emanated from it. Jack, Sarah said slowly, are you sure this move was a good idea? After everything that happened? I'm fine. I cut her off, perhaps more sharply than I intended. I just need to adjust, that's all. New place, new people, it'll take time. If you say so, Sarah replied, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. Just be careful, okay? And call me if you need anything. I will, I promised, ending the call with a sigh. As if on cue, a muffled thump sounded from next door, followed by what could have been a muted cry. I froze, straining my ears. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, unmistakably, I heard the sound of breaking glass. My heart pounding, I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The house next door remained dark and still, giving no hint of the disturbance I just heard. Should I call the police? But what would I tell them? That I'd heard a noise in a neighborhood so quiet, it was unnerving? As I debated with myself, a figure emerged from the shadows beside the neighboring house. Tall and thin, it moved with an unnatural grace, gliding rather than walking across the lawn. I held my breath, pressing closer to the window. The figure paused, as if sensing my gaze. Slowly, it turned towards my house. In the dim glow of the streetlight, I caught a glimpse of pale skin and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. I stumbled back from the window, my heart in my throat. For a moment, I stood frozen in the middle of my cluttered living room, surrounded by the remnants of my old life and the suffocating silence of my new one. What have I gotten myself into? I whispered into the darkness. As if in answer, a soft knock sounded at my front door. I jumped, a cry of surprise catching in my throat. The knock came again, more insistent this time. Hello? A muffled voice called from outside. I saw your lights on. I'm your neighbor from next door. I thought I'd come welcome you to the neighborhood. I stared at the door, my mind racing. Every instinct screamed at me to stay quiet, to pretend I wasn't home. But another part of me, the part that had always gotten me into trouble, urged me to open the door and face whatever was waiting on the other side. With trembling hands, I reached for the doorknob. As I turned it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to step over a threshold from which there was no return. Little did I know, my life was about to change forever, and the quiet Chicago suburb I'd chosen as my refuge would soon become the stage for horrors beyond my wildest nightmares. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, I found myself standing at my living room window, a cup of cold coffee clutched in my trembling hands. My eyes were fixed on the house next door, its windows dark and lifeless despite the dawn breaking around us. Come on, I muttered, willing any sign of life to appear. Someone has to come out eventually. But as the minutes ticked by, the house remained as still and silent as a tomb. No lights flickered on, no curtains twitched, no door opened to let out a bleary-eyed resident heading to work. I set my mug down with a sigh, rubbing my tired eyes. I'd barely slept last night, my mind racing with questions about my mysterious neighbors and the strange figure I'd glimpsed in the darkness. You're being paranoid, Jack. I chided myself, turning away from the window. They're probably just night owls, or shift workers, or... My voice trailed off as I realized I was grasping at straws. Something was off about that house, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something important. As the morning wore on, I forced myself to focus on unpacking, stealing glances out the window every few minutes. The neighborhood came to life around me, cars pulling out of driveways, joggers making their morning rounds, a woman walking her dog. But the house next door remained eerily still. By mid-afternoon, my curiosity had gotten the better of me. I stepped out onto my porch, taking a deep breath of fresh air. The sun was warm on my face, a stark contrast to the chill that ran down my spine as I looked at my neighbor's house. From this angle, I could see that their lawn was immaculately maintained, the grass cut to perfection, and not a weed in sight. But there was something artificial about it, as if it were a movie set rather than a lived-in home. "Yoo-hoo, new neighbor." I startled at the cheerful voice, turning to see an elderly woman waving at me from the sidewalk. She was small and plump, with silver hair and a kind face that immediately put me at ease. "Hi there," I called back, managing a smile as I walked down to meet her. "I'm Gladys," she said, offering her hand. "I live 2 doors down. Thought I'd come introduce myself and welcome you to the neighborhood." I shook her hand, grateful for the friendly face. "Jack," I replied. "Nice to meet you, Gladys." Her eyes crinkled as she smiled, but I noticed a flicker of something in her gaze as she glanced at the house next door. Concern? Fear? "So, Jack," she said, her voice lowering conspiratorially, "what do you think of our little neighborhood so far?" I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about my misgivings. "It's quieter than I expected," I said carefully. Gladys nodded, her expression knowing. "Yes, we do like our peace and quiet around here." She paused, then added, "I noticed you looking at the Andersons' house." "The Andersons?" I repeated, my heart quickening. "My next-door neighbors?" "That's right," Gladys confirmed. "Though I can't say I've seen much of them lately. Keep to themselves, they do." I couldn't help myself. "Have you ever seen them during the day?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. Gladys's smile faltered for a moment. "Oh, well, I'm sure I must have," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "They're probably just busy people." I nodded, not wanting to press further and risk sounding like a paranoid newcomer, but Gladys wasn't finished. "You know," she said, leaning in close, "there are some who say that house is different." "Different how?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Gladys glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers. "Well, people have lived there for years, but they never seem to age. And sometimes, late at night, there are noises." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the muffled sounds I'd heard the night before. "What kind of noises?" Gladys shook her head. "I've never heard them myself, mind you. Just neighborhood gossip. But they say, screams. Terrible screams." I felt the blood drain from my face. Gladys must have noticed my reaction because she quickly backpedaled. "But I'm sure it's nothing, dear," she said, patting my arm. "Just old folks with overactive imaginations. I'm sure the Andersons are perfectly lovely people." I nodded numbly, my mind reeling. Gladys chatted for a few more minutes about neighborhood watch meetings and the best local restaurants, but I barely heard her. My eyes kept drifting back to the silent house next door. As Gladys finally said her goodbyes and tottered off down the sidewalk, I stood rooted to the spot, staring at the Andersons' house. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the perfectly manicured lawn. And then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw it. A curtain on the second floor twitched, just slightly. A pale face appeared for a split second, eyes locked on mine, before vanishing back into the darkness. My heart pounding, I hurried back into my house, locking the door behind me. As night fell, I found myself huddled in my living room, every creak and groan of the old house setting my nerves on edge. What secrets were hiding behind those darkened windows? And more importantly, what had I gotten myself into by moving to this seemingly quiet suburb? Little did I know, the true horrors were only just beginning to unfold. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an oppressive silence settled over the neighborhood. I paced my living room, unable to shake the feeling of unease that had been building since my conversation with Gladys. The cheerful clutter of moving boxes now seemed ominous in the growing darkness, casting long shadows across the floor. I glanced at the clock. 8:47 p.m. Still early, yet the street outside was as quiet as a graveyard. No cars passing by, no distant sounds of televisions or music from neighboring houses, just silence, thick and heavy as a wool blanket. "Get a grip, Jack," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. "It's just a quiet night, nothing to be afraid of." But even as I said the words, I couldn't convince myself they were true. There was something unnatural about this silence, something that set my teeth on edge. I moved to the window, peering out at the darkened street. The house next door, the Andersons' house, stood silent and dark, its windows like black, empty eyes staring back at me. I shuddered, remembering the pale face I'd glimpsed earlier. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught my eye. A shadow, darker than the night around it, slipped around the side of the Andersons' house. My heart leapt into my throat. Was it just my imagination? Or had that shadow moved with an inhuman grace? I pressed closer to the window, straining my eyes to see through the darkness. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw it again. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, gliding across the Andersons' lawn towards the street. My breath fogged the glass as I watched, paralyzed with a mixture of fear and fascination. The figure paused at the edge of the property, its head turning slowly to survey the street. And then, with a movement so quick I almost missed it, it was gone. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet house. As if in answer, a sound shattered the silence. A scream, high and terrified, cut off abruptly. I froze, blood turning to ice in my veins. It had come from the Andersons' house. For a moment I stood rooted to the spot, indecision paralyzing me. Should I call the police? Go check it out myself? Pretend I hadn't heard anything? Before I could make up my mind, another scream pierced the night. Closer this time, as if it had come from just outside my door. This one didn't cut off, but grew in intensity, a wail of pure terror and agony that seemed to go on forever. My paralysis broke. I lunged for my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's calm voice was a lifeline in the chaos. I need help, I stammered. There are screams coming from my neighbor's house. I think someone's hurt. Sir, can you give me your address? I rattled off my address, words tumbling out in a rush. Please hurry, I added, my voice cracking. I think... My words were cut off by another scream, this one so close it could have been in the room with me. I whirled around, expecting to see some nightmare creature lunging at me from the shadows. But the room was empty. Sir? Sir? Are you still there? The operator's voice sounded tinny and far away. Yes, I managed. Please, just send someone quickly. Officers are on their way. Stay inside and lock your doors. Do not attempt to investigate on your own. I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. Okay, I said. I'll stay inside. As I hung up, the screams subsided, leaving behind a silence even more terrible than before. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. Minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. I huddled in the corner of my living room, eyes fixed on the front door, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I heard the blessed sound of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me, so intense it made me dizzy. Help was coming. Whatever was happening, the police would sort it out. But as the sirens drew closer, a new sound rose to meet them. A low, inhuman growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a primal part of my brain screamed at me to run, to hide, to do anything to get away from whatever was making that sound. The growl rose in pitch and volume, drowning out the sirens, filling the air with its terrible resonance. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to block out the sound. It vibrated in my chest, in my bones, in the very core of my being. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I lowered my hands slowly, ears ringing in the aftermath. The sirens had gone quiet too. Had the police arrived? Were they investigating even now? With shaking legs, I made my way to the window, peering out into the night. The street was empty. No police cars, no flashing lights. Nothing to indicate that anyone had heard the terrifying sounds that had filled the air just moments ago. As I stood there trying to make sense of what had just happened, a movement across the street caught my eye. A figure stood on the sidewalk, looking directly at my house. Even in the dim light of the street lamps, I could see that its eyes glowed with an unnatural red light. Our gazes locked, and a voice that was not a voice whispered in my mind. "Welcome to the neighborhood, Jack. We've been waiting for you." The figure smiled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, then melted into the shadows as if it had never been there at all. I stumbled back from the window, my mind reeling. What had I just seen? What were these creatures that seemed to prowl the night? And most terrifyingly of all, what did they want with me? As I sank to the floor, back pressed against the wall, one thing became crystal clear. This quiet Chicago suburb was harboring dark secrets, and I was now trapped in the middle of a nightmare from which there might be no waking. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling as the digital clock on my nightstand ticked relentlessly forward. 2:17 a.m., 2:18 a.m., 2:19 a.m. Sleep eluded me, chased away by the memory of that terrifying voice in my head and the glowing red eyes that had bored into mine. The house creaked and settled around me, each sound making me flinch. Was it just the normal noises of an old building or something more sinister? I couldn't be sure anymore. "This is ridiculous," I muttered to myself, sitting up and rubbing my eyes. "You're a grown man, Jack. Get it together." But even as I chided myself, I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that permeated the air. The silence outside was unnatural, oppressive. No crickets chirping, no distant traffic, not even the rustle of wind through the trees. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my feet touched the cold hardwood floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. I padded quietly down the hallway, trying to ignore the way the shadows seemed to reach for me as I passed. As I entered the kitchen, a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but the hallway was empty. Just my imagination playing tricks on me. I let out a shaky breath and turned back to the sink. That's when I heard it. A scream, high and terrified, piercing through the silence of the night. It came from next door, from the Andersons' house. I froze, the glass slipping from my fingers and shattering on the floor. The sound echoed in the quiet house, but I barely noticed. My eyes were fixed on the window, staring at the darkened house next door. The scream came again, louder this time, filled with a pain and terror that made my blood run cold. It wasn't just a scream of fear. It was the sound of someone being hurt, being torn apart. "Oh God," I whispered, my voice trembling. "What's happening over there?" I should call the police. That was the sensible thing to do. But as I reached for my phone, another sound joined the screams. A low, guttural growl that was decidedly inhuman. It rose in pitch, becoming a roar that shook the windows and rattled the dishes in my cabinets. The screaming abruptly cut off, leaving behind a silence even more terrible than before. My fingers hovered over the phone's keypad. What would I even say to the police? That I'd heard screams and an inhuman roar from my neighbor's house? They'd think I was crazy or playing a prank. As I debated with myself, a movement outside caught my eye. I peered out the window, squinting into the darkness. A figure was moving across the Andersons' lawn, dragging something behind it, something large and limp. My breath caught in my throat, Was that a body? The figure paused as if sensing my gaze. Slowly, it turned towards my house. Even from this distance, I could see its eyes glowing red in the darkness. I stumbled back from the window, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare, some terrifying dream brought on by stress and an overactive imagination. But I knew deep in my bones that this was all too real. I sank to the floor, heedless of the broken glass around me, and pulled my knees to my chest. What should I do? What could I do? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, my phone buzzed on the counter. I jumped, a small cry escaping my lips. With shaking hands, I reached for it, half expecting to see a message from whatever inhuman thing was prowling outside. Instead, it was a text from my sister, Sarah. "Hey Jack, just checking in. How's the new place, getting settled okay?" I stared at the message, tears welling up in my eyes. How could I possibly explain what was happening? She'd think I'd lost my mind. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I should tell her everything was fine, that I was just having trouble sleeping in a new place, that there was nothing to worry about. But before I could type a response, another scream shattered the night. This one closer, as if it had come from just outside my door. I dropped the phone, scrambling back until I hit the wall. "No, no, no," I whimpered, pressing my hands over my ears. But it did nothing to block out the sounds of terror and pain that filled the air. The screams went on, punctuated by that inhuman growl. I lost track of time, huddled there on my kitchen floor, surrounded by broken glass and terror. When silence finally fell again, I slowly lowered my hands, ears ringing in the aftermath. The night outside my window was as dark and still as ever, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better now. I knew that something evil stalked this quiet suburban neighborhood, something that hunted in the night, that fed on fear and pain. As the first rays of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here. I had to leave, had to get as far away from this place as possible. But even as I thought it, a chilling realization crept over me. What if it was already too late? What if, by moving into this house, by bearing witness to the horrors next door, I had already become a part of whatever dark secret this neighborhood held? I looked out the window one last time, watching as the sun rose over the seemingly peaceful street. The Andersons' house stood silent and still, giving no hint of the nightmarish sounds that had emanated from it just hours before. As I turned away, a whisper echoed in my mind, soft but undeniably there. "Welcome home, Jack. You're one of us now." I shuddered, knowing that my nights of terror were far from over. They were only just beginning. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I found myself once again standing at my living room window, eyes fixed on the house next door. The events of the night before felt like a distant nightmare, but the lingering sense of dread in my gut told me it had been all too real. The Andersons' house stood silent and still, its windows dark, despite the bright morning light. The lawn was immaculate as ever, showing no signs of the terrifying activity I'd witnessed in the dark hours of the night. No police tape, no signs of disturbance, nothing to indicate that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. I rubbed my eyes, exhaustion weighing heavily on me. I'd barely slept, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. Now, in the harsh light of day, I couldn't help but question my own sanity. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? Heard what I thought I'd heard? "Get it together, Jack," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my disheveled hair. "You're not crazy. Something's going on here and you're going to figure it out." With a determined nod, I turned away from the window and headed for the shower. The hot water did little to wash away my unease, but at least I felt more human by the time I emerged, clean-shaven and dressed in fresh clothes. As I made my way downstairs, a knock at the front door stopped me in my tracks. My heart rate spiked, memories of last night's terrors flashing through my mind. Taking a deep breath, I approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. To my relief, it was just Gladys, The elderly neighbor I'd met yesterday. I opened the door, forcing a smile onto my face. "Good morning, Jack," Gladys chirped, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to my frayed nerves. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. I just wanted to check in and see how you're settling in." "Morning, Gladys," I replied, stepping aside to let her in. "No, you're not disturbing me at all. Come on in." As Gladys tottered into my living room, I couldn't help but notice the way her eyes darted around, taking in every detail. Was she just being nosy, or was there something more to her interest? You've certainly been busy unpacking," she commented, gesturing to the boxes still scattered around the room. "How are you finding the neighborhood so far?" I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "It's quiet," I said finally, watching her reaction carefully. "Maybe a little too quiet, actually." Gladys's smile faltered for just a moment before she caught herself. "Oh, well, we do value our peace and quiet around here," she said, her tone just a touch too bright. "It takes some getting used to, I'm sure, especially if you're coming from the city." I nodded, deciding to push a little further. "Actually, Gladys, I was hoping you might be able to tell me a bit more about the neighbors. The Andersons next door? I haven't seen them around." The change in Gladys's demeanor was subtle but unmistakable. Her shoulders tensed, and the corners of her mouth tightened. "Oh, the Andersons," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "They keep to themselves mostly. I'm sure you'll see them eventually." "Eventually?" I pressed. "Do they work night shifts or something? I haven't seen any signs of life over there at all." Gladys laughed, but the sound was strained. "Oh, I'm sure they're just busy. You know how it is these days, everyone always on the go." I was about to push further when a movement outside caught my eye. A figure was walking down the sidewalk, the first person I'd seen out and about since moving in. I moved to the window, Gladys following close behind. The figure was a man, tall and lean, dressed in a crisp suit despite the warm weather. As he drew closer to my house, I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something off about his movements, a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman. "Oh my," Gladys murmured beside me. "That's Mr. Anderson. What a surprise to see him out during the day." I turned to her sharply. "During the day? What do you mean by that?" But Gladys wasn't listening. Her eyes were fixed on Mr. Anderson, who had now paused in front of my house. He turned his head slowly, his gaze locking onto mine through the window. Even from this distance, I could see that his eyes were an unnaturally pale blue, almost white. A slow smile spread across Mr. Anderson's face, revealing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. He raised a hand in greeting, the movement languid and predatory. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding. Gladys remained where she was, her expression a mixture of fear and something else. Resignation, perhaps. "Gladys," I said, my voice shaking. "What's going on here? Who are these people? What are they?" She turned to me slowly, her eyes filled with a sadness that made my blood run cold. "Oh, Jack," she sighed. "I had hoped, but I suppose it was too much to expect that they'd leave you alone." "Leave me alone?" I repeated, confusion and fear warring within me. "What are you talking about?" Gladys sank onto my couch, suddenly looking every one of her years. "I suppose you deserve to know the truth," she said softly. "Though I'm not sure you'll believe me. I barely believe it myself, and I've lived here for 40 years. I sat down across from her, leaning forward intently. "Try me," I said. "After what I saw and heard last night, I'm ready to believe just about anything." Gladys's eyes widened. "You saw something? Oh dear, it's worse than I thought." She took a deep breath, her gaze darting to the window before settling back on me. "The Andersons. They're not like us, Jack. They're not human. None of them are." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean they're not human?" "I don't know exactly what they are," Gladys continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Vampires, maybe, or something even older and more terrible. They've been here for as long as anyone can remember, always in that house, always looking the same. I shook my head, trying to process what I was hearing. But that's impossible. Someone would have noticed, would have said something. Gladys let out a bitter laugh. Oh, people have noticed. But those who speak up, well, they don't tend to last long in this neighborhood. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the screams from the night before. The noises I heard last night. Gladys nodded grimly. They feed, Jack. On fear, on pain, on life itself, I think. Every so often someone disappears. A jogger who never came home, a child who wandered too far from their parents. The police investigate, of course, but they never find anything. Why doesn't everyone just leave? I asked, my mind reeling. Why stay in a place like this? Some have tried, Gladys said, her eyes filling with tears. But they always come back. Or something that looks like them comes back. The Andersons have a way of making sure their feeding ground stays populated. I stood up abruptly, pacing the room as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. This is insane. Why are you telling me this? Why now? Gladys looked up at me, her expression a mixture of pity and resignation. Because they've noticed you, Jack. Mr. Anderson doesn't come out during the day for just anyone. You're marked now, just like the rest of us. I felt the blood drain from my face. Marked? What does that mean? It means you're part of this now, Gladys said softly. Part of their world. They'll be watching you, waiting. And sooner or later, she trailed off, but I could fill in the blanks. Sooner or later, I'd become their prey. No, I said, shaking my head vehemently. No, I won't accept that. I'll leave. I'll sell the house and get as far away from here as I can. Gladys just looked at me sadly. Oh, Jack. Don't you think others have tried that? It doesn't work. Once they've marked you, there's no escaping. Believe me, I've seen it happen too many times. I sank back into my chair, my mind spinning. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of elaborate prank or a shared delusion. Vampires weren't real. They couldn't be. But even as I tried to deny it, I knew in my gut that Gladys was telling the truth. It explained everything. The unnatural silence of the neighborhood, the strange noises in the night, the way everyone seemed to avoid talking about the Andersons. What do I do? I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. How do I survive this? Gladys reached out, patting my hand gently. You live, Jack. You go about your days as normally as you can. You don't draw attention to yourself. And at night, you pray. Pray that they choose someone else to feed on. I shuddered at the callousness of it, but I understood. In a situation like this, self-preservation was all that mattered. And maybe, Gladys continued, a hint of hope in her voice, maybe someday someone will come who can put an end to all of this. A real vampire hunter like in the stories. I nodded, clinging to that slim thread of hope. Is there anything else I should know? Anything I can do to protect myself? Gladys thought for a moment. Garlic doesn't work, nor do crosses or holy water. Silver seems to hurt them, but it won't kill them. The sun weakens them, which is why they're rarely seen during the day. And whatever you do, don't invite them into your home. They can't enter without an invitation. I filed away this information, my mind already working on plans and contingencies. Thank you, Gladys, I said sincerely, for telling me the truth, for trying to help me. She smiled sadly, standing up with a groan. You're welcome, Jack. I just wish, well, I wish things could be different. But we play the hand we're dealt, I suppose. As I walked her to the door, a thought occurred to me. Gladys, I said, why did you move here? If you've known about this for 40 years, why stay? She paused at the threshold, her expression unreadable. Oh, Jack, she sighed. Don't you see? I didn't move here. I was born here. This neighborhood. It's all I've ever known. With that, she stepped out into the sunlight, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the terrifying knowledge of what lurked next door. As I closed the door behind her, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. Mr. Anderson still stood on the sidewalk, his unnaturally pale eyes fixed on my house. He smiled again, raising his hand in a mocking salute. I quickly shut the door, my heart pounding. As I leaned against it, trying to calm my racing thoughts, one thing became abundantly clear. My quiet suburban life had just become a waking nightmare, and I was trapped in the middle of it. The sun continued to shine brightly outside, but I had never felt so surrounded by darkness. Whatever happened next, I knew my life would never be the same. The only question was, would I survive long enough to find a way out of this horror story I now called home? As the afternoon sun began its descent, casting long shadows across my living room, I found myself once again drawn to the window. My eyes, as they had been so often these past few days, were fixed on the house next door. The Andersons' residence stood silent and still, its windows dark and uninviting, despite the warm glow of the setting sun. I sighed, running a hand through my disheveled hair. The weight of Gladys's revelations hung heavy on my shoulders, making every moment feel like I was walking through a waking nightmare. Vampires. My neighbors were vampires. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh, if not for the cold dread settling in my stomach. "Get a grip, Jack," I muttered to myself, turning away from the window. You can't spend every waking moment staring at their house. But even as I tried to busy myself with unpacking the last of my boxes, my mind kept drifting back to the Andersons. What were they doing in there? Were they sleeping in coffins, like the vampires in old movies? Or were they awake, waiting for the cover of darkness to begin their hunt? The sharp ring of my cell phone cut through my musings, making me jump. I fumbled for it, my heart racing as I saw my sister's name on the caller ID. "Sarah," I answered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey, what's up?" "Jack." Sarah's voice was warm and familiar, a lifeline to the normal world I'd left behind. I was starting to worry. "You haven't called in days. How's the new place?" I hesitated, unsure of what to say. How could I possibly explain the situation I found myself in? "It's different," I managed finally, taking some getting used to. "Different how?" Sarah asked, a note of concern creeping into her voice. "Is everything okay?" Yeah, everything's fine," I lied, hating myself for it. "It's just quieter than I expected. The neighbors keep to themselves." "Isn't that what you wanted?" Sarah chuckled. "A break from the noise and chaos of the city?" "I guess so," I replied, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to my own ears. "Be careful what you wish for, right?" We chatted for a few more minutes, Sarah filling me in on family gossip and her latest work drama. I tried to listen, to engage in the conversation, but my attention kept drifting back to the window, to the house next door. As we were saying our goodbyes, a movement caught my eye. I froze, the phone still pressed to my ear. "Jack? You still there?" Sarah's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Yeah, sorry," I said distractedly. "I thought I saw something. Listen, I've got to go. I'll call you soon, okay?" I hung up before she could respond, my eyes fixed on the Andersons' house. There it was again, a flicker of movement behind one of the second-floor windows, a curtain, twitching, just slightly. My heart pounding, I moved closer to the window, straining my eyes to see through the gathering dusk. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, suddenly a face appeared at the window. I stumbled back, a gasp escaping my lips. The face was pale, unnaturally so, with features that seemed too perfect to be human. But it was the eyes that held me transfixed. They glowed with an inner light, a deep, burning red that sent chills down my spine. Our gazes locked, and in that moment I felt as if I was falling into those crimson depths. The world around me seemed to fade away, leaving nothing but those hypnotic eyes. A voice, soft and alluring, whispered in my mind, "Jack, Come to us, Jack. I shook my head violently, breaking the connection. The face at the window smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp, then vanished back into the darkness of the house. My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the wall. What had just happened? Was I losing my mind? No, I whispered to myself, clenching my fists. This is real. This is happening. As if to confirm my words, a soft knock sounded at my front door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Had they come for me already? The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Jack!" a muffled voice called. "Are you home?" I didn't recognize the voice, but it sounded human enough. Still, I approached the door cautiously, remembering Gladys's warning about not inviting them in. "Who is it?" I called, my hand hovering over the doorknob. "It's Mike from across the street," the voice replied. "I saw you moved in a few days ago. Thought I'd come introduce myself." I hesitated, torn between my ingrained politeness and my newfound paranoia. Finally, curiosity won out. I opened the door but kept the chain on, peering out through the narrow gap. A man stood on my porch, looking to be in his mid-30s. He was average height, with a friendly face and warm brown eyes. Nothing about him screamed vampire, but then again, what did I really know? "Hey there," Mike said, offering a smile. "Sorry to bother you so late. I've been meaning to come by, but work's been crazy." I studied him for a moment, then made a decision. "No problem," I said, undoing the chain and opening the door fully. "I'm Jack. Nice to meet you." Mike's smile widened as he stepped inside. "Nice place," he commented, looking around. "You've done a lot with it already." I nodded, still on edge despite Mike's friendly demeanor. "Thanks. Still unpacking, though." Mike's gaze drifted to the window, to the house next door. A shadow seemed to pass over his face so quickly I almost missed it. "So," he said, his tone carefully casual, "have you met the neighbors yet?" I tensed, remembering the face at the window. "Not officially," I replied, watching Mike's reaction closely. They seemed to keep to themselves. Mike nodded, his expression unreadable. "Yeah, the Andersons are private people." There was something in the way he said it, a hint of fear, or maybe resignation, that made me push further. "Do you know them well?" I asked. Mike laughed, but the sound was hollow. "Know them? No, I don't think anyone really knows the Andersons. They've lived here for, well, as long as anyone can remember." I felt a chill run down my spine. "That's odd," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Mike turned to me, his eyes suddenly intense. "Listen, Jack," he said, his voice low. "I know you're new here, and I don't want to scare you. But there are things about this neighborhood, about the Andersons, things you should know." My heart began to race. Was Mike about to confirm everything Gladys had told me? "What kind of things?" I asked. Mike opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, a loud crash came from outside. We both jumped, rushing to the window. In the fading light, I could see a figure sprawled on the sidewalk in front of the Andersons' house. It was a woman, her limbs splayed at unnatural angles, as if she'd fallen from a great height. "Oh God," I gasped, already moving towards the door. "We have to help her." But Mike's hand on my arm stopped me. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "No," he said firmly. "We can't go out there. Not now. Not when it's almost dark." I stared at him, bewildered. "What are you talking about? She could be seriously hurt." Mike shook his head, his grip on my arm tightening. "Trust me, Jack. That's not a person who needs our help. It's bait." "Bait?" I repeated, the word tasting sour in my mouth. "What do you mean, bait?" But even as I asked, I knew. The Andersons. This was how they lured their prey. As if summoned by my thoughts, the front door of the Andersons' house opened. A figure emerged, moving with that unnaturally fluid grace I'd seen before. It was Mr. Anderson, dressed impeccably in a dark suit despite the late hour. He paused on his porch, his gaze sweeping the street before settling on my window. Even from this distance, I could see the hungry gleam in his pale eyes. "Oh God," I whispered, stumbling back from the window. "This can't be happening." Mike pulled me further into the room, away from the windows. "Listen to me, Jack," he said urgently. "What I'm about to tell you is going to sound crazy, but I need you to believe me. Your life depends on it." I nodded numbly, my mind still reeling from what I'd just seen. "The Andersons, they're not human," Mike continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're something else, something old and terrible. They feed on us, on our fear and our pain." "Vampires," I said, the word slipping out before I could stop it. Mike's eyes widened in surprise. "You know?" I nodded. "Gladys told me. I didn't want to believe it, but after what I've seen..." Mike sank onto my couch, running a hand over his face. "Then you understand the danger you're in. They've noticed you, Jack. They'll be coming for you soon." "What can I do?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "How do I protect myself?" Mike looked up at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and determination. "You fight," he said simply. "You learn their weaknesses, and you fight." "Their weaknesses?" I repeated, a spark of hope igniting in my chest. "You mean there's a way to stop them?" Mike nodded slowly. "Silver hurts them. Sunlight weakens them. And there are other methods. I can teach you if you're willing to learn." I stared at him, realization dawning. "You're not just a neighbor, are you?" A grim smile spread across Mike's face. "No," he admitted. "I'm a hunter. I came here to put an end to the Andersons and their kind." For a moment I couldn't speak. The world as I knew it had shattered, replaced by something darker and more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. But in the midst of this nightmare, a lifeline had appeared. "Teach me," I said finally. My voice firm despite the fear coursing through me. "I want to learn how to fight them." Mike nodded, a look of respect crossing his face. "It won't be easy," he warned. "And once you're in this fight, there's no going back. Are you sure this is what you want?" I glanced out the window to where Mr. Anderson still stood on his porch, his hungry gaze fixed on my house. In that moment, I knew there was no other choice. "I'm sure," I said, turning back to Mike. "When do we start?" As the last rays of sunlight faded from the sky, plunging the neighborhood into darkness, I felt a strange mix of fear and determination settle over me. My quiet suburban life had become a battleground, and I was about to become a soldier in a war I never knew existed. Whatever happened next, one thing was certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated the dimly lit living room as I hunched over it, fingers flying across the keyboard. It was well past midnight, but sleep eluded me. Instead, I found myself diving deep into the rabbit hole of local history and folklore, desperate for any information that might shed light on the nightmarish situation I found myself in. "Come on," I muttered, scrolling through yet another page of search results. "There has to be something here." My eyes burned from hours of staring at the screen, but I couldn't stop. Not when every shadow held potential danger, not when I knew what lurked just next door. A news article caught my eye, the headline sending a chill down my spine. "Local family vanishes without a trace, 1954. I clicked on it, heart racing as I began to read. The article detailed the mysterious disappearance of the Johnson family, parents and 2 young children, who had lived in my very house almost 70 years ago. They had vanished overnight, leaving behind a half-eaten dinner and signs of a struggle. The police had investigated, but no bodies were ever found, no explanations ever uncovered. "Jesus," I whispered, running a hand through my disheveled hair. How many others? Driven by a morbid curiosity, I dug deeper. More articles surfaced, each one detailing similar disappearances over the decades. Always from this neighborhood, always without explanation. The dates were spread out, sometimes years apart, but the pattern was undeniable. As I read, a sick feeling grew in the pit of my stomach. These weren't just random disappearances. They were feeding cycles. The Andersons, picking off their neighbors one by one over the years. A soft knock at my door made me jump, nearly knocking my laptop to the floor. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. Who could be calling at this hour? Jack? A muffled voice called. It's Mike. Open up, quick. Relief washed over me as I recognized the voice of my newfound ally. I hurried to the door, undoing the chain with shaking hands. Mike burst in as soon as I opened the door, his face pale and drawn. Thank God you're awake, he said, glancing nervously over his shoulder before I closed the door. We need to talk. I nodded, leading him into the living room. I've been researching, I said, gesturing to my laptop. The disappearances in this neighborhood go back decades, Mike. It's worse than we thought. Mike's expression darkened as he scanned the articles on my screen. I was afraid of this, he muttered. They've been here a long time, building their hunting ground. But why hasn't anyone noticed, I asked, frustration coloring my voice. How can they just keep taking people without anyone putting it together? Mike sank onto my couch with a heavy sigh. They're careful, he explained. They space out their feedings, choose victims who won't be missed. And they have ways of making people forget, or at least not look too closely. A chill ran down my spine at his words. Mind control? I whispered. Mike nodded grimly. Something like that. It's why I've been laying low, pretending to be just another neighbor. If they knew what I really am. He trailed off, but I could fill in the blanks. If the Andersons discovered a hunter in their midst, they'd stop at nothing to eliminate the threat. So what do we do? I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. How do we stop them? Mike leaned forward, his eyes intense. We gather information, he said. We learn their patterns, their weaknesses, and then when the time is right, we strike. I nodded, feeling a spark of hope for the first time in days. Okay, I said. Where do we start? Mike glanced at my laptop. You've made a good start with the historical research. We need to compile a timeline of all the disappearances, see if we can predict when they might strike next. I pulled up a blank document, ready to start organizing the information I'd found. As I worked, a thought occurred to me. Mike, I said slowly, how did you know about all this? How did you become a hunter? Mike was quiet for a long moment, his gaze distant. When he spoke, his voice was soft, filled with old pain. It was my sister, he said. She disappeared 10 years ago, in a neighborhood just like this one. The police said she'd run away, but I knew better. I started digging, asking questions, and I found answers I never could have imagined. He looked up at me, his eyes hard. That's when I learned the truth about what's really out there in the darkness. I swore I'd never let it happen to anyone else. I reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, I said quietly. About your sister. Mike nodded, a sad smile crossing his face. Thanks. It's why I do this, why I can't walk away even when it gets dangerous. We lapsed into silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts as we continued our research. As the night wore on, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. Mike, I said, my voice tight with tension. Look at this, the disappearances. They're not as random as we thought. He leaned in, scanning the timeline I'd put together. His eyes widened as he saw what I'd noticed. Every 30 years, he muttered, like clockwork. I nodded, a cold dread settling in my stomach. And if the pattern holds, they're due for another major feeding soon, Mike finished, his face grim. We looked at each other, the weight of this realization hanging heavy between us. The Andersons weren't just picking off isolated victims anymore. They were gearing up for something bigger, something that could devastate the entire neighborhood. "We need to warn people," I said, already reaching for my phone. But Mike's hand on my arm stopped me. "We can't," he said, his voice laced with frustration. "Who would believe us? And even if they did, the Andersons would know we're onto them. We'd lose our only advantage." I slumped back in my chair, running a hand over my face. "So what? We just sit back and watch as they slaughter our neighbors?" Mike shook his head. "No. We prepare. We gather weapons, learn how to defend ourselves, and we watch. The Andersons will slip up eventually, and when they do, we'll be ready." As if on cue, a scream pierced the night air, making us both jump. It was distant but unmistakable, a cry of pure terror that set my heart racing. We rushed to the window, peering out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure was running down the street, stumbling and weaving as if injured. "Oh God," I whispered. "We have to help them." But Mike's grip on my arm tightened. "Wait," he hissed. "Look." As we watched, two more figures emerged from the shadows. They moved with that unnatural grace I'd come to associate with the Andersons, gliding rather than running as they pursued their prey. "It's happening," Mike said, his voice tight. "They're hunting." I felt sick to my stomach, knowing what was about to unfold. "We can't just stand here," I protested. "We have to do something." Mike turned to me, his eyes blazing with a mixture of determination and fear. "We will," he said, "but not tonight. We're not ready yet. If we go out there now, we'll just be adding ourselves to the body count." I knew he was right, but it didn't make it any easier to watch as the fleeing figure was overtaken by their pursuers. The scream that followed would haunt my nightmares for years to come. As silence fell once more over the neighborhood, Mike and I retreated from the window, both shaken by what we'd witnessed. "How?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "How do they get away with this? Why doesn't anyone see?" Mike sank onto the couch, looking suddenly old and tired. "They have ways of clouding people's minds," he explained, "making them forget or rationalize away what they've seen. And those who do remember, well, they usually don't last long." I shuddered, remembering the hypnotic pull of those red eyes I'd seen in the Andersons' window. "Is that why you haven't taken them out yet?" I asked. "Because they can control minds?" Mike nodded. "Partly, but it's more than that. The Andersons, they're old, powerful. Taking them down won't be easy. We need to be smart about this, plan every move carefully." I nodded, trying to push away the image of that poor soul being hunted down in the street. "So what's our next move?" Mike leaned forward, his expression intense. "We need to map out their hunting patterns, figure out how they choose their victims. And we need to start training you. If you're going to survive this, you need to know how to fight." I swallowed hard, fear and determination warring within me. "Okay," I said. "When do we start?" "Now," Mike replied, standing up. "We don't have much time before they strike again. Every moment counts." As we began to plan our next moves, I couldn't help but glance out the window one last time. The street was quiet now, no sign of the horror that had unfolded just minutes ago. But I knew better now. I knew what lurked in the shadows, what waited behind the perfectly manicured lawns and picket fences of this suburban nightmare. The Andersons may have had decades to build their power, to perfect their hunting ground, but they'd never faced someone like Mike before, and they certainly hadn't counted on me. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I made a silent vow. I would survive this. I would learn to fight. And somehow, some way, I would help put an end to the terror that had gripped this neighborhood for far too long. The battle was just beginning, and I was determined to see it through to the end, no matter the cost. The midday sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays a stark contrast to the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I stood on my front porch, eyes scanning the quiet suburban street, searching for any sign of the horrors I now knew lurked behind its peaceful facade. A gentle voice broke through my brooding thoughts. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" I turned to see Mrs. Abernathy, my elderly neighbor from 2 doors down, shuffling along the sidewalk with her little poodle in tow. Her kind face was creased with a warm smile, but there was something in her eyes, a wariness perhaps, that made me pause. "It is," I replied, forcing a smile of my own. "How are you today, Mrs. Abernathy?" She came to a stop in front of my house, her dog sniffing at the perfectly manicured grass. "Oh, can't complain," she said with a small chuckle. "Though these old bones don't much care for the heat anymore," I nodded, unsure of what to say next. Part of me wanted to rush inside to hide away from the world and the dangers I now knew it held. But another part, the part that had been restless and searching for answers since that fateful night, urged me to probe further. "Mrs. Abernathy," I began hesitantly, "I was wondering if I could ask you something." She tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her faded blue eyes. "Of course, dear. What's on your mind?" I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "How long have you lived in this neighborhood?" "Oh my," she said, her brow furrowing in thought. "It must be going on 50 years now. Harold and I moved here right after we got married. Of course, he's been gone these past 10 years. I'm sorry for your loss," I said softly before pressing on. "In all that time, have you ever noticed anything strange about this place?" Mrs. Abernathy's smile faltered just for a moment, but it was enough to confirm my suspicions. She knew something. "Strange?" she repeated, her voice carefully neutral. "What do you mean by strange, dear?" I glanced around, making sure we were alone on the street. "The disappearances," I said in a low voice. "The way people sometimes just vanish without a trace." The change in Mrs. Abernathy was immediate and alarming. The color drained from her face and her hands began to tremble so badly that she dropped her dog's leash. The poodle, sensing its owner's distress, began to whine softly. "Oh dear," she murmured, her eyes darting nervously up and down the street. "Oh dear, oh dear." I stepped closer, concerned by her reaction. "Mrs. Abernathy, are you all right?" She reached out suddenly, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. "You need to be careful, Jack," she hissed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't go poking around in things that don't concern you. It's not safe." "What's not safe?" I pressed, my heart pounding. "What do you know about the disappearances?" Mrs. Abernathy shook her head vehemently. "I don't know anything," she insisted, but her eyes told a different story. "And if you're smart, you'll forget you ever asked about it." She turned to leave, but I couldn't let it go. Not when I was so close to getting answers. "Please," I said, my voice cracking with desperation. "I need to know. The Andersons, they're not what they seem, are they?" At the mention of the Andersons, Mrs. Abernathy froze. Slowly, she turned back to face me, and the look in her eyes made my blood run cold. It was a look of pure, unadulterated terror. "Come inside," she said abruptly, her voice shaking. "Quickly now. It's not safe to talk out here." Stunned by this sudden turn of events, I followed her back to her house, her little poodle trotting nervously at our heels. As soon as we were inside, Mrs. Abernathy locked the door and drew all the curtains, plunging the living room into a gloomy half-light. "Sit," she commanded, gesturing to an overstuffed armchair. As I complied, she busied herself making tea, her hands shaking so badly that the cups rattled on their saucers. Finally, she settled into the chair across from me, her face pale and drawn. "You're new here," she began, her voice low and urgent. "You don't understand how things work in this neighborhood. There are rules, unspoken rules. And the first and most important rule is never ever ask questions about the Andersons." I leaned forward, my heart racing. "Why? What happens if you do?" Mrs. Abernathy's eyes filled with tears. "Bad things," she whispered. "Terrible things. People who ask too many questions, they tend to disappear." A chill ran down my spine. "Like the Johnson family in 1954? I asked, remembering the articles I'd found in my late-night research. Mrs. Abernathy's eyes widened in surprise. "You know about the Johnsons?" I nodded. "I've been doing some research. There's been a pattern of disappearances in this neighborhood going back decades, always around the same time every 30 years or so." Mrs. Abernathy slumped in her chair, looking suddenly very old and very tired. "I was just a girl when the Johnsons vanished," she said, her voice distant with memory. "I remember the police coming, the search parties, but they never found anything. It was like the family had just evaporated." "And the Andersons?" I prompted gently. "Were they here then?" She nodded slowly. "Oh yes, the Andersons have always been here, as long as anyone can remember. They never seem to age, never seem to change, and every few decades when people start to notice, well, that's when the disappearances happen." I felt sick to my stomach, but I pressed on. "Mrs. Abernathy, what are they? The Andersons, I mean." She shook her head vehemently. "Don't ask me that," she pleaded. "I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I know is that they're dangerous, more dangerous than you can possibly imagine." "But why doesn't anyone do anything?" I asked, frustration coloring my voice. "Why not go to the police or the FBI?" Mrs. Abernathy laughed, but it was a hollow, bitter sound. "Oh, people have tried," she said. "Over the years there have been those who thought they could stop it, who thought they could bring the truth to light." Her face fell, and she looked at me with such profound sadness that it made my heart ache. "They never lasted long." "What happened to them?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "They disappeared," Mrs. Abernathy said simply. "Or they had accidents. Terrible, unlikely accidents. And those of us who were left, well, we learned to keep our heads down and our mouths shut." I sat back, trying to process everything I'd heard. It was worse than I'd imagined. The Andersons weren't just predators. They were tyrants ruling the neighborhood through fear and violence. "But there must be something we can do," I insisted. "We can't just let them keep killing people." Mrs. Abernathy reached out, patting my hand gently. "Oh, my dear," she said softly. "I understand how you feel. I felt the same way once, long ago. But trust me when I say this. There's nothing we can do. The Andersons are too powerful, too entrenched. The best we can hope for is to stay out of their way and pray they don't notice us." I shook my head, unwilling to accept her defeatist attitude. "No," I said firmly. "There has to be a way to stop them, and I'm going to find it." Fear flashed across Mrs. Abernathy's face. "Please, Jack," she begged, "don't do anything foolish. You seem like a nice young man. I'd hate to see anything happen to you." I stood up, my mind racing with plans and possibilities. "Thank you for telling me all this, Mrs. Abernathy," I said. "I know it wasn't easy for you." She rose as well, her eyes pleading. "Promise me you'll be careful," she insisted. "Promise me you won't do anything to draw their attention." I hesitated, not wanting to lie to this kind old woman who had taken such a risk in talking to me. "I'll be careful," I said finally. It wasn't exactly a promise, but it seemed to satisfy her. As I turned to leave, Mrs. Abernathy called out one last time. "Jack," she said, her voice trembling, "if you ever see Red Eyes watching you from the darkness, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. It might be your only chance." I nodded solemnly, the weight of her warning settling heavy on my shoulders. As I stepped back out into the bright afternoon sunlight, the peaceful suburban street seemed to mock me with its normalcy. How many dark secrets lurked behind those perfectly painted doors? How many lives had been shattered by the monsters next door? My resolve hardened as I walked back to my house. Mrs. Abernathy might have given up hope, but I hadn't. I couldn't. Someone had to stand up to the Andersons, had to put an end to their reign of terror. As I reached my front door, I cast one last glance at the Andersons' house. For a moment I could have sworn I saw a face at the window, pale, perfect, with eyes that glowed an unnatural red. But when I blinked, it was gone. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I reached for my phone, scrolling through my contacts until I found Mike's number. "Mike," I said as soon as he picked up, "we need to talk. I've learned some things about the Andersons, and it's worse than we thought. Much worse." As I filled Mike in on my conversation with Mrs. Abernathy, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somewhere in the gathering darkness, hungry red eyes were fixed on my house, waiting for their moment to strike. But I pushed the fear aside. There would be time for fear later. Right now we had work to do. The Andersons had ruled this neighborhood through terror for far too long. It was time someone fought back. And God help me, I was going to be that someone. The weight of the decision pressed down on me like a physical force as I paced my living room, my mind racing with the implications of what I was about to do. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the floor, a stark reminder that night, and all its terrors, was fast approaching. I paused at the window, peering out at the seemingly peaceful suburban street. The Andersons' house stood silent and still, its windows dark and uninviting. But I knew better now. I knew what lurked behind that perfectly maintained facade. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, Mike's name flashing on the screen. I snatched it up, my heart pounding. "Mike," I answered, my voice tight with tension. "Any news?" "Nothing concrete," he replied, sounding as frustrated as I felt. "But I've been watching their house all day. There's definitely been some unusual activity. I think they might be planning something big." I ran a hand through my hair, my stomach churning with a mixture of fear and determination. "We can't wait any longer," I said, the words tumbling out before I could second-guess myself. "We need to act now before anyone else disappears." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Mike spoke again, his voice was cautious. "Jack, are you sure about this? Once we take this step, there's no going back. We'll be painting targets on our backs." I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "I'm sure," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "I can't just sit by and watch while they prey on innocent people. We have to do something." I could almost hear Mike nodding on the other end of the line. "All right," he said finally. "If you're sure, then I'm with you. But we need to be smart about this. No rushing in half-cocked. We plan every move carefully, understood?" "Understood," I agreed, relief washing over me. I wasn't in this alone. "What's our first move?" "Meet me at my place in an hour," Mike instructed. "And Jack, be careful. They might already be watching you." As I hung up, a chill ran down my spine. I glanced out the window again, half expecting to see glowing red eyes staring back at me. But the street remained quiet and empty. I spent the next hour in a frenzy of preparation, gathering everything I thought might be useful. Silver jewelry, wooden stakes I'd whittled from chair legs, bottles of holy water I'd gotten from a nearby church under the guise of being a new, very devout convert. It all seemed so absurd, like props for a B-movie rather than weapons against real monsters. But after what I'd seen, what I'd learned, I wasn't taking any chances. As the sun began to set, I slipped out of my house, constantly looking over my shoulder as I made my way to Mike's. The familiar suburban landscape seemed alien now, every shadow potentially concealing a lurking predator. Mike answered his door before I could knock, ushering me inside quickly. His living room had been transformed into a war room of sorts, with maps of the neighborhood spread out on every surface, and an impressive array of weapons laid out on the coffee table. "Jesus, Mike," I breathed, taking in the scene. "You've been busy." He nodded grimly, locking the door behind us. "Been preparing for this for a long time," he said. "Never thought I'd actually have to use it all, though." We spent the next few hours poring over maps and formulating plans. Mike had been tracking the Andersons' movements for weeks, noting patterns in their hunting behavior and potential weaknesses in their defenses. "The key is to catch them off guard," Mike explained, pointing to a spot on the map. "They're strongest at night, but they do have to rest sometimes. I think I figured out when that is." I leaned in, studying the map intently. "So we strike during the day?" Mike nodded. "Late afternoon, when the sun's still up but low enough that they might risk venturing out if they're hungry enough. It's our best shot at catching them vulnerable." As we continued to plan, a nagging doubt began to gnaw at me. "Mike," I said hesitantly, "are we really ready for this? I mean, we're just two guys going up against God knows how many vampires." Mike's face hardened. "We have to be ready," he said firmly. "Because if we don't stop them, who will? How many more people have to disappear before someone takes a stand?" I nodded, pushing my doubts aside. He was right. We might not be the heroes this neighborhood deserved, but we were the only ones willing to fight. As the night wore on, we fine-tuned our plan. We would start with surveillance, gathering as much information as we could about the Andersons' routines and weaknesses. Then, when the time was right, we would strike. "Remember," Mike said as we prepared to part ways, "from this moment on, we trust no one but each other. The Andersons have ways of influencing people's minds. Anyone could be under their control." I swallowed hard, nodding. "Got it. So when do we start?" Mike checked his watch. "Tomorrow. Get some rest tonight. You're going to need it." As I made my way back home under the cover of darkness, every rustle of leaves and creaking branch set my nerves on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that at any moment a pale hand might reach out from the shadows and drag me into the night. I was so focused on watching for threats that I almost ran straight into Mrs. Abernathy, who was out walking her little poodle. "Oh," she exclaimed, startled. "Jack, dear, you gave me quite a fright." "Sorry, Mrs. Abernathy," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "I didn't see you there." She peered at me closely, concern etching her wrinkled face. "Are you all right, dear? You look a bit peaky." I forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Long day, you know." Mrs. Abernathy nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. "Jack," she said, her voice lowering to a whisper, "you haven't been asking questions, have you, about the things we discussed?" I hesitated, torn between the urge to confide in her and Mike's warning about trusting no one. "No," I lied finally. "No, I've just been keeping to myself, like you said." Relief washed over her face. "Good," she said. "That's good. You're a smart boy, Jack. Keep your head down and you'll be just fine." As she turned to go, a thought struck me. "Mrs. Abernathy," I called after her, "be careful out here at night. It's not safe." She gave me a sad smile. "Oh, my dear," she said softly. "It's never been safe. But what choice do we have?" I watched her shuffle off into the darkness, her little dog trotting at her heels. Her words echoed in my mind. What choice do we have? We had a choice. We were making it. And God help me, I hoped we were making the right one. Back in the relative safety of my house, I double-checked all the locks and drew all the curtains. As I prepared for bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was standing on the edge of a precipice. One false move, and I would plummet into an abyss from which there was no return. Sleep was elusive that night. Every creak of the house settling, every distant car horn, had me sitting bolt upright in bed, heart pounding. In the darkest hours of the night, I could have sworn I heard scratching at my window, like long nails dragging across the glass. But when I worked up the courage to look, there was nothing there. As the first light of dawn began to creep through my curtains, I finally drifted off into a fitful sleep. My dreams were plagued by visions of glowing red eyes and sharp teeth, of pale hands reaching out from the darkness to drag me down into a bottomless pit. I awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. For a moment, I was disoriented, The boundary between nightmare and reality blurred. Then slowly, the events of the past few days came flooding back. This was it. The day we started fighting back. As I got dressed, my hands shook with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Was I really ready for this? Could I really face down monsters that had terrorized this neighborhood for decades? But as I looked out my window at the Andersons' house, standing silent and menacing in the morning light, I knew I had no choice. Someone had to take a stand. Someone had to fight back against the darkness that had held this place in its grip for far too long. With a deep breath, I gathered my makeshift weapons and headed out to meet Mike. As I locked my front door behind me, I cast one last glance at the life I was leaving behind, the normal, peaceful existence I had sought when I moved to this quiet suburb. That life was gone now, shattered by the horrible truth I had uncovered. In its place was a new purpose, a desperate mission to save not just myself, but everyone in this neighborhood who had lived for so long under the shadow of terror. I didn't know if we would succeed. I didn't know if I would even survive the coming days. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Not anymore. As I walked down the street towards Mike's house, my resolve hardened with each step. The Andersons had ruled through fear for too long. It was time to show them that humans weren't just prey. We could fight back. We could win. And God help me, that's exactly what we were going to do. As I reached Mike's house, I took one last deep breath, trying to calm the nerves that threatened to overwhelm me. This was it. We were about to start a fight that could end in either victory or death. The stakes had never been higher. Mike opened the door before I could knock, his expression serious but resolute. "Come in," he said, stepping aside to let me pass. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. The living room, still covered in maps and weapons, felt like the war room it had become. Mike led me to the table where he had spread out our plan of attack. "We'll start with surveillance," he said, pointing to a map of the neighborhood. "We need to confirm their movements and identify any weak points in their defenses. This is crucial, Jack. We can't afford to make any mistakes." I nodded, focusing on the task at hand. "Got it. What's our first move?" Mike handed me a pair of binoculars and a small notebook. "We'll split up. You take the south side of the house, and I'll cover the north. Watch for anything unusual, anything at all. Meet back here in an hour to compare notes." We stepped outside into the bright morning light. The contrast between the peaceful suburb and the war we were about to wage almost surreal. As I made my way to my assigned position, I couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom. This was real. We were really doing this. I settled into my spot behind a cluster of bushes, binoculars trained on the Andersons' house. The minutes ticked by slowly, each one filled with the anticipation of seeing something that would confirm our suspicions. I scribbled notes in the notebook, detailing every movement I observed, no matter how small. Then, just as I was beginning to think the surveillance would yield nothing, I saw it. The front door of the Andersons' house creaked open, and a figure stepped out. It was Mrs. Anderson, her pale skin almost glowing in the sunlight. She moved with that same unnaturally fluid grace, her eyes scanning the street before settling on something, or someone, I couldn't see. I held my breath, watching as she walked towards a car parked in the driveway. She opened the trunk, revealing a large black duffel bag. My heart raced as I tried to make out what was inside, but the angle was wrong. I couldn't see. After what felt like an eternity, she closed the trunk and headed back inside. The door shut with a final, ominous click, leaving the street silent once more. I jotted down everything I had seen, my mind racing with possibilities. What was in the bag? Another victim? Supplies for their next hunt? I didn't know, but I was determined to find out. When the hour was up, I hurried back to Mike's house. He was already there, his expression grim as he reviewed his own notes. "See anything?" he asked as I walked in. I nodded, handing him my notebook. Mrs. Anderson came out with a black duffel bag. I couldn't see what was inside, but it didn't look good. Mike's eyes narrowed as he read my notes. Same here. Mr. Anderson was in the backyard talking to someone I couldn't identify. They were too far away, but it looked serious. We sat down at the table, our notes spread out before us. We need to find out what's in that bag, Mike said, his voice low and urgent. And who Mr. Anderson was talking to. It's time to take the next step. I nodded, feeling the weight of the decision. What's the plan? Mike leaned forward, his eyes burning with determination. We break into their house. Tonight, while they're out hunting, we need to gather as much information as we can, and if we get the chance, we take them out. The enormity of what we were planning hit me like a freight train. We were going to break into a house full of vampires, armed with nothing but makeshift weapons and a desperate need to survive. Are you sure we're ready for this? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Mike placed a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. We don't have a choice, Jack. It's now or never. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Okay, let's do this. As the sun began to set, we gathered our supplies and went over the plan one last time. We would enter through the back door, which Mike had observed was often left unlocked. Once inside, we would split up. Mike would head to the basement, where we suspected they kept their victims, and I would search the upper floors for any information or weaknesses we could exploit. We stick to the plan, Mike said, his voice firm. No heroics. We get in, gather what we need, and get out. Understood? I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. Understood. As darkness fell, we made our way to the Andersons' house, moving silently through the shadows. The street was eerily quiet, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves in the night breeze. We reached the back door and paused, listening for any signs of movement inside. Hearing nothing, Mike slowly turned the knob, and the door creaked open. We slipped inside, the darkness swallowing us whole. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic and tangy. Blood. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my nerves. This was it. We were in the lair of the monsters. Mike nodded to me, and we split up, moving silently through the house. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of fabric against skin, felt like a gunshot in the silence. As I crept up the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, but I forced myself to focus. We had a mission, and failure was not an option. I reached the second floor and began my search, moving methodically from room to room. The house was eerily pristine, every surface immaculate, every piece of furniture perfectly arranged. It was as if no one actually lived here. I found a study at the end of the hall, the door slightly ajar. Inside, a large desk covered in papers and an old computer screen cast a dim glow over the room. I approached cautiously, scanning the papers for anything useful. Most of it was mundane, bills, letters, receipts. But then I found it, a journal, its leather cover worn and faded. I opened it, my eyes scanning the pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. The entries detailed their hunts, their feeding cycles, their plans for the future. It was all here, the evidence we needed to expose them to stop them once and for all. My heart raced as I read, the enormity of what I held in my hands hitting me like a ton of bricks. This was it. This was the key to bringing them down. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, followed by a shout. Mike. I grabbed the journal and sprinted down the stairs, my heart in my throat. As I reached the bottom, I saw Mike struggling with one of the Andersons, the tall, thin figure of Mr. Anderson, his pale skin almost luminescent in the darkness. "Jack, run!" Mike shouted, his voice strained with effort, but I couldn't leave him. Not now. I rushed forward, swinging my makeshift stake with all my strength. It struck Mr. Anderson in the side, and he let out a hiss of pain, his grip on Mike loosening. Mike broke free, grabbing a silver knife from his belt. He lunged at Mr. Anderson, the blade flashing in the dim light. There was a sickening crunch as the knife found its mark, and Mr. Anderson collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing. "We have to go now," Mike shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me towards the door. We ran, the night air cold and biting as we fled the house. Behind us, I could hear the other Andersons stirring, their angry shouts echoing through the night. We didn't stop running until we reached Mike's house, slamming the door shut behind us. We collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, the adrenaline coursing through our veins. "Did you get it?" Mike asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I held up the journal, my hands shaking. "I got it. Everything we need to bring them down." Mike's face broke into a tired but triumphant smile. "Good. Now the real fight begins." As we sat there, the enormity of what we had done slowly sinking in, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. We had taken the first step, and now we had the tools we needed to finish the job. The Andersons' reign of terror was far from over, but for the first time, we had a fighting chance, and we were going to make damn sure we took it. The break-in. The house seemed to watch me as I approached, its windows dark and uninviting despite the bright moonlight that cast eerie shadows across the lawn. My heart pounded in my chest, a relentless drumbeat that echoed in my ears. The weight of the journal in my backpack was a constant reminder of the importance of our mission. This was it. We were really doing this. Mike's voice crackled softly through the earpiece. "Jack, you in position?" I took a deep breath, glancing around to make sure the street was still empty. "Yeah, I'm here. Ready when you are." "Okay," Mike replied. "Stick to the plan. We go in, find the information we need, and get out. No heroics." "Got it," I whispered, more to reassure myself than anything. We had spent weeks preparing for this night. Every detail of the Andersons' house, every movement they made had been meticulously documented. We knew their patterns, their habits, and most importantly, their weaknesses. But knowing and doing were two very different things, and as I stood there staring at the ominous house, doubt began to creep in. "Jack," Mike's voice cut through my thoughts. "Stay focused. We can do this." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me, and steeled myself. "Right. Let's go." I moved silently towards the back door, sticking to the shadows. Mike had scouted this entrance for days, confirming it was often left unlocked. Sure enough, the doorknob turned easily in my hand and I slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind me. The air inside was stale and cold, with a faint metallic tang that made my skin crawl. I took a moment to let my eyes adjust to the darkness, then began to make my way through the house. "Basement first," Mike had said. "That's where they keep their victims." The thought made my stomach churn, but I pushed it aside. We had a job to do, and there was no room for fear or hesitation. I moved quickly but carefully, my senses on high alert for any sign of movement. As I descended the creaky wooden stairs to the basement, the smell grew stronger, a nauseating mix of decay and something else I couldn't quite identify. I reached the bottom and paused, listening. The basement was dark, the only light coming from a small, dirty window high on the wall. "Jack, do you see anything?" Mike's voice was a lifeline in the oppressive darkness. "Not yet," I whispered back. "I'm in the basement. It's pretty grim down here." I moved forward, my flashlight cutting through the gloom. The basement was filled with old furniture, broken appliances, and other assorted junk, all covered in a thick layer of dust. But it was the far corner that drew my attention. A row of metal cages, each one just large enough to hold a person, stood against the wall. My heart sank as I approached. Most of the cages were empty, but one was not. Inside, a young woman lay unconscious, her wrists and ankles bound with heavy chains. She looked pale and gaunt, her breathing shallow. "Mike," I said urgently, "I found someone. A woman in one of the cages. She looks bad." "Can you get her out?" Mike asked, his voice tense. "I'll try," I replied, examining the lock on the cage. It was old and rusty, but sturdy. "I might need some tools. This lock isn't going to budge easily." "Okay, see what you can find," Mike said. "I'll keep an eye on things up here." I searched the basement, finally locating a toolbox buried under a pile of old newspapers. Inside, I found a pair of bolt cutters and some other tools that might come in handy. I hurried back to the cage and began working on the lock. It took longer than I expected, the rusted metal resisting my efforts. But eventually the lock snapped open with a satisfying click. I swung the door open and moved inside, carefully checking the woman's pulse. She was alive, but barely. "Hang in there," I whispered, starting to work on the chains. "We're going to get you out of here." As I freed her wrists and ankles, the woman stirred slightly, letting out a soft moan. I paused, unsure of what to do next. If she woke up and started making noise, it could draw unwanted attention. "Mike," I said quietly, "she's starting to wake up. What should I do?" "Try to keep her calm," Mike replied. "We can't risk her making noise. Can you carry her?" "I think so," I said, though I wasn't entirely sure. She was small and light, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins made my muscles feel weak. I slipped my arms under her and lifted her as gently as I could. She whimpered, but didn't wake fully. I carried her up the stairs, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. As I reached the top of the stairs, Mike met me, his face grim. "We need to get her out of here, now." We moved through the house, every creak of the floorboard setting my nerves on edge. Finally, we reached the back door and slipped outside into the cool night air. The street was still empty, but we didn't waste any time. We made our way to Mike's car, parked a block away, and carefully placed the woman in the back seat. "Drive," Mike said, sliding into the passenger seat. "I'll keep an eye on her." I nodded and started the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. We drove in silence for a while, the weight of what we had just done hanging heavy in the air. "Jack," Mike said finally, "you did good back there. We got her out. That's what matters." I nodded, but the doubt still lingered. "What if there are more?" I asked quietly. "What if we didn't get them all?" Mike sighed, his expression pained. "We do what we can," he said. "We can't save everyone, but we can save her, and we can use what we found to bring them down." As we drove through the darkened streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see glowing red eyes staring back at me. But the road behind us was empty. "We need to find a safe place for her," Mike said, breaking the silence. "Somewhere they won't think to look." I nodded, my mind racing. "I know a place," I said. "There's an old cabin up in the woods, about an hour from here. It's secluded, and no one goes there anymore." "Perfect," Mike said. "Head there. We'll figure out our next move once we know she's safe." The drive to the cabin was tense, every shadow and passing car making my heart race. But finally we arrived. The cabin was old and run down, but it would serve our purposes. We carried the woman inside and laid her on the dusty couch, covering her with a blanket we found in a closet. "She should be safe here," Mike said, checking her pulse again. "But we need to keep an eye on her. She might need medical attention." I nodded, sitting down in an old armchair. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me feeling exhausted and shaky. "What now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Now we rest," Mike said. "We'll take turns keeping watch. Tomorrow we start planning our next move." As I settled into the chair, my eyes felt heavy. Despite the fear and uncertainty, sleep claimed me quickly. My dreams were filled with images of the Andersons, their pale faces and red eyes haunting my every thought. I woke with a start, the first light of dawn filtering through the dirty windows. Mike was sitting by the couch, watching the woman closely. He looked up as I stirred. "Morning," he said quietly. "She woke up a few times during the night, but she's stable." I nodded, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "Good. What's our plan?" Mike stood up, stretching his stiff muscles. "We need to figure out who she is," he said, "and we need to go through that journal. There might be information in there that can help us." I pulled the journal from my backpack, the worn leather cover cool to the touch. "Let's get to work then," I said, flipping it open. As we read through the entries, the full horror of the Andersons' activities became clear. They had been hunting for decades, carefully choosing their victims and covering their tracks. The journal detailed their feeding cycles, their plans, and even the locations of other nests. "This is it," Mike said, his voice filled with determination. "This is the evidence we need to bring them down." I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "We need to get this to the authorities," I said. "But we have to be careful. If the Andersons find out what we're doing—" "They won't," Mike said firmly. "We'll be careful. We'll expose them, Jack. We have to." As the woman on the couch stirred again, her eyes fluttering open, I felt a surge of hope. We had saved her. We had taken the first step. And now we were going to finish what we started. "Who are you?" she asked weakly, her voice barely audible. I leaned forward, offering her a reassuring smile. "My name is Jack," I said. "This is Mike. We're here to help you." She looked at us with a mixture of fear and relief. "Thank you," she whispered. I thought I was going to die in that place." "You're safe now," Mike said, his voice gentle. "Do you remember what happened?" She nodded slowly, her eyes filling with tears. "They took me," she said. "I don't know how long I was there. It felt like forever." "We're going to stop them," I said, my voice filled with determination. "We have the evidence we need to bring them down. You're safe now, and we're going to make sure they can't hurt anyone else." As she drifted back to sleep, I felt a sense of resolve settle over me. This was far from over, but we had taken a crucial step. We had saved a life and gathered the information we needed to fight back. The Andersons had ruled through fear for too long. Now, it was our turn to fight, and we wouldn't stop until they were defeated, once and for all. I carefully cradled the journal in my hands, its worn leather cover cool to the touch, the edges frayed from years of use. The weight of it felt significant, as if it contained not just pages, but the very essence of the horrors we had uncovered. Mike and I sat in the dimly lit cabin, the morning light filtering through the dirty windows, casting long shadows across the room. Our rescued victim, the young woman, lay resting on the couch, her breathing steady but shallow. Her presence was a stark reminder of the stakes at hand. "Jack, we need to go through this journal thoroughly," Mike said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "There might be something in here that can give us a real edge." I nodded, flipping open the journal to the first page. The handwriting was neat and precise, almost clinical in its detail. It started with an entry dated back to the early 1900s, detailing the arrival of the Andersons to the neighborhood. I read aloud, the words feeling heavy in the still air. June 15, 1903. "We have settled into our new home. The neighborhood is quiet, the perfect place to establish our sanctuary. Our feeding cycle begins anew, and we must be cautious. The townspeople are ignorant of our true nature, and we must keep it that way." Mike leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he listened. "Keep going," he urged. The entries were a chilling chronicle of their lives, documenting every victim, every disappearance, and every feeding cycle. The language was cold and detached, as if the Andersons saw their victims as nothing more than cattle. July 7, 1912. "The townspeople grow suspicious. We must be more discreet. The child was a mistake, but we needed to feed. We will relocate soon to avoid further scrutiny." I shuddered at the casual mention of taking a child. The Andersons' complete lack of empathy was horrifying. "Jack," Mike said, his voice breaking through my thoughts, "look for anything that might indicate a weakness or a way to fight them. There has to be something." I continued reading, skimming through the entries as quickly as I could without missing any important details. The journal was a treasure trove of information, but it also painted a grim picture of the Andersons' ruthlessness and efficiency. Then, I found it. An entry that made my heart race with a mix of hope and fear. August 23, 1945. The last attack left me weakened. The sun's rays burned more intensely than ever before. It seems our prolonged exposure to this new climate has made us more vulnerable. We must find a way to shield ourselves better. Until then, we are at greater risk. Mike, listen to this, I said, reading the entry aloud. They're vulnerable to sunlight. Prolonged exposure weakens them even more. Mike's eyes lit up with a mixture of excitement and determination. That's it. That's the edge we needed. If we can expose them to sunlight, we might be able to weaken them enough to take them down. But how do we get them out into the sunlight? I asked, my mind racing with possibilities. Mike sat back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. We need to draw them out somehow. Create a situation where they have no choice but to come after us during the day. A plan began to form in my mind, the pieces falling into place. What if we set a trap, I suggested. Make them think we're vulnerable. Force them to come after us. Mike nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing in thought. It could work, but it has to be convincing. We need to make them believe they're in control. As we continued to brainstorm, the young woman on the couch stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked around, confusion and fear evident in her gaze. Hey, I said gently, moving to her side. You're safe now. My name is Jack and this is Mike. We rescued you from the Andersons. Her eyes widened in recognition, and she sat up slowly, wincing in pain. Thank you, she whispered, her voice hoarse. I thought I was going to die in that place. Can you tell us your name? Mike asked, his voice gentle but urgent. Emma, she replied, her voice gaining strength. Emma Collins. Emma, I said, sitting beside her. We need your help. Do you remember anything about the Andersons? Anything that might help us stop them? Emma's brow furrowed as she tried to recall her ordeal. They kept me in the basement, she said slowly. I don't remember much. It was dark, and I was so weak. But I do remember hearing them talk about a ceremony, something they were planning. It sounded important. A ceremony? Mike asked, leaning forward. Did you hear any specifics? Emma shook her head. No, just bits and pieces. They mentioned a date, but I can't remember what it was. I'm sorry. It's okay, I said, patting her hand reassuringly. You've been through a lot. Anything you can remember is helpful. We spent the next few hours piecing together the information from the journal and Emma's fragmented memories. The Andersons were planning something big, and it was tied to their feeding cycle. If we could disrupt their plans, it might give us the upper hand we desperately needed. As we worked, the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm glow through the cabin windows. The contrast between the bright, peaceful day and the darkness of our mission was jarring. Jack, Mike said suddenly, breaking the silence, I think I have an idea. What if we use the journal against them, leak it to the authorities, the media, expose their secrets? I considered it, the potential impact of such a move. It could work, I said slowly, but we need to be careful. If they find out what we're planning, they'll come after us with everything they have. That's why we need to move quickly, Mike said, determination hardening his voice. We gather as much evidence as we can, then we make our move. We force them into the light, both literally and figuratively. Emma watched us, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. I want to help, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I can't just sit here and do nothing, not after everything they did to me. Emma, you've been through a lot, Mike said gently. You need to rest and recover. She shook her head stubbornly. No, I need to do something. I can't let them get away with this. I exchanged a look with Mike, both of us recognizing the determination in her eyes. Okay, I said finally. But you need to be careful. Stay close to us, and if things get dangerous, you get out of there. Understood? Emma nodded, her expression resolute. Understood. We spent the rest of the day preparing for our plan. We gathered more evidence, photocopying key pages from the journal and organizing them into a dossier. We made contact with a local journalist, someone we could trust to handle the information responsibly. As night fell, the cabin was filled with a tense energy. We were about to take a monumental risk, one that could either bring the Andersons to justice or end in our deaths. But there was no turning back now. "Are we ready?" I asked, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. Mike nodded, his eyes fierce with determination. "We're ready." Emma looked at us, her eyes reflecting the same resolve. "Let's do this." We left the cabin under the cover of darkness, our hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The drive back to the neighborhood was tense, each passing moment bringing us closer to the confrontation we had been preparing for. We parked a few blocks away, slipping through the shadows towards the Andersons' house. The plan was simple, but dangerous. Plant the evidence where it would be found, then draw the Andersons out into the open. "Remember," Mike whispered as we crouched behind a hedge. "We need to make it look convincing. They have to believe we're vulnerable." I nodded, my grip tightening on the flashlight in my hand. "Let's get this over with." We moved quickly, planting the dossier in a location we knew would be discovered. Then we waited, every second stretching into an eternity. It didn't take long. The Andersons were nothing if not vigilant. Within minutes, we heard the sound of footsteps approaching, their pace quick and purposeful. "Now," Mike whispered, and we stepped out from our hiding place, making sure to be seen. The reaction was immediate. Mr. Anderson's eyes locked onto us, his expression a mask of fury. "You!" he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. "What have you done?" "Exposing you," Mike said, his voice steady. "Your reign of terror ends tonight." Mr. Anderson's lips curled into a snarl, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Fools. You have no idea what you're up against." "We know enough," I said, stepping forward. "You're vulnerable to sunlight, and now everyone will know what you are." A cold smile spread across Mr. Anderson's face. "Do you really think you can stop us? You're nothing but insects to be crushed." He moved with blinding speed, but we were ready. Mike raised a flare gun, firing it into the air. The bright light illuminated the night, casting long shadows and bathing the area in a harsh, unrelenting glow. Mr. Anderson recoiled, his skin beginning to blister and smoke. "No," he screamed, his voice a mixture of pain and rage. The commotion drew the attention of the other Andersons, who emerged from the house, their eyes glowing with fury. But the sunlight was their undoing. They stumbled and writhed, unable to withstand the harsh rays. "Now!" Mike shouted, and we moved in, using every weapon at our disposal. The battle was fierce and chaotic, but the sunlight weakened them, giving us the advantage we needed. As the first light of dawn began to break, the Andersons lay defeated, their bodies crumbling to dust. The air was filled with the smell of decay and the lingering echoes of their screams. We stood there, breathing heavily, our bodies bruised and battered but victorious. The nightmare was over. The Andersons' reign of terror had finally come to an end. Emma approached us, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and disbelief. "We did it," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They're gone." Mike nodded, a weary smile spreading across his face. "We did it?" he echoed. "It's finally over." As the sun rose higher, casting its warm light over the neighborhood, I couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. The darkness had been vanquished, and a new day was dawning. We had faced our fears, fought back against the monsters, and emerged victorious. But as we stood there, the dust settling around us, I knew that our fight was far from over. There were other Andersons out there, other nests of darkness waiting to be uncovered, and we would be ready. For now, though, we took a moment to breathe, to savor the victory we had fought so hard to achieve. The discovery of the Andersons' weakness had been the key, and we had used it to turn the tide. As we made our way back to the cabin, the weight of the journal in my backpack felt lighter somehow. It was a symbol of our triumph, a testament to the power of knowledge and determination. We had discovered the truth, and in doing so, we had saved countless lives. The Andersons were gone, and the neighborhood was safe once more. And as the sun continued to rise, casting its golden light over the world, I knew that we had done the right thing. We had fought back against the darkness and won. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist, transforming the familiar suburban landscape into something dark and foreboding. As the last rays of daylight disappeared, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The night had always been unsettling since I discovered the truth about the Andersons, but tonight was different. Tonight, we were the hunters. Mike and I stood outside the cabin, our makeshift arsenal spread out on the hood of his car. Silver knives, wooden stakes, bottles of holy water, and a couple of crossbows with silver-tipped arrows. It felt surreal, like we were characters in a horror movie rather than two ordinary people preparing to take on a nest of vampires. "You ready for this, Jack?" Mike asked, his voice steady, but his eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, picking up a crossbow and testing its weight. "We've been planning this for weeks. It's time to put that plan into action." Emma emerged from the cabin, her face pale but determined. "I want to come with you," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I can't just sit here and do nothing." Mike shook his head firmly. "It's too dangerous, Emma. You've been through enough already. We need you to stay here and be safe." She set her jaw, her eyes flashing with defiance. "I can help. I know the layout of the house, the places they might hide. You need me." I exchanged a look with Mike, recognizing the same conflict in his eyes that I felt in my own. We didn't want to put Emma in danger, but she was right. Her knowledge could be invaluable. "All right," I said finally. "But you stay close to us and follow our lead. No taking unnecessary risks." Emma nodded, her expression resolute. "I understand. Let's end this." We loaded the weapons into the car, the weight of what we were about to do pressing down on us. The drive back to the neighborhood was tense, each passing mile bringing us closer to the showdown we had been preparing for. As we parked a few blocks away from the Andersons' house, the darkness seemed to close in around us. The street was eerily quiet, the usual nighttime sounds of the suburb conspicuously absent. "Remember," Mike said, his voice low, "we stick to the plan. We move in quickly, take them by surprise, and eliminate them one by one. No hesitation." We nodded in unison, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This was it. The hunt had begun. We moved through the shadows, our footsteps silent on the pavement. The Andersons' house loomed ahead, its darkened windows like empty eyes watching our approach. I felt a chill run down my spine but pushed it aside. There was no room for fear now. As we reached the house, Mike signaled for us to split up. He and Emma would take the front entrance while I would circle around to the back. We had to surround them, leave no avenue for escape. I crept through the backyard, the tall grass rustling softly around me. The back door was slightly ajar, a small mercy that saved me the trouble of forcing it open. I slipped inside, the familiar metallic scent of blood and decay assaulting my senses. The house was dark and silent, but I could feel the presence of the Andersons. They were here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. I gripped my crossbow tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. As I moved through the house, every creak of the floorboards seemed amplified in the oppressive silence. I reached the basement stairs and paused, listening. Faint sounds drifted up from below, whispers, the rustle of movement. I descended the stairs slowly, my eyes straining to see in the dim light. The basement was, as I remembered it, filled with old furniture, broken appliances, and the cages. Most of the cages were empty now, but one was not. A figure lay slumped inside, motionless. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure stirred, lifting its head weakly. It was a man, his face gaunt and pale. Who are you?" he croaked. "I'm here to help," I said, moving closer. "Can you walk?" He shook his head slowly. "Too weak. They've been feeding on me for days." I felt a surge of anger and determination. "Hang in there. We'll get you out of here." As I turned to leave, a cold voice cut through the darkness. "Going somewhere, Jack?" I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Mr. Anderson stood at the foot of the stairs, his pale face twisted into a cruel smile. "Did you really think you could sneak into my house and get away with it?" I raised my crossbow, aiming it at his chest. "It's over, Anderson. We're taking you down." He laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent chills down my spine. "You think a few pieces of silver and some holy water are going to stop me? You have no idea what you're up against." Before I could react, he moved with blinding speed, knocking the crossbow from my hands and pinning me against the wall. His strength was overwhelming, his grip like iron. "Mike!" I shouted, struggling to break free. "Emma, help!" Footsteps thundered down the stairs, and I saw Mike and Emma burst into the basement, weapons at the ready. Mr. Anderson turned to face them, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Welcome to the party," he sneered. "I was just about to start without you." Mike fired a silver-tipped arrow, but Mr. Anderson moved faster than I could follow, dodging the projectile with ease. He lunged at Mike, but Emma stepped in, swinging a silver knife with all her strength. The blade sliced through Mr. Anderson's arm, and he let out a roar of pain, recoiling from the searing touch of the silver. I seized the moment to grab my crossbow and fire a bolt into his chest. He staggered back, clutching at the wound, his eyes blazing with fury. "You'll pay for that," he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. But we didn't give him a chance to recover. Mike and Emma moved in, attacking from both sides. I fired another bolt, aiming for his heart. The bolt struck true, and Mr. Anderson let out a strangled cry, collapsing to the floor in a heap. I took a deep breath, my hands shaking. Is he dead?" Mike knelt beside the body, checking for any signs of life. "He's dead," he confirmed, his voice filled with relief. "But we're not done yet. The others are still here." We moved quickly, searching the house room by room. The remaining Andersons were no match for us, weakened by the sunlight and caught off guard by our attack. One by one we took them down, our weapons striking true. As the last of the Andersons fell, the house seemed to grow quieter, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. We stood there, breathing heavily, our bodies bruised and battered, but victorious. "It's over," Mike said, his voice filled with disbelief. "We did it." Emma nodded, tears streaming down her face. "We really did it." We made our way back to the basement, freeing the man from the cage and helping him upstairs. He was weak, but alive, and for that I was grateful. As we emerged into the cool night air, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The Andersons were gone, their reign of terror finally ended. But as we walked away from the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that our fight was far from over. There were other Andersons out there, other nests of darkness waiting to be uncovered, and we would be ready. For now, though, we took a moment to breathe, to savor the victory we had fought so hard to achieve. The hunt had begun, and we had emerged victorious. The neighborhood felt eerily quiet the morning after our battle with the Andersons. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the streets and illuminating the aftermath of our fight. It was a surreal feeling, walking through the once menacing suburban streets now seemingly purged of their terror. But despite our victory, an unsettling thought nagged at the back of my mind. This wasn't over. There were more out there, lurking in the shadows. Mike and I were back at the cabin, a temporary haven in the midst of our ongoing war. We sat at the makeshift war room table, a map of the city spread out before us. Emma was in the corner, still pale but recovering, drinking a cup of hot tea. Her presence was a reminder of what we were fighting for: survival and the reclamation of our peace. "We need to figure out our next move," Mike said, his voice breaking the silence. "We can't just sit around and wait for them to come to us." I nodded, tracing a finger along the map. The Andersons were just one nest. There are more out there, and we need to find them before they regroup. Emma looked up from her tea, her eyes sharp and determined. But how do we find them? The Andersons kept their activities well hidden. There must be others like them. Mike leaned back, his eyes thoughtful. We need more information, and that means we might need help. There must be others who know about these things, who can help us track them down. I glanced at Emma, remembering the fear in her eyes when we first rescued her. Do you know anyone who might have information? Anyone who might have dealt with them before? Emma shook her head. No, I don't. But there is someone I heard about while I was captive. Another group. They called themselves the Order of the Sun. Apparently, they've been hunting vampires for generations. The Order of the Sun, Mike repeated, his eyes narrowing. Do you know how to find them? Emma hesitated. I only heard rumors. They operate in the shadows, much like the vampires they hunt. But there's one place where they might have a presence, a small town called Brookhaven, about 50 miles from here. I studied the map, finding Brookhaven and marking it with a pen. It's a lead. We should check it out. If they are hunters like us, they might have the resources and knowledge we need. Mike nodded. It's worth a shot. We should head out as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the more time the vampires have to regroup. As we packed our gear and prepared to leave, a sense of urgency hung in the air. The fight was far from over, and we needed allies if we were going to have any chance of winning. The drive to Brookhaven was tense but uneventful. We arrived just as the sun was setting. The town bathed in a warm, golden light that belied the darkness we knew lurked beneath the surface. We parked on the outskirts and made our way to the town center, where a quaint, old-fashioned library stood, its windows glowing with a soft, inviting light. Maybe we can find some information here, I suggested, leading the way inside. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes, greeted us with a warm smile. Good evening. How can I help you folks today? Mike stepped forward, his expression serious. We're looking for information on a group called the Order of the Sun. Have you ever heard of them? The librarian's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of recognition passing through her eyes. The Order of the Sun, you say? That's an old name, one I haven't heard in many years. Why are you looking for them? We're hunting vampires, Emma said bluntly, her voice steady, and we need their help. The librarian's eyes widened and she glanced around the library, ensuring no one else was listening. Follow me, she whispered, leading us to a back room filled with old books and dusty shelves. Once inside, she closed the door and turned to face us, her expression grave. The Order of the Sun is real, but they are secretive for a reason. They don't trust outsiders easily, and they won't reveal themselves unless they believe you are truly on their side. Mike nodded. We understand, we're not looking to expose them. We just need their help to stop the vampires. The librarian studied us for a long moment before sighing. There is a man in town who might be able to help you. His name is Samuel. He runs the old bookstore on Main Street. Tell him I sent you, and that you seek the light. Thank you, I said sincerely. We appreciate your help. The librarian nodded, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and worry. Be careful. The Order has many enemies, and the vampires are always watching. We left the library and made our way to the bookstore, the streets of Brookhaven quiet and empty. The bookstore was a charming, old-fashioned shop with wooden shelves and a faint smell of musty paper. Samuel, a tall man with graying hair and piercing blue eyes, stood behind the counter, organizing a stack of books. Good evening, he greeted us, his voice warm but guarded. Can I help you find something? The librarian sent us, Mike said quietly. We seek the light. Samuel's eyes sharpened, and he glanced around the shop before motioning for us to follow him. He led us to a back room, much like the one in the library, and closed the door behind us. You know about the Order, Samuel said, his tone more serious now. Why are you here? We're hunting vampires, I explained. We recently took down a nest, but we know there are more out there. We need help. Information, resources, anything you can provide. Samuel studied us for a long moment before nodding. The Order of the Sun has been fighting vampires for centuries. We have knowledge and resources that can help you, but joining our cause comes with great risk. Once you are part of the Order, there is no turning back. We understand the risks, Emma said, her voice firm. We've already faced them. We're willing to do whatever it takes to stop the vampires. Samuel nodded again, a hint of respect in his eyes. Very well, follow me. He led us through a hidden door in the back of the room, revealing a staircase that descended into a dimly lit basement. The basement was filled with ancient books, weapons, and various artifacts, a treasure trove of knowledge and tools for vampire hunters. This is our sanctuary, Samuel explained. The heart of the Order. Here we store our knowledge and prepare for the fight. We have records of every vampire nest we've encountered, every battle we've fought. Mike's eyes widened as he took in the sight. This is incredible. With your help, we can track down and eliminate the remaining nests. Samuel nodded. But you must understand, the Order is small. We have been diminished over the years, our numbers dwindling as the vampires grow stronger. We cannot fight this war alone. Then we'll fight together, I said, determination hardening my voice. We'll combine our resources and knowledge. Together, we can turn the tide. Samuel studied us for a long moment before a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Welcome to the Order of the Sun. Over the next few days, we immersed ourselves in the Order's knowledge. We pored over ancient texts and detailed maps, learning everything we could about the vampires and their weaknesses. Samuel and the other members of the Order, few though they were, trained us in advanced combat techniques and the use of their specialized weapons. One evening, as we gathered around a large map of the region, Samuel pointed to a location circled in red. This is our next target, he said. A vampire nest in the hills just outside of town. It's heavily fortified and they have a leader, one of the oldest and most powerful vampires we've ever encountered. What's the plan? Mike asked, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. We'll strike at dawn, Samuel replied. The sunlight will be our greatest advantage. We need to move quickly and decisively, take out their leader, and dismantle the nest before they have a chance to regroup. Emma nodded, her expression resolute. We're ready. We've come this far and we're not backing down now. As we made our final preparations, a sense of camaraderie began to build among us. We were no longer just a group of individuals fighting for survival. We were a team united by a common goal and a shared determination to rid the world of the vampire scourge. The night before the attack, Samuel gathered us together. Remember, this fight is bigger than any one of us. We are part of a legacy, a long line of hunters who have dedicated their lives to this cause. We fight for those who cannot, for the victims who have suffered, and for the future generations who deserve to live without fear. We nodded, the weight of his words settling over us. This was our mission, our purpose, and we would see it through to the end. As the first light of dawn began to break, we moved out, our weapons at the ready. The hills outside Brookhaven were shrouded in mist, the air cool and crisp. We approached the vampire nest with a mixture of caution and determination, every step bringing us closer to the final confrontation. Samuel signaled for us to halt as we reached the entrance to the nest, a dark, foreboding cave that seemed to exude an aura of malevolence. This is it, he whispered. Stay focused, stay together, and remember, sunlight is our greatest ally. We nodded, our grips tightening on our weapons. With a deep breath, we moved forward, entering the darkness of the cave. The interior was a labyrinth of twisting tunnels and hidden chambers, the walls lined with ancient carvings and symbols. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and every shadow seemed to hide a lurking threat. As we moved deeper into the nest, we encountered the first of the vampires. They attacked with a ferocity born of desperation, but we were ready. Our weapons struck true, and the vampires fell one by one, their bodies disintegrating into dust. We pressed on, our progress marked by the growing light of dawn filtering through the cave entrance. The final chamber lay ahead, a large cavernous space filled with the sounds of movement and whispers. Samuel raised a hand, signaling for us to stop. "This is it," he said quietly. "The leader will be in there. We need to strike quickly and take him out before he can react." We nodded, our hearts pounding with anticipation. With a final deep breath, we charged into the chamber, our weapons at the ready. The leader of the vampires was a tall, imposing figure, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He turned to face us, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Fools," he hissed. "You think you can defeat me? I have lived for centuries. I am invincible." But we were undeterred. With a coordinated effort, we attacked, our weapons flashing in the dim light. The battle was fierce and chaotic, but we fought with a determination that could not be quelled. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the cave entrance, the leader let out a roar of pain, his skin blistering and smoking. We pressed our advantage, striking with everything we had. With a final, desperate lunge, I drove a silver-tipped stake into his heart. The leader let out a strangled cry, his body convulsing before crumbling to dust. Silence fell over the chamber as we stood there, breathing heavily, our bodies bruised and battered but victorious. The leader was dead, and the nest had been dismantled. Samuel stepped forward, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and pride. "We did it," he said quietly. "The nest is destroyed." We nodded, a sense of accomplishment washing over us. We had fought together, united by a common goal, and we had emerged victorious. As we made our way out of the cave, the morning light bathed the hills in a warm, golden glow. The darkness had been vanquished and a new day had dawned. But we knew that our fight was far from over. There were other nests out there, other vampires lurking in the shadows, and we would be ready. For now, though, we took a moment to breathe, to savor the victory we had fought so hard to achieve. The hunt had begun, and we had found unlikely allies in the Order of the Sun. Together, we would continue the fight, bringing light to the darkest corners of the world. And as the sun rose higher, casting its golden light over the hills, we knew that we were ready for whatever came next. The battle. The plan was set, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The Order of the Sun had provided us with the knowledge and resources we needed, but now it was time to put everything to the test. We were about to face one of the oldest and most powerful vampire nests in the region, and there was no room for error. Samuel gathered us in the dimly lit basement of the Order's headquarters. Maps and diagrams covered the walls, detailing the layout of the vampire nest and our plan of attack. The air was thick with tension, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on all of us. "Listen up," Samuel began, his voice steady but filled with urgency. "We've identified the leader of this nest, an ancient vampire known as Lucius. He's incredibly powerful, but he's also vulnerable during the day. Our best chance of taking him down is during daylight hours when his strength is diminished." Mike nodded, his expression grim. "We've been preparing for this. We know their weaknesses and we have the element of surprise. We need to hit them hard and fast." Emma, still pale but resolute, stepped forward. "I've been in that nest. I know its layout. There's a hidden entrance on the east side that we can use to get in undetected." Samuel glanced at Emma, his eyes filled with respect. "Your knowledge will be invaluable, Emma. We'll split into 2 teams. Team A will enter through the hidden entrance and neutralize any guards. Team B will create a diversion at the main entrance to draw their attention." I looked around at the faces of my comrades, feeling a mixture of fear and determination. We had come so far, and now it was time to finish what we started. "We've got this," I said, trying to bolster my own confidence as much as theirs. "We stick to the plan, watch each other's backs, and we'll make it through." As the first light of dawn began to break, we moved out, our weapons and gear packed and ready. The drive to the vampire nest was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. The nest was located in an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town, a decaying relic of a bygone era. Its Gothic architecture loomed ominously against the early morning sky. We parked a safe distance away and made our final preparations. Samuel handed out earpieces so we could communicate during the operation. "Stay in contact," he instructed. "If anything goes wrong, we regroup and reassess. No one gets left behind." With that, we split into our designated teams. I was with Team A, along with Mike, Emma, and 2 other members of the Order. Thomas, a burly man with a scarred face, and Rebecca, a sharp-eyed woman with a no-nonsense attitude. We approached the hidden entrance, a concealed door covered in ivy and moss. Emma led the way, using her knowledge of the nest to guide us through the narrow, winding passageways. The air was damp and musty, the scent of decay growing stronger as we moved deeper into the mansion. Every creak and groan of the old building set my nerves on edge. "We're close," Emma whispered, her voice barely audible. "The guard room is just ahead." We paused at a corner, peeking around to see 2 vampires standing guard. They were talking in low voices, unaware of our presence. Mike signaled for us to move into position, and we readied our weapons. On his signal, we sprang into action. Mike and Thomas took down one guard with crossbows, the silver-tipped bolts striking true. Emma and I engaged the second guard, our silver knives flashing in the dim light. The fight was quick and brutal, and soon both guards lay dead at our feet. "Good work," Mike said, his voice low and urgent. "Let's keep moving." We pressed on, making our way through the twisting corridors. The sounds of battle echoed faintly from the main entrance, where Team B was creating their diversion. Our objective was clear: find Lucius and end him. As we reached the main chamber, the sense of dread grew stronger. The room was vast, filled with old furniture and ancient tapestries. In the center stood Lucius, an imposing figure with pale skin and glowing red eyes. He turned to face us, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. "So the hunters have come to play," he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're too late. This nest will rise again, stronger than ever." "We'll see about that," Mike retorted, stepping forward with his crossbow aimed at Lucius. "This ends now." Lucius laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Foolish mortals, you have no idea what you're up against." With blinding speed, Lucius lunged at Mike, knocking him to the ground. The rest of us sprang into action, attacking from all sides. The fight was chaotic, a blur of silver and fangs, but we fought with everything we had. Emma and I managed to flank Lucius, striking at his sides with our knives. He roared in pain, his movements becoming more erratic. Thomas and Rebecca kept him at bay with their crossbows, each shot weakening him further. "Keep at it," Mike shouted, struggling to his feet. "We're wearing him down," Lucius snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. "You will all die for this." He swung at me, but I ducked just in time, feeling the rush of air as his claws narrowly missed my head. "Not today," I muttered, driving my knife into his side. Lucius howled in agony, and I could see the desperation in his eyes. Suddenly, Lucius leaped backward, landing near an old, ornate mirror. "You may have won this battle," he hissed, "but the war is far from over." Before we could react, he smashed the mirror with his fist, and a swirling vortex of darkness began to form. Lucius stepped into the vortex, his body dissolving into shadow. "No!" Mike shouted, firing a bolt into the vortex, but it was too late. Lucius was gone, leaving us standing in the ruined chamber. For a moment we were silent, the adrenaline still coursing through our veins. Then Samuel's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Team A, report. What's your status?" Mike took a deep breath, his voice steady but filled with frustration. "Lucius escaped. He used some kind of portal. We weren't able to stop him." There was a pause on the other end before Samuel responded. "Understood. Secure the area and regroup. We need to assess the situation and plan our next move." As we began to secure the chamber, I felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. We had taken down the nest, but the leader had escaped. The battle was over, but the war was indeed far from won. Back at the Order's headquarters, we regrouped to debrief and plan our next steps. Samuel's expression was grim, but there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "We've dealt a significant blow to the vampires today," he said. "Lucius may have escaped, but he's weakened and his nest is destroyed. We can't let up now." "We need to find out where he went," Mike said, his determination unwavering. "If he's planning something bigger, we need to be ready." Emma nodded. "I overheard something while I was captive. Lucius mentioned a place called Black Hollow. It's an old abandoned village deep in the forest. It's rumored to be a gathering place for powerful vampires." Samuel's eyes widened. Black Hollow. That makes sense. It's a place steeped in dark history and magic. If Lucius is regrouping, that's where he'll go. "Then that's our next target," I said, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "We'll gather our forces and head to Black Hollow. This time we'll finish what we started." The days that followed were filled with intense preparation. We trained rigorously, honing our skills and studying the maps and intel we had gathered. The Order of the Sun provided us with additional resources and support, bolstering our ranks with seasoned hunters. On the morning of the operation, we stood ready, our gear packed and our hearts steeled for the battle ahead. Samuel addressed us one last time before we set out. "Today, we face a great evil, but we do not face it alone. We are united in our cause, and we will not falter. Remember why we fight: for the innocents who have suffered, for those who cannot defend themselves, and for a future free from fear." We nodded, a sense of unity and determination binding us together. We were not just hunters, we were a family, forged in the fires of battle and bound by our shared purpose. The journey to Black Hollow was long and arduous, the dense forest growing darker and more foreboding as we neared our destination. The village itself was a haunting sight, its crumbling buildings and twisted trees casting eerie shadows in the dim light. We approached with caution, our senses on high alert. The air was thick with the scent of decay and dark magic, a tangible reminder of the evil that lurked within. "Stay together," Mike whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "We don't know what traps they might have set." We moved as one, our weapons at the ready. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Every step brought us closer to the heart of the darkness. As we reached the center of the village, we found Lucius waiting for us. He stood in the center of a decaying courtyard flanked by a dozen vampires. His eyes gleamed with malice, and his smile was a twisted mockery of humanity. "Welcome, hunters," Lucius said, his voice echoing through the empty village. "I must commend your bravery, coming all this way to face me again. It's almost admirable." "We're not here for compliments," Mike replied, his voice steady. "We're here to end you, once and for all." Lucius laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent shivers down my spine. "End me? You're welcome to try." Without another word, the battle began. We charged forward, our weapons flashing in the dim light. The vampires moved with terrifying speed, but we were prepared. Silver knives clashed against claws and fangs, crossbow bolts flew through the air, and holy water sizzled on undead flesh. The courtyard became a chaotic melee, filled with the sounds of battle and the acrid smell of burning vampire flesh. I found myself facing a vampire, its eyes glowing with hunger. It lunged at me, but I sidestepped and drove my silver knife into its chest. The creature let out a shriek and disintegrated into dust. Emma fought beside me, her movements fluid and precise. She dispatched one vampire after another, her face a mask of determination. "We're making progress," she shouted over the din. "Keep pushing forward." Mike and Samuel fought their way toward Lucius, their combined attacks relentless. But Lucius was no ordinary vampire. He moved with supernatural speed, deflecting their blows with ease. "You think you can defeat me?" he sneered. "You're nothing but insects." We'll see about that, Mike growled, firing a crossbow bolt that grazed Lucius's arm. The vampire leader hissed in pain, his eyes narrowing with fury. I moved to join them, my heart pounding. We had to take Lucius down, or everything we'd fought for would be in vain. As I neared, Lucius lunged at Samuel, his claws aiming for the hunter's throat. "Samuel, look out!" I shouted, but it was too late. Lucius's claws raked across Samuel's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. "No!" I screamed, rushing to Samuel's side. He was alive, but barely. Blood poured from his wounds, and his breathing was labored. "Focus, Jack," Mike yelled, his voice cutting through my panic. "We need to finish this." I nodded, my grief fueling my determination. I picked up Samuel's fallen crossbow and took aim at Lucius. "This is for Samuel," I muttered, releasing the bolt. The bolt struck Lucius in the shoulder, and he roared in pain, staggering back. Mike seized the opportunity, driving his silver knife into Lucius's side. The vampire leader howled, his eyes blazing with fury and desperation. "Enough!" Lucius screamed, his voice filled with rage. "I will not be defeated by mere humans!" With a burst of speed, he lunged at me, his claws outstretched. I dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding his attack. Mike and Emma moved to flank him, their weapons ready. "We've got him on the ropes!" Emma shouted. "Don't let up!" We pressed our advantage, attacking Lucius from all sides. He fought back with savage ferocity, but we were relentless. Slowly, we wore him down, our attacks finding their mark. Finally, with a desperate cry, Lucius fell to his knees, his body trembling. This cannot be," he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. "It's over, Lucius," Mike said, his voice hard. "You've terrorized enough people. This ends now." With a final, coordinated strike, we drove our silver knives into Lucius's heart. He let out one last agonized scream before his body crumbled to dust. The courtyard fell silent, the only sound our ragged breathing. We had done it. Lucius was dead and the nest was destroyed. I rushed back to Samuel's side, my heart heavy with fear. "Samuel, hang on, we'll get you out of here." He looked up at me, his eyes filled with pain but also a flicker of pride. You did it," he whispered. "You finished what we started." "Don't talk like that," I said, my voice breaking. "We're getting you help. You're going to be okay." But deep down, I knew the truth. Samuel's wounds were too severe. He had given everything for this fight, and now it was up to us to carry on his legacy. As we carried Samuel back to the Order's headquarters, the weight of our victory and our loss settled over us. We had struck a major blow against the vampires, but the cost had been high. Samuel, our leader and mentor, had fallen. The members of the Order greeted us with somber faces, their joy at our victory tempered by the sight of Samuel's injuries. We laid him on a makeshift bed, and the Order's healer began to work, but it was clear that the prognosis was grim. Samuel motioned for Mike and me to come closer. "Listen to me," he said, his voice weak but determined. "You've done well, but the fight is not over. There are more like Lucius out there, more nests to destroy. We'll carry on. Samuel," Mike said, his voice choked with emotion, "we'll honor your legacy." Samuel nodded, his eyes closing as he let out a sigh. "Good. Remember, you are not alone. The Order will always stand with you." With those final words, Samuel's body went still, and he took his last breath. We stood there in silence, grief washing over us like a tidal wave. We had won the battle, but the cost had been great. As the members of the Order gathered to pay their respects, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Emma, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll keep fighting," she said, her voice steady. "For Samuel, for all the people we've lost. We won't let their sacrifices be in vain." I nodded, my resolve hardening. "We'll find every last one of them. We'll destroy their nests one by one until there are none left." Mike stepped forward, his expression fierce. "And we'll do it together. The Order of the Sun is more than just a group of hunters. We're a family, and together, we're unstoppable. In the days that followed, we mourned Samuel's loss, but we also prepared for the battles to come. We trained harder, studied more, and forged new alliances. The Order of the Sun grew stronger, fueled by our shared determination and the memory of those we had lost. As we stood together, ready to face the darkness once more, I knew that we were prepared for whatever came next. The vampires might be powerful, but they had never faced a force like us. We were hunters. We were the Order of the Sun, and we would not rest until every last vampire was destroyed. The grief from Samuel's death weighed heavily on all of us, but it also solidified our resolve. We had struck a major blow against the vampires, but the fight was far from over. We needed a new plan, one that would allow us to take down the remaining nests and bring an end to their reign of terror once and for all. The Order's headquarters buzzed with activity as we gathered in the main room. Maps, documents, and weapons were spread out on the large wooden table at the center, evidence of the intense preparation underway. The air was thick with determination and a sense of urgency. Mike stood at the head of the table, his expression focused and intense. "All right, everyone. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so let's get to it. Our main objective is to locate and destroy the remaining vampire nests. We know they're out there, and we can't give them a chance to regroup." Emma nodded, her face set with determination. "We need to be methodical about this. We can't afford any mistakes. We need to gather intel, identify the nests, and strike hard and fast." One of the Order members, a young man named Alex, stepped forward. "I've been working on tracking down possible nest locations. There are a few leads we can follow up on, but we need more eyes and ears on the ground." Rebecca, another experienced hunter, spoke up. "We can use our network. We have contacts in several towns and cities. If we mobilize them, we can cover more ground and gather information more quickly." Mike nodded, glancing at the map spread out before us. "Good. We'll split into teams and start investigating these leads. But we need to be careful. The vampires will be on high alert after what happened to Lucius. They won't go down easily." I stepped forward, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. "We also need to find a way to disrupt their communication. If we can cut off their ability to coordinate, we'll have a better chance of taking them down." Alex pointed to a spot on the map. "There's a central hub they use to communicate. It's heavily guarded, but if we can take it out, it'll be a major blow to their operations." Mike's eyes gleamed with determination. "Then that's our first target. We take out their communication hub and then we hit the nests. We'll need a solid plan and precise execution." Rebecca looked around the room, her gaze settling on each of us in turn. "We're ready for this. We've trained, we've fought, and we've lost. But we're still here, and we're not going to stop until the job is done." The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of her words sinking in. We were in this together, and we were prepared to do whatever it took to see it through. Mike broke the silence, his voice steady. "All right, let's get to work. We have a lot to do, and not much time to do it." Over the next few days, the headquarters was a hive of activity. Teams were formed, plans were drawn up, and preparations were made. The sense of urgency was palpable, and every moment was dedicated to ensuring our success. Emma and I were assigned to the team tasked with taking out the communication hub. It was a critical mission, and the stakes couldn't be higher. If we failed, the vampires would be able to regroup and retaliate. The night before the operation, we gathered in a small room to go over the plan one last time. Mike, Emma, Alex, and I huddled around a detailed map of the hub. "Remember," Mike said, his voice low but firm, "we need to move quickly and efficiently. Our primary objective is to destroy their communication systems. If we encounter resistance, we neutralize it, but our main focus is the hub." Alex nodded, pointing to the entrance. "We'll go in through here. It's the least guarded entry point. Once inside, we split into two teams. Mike and I will take the upper levels, while Jack and Emma handle the basement." I glanced at Emma, who gave me a determined nod. We had become a formidable team, and I knew we could rely on each other. "Timing is crucial," Mike continued. "We need to be in and out before they have a chance to mount a counterattack." We synchronize our watches and move as one. We all nodded in agreement, the gravity of the mission settling over us. There was no room for error. As we prepared to leave, Mike pulled me aside. "Jack, I want you to know that I trust you. You've come a long way since this all started, and you've proven yourself time and time again. We're going to get through this." I met his gaze, feeling a surge of gratitude and determination. "Thanks, Mike. I won't let you down." The drive to the hub was tense, each of us lost in our thoughts. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. As we approached the hub, we parked a safe distance away and moved in on foot. The building loomed ahead, a dark and foreboding structure that seemed to pulse with malevolence. We crept through the shadows, our movements silent and precise. We reached the entrance without incident, and Alex used his skills to disable the security system. The door clicked open, and we slipped inside. The interior was a maze of corridors and rooms, the air thick with the scent of decay. We moved quickly and quietly, each step bringing us closer to our objective. Mike and Alex split off, heading for the upper levels, while Emma and I descended into the basement. The air grew colder as we moved deeper into the building, and the sense of foreboding intensified. "Stay sharp," Emma whispered, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. "We don't know what we're going to find down here." I nodded, gripping my weapon tightly. The basement was a labyrinth of pipes and machinery, the dim light casting eerie shadows on the walls. We moved cautiously, our senses on high alert. Every creak and groan of the building set my nerves on edge. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the shadows, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Vampire!" Emma shouted, raising her weapon. I reacted instinctively, firing a silver-tipped bolt into the vampire's chest. It let out a strangled cry and disintegrated into dust. "Nice shot," Emma said, her voice filled with tension. "But we need to keep moving. There are bound to be more." We continued through the basement, encountering several more vampires along the way. Each encounter was a fierce battle, but we fought with a determination born of necessity. Finally, we reached the central communication room. The air was thick with the hum of machinery, and the walls were lined with monitors and equipment. "There it is," Emma said, her eyes narrowing. "We need to destroy all of this." We set to work, planting explosives on the key systems. The tension was palpable, each second stretching into eternity. As we finished setting the charges, a voice echoed through the room. "You think you can stop us?" A vampire hissed, stepping out of the shadows. "You're too late. Our plans are already in motion." I raised my weapon, my heart pounding. "We'll see about that." The vampire lunged at us, but Emma and I fought back with everything we had. The battle was intense, the vampire's strength and speed almost overwhelming. But we had come too far to fail now. With a final, coordinated effort, we managed to drive our silver knives into the vampire's heart. It let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing into dust. "Let's get out of here," Emma said, her voice filled with urgency. "The charges are set. We need to move." We sprinted back through the basement, our footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. As we reached the entrance, we rendezvoused with Mike and Alex. "Charges set?" Mike asked, his eyes sharp. "Everything's ready," I confirmed. "We need to move now." We raced out of the building, the tension mounting with each step. As we reached a safe distance, we took cover and detonated the charges. The explosion rocked the night, a deafening roar that shattered the silence. The building crumbled, flames licking at the sky. We watched as the communication hub was reduced to rubble, the flames casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The vampire's ability to coordinate had been crippled, and we had struck a significant blow to their operations. As the flames died down, we regrouped, our faces streaked with dirt and sweat but filled with a sense of accomplishment. "We did it," Alex said, his voice filled with relief. "The hub is destroyed." Mike nodded, his expression grim but determined. "This is just the beginning. We've disrupted their communication, but we need to keep up the pressure. We'll track down the remaining nests and finish what we started." Emma looked around at the faces of her comrades, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll fight them every step of the way. For Samuel, for everyone we've lost, we won't stop until they're all gone." As we made our way back to the Order's headquarters, a sense of unity and resolve settled over us. We had faced incredible odds and emerged victorious, but the fight was far from over. The battle had begun, and we were ready for whatever came next. Together we would continue to fight, bringing light to the darkest corners of the world and ensuring that the vampire's reign of terror would come to an end. The stakes had never been higher. With the vampire communication hub destroyed and Lucius, the ancient vampire leader, vanquished, the tide of the war had turned in our favor. However, we knew that the remaining vampire nests would not take this defeat lightly. They would be desperate, and a cornered beast is always the most dangerous. Samuel's loss had been a significant blow to the Order, but it had also united us with a renewed sense of purpose. We gathered in the war room once again, the atmosphere charged with a mixture of anticipation and grim determination. Mike stood at the head of the table, his eyes scanning the room. "We've dealt a major blow to their operations, but this is far from over. Our intel suggests that the remaining nests are regrouping and planning a counterattack. We need to strike before they have a chance to coordinate." Emma leaned forward, her eyes sharp. "We need to hit them hard and fast, just like before. We can't give them any breathing room." Alex spread out a map on the table, marking several locations. "Based on the intel we've gathered, we've identified 3 primary nests. Each one is heavily fortified and commanded by powerful vampires. We'll need to split into teams to take them down simultaneously." I studied the map, feeling the weight of the task ahead. Do we have enough people to cover all 3 nests? We can't afford to spread ourselves too thin. Rebecca, ever the pragmatist, nodded. "We've reached out to our contacts and mobilized additional hunters. We'll have enough manpower, but coordination will be key. We need to ensure that each team knows their role and can handle the challenges they'll face." Mike's expression was resolute. "We'll form 3 strike teams. Each team will be led by one of us. Emma, you'll take Team A. Alex, you'll lead Team B. I'll handle Team C. Jack, you'll be with me." I nodded, feeling a surge of determination. "Let's go over the plan one more time." We spent the next few hours meticulously planning our attack. Each team was assigned specific targets and objectives, and we went over every detail to ensure that there were no surprises. The Order had learned from its past mistakes, and we were determined to leave nothing to chance. As night fell, we made our final preparations. The atmosphere was tense but focused, each of us steeling ourselves for the battle ahead. We knew what was at stake, and there was no room for doubt. Emma approached me, her face set with determination. "You ready for this, Jack?" I met her gaze, feeling a mixture of fear and resolve. "Yeah, we've come too far to back down now. Let's finish this." With a final nod, we moved out, our weapons and gear at the ready. The drive to the vampire nests was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape as we neared our destinations. Team A and Team B split off, heading for their respective targets, while Team C, Mike, Rebecca, a few other hunters, and I, continued towards our objective. The nest we were targeting was located in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town, a decaying structure that loomed menacingly in the darkness. "We're approaching the target," Mike said, his voice low but steady. "Everyone stay sharp. We don't know what we're walking into." We parked a safe distance away and moved in on foot, using the cover of darkness to approach the factory. The air was thick with tension, every rustle of leaves and distant sound setting our nerves on edge. We reached the entrance without incident, and Rebecca used her skills to disable the security system. The door creaked open and we slipped inside, our movements silent and precise. The interior of the factory was a maze of rusted machinery and crumbling walls. The air was damp and musty, the scent of decay hanging heavy. We moved cautiously, our senses on high alert. This place gives me the creeps, one of the hunters, a young woman named Sarah, whispered. Stay focused, Mike replied, his voice steady. We're here to do a job. We continued through the factory, encountering several vampires along the way. Each battle was fierce and brutal, but we fought with a determination that could not be quelled. The vampires were desperate, their attacks frenzied, but we held our ground. Finally, we reached the heart of the nest, a large, open chamber filled with makeshift sleeping quarters and feeding areas. At the center stood the nest's leader, a tall, imposing vampire with piercing red eyes. So you've come to die, the vampire leader sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Not today, Mike retorted, raising his crossbow. We're here to end this. The vampire leader laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the chamber. You think you can stop us? You're nothing but insects. Let's find out, I said, stepping forward with my weapon ready. The battle erupted in a flurry of movement and violence. The vampire leader was incredibly powerful, his speed and strength almost overwhelming. But we fought with everything we had, our attacks coordinated and relentless. Keep at it, Mike shouted, firing a bolt that struck the vampire leader in the shoulder. We're wearing him down, the vampire leader roared in pain and fury, his eyes blazing with hatred. You will all die for this. He lunged at Rebecca, but she dodged to the side, her silver knife flashing in the dim light. We've got him, Sarah shouted, driving her weapon into the vampire leader's side. The vampire leader staggered, his movements becoming more erratic. No, this cannot be, he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. Mike and I moved in for the final strike, our weapons poised. This ends now, Mike said, his voice hard with determination. With a coordinated effort, we drove our silver knives into the vampire leader's heart. He let out a final, agonized scream before collapsing into dust. The chamber fell silent, the only sound our ragged breathing. We had done it. The nest was destroyed. Rebecca wiped sweat from her brow, her face a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Is everyone all right? We're good, I replied, looking around at the others. We did it. Mike nodded, his expression grim but satisfied. This is a major victory, but we need to check in with the other teams. We quickly regrouped and contacted Team A and Team B. Both teams reported similar success, their targets eliminated and the nests destroyed. We've struck a major blow against the vampires, Mike said, his voice filled with pride. But we can't let up. We need to keep up the pressure and finish this fight. We returned to the Order's headquarters, where we were met with cheers and congratulations. The mood was jubilant, but we knew that this was just one battle in a larger war. As we debriefed and shared our experiences, I felt a sense of camaraderie and unity that I had never felt before. We were more than just a group of hunters. We were a family, bound by our shared purpose and determination. Over the next few days, we continued our efforts, tracking down the remaining nests and eliminating them one by one. Each victory brought us closer to our ultimate goal, a world free from the vampire menace. As the final nest fell and the last vampire was destroyed, we stood together, our faces filled with a mixture of relief and triumph. We had done it. We had won. Mike addressed the group, his voice filled with emotion. We've faced incredible odds and made great sacrifices, but we've come out on top. This victory belongs to all of us. We've shown the world that we will not be defeated. Emma stepped forward, her eyes shining with pride. We've honored Samuel's legacy and the memory of all those we've lost. This is just the beginning. We'll continue to protect the innocent and ensure that the darkness never returns. As we looked around at the faces of our comrades, I felt a sense of fulfillment and purpose. We had fought together, bled together, and triumphed together. The battle was over, but our mission was far from complete. We would remain vigilant, always ready to stand against the darkness. And as the sun rose on a new day, casting its golden light over the landscape, we knew that we were prepared for whatever came next. We were hunters, defenders of the light, and we would never stop fighting. Aftermath. The battle was over. The vampires' nests had been destroyed, and their leaders vanquished. Yet as we stood among the ruins of the final stronghold, a sense of unease settled over me. The victory, while significant, had come at a great cost. Samuel was gone, and many others had fallen in the fight against the darkness. Back at the Order's headquarters, the atmosphere was a mix of relief and sorrow. We had won, but the price had been steep. We gathered in the main hall, where the survivors of the Order and our allies met to debrief and plan the future. Mike, now the de facto leader after Samuel's death, stood at the head of the table. His face was drawn and tired, but his eyes were filled with a steely resolve. "We've done it," he began, his voice carrying through the room. "The vampire threat has been neutralized, but we must not become complacent. There are still dangers out there, and we need to stay vigilant." Emma, sitting beside me, nodded in agreement. "We've lost a lot, but we've also gained strength from this. We need to honor those who fell by continuing our mission." Rebecca, ever the pragmatist, spoke up next. "Our network is still intact and we need to maintain it. We should be ready to respond to any new threats quickly and effectively." Alex, who had proven himself a capable strategist, added, "We should also take this time to rebuild and recruit, strengthen our numbers, and ensure that we are prepared for anything that comes our way." As the discussions continued, I found myself reflecting on the journey that had brought us here. From the moment I first discovered the truth about my neighbors to the climactic battle against Lucius, it had been a relentless and harrowing experience. But through it all, we had become a family, bound by our shared purpose and determination. After the meeting, I wandered through the headquarters, lost in thought. The halls were filled with memories of those we had lost and the battles we had fought. I found myself in the training room where I had spent countless hours honing my skills. Emma joined me, her presence a comforting reminder that I wasn't alone. "You okay, Jack?" she asked, her voice gentle. I sighed, leaning against the wall. "Yeah, just processing everything. We've come so far, but it feels like there's still so much to do." She nodded, her eyes thoughtful. "It's normal to feel that way. We've been through a lot, and it's going to take time to heal. But we've made a difference, Jack. We've saved lives." I smiled, grateful for her words. "Thanks, Emma. I needed to hear that." She placed a hand on my shoulder, her expression filled with determination. "We're in this together, remember? We'll face whatever comes next as a team." In the days that followed, we focused on rebuilding and regrouping. The Order's headquarters became a hive of activity as new recruits were trained and old members shared their knowledge and experience. The sense of camaraderie and unity was palpable, a testament to the bonds we had forged in the heat of battle. One evening, Mike called for a gathering in the main hall. As we assembled, I noticed a mix of familiar faces and new ones, all eager and ready to continue the fight against the darkness. Mike stood before us, his presence commanding and reassuring. "We've accomplished a great deal, but our work is far from over. The world is a dangerous place, and there will always be threats that we need to address. But we are ready. We are stronger than ever." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the room. "We have lost many friends and comrades, but we honor their memory by continuing our mission. We are the Order of the Sun, and we will stand against the darkness, no matter what form it takes." The room erupted in cheers, the sense of resolve and unity filling the air. I felt a surge of pride and determination. We had faced incredible odds and emerged victorious, and now we were ready to face whatever came next. After the meeting, I found myself on the rooftop, gazing out at the city below. The night was calm, a stark contrast to the chaos and violence we had endured. Emma joined me, her presence a comforting anchor. "Penny, for your thoughts?" she asked, leaning against the railing. I smiled, glancing at her. "Just thinking about the future. We've come so far, but there's still so much to do. It's a bit overwhelming." She nodded, her expression contemplative. It is, but we're not alone. We have each other, and we have the Order. We'll face whatever comes our way together. I reached for her hand, grateful for her support. Thanks, Emma. I don't know what I'd do without you. She squeezed my hand, her eyes filled with warmth. We're a team, Jack. We've got this. As we stood there looking out at the city, I felt a sense of peace and determination. The battle had been hard fought, but we had emerged stronger, and with the support of my friends and comrades, I knew we were ready for whatever came next. The weeks passed, and the Order continued to grow and strengthen. New recruits joined our ranks, eager to learn and fight. The sense of unity and purpose was stronger than ever, a testament to the bonds we had forged in the fires of battle. One day, Mike called for a special meeting. As we gathered in the main hall, there was a sense of anticipation in the air. Mike stood before us, his expression serious but hopeful. I have some news, he began, his voice carrying through the room. We've received reports of unusual activity in a small town a few hundred miles from here. It could be nothing, but given our experiences, we can't afford to take any chances. He paused, looking around at the faces of his comrades. I'm assembling a team to investigate. We need to be prepared for anything. This could be the start of something new, or it could be a false alarm. Either way, we need to be ready. Emma and I exchanged a glance, our determination mirrored in each other's eyes. We're with you, Mike, I said, stepping forward. Whatever it is, we'll handle it. Mike nodded, a sense of relief and gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, all of you. We'll approach this carefully and methodically. We've learned a lot from our past experiences, and we'll use that knowledge to ensure our success. As we prepared for the mission, there was a sense of purpose and excitement in the air. We were ready to face whatever came next, armed with the knowledge and skills we had gained from our previous battles. The journey to the small town was filled with a mixture of anticipation and caution. We knew that we had to be prepared for anything, but we also knew that we were capable of handling whatever came our way. When we arrived, the town seemed peaceful and quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we had faced in the past. But we knew better than to let our guard down. We began our investigation, carefully combing through the town for any signs of unusual activity. As we delved deeper, we uncovered clues that pointed to a potential threat. Strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, and rumors of a shadowy figure lurking in the night. It was clear that something was amiss, and we needed to get to the bottom of it. One evening, as we gathered in the town's small inn to discuss our findings, there was a knock at the door. A young woman stood there, her face pale and filled with fear. "Please, you have to help us," she said, her voice trembling. "There's something in the woods. It's been taking people. We're all terrified." Mike stepped forward, his expression serious. "We'll help you. Can you tell us everything you know?" The woman nodded, tears streaming down her face. "It started a few weeks ago. People started disappearing and strange noises could be heard at night. We thought it might be wild animals, but then we saw it, a shadowy figure moving through the trees." She shuddered, her fear palpable. "It's like nothing we've ever seen. We don't know what to do." Mike placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll handle this. You're safe now." As the woman left, we gathered to discuss our next steps. "It sounds like we're dealing with another supernatural threat," Mike said, his voice filled with determination. "We need to find it and put an end to it before more people get hurt." Emma nodded, her eyes sharp. "We'll need to set up a perimeter and conduct a thorough search of the woods. We can't leave any stone unturned." Alex, who had been studying the map of the area, pointed to a specific location. "This is where most of the disappearances have occurred. It's the densest part of the forest, and it's likely where our target is hiding." I looked around at my friends and comrades, feeling a sense of unity and resolve. We've faced worse before. We can handle this. With our plan in place, we set out into the woods, our weapons at the ready. The air was thick with tension, every rustle of leaves and distant sound putting us on high alert. As we moved deeper into the forest, the sense of unease grew stronger. The shadows seemed to shift and move, and the feeling of being watched was almost overwhelming. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the trees, moving with unnatural speed. "There!" Mike shouted, raising his crossbow. We pursued the figure, our hearts pounding with adrenaline. The chase was intense, the figure weaving through the trees with a grace and agility that was almost supernatural. Finally, we cornered it in a small clearing. The figure turned to face us, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. It was humanoid but twisted and deformed, its features contorted into a grotesque mask of hatred. "You think you can stop me?" It hissed, its voice filled with malice. "I am eternal. I am the darkness." Mike stepped forward, his expression resolute. "We've stopped worse than you. This ends now." The battle erupted in a flurry of movement and violence. The creature was incredibly powerful, its attacks swift and deadly, but we fought with a determination that could not be quelled. "Keep at it," Emma shouted, her weapon flashing in the dim light. "We can take it down." With a final, coordinated effort, we managed to drive our silver knives into the creature's heart. It let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing into dust. As the dust settled, we stood in silence, our breaths heavy with exhaustion. We had done it. The threat had been eliminated. "We did it," Alex said, his voice filled with relief. "The town is safe." Mike nodded, his expression a mixture of pride and determination. "We've faced incredible odds and emerged victorious, but our work is far from over. We'll continue to protect the innocent and ensure that the darkness never returns." As we made our way back to the town, I felt a sense of fulfillment and purpose. We had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, and I knew that we were ready for whatever came next. The battle was over, but our mission was far from complete. We would remain vigilant, always ready to stand against the darkness. And as the sun rose on a new day, casting its golden light over the landscape, we knew that we were prepared for whatever came next. We were hunters, defenders of the light, and we would never stop fighting. New purpose. In the weeks following our final battle against the vampire nests, the Order of the Sun began to rebuild and regroup. The loss of Samuel still weighed heavily on us, but it also fueled our determination to continue his mission. We had faced incredible odds and emerged victorious, but we knew that our work was far from over. The world was still filled with darkness, and we were the ones who had to stand against it. One evening, as the sun set and cast long shadows over the headquarters, Mike called a meeting. We gathered in the main hall, the atmosphere charged with a mix of anticipation and determination. Mike stood at the head of the table, his face serious but filled with purpose. "We've accomplished a great deal, but our mission is far from complete. The threat we faced was significant, but it's not the only one out there. We need to expand our reach and strengthen our network. There are still innocent lives at risk, and it's our duty to protect them." Emma nodded, her eyes sharp. "We need to be proactive. We can't wait for the darkness to come to us. We need to seek it out and destroy it before it has a chance to harm anyone else." Rebecca, ever the strategist, added, "We should establish outposts in key locations, places where we know there have been reports of supernatural activity. This way we can respond quickly and effectively." Alex, who had proven himself a valuable asset in gathering and analyzing intel, spoke up next. "We've been relying on our network of contacts, but we need to formalize it. Create a structured system for reporting and responding to threats. This will allow us to be more organized and efficient." Mike nodded in agreement. "Good. We'll start by identifying the key locations for our outposts. We'll need volunteers to lead these outposts and ensure they're fully operational. This is a big step, but it's necessary if we're going to keep the darkness at bay." I looked around at the faces of my friends and comrades, feeling a sense of unity and resolve. "Count me in," I said, stepping forward. "Whatever it takes, I'm ready." Emma placed a hand on my shoulder, her eyes filled with determination. Me too. We're in this together, and we'll face whatever comes our way. As we continued to discuss our plans, the sense of purpose and commitment in the room was palpable. We had faced incredible odds and emerged stronger, and now we were ready to take our mission to the next level. Over the next few weeks, we worked tirelessly to establish our new outposts. Each location was carefully chosen based on reports of supernatural activity and strategic importance. We recruited and trained new members, ensuring that each outpost was fully staffed and prepared for any threat. One evening, as I was preparing to leave for my assigned outpost, Mike pulled me aside. "Jack, I want you to know how much I appreciate everything you've done. You've shown incredible courage and determination, and I have no doubt that you'll be a great leader." I nodded, feeling a mix of pride and responsibility. "Thanks, Mike, I won't let you down." He smiled, his eyes filled with warmth. "I know you won't. Remember, you're not alone. We're all in this together. If you ever need anything, we're just a call away." As I left the headquarters and made my way to the new outpost, I felt a sense of excitement and purpose. This was a new beginning, a chance to make a real difference in the world. The outpost was located in a small town that had seen its share of mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena. It was the perfect place to establish a presence and show the people that they were not alone. When I arrived, I was greeted by the team that had been assembled to join me. There was Sarah, a young and eager hunter with a keen eye and quick reflexes; Mark, a former soldier with a wealth of tactical knowledge; and Lisa, a tech expert who had been instrumental in setting up our communication systems. "Welcome to the team," I said, smiling at them. "We have a lot of work to do, but I know we're up to the challenge." Sarah grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'm ready to get started. Let's show them what we're made of." Mark nodded, his expression serious. "We're here to protect people, and that's exactly what we're going to do." Lisa adjusted her glasses, her fingers already flying over her tablet. "I've got our systems up and running. We'll be able to monitor any activity and respond quickly." As we settled into our new roles, the sense of purpose and camaraderie grew stronger. We conducted patrols, investigated reports of unusual activity, and established connections with the local community. People were initially wary, but as they saw our dedication and commitment, they began to trust us and come to us for help. One evening, as we were finishing a patrol, a local woman named Mrs. Abernathy approached us. She was a kind, elderly woman who had been living in the town for decades. "Thank you for what you're doing," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "It's been a long time since we've felt safe here. Knowing that you're here, watching over us, it means a lot." I smiled, feeling a surge of pride. "It's our duty, Mrs. Abernathy. We're here to protect you and everyone else in this town." She nodded, her eyes misting with tears. "You remind me of my son. He was always so brave, always wanting to help others. I'm sure he would be proud of you." As she walked away, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. This was why we did what we did, to protect the innocent and ensure that the darkness never had a chance to take hold. As the weeks turned into months, our outpost became a beacon of hope for the town. We faced challenges and dangers, but we met them head-on, knowing that we were making a difference. One evening, as we gathered around a campfire, Mark turned to me, his expression thoughtful. "Jack, do you ever think about the future? What comes next?" I nodded, gazing into the flames. "All the time. I think about the world we're trying to build, one where people don't have to live in fear. It's a long road, but I believe we can get there." Sarah leaned forward, her eyes filled with determination. "We've already made a difference. We've saved lives and we've shown people that they're not alone. That's something to be proud of." Lisa smiled, her fingers tapping a rhythm on her tablet. "And we're just getting started. There's so much more we can do, so many more people we can help." As we sat there, the sense of unity and purpose was stronger than ever. We had faced incredible odds and emerged victorious, and now we were ready to face whatever came next. The battle against the darkness would never truly be over, but we were prepared, We were the Order of the Sun, and we would stand as guardians against the night, always ready to protect the innocent and ensure that the light prevailed. In the days that followed, we continued our mission with unwavering resolve. We trained new recruits, shared our knowledge, and strengthened our network. The Order's influence grew, and our presence became a source of hope and reassurance for people across the region. One afternoon, as I was working on a report in my office, Mike contacted me through our secure communication system. "Jack, we've received reports of unusual activity in a nearby town. I'm sending you the details now." I quickly reviewed the information, my eyes narrowing as I read. "It looks like there's a new threat emerging. We'll head there immediately." Mike's voice was steady. "Be careful, Jack. We don't know what we're dealing with yet. Gather as much intel as you can and proceed with caution." I assembled the team and briefed them on the situation. "We've got a new mission. There have been reports of strange occurrences in a nearby town. We need to investigate and determine the nature of the threat." Sarah nodded, her expression serious. "We're ready. Let's move out." We arrived in the town just before sunset, the air heavy with tension. The locals were on edge, their fear palpable. We began our investigation, speaking with residents and gathering information. One man, Mr. Thompson, described seeing shadowy figures moving through the woods at night. "It's like nothing I've ever seen," he said, his voice trembling. "They're not human, I'm sure of it." As we delved deeper, we uncovered evidence of a new supernatural threat, a group of malevolent spirits that had been drawn to the area by a series of tragic events. These spirits were powerful and dangerous, feeding on the fear and suffering of the living. "We need to put a stop to this," I said, determination in my voice. "These spirits are a danger to everyone in this town." Mark nodded, his expression grim. "We'll need to be careful. Spirits can be unpredictable and difficult to combat." Lisa began setting up her equipment, her fingers moving quickly over the controls. "I've got the tools we need to track and neutralize them. We'll have to lure them out and then use our containment devices to trap them." As night fell, we prepared for the confrontation. We set up a perimeter around the area where the spirits had been seen and waited, our senses on high alert. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the trees, and the air grew thick with a sense of malevolence. The spirits appeared, their forms shifting and writhing in the darkness. "There they are!" Sarah shouted, raising her weapon. "Get ready!" The spirits moved with unnatural speed, their ghostly forms evading our attacks. But we fought with determination, using our knowledge and tools to counter their supernatural abilities. "Keep them contained," Lisa shouted, her eyes fixed on her equipment. "We need to weaken them before we can trap them." As the battle raged on, we coordinated our efforts, driving the spirits back and weakening their hold on the physical world. Finally, with a coordinated effort, we activated our containment devices, trapping the spirits and neutralizing their threat. The air grew still, and the sense of malevolence dissipated. We had done it. The spirits were contained and the town was safe. "We did it," Mark said, his voice filled with relief. "The town is safe." Sarah grinned, her eyes shining with pride. "We make a pretty good team, don't we?" Lisa smiled, her fingers still flying over her controls. "We do, and we'll keep getting better." As we returned to the town, the residents greeted us with gratitude and relief. We had faced the darkness and emerged victorious once again. Back at the outpost, we debriefed and discussed our findings. Mike contacted us to congratulate us on our success. "Well done, team. You've shown once again why the Order of the Sun is so important. Keep up the good work." As we settled in for the night, I felt a sense of fulfillment and purpose. We had faced incredible odds and emerged stronger, and now we were ready to face whatever came next. The battle against the darkness would never truly be over, but we were prepared. We were the Order of the Sun, and we would stand as guardians against the night, always ready to protect the innocent and ensure that the light prevailed. With the initial wave of vampire threats neutralized and our new outpost established, The Order of the Sun settled into a routine of vigilance and readiness. Our mission remained clear: to protect the innocent and stand as a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. Yet, as we well knew, the enemy was ever adapting, always seeking new ways to infiltrate and corrupt. We had to be equally relentless. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day of training new recruits and updating our surveillance systems, I found myself on the roof of our headquarters, gazing out over the city. The sun had set, and the twinkling lights of the buildings below created a comforting mosaic against the darkening sky. The quiet moment was a rare reprieve from the constant demands of our mission. Emma joined me, her footsteps light and almost imperceptible. She handed me a mug of steaming coffee, her face reflecting the same weariness I felt. "You look like you could use this," she said, her tone soft, yet tinged with the strength that defined her. "Thanks," I replied, accepting the mug with a grateful nod. I needed a break. Sometimes it feels like we're just one step ahead of the darkness, always waiting for the next threat to appear. Emma leaned on the railing beside me, her eyes scanning the horizon. "That's why we're here, Jack, to make sure we stay that step ahead. We've made incredible progress, but we can't afford to let our guard down." I nodded, taking a sip of the hot coffee. "You're right. It feels like the calm before the storm. I can't shake the feeling that something big is coming." Emma's expression turned serious. "You're not the only one. There's been chatter among our contacts. Strange sightings, whispers of an ancient force stirring. We need to be prepared for anything." Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Alex emerged from the stairwell, his face a mask of urgency. "Jack, Emma, we need you downstairs. There's been a development." Setting my mug down, I exchanged a worried glance with Emma before following Alex back into the building. The tension in the air was palpable as we made our way to the main hall, where Mike and Rebecca were waiting. Mike's face was grave as he addressed us. "We've received a report from one of our outposts. There's been a series of attacks in a nearby town, and the signs point to something we haven't encountered before. It's unlike any of the vampire activity we've seen." Rebecca laid a map on the table, pointing to a location circled in red. "The attacks are concentrated in this area. The victims are left drained of energy, but there are no bite marks. It's as if their life force is being siphoned away." Emma frowned, leaning over the map. "Could it be some form of magic or another supernatural entity?" Mike nodded. "That's our working theory. We need to investigate and determine the nature of this new threat. If it's something we haven't faced before, we need to understand it and find a way to counter it." I looked around at my comrades, feeling the familiar surge of determination. "Let's get to it. We need to gather as much information as possible and prepare for whatever we might face." We quickly assembled a team and set out for the town, our minds racing with possibilities. The drive was filled with a tense silence, each of us lost in our thoughts about the new threat. The town was eerily quiet when we arrived, the air heavy with a sense of foreboding. Our first stop was the local hospital where the victims of the attacks were being treated. Dr. Harris, the attending physician, met us with a grim expression. "I've never seen anything like this," he said, leading us to the intensive care unit. "The patients are in a coma-like state, their vital signs weak. It's as if their life energy has been drained away." Emma examined one of the patients, a middle-aged woman who lay motionless, her skin pale and her breathing shallow. "There are no physical wounds, no signs of trauma. Whatever did this, it's not something we can fight with conventional means." I turned to Dr. Harris. "Has there been any pattern to the attacks? Specific times, locations, anything that might give us a clue?" He nodded, handing us a folder with detailed reports. "The attacks have all occurred at night, and the victims were found in isolated areas around town. There's no clear connection between them, other than the nature of their condition." As we reviewed the reports, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. The attacks were becoming more frequent, and the areas where the victims were found seemed to form a rough perimeter around the town. "It's as if something is encircling the town," Cutting off any chance of escape, Alex said, tracing the pattern on the map with his finger. Whatever this is, it's methodical and precise. Mike's expression darkened. We need to find out what's causing this and stop it before it claims more lives. Let's divide into teams and start investigating the areas where the attacks occurred. Look for anything unusual, any signs of supernatural activity. We split into teams and began our search, moving cautiously through the darkened streets and alleys. The town was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. As we reached the edge of the town, Emma and I spotted a faint glow emanating from a nearby grove of trees. "Do you see that?" Emma whispered, her hand resting on her weapon. I nodded, signaling for her to follow me. We approached the grove, our senses on high alert. The glow grew brighter as we drew closer, and we soon found ourselves standing before an ancient-looking stone circle, the air around it crackling with energy. "This is definitely not natural," Emma said, her eyes wide. "It looks like some kind of ritual site." As we examined the stones, we found strange symbols carved into their surfaces, symbols that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly light. I reached out to touch one of the stones, feeling a surge of energy pass through me. "We need to get Mike and the others here," I said, pulling out my radio. "We found something big." Within minutes, Mike, Rebecca, and Alex joined us at the site, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. "This is powerful magic," Rebecca said, running her fingers over the symbols. "I've seen these markings before in texts about ancient rituals designed to siphon life energy." Mike's jaw tightened. "We need to find out who's behind this and stop them. If they're using this ritual to drain the life force from the townspeople, they won't stop until they've taken everyone." As we continued to investigate the site, we discovered a hidden entrance leading underground. The air grew colder as we descended, the darkness pressing in around us. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the walls, revealing more symbols and signs of ritual activity. "This is it," Alex said, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. "We're getting close." We reached a large underground chamber, where the source of the glow was revealed, a massive crystal, pulsating with a malevolent light. Surrounding the crystal were robed figures, chanting in a language that sent shivers down my spine. Mike signaled for us to spread out and surround the chamber. "We need to disrupt the ritual and destroy that crystal," he whispered. "Be ready for anything." We moved into position, our weapons at the ready. On Mike's signal, we sprang into action, attacking the robed figures and disrupting the ritual. The chamber erupted into chaos as the figures fought back, their eyes glowing with a dark energy. "Destroy the crystal," Mike shouted, fending off one of the attackers. I made my way to the crystal, feeling the energy pulsing from it grow stronger. With a determined shout, I swung my weapon, shattering the crystal into 1,000 pieces. A shockwave of energy blasted through the chamber, sending the robed figures flying and extinguishing the glow. As the dust settled, we regrouped, our breaths heavy with exertion. The chamber was now dark and silent. The malevolent energy dissipated. "We did it," Emma said, her voice filled with relief. "The ritual is broken." Mike nodded, his expression one of grim satisfaction. "We need to make sure there are no more of these sites. Search the area thoroughly." We spent the next few hours combing through the underground passages, ensuring that no remnants of the ritual remained. When we finally emerged, the first light of dawn was breaking over the town. Back at the hospital, we were met with a sight that filled us with hope. The victims of the attacks were beginning to stir, their vital signs improving. Dr. Harris approached us, his face beaming with gratitude. "Whatever you did, it worked. They're waking up." As we watched the townspeople slowly regain their strength, I felt a deep sense of fulfillment. We had faced an unknown threat and emerged victorious, saving countless lives in the process. Back at our outpost, we debriefed and shared our experiences. Mike addressed the team, his voice filled with pride. "We've proven once again why the Order of the Sun is so important. We faced an ancient and powerful threat and defeated it. But we must remain vigilant. The darkness will always find new ways to challenge us, and we need to be ready. Emma placed a hand on my shoulder, her eyes filled with warmth. You did great out there, Jack, we all did. This is what it's all about, protecting the innocent and standing against the darkness. I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. We'll keep fighting no matter what. We're in this together. As we settled in for the night, the sense of unity and determination among us was stronger than ever. We had faced incredible odds and emerged stronger, ready to face whatever came next. The battle against the darkness would never truly be over, but we were prepared. We were the Order of the Sun, and we would stand as guardians against the night, always ready to protect the innocent and ensure that the light prevailed.